Imagine dying at the peak of your success and waking up somewhere completely different. Our protagonist is passed out cold, drooling on his bed like a mess. Meanwhile, his wife is outside having a complete emotional breakdown. His hand trembles as consciousness slowly starts creeping back in. And that's when the nausea hits him like a truck. Full crisis mode activated as everything comes rushing back up. This man is making sounds that no human should ever make. But here's the thing you need to know about this guy. In another life, he was CEO Chu, the most successful businessman around. And at his own celebration party, everything went horribly wrong. One moment of choking on his drink, and suddenly it was all over. But death wasn't the end for our protagonist. He wakes up screaming in a body that definitely isn't his, gasping for air, trying desperately to make sense of what just happened. Something about this place feels both familiar and completely wrong. He looks down at feet that don't feel like they belong to him. Where the hell is he and how did he even get here? And then the realization starts hitting him like a freight train. He's in the body of Chu Yufeng, and he's only 22 years old. The memories flood back. Marriage to Xiao Duo, his parents dying in a factory accident. Did he actually just get reborn back into his own past? And that's when he hears the sound of crying nearby. It's Xiao Duo, his wife, sobbing on the floor surrounded by broken glass. He awkwardly greets her, completely unsure of what to even say. And she looks absolutely gorgeous even while crying, which honestly the artist had a vision here. She's completely shocked that he's actually being nice to her for once. Before things can get more awkward, someone starts knocking at the door. It's Yuna, his sister, with her son and a nasty bruise on her face. The moment he sees that bruise, he knows exactly who's responsible. Huhan, the factory director who his sister accused of killing their parents. Yuna explains they've run out of food and her son hasn't eaten all day. Yufeng invites them in and asks his wife exactly how much they have. He asks Xiaoduo for a favor that surprises even himself. Give everything to Yuna, the flour should be enough for them. Xiaoduo agrees without hesitation, handing over the money and supplies. Yufeng hands everything to his sister like it's nothing. Both women are completely confused by his sudden change in personality. Xiaoduo asks where he's rushing off to so suddenly. He heads out with one thing on his mind, settling old scores with Huhan. The streets feel both familiar and strange as vendors call out their goods. Life goes on around him while he plots his next move. He arrives at the building where Huhan lives, ready for confrontation. Walking up those stairs, he's thinking about his parents' so-called accident. 20 years they worked at that factory without a single incident. Two of Huhan's goons are standing guard outside his door. They're about to head inside when they hear footsteps behind them. And that's when they turn around to see our boy standing there menacingly. The workers immediately get defensive, demanding to know who he is. Yufeng just casually asks if they're heading back from work. One of them grabs him aggressively, asking what his problem is. He calmly explains that he's here to see Uncle Huhan about a request. Huhan asks what kind of request he could possibly have. And here's where Yufeng pulls out the ultimate manipulation play. He apologizes for his parents' carelessness and his sister's accusations. Huhan immediately agrees that Yuna is being completely unreasonable. Then Yufeng casually brings up that his family needs money for survival. And when Huhan hesitates, our boy threatens to riot at the factory. Huhan warns him about getting detained if he causes trouble. Yufeng doubles down, threatening to investigate if his parents really made a mistake. You can see the sweat forming on Huhan's face at that threat. Suddenly, Huhan is very generous, offering to pay from his own pocket. They negotiate. Huhan offers 500 yuan instead of the usual 600. Huhan goes to get the money while Yufeng agrees to wait. He watches Huhan carefully, knowing this man is hiding something. The money changes hands, 500 yuan for a guilty conscience. Yufeng walks into the night, vowing to make Huhan pay for everything eventually. But first, he spots a street vendor selling candied fruit on a stick. He remembers something important that he nearly forgot about. Back home, Xiao Duo is waiting and wondering where her husband went. He returns at the door with a simple gift. Happy birthday, Xiao Duo. And the way she lights up. Honestly, the artist really went hard here. He apologizes that this is all he could get her on such short notice. She takes a bite of the candied fruit, genuinely happy. She offers to share, but he tells her it's all for her birthday. In his mind, though, he's thinking about when he'll have to leave this body. The clock shows just how late into the night it's gotten. She calls out from the bedroom, asking if he's coming in to sleep. The night settles in over the village, peaceful and quiet. And here we find our protagonist in a very interesting situation with his wife. Now, the artist definitely had a vision here because Yao Duo is absolutely blessed by the character design department. But our boy is having a full mental crisis, reminding himself that she's technically someone else's wife. And just like that, morning arrives with that annoying neighborhood rooster doing its thing. Yufeng jolts awake at the crack of dawn, looking like he barely survived the night. He's internally swearing revenge on Aunt Wang's rooster, and honestly, who can blame him? Meanwhile, someone else is already up and walking around the house. Xiao Duo walks into the kitchen and immediately screams in shock at what she finds. Because our boy actually made her longevity noodles to make up for her birthday yesterday. He even got eggs for the noodles, though he casually admits he borrowed them from Aunt Wang without asking. She asks how he could steal, and he insists it's borrowing since he'll return it eventually. But then he drops a stack of cash on the table and her eyes go absolutely wide. She immediately demands to know where he got all this money and if he stole it. He calmly explains that this is compensation money for their parents from the factory incident. She's confused because the factory blamed their parents for the accident, so why would they pay anything? He tells her he got it from Huhan, who was scared of him causing problems at the factory. His plan is to gather evidence against Huhan since that man has clearly let his guard down now. For now though, this money means they won't have to worry about food for a while. Xiaoduo just stares at him like she's seeing a completely different person. She straight up asks if he's really the same Chu Yufeng she knows. He nervously laughs it off and asks what she could possibly be talking about. Then he starts dividing up the money, 200 for her, 100 each for himself and Yuna, and the rest for food. She agrees and he heads out to find his sister Yuna to give her share. On the way he passes Aunt Wang, who's out feeding her chickens in the morning sun. She immediately confronts him about her missing eggs, and he admits he borrowed one earlier. The look she gives him is absolutely priceless, like she can't believe this kid. She goes off on him asking when exactly she agreed to let him borrow anything. But then our boy pulls out his secret weapon, cold hard cash. He offers her 2 yuan to pay for the eggs, and suddenly her whole attitude changes. Now she's all smiles, telling him to feel free to borrow anytime. Money really does talk. As he continues walking, someone calls out to him, and here comes a new character named Nike Lu. Yufeng casually greets him while keeping his distance, clearly not too interested. Nike mentions there's a gambling match tonight with some guy named Chen Goda and wants Yufeng to team up. That name catches Yufeng's attention because Chen Guoda's father is a retired leader at the Linshui steel factory. Nike then asks if Xiaoduo will be home tonight, and yeah, that's kind of suspicious. Yufeng is thinking he does need to meet Chen Guoda for information, but not like this. So he tells Nike he'll come to his house instead, and walks off without another word. Nike mutters that Yufeng is such a coward, clearly not happy about being rejected. He's wondering how a guy like that managed to marry such a beautiful wife, and sir, your intentions are showing. Meanwhile, Yufeng arrives at his sister's place to deliver her share of the money. He reaches for the door and notices something feels off about it. He's wondering why the door was left unlocked. That seems pretty careless. But then he sees little Zheng inside, and the kid immediately recognizes him. Little Zheng calls out excitedly to his mom that big brother has arrived. His sister Yu comes out asking what's going on with her son. Little Zheng drags Yufeng inside to show his mom that big brother really came to visit. But Yuye doesn't exactly look thrilled to see him. Clearly there's some history here. Yufeng notices she's working in the kitchen and offers to take over so she can rest. And just like that, he's kneading dough like he's been doing this his whole life. Yu just watches him in complete silence, clearly not sure what to make of this. Then another voice calls out for Yu from the doorway. A woman walks in asking if the noodles are ready yet, and this must be Yuna. Yufeng flashes a bright smile and tells her it'll be ready soon. Yuna is completely shocked and demands to know what he's even doing here. He just calmly glances at the pot of boiling water, completely unbothered. Then he starts pulling noodles like a professional chef and says they can talk after dinner. The water is boiling and ready, and he drops the fresh noodles right in. Yuna asks why he used so much flour, still clearly suspicious of everything he's doing. He casually mentions the family has money now, and she immediately wants to know where it came from. She goes absolutely nuclear on him, listing all his past failures like gambling and domestic violence, and our boy just stands there completely speechless because yeah, the original Yufeng was terrible. But instead of arguing, he reaches into his pocket for the ultimate comeback. He pulls out a stack of cash and tells her to take it since she has exams coming up. He tells her to eat more nutritious food while studying and not be stingy with herself. She's still suspicious, asking where this money came from with fear in her eyes. He deflects, saying they can talk after dinner, and mentions he also made fried meat as a treat. And the spread he puts together is actually impressive. Noodles with eggs and a meat dish. Over dinner, he finally explains that he asked for money from Huhan at the factory. Both women freeze at that name. Clearly Huhan has quite the reputation around here. The old clock ticks away as morning settles into the household, and that's when Yufeng drops the bombshell. Their parents' death wasn't an accident at all. Yue is completely stunned and doesn't know what to say. He explains that Huhan bought faulty equipment and covered it up, and now he's going to gather the evidence to prove it. Because every equipment purchase leaves a paper trail, and once he finds those documents, Huhan is done for. Our boy declares that he's going to handle everything himself and clear their parents' names no matter what. Both sisters just stare at him in complete confusion because this is definitely not the Yufeng they remember. He gives little Zheng some pocket money for candy and tells Yuna to focus on her exams while he handles the tuition. Later that day, Yufeng is walking through town when he hears a vendor selling popsicles. He decides to treat himself and heads over to the popsicle cart. The vendor pulls out a popsicle from the icebox for him. Just 2 fen for a popsicle. Now that's a price you won't find in modern times. Yufeng sits down to enjoy it and thinks about how every era really does have its own charm. But then someone taps him on the shoulder and greets him by name. Yufeng turns around wondering who actually wants to talk to him willingly. And there's a whole group of people standing there, which is never a good sign. Yufeng's memories kick in and he recognizes them as Fudahai and Zhang Zirui, old acquaintances. He plays it cool and greets them back, saying it's been a while. Then there's Shen Ziran, and he realizes she's actually Zhao Duo's best friend. And the artist clearly had a vision with this one because Ziran is looking absolutely put together and gorgeous. But then this guy Xiao Shan starts yelling at him, asking what he thinks he's looking at. Someone in the group tells him to calm down because that really wasn't necessary. The bald guy calls him trash and says he can't believe Xiaoduo actually fell for someone like him. One of the women laughs and says maybe Xiaoduo just has a thing for hooligans. But our boy just takes a bite of his popsicle like he didn't hear a thing. He continues eating, completely unbothered by their insults, absolute king behavior. Then he calmly explains that Xiaoduo and Ziran are friends, so why would he disrespect his own wife's friend? Ziran doesn't say anything, but there's something in her expression, like she's actually impressed. She smoothly diffuses the situation, saying they were all classmates after all, and suggests they get going. The group walks away while Yufeng watches them leave. And he's thinking that He Zhaoshan doesn't have many good days left, which is definitely ominous. Yufeng continues on his way, groceries in hand like a responsible husband. But then he spots someone familiar in the distance near a building, and it's Xiaoduo looking absolutely adorable in her pink dress, carrying a watermelon. She's completely caught off guard seeing him and covers her mouth in surprise. He walks up and casually asks if she's been eating ice cream too. She nervously admits it's been a long time since she treated herself, and she even bought him a watermelon. And Yufeng gives her the most genuine warm smile we've seen from him yet. He reaches over and gently pats her head, which honestly might be the cutest thing ever. He tells her they have money now and she can buy whatever she wants, with more to come in the future. As they walk together, he offers to carry her stuff since she looks tired, but she insists she's fine. But our gentleman protagonist isn't having it and takes the watermelon anyway. Xiaoduo watches him in complete disbelief because this is not the husband she knew before. She quietly starts to call out his name, barely above a whisper. She finishes saying his name softly, her eyes closed like she's savoring this moment. Yufeng glances down at the popsicle stick still in his hand. Someone's watching them from nearby, their reflection visible in a window. Yufeng's eyes narrow slightly as he notices something, his instincts kicking in. But he plays it cool and tells her to stop spacing out so they can head home already. Xiaoduo snaps out of it, completely flustered because he just called it home. She hurries to catch up with him, her heart clearly racing. And the two of them walk home together under the afternoon sky, and honestly this is kind of adorable. So here's where things get interesting back at the household that night. Someone is banging on Yufeng's door with absolutely no chill whatsoever. And this guy Nike is out here demanding Yufeng come outside immediately. Yufeng asks what's going on as Nike drags him outside to talk privately. Turns out Nike lost money gambling this morning, and his wife went absolutely ballistic on him. But here's his brilliant plan. He knows the director's son named Chen Goda. Nike explains that Goda is basically a walking ATM who gets addicted to gambling easily. Our protagonist pushes him off and asks how much money Nike actually brought with him. Nike nervously admits he hasn't received his salary yet and wants to borrow money. Yufeng reminds him that Nike still owes him 3 yuan, and he only has 1 yuan himself. Nike's jaw drops because who goes gambling with just 1 yuan? Yufeng casually points out that Nike doesn't have any money either, so they're both broke. Our protagonist suggests maybe they should just try this another time instead. But Nike grabs his arm, insisting they're already here and he'll lend Yufeng money. Nike starts digging through his pockets while Yufeng watches with growing suspicion. And this guy straight up pickpocketed Yufeng's money from his wallet just now. The neighborhood dogs are barking as they arrive at their destination under the moonlight. An older man with a dog greets them at the entrance to Chen Goda's place. Goda welcomes them inside and invites both Yufeng and Nike to come in. Nike asks why they came all this way, and Goda explains he's been helping his grandfather. Nike's eyes light up, asking about this new gambling game he heard about. Goda invites them to sit down at the table and says he'll teach them how to play. He explains the rules with a single deck where 3 cards stay face down on the table. Goda says the game is super fun because 2 players can team up against the landlord. He continues explaining that either peasant winning counts as a victory for both of them. And Yufeng immediately recognizes this game as fighting the landlord, a classic card game. Goda shuffles the cards and announces he'll be the landlord for the first round. Fast forward, and someone is celebrating winning yet another round against them. Goda slams down a pair of 7s while announcing his hand with confidence. Nike manages to counter with a double, and Goda looks annoyingly pleased about something. Our protagonist calmly plays a pair of 8s to beat their previous cards. Nike and Goda both pass immediately because apparently their hands are completely trash. Someone slams down a pair of 10s to take control of the round. And once again, Goda wins the round while fake apologizing about his incredible luck. Goda throws down a pair of 6s and announces he's doubling the stakes again. Yufeng counters with a pair of kings, and the energy at the table shifts completely. Nike gets way too excited and dramatically throws his cards down for his turn. He slams down a pair of aces, thinking he just made a genius play. But then Nike realizes he just attacked his own teammate instead of the landlord. Goda passes and asks if they're really going that big with their bets. Nike sighs that he's out of pairs and can only play singles now, starting with a 3. Goda casually drops a jack and asks if everyone else is passing on this one. Everyone passes and Goda wins yet another round with that smug look on his face. Nike gives him a thumbs up, calling him amazing while being completely oblivious to what's happening. But our protagonist's eyes narrow because he's been watching everything very carefully. Because Yufeng is holding 4 2s, which are literally the strongest cards in this game. He sighs dramatically and says his hands are completely useless this round. The cards pile up on the table as the games continue deep into the night. Nike throws down 4 sixes, confidently announcing he's starting this round strong. But Yufeng reveals his 4 twos with a smirk because these beat literally everything. Nike and Gora are both absolutely stunned as they're forced to pass on this bomb. Yufeng announces he won with a small king and 3 bombs, which equals 4 yuan each. And now Yufeng asks Nike where exactly his money is to pay up. The games continue as someone plays a pair of 2s into the night air. More doubles are being played as everyone keeps passing on each other's moves. Gora wins again and shows off his final card with that insufferable smile. Nike slams the table, cursing his bad luck, and Yufeng notes he owes almost 100 yuan now. But Nike refuses to quit and declares he's going to go big in the next few games. Yufeng shuffles the cards while someone mocks Nike about not having a single cent left. Nike absolutely loses it and yells that nobody is leaving until he wins his money back. Yufeng throws down the cards and tells Nike to either pay up or get out. Then Yufeng gets in Nike's face and warns him about bothering his wife again. And our protagonist's eye literally starts glowing red as he threatens to beat him to a pulp. Then Yufeng instantly switches to being charming and thanks Gora for a great evening. Gora just stands there completely speechless at what just happened in front of him. Our protagonist walks through town alone as dawn starts breaking over the buildings. He's thinking that Gora's father is a retired factory director with powerful connections. The traditional architecture of their home comes into view in the morning light. Yufeng collapses onto his bed completely exhausted from the long night of gambling. He hears Nike's wife screaming at him next door about losing all their money again. Yufeng lets out a long sigh as he settles into bed, ignoring all the drama. Later that day, our protagonist heads to the Wuwei tea house to gather information. Yufeng orders some tea, which only costs 5 fen at this humble establishment. The tea is poured into a small cup as he settles in to listen to the locals. And that's when he overhears something interesting about the Liu family's eldest son leaving town. The locals are gossiping about how the guy just resigned from his job out of nowhere. Yufeng realizes the 80s is a crucial period when many millionaires started their empires. He contemplates that if he were to somehow return to the year 2020, it would be an absolute waste to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. We're back at the Wuwei tea house where Yufeng is still processing everything, and our protagonist decides to just forget all that and focus on what he can control right now. That determined look in his golden eyes means he's made up his mind about something big. His plan is simple: finish dealing with Huhan's situation and then find his way back home. But before he can think too hard about it, someone pulls up on a motorcycle like a total boss. Yufeng spots who it is and realizes today's key player just arrived right on time. It's Chen Guoda's father, and he's surprised to see Yufeng calling out to him. Chen mentions he just finished harvesting and is totally exhausted from all the work. Yufeng seizes the opportunity and invites him to dinner as an apology for last night's card game chaos. Chen waves it off like it's no big deal, clearly not holding any grudges about what happened. And where does Yufeng take him? The State Hotel restaurant, which is like the fancy spot in town. They sit down at a nice round table and a waitress comes over to take their order. Yufeng opens the menu and his eyes go absolutely wide at what he sees inside. These prices are insanely cheap by his future standards, like premium vodka for only 7 yuan. So naturally, he orders a whole feast and Chen thinks he's being way too generous with the spending. Yufeng insists they should eat freely since it's his first proper meal with brother Chen after all. But here's where things get awkward because some new guests walk in talking about the restaurant. Chen notices something and turns around to see who just walked in behind them. And wouldn't you know it, it's Huhan's son pointing at Yufeng and accusing him of squandering money. But Yufeng just keeps eating like he didn't hear a single word, completely unbothered. This guy starts yelling that Yufeng is trash and that Zhao Duo doesn't even have food to eat at home. The woman with him announces she's lost her appetite and they should go somewhere else instead. The whole group storms out in a huff, clearly pissed that Yufeng didn't even react to them. Chen asks if Yufeng has some kind of grudge with Huhan's son from back in the day. Yufeng explains they were classmates and had some conflicts, keeping the details vague. Then Chen casually mentions he noticed Yufeng was letting him win during yesterday's card game. So Yufeng flips the script and asks if Chen has beef with Huhan since he seemed upset earlier. And that question opens up a whole can of worms that Yufeng was clearly fishing for. Turns out during the factory director election, Huhan voted for someone else and cost Chen the position. Chen's father was the director of Huhan's workshop before retiring, which makes this betrayal even worse. Chen slams his fist on the table, calling Huhan a traitor, clearly still furious about it. Yufeng smoothly calms him down by pouring more wine, keeping the conversation flowing nicely. He asks about Zhu Changjiang, the guy who won that election with Huhan's crucial vote. The wine glass gets filled as Chen prepares to spill more tea about this whole situation. Chen scoffs, saying the guy just has connections to a foreign supplier, nothing special about him really. Yufeng suggests Chen should consider going into business instead of staying at that broken factory. Chen mentions a friend who made over 100,000 yuan in Shanghai selling electrical appliances. 100,000 yuan, that's millionaire status in this era, and Chen is clearly dreaming about it. Yufeng gives him an encouraging thumbs up while plotting something in that time traveler brain of his. Then he brings up the factory's upcoming heatstroke prevention fee, asking if the amount is significant. Yufeng proposes distributing Chen's grandfather's harvested fruits to workers as heatstroke prevention benefits. Chen immediately panics and waves his hand, saying absolutely not to that dangerous idea. He's terrified someone might write a report letter to his grandfather if things go wrong. But Yufeng hits him with the classic line that Chen's grandfather is basically his grandfather too now. Chen is so confused right now with question marks literally floating around his head. Yufeng explains the scheme. Just change the middleman so he provides the fruits under Chen's identity. Chen's mind is blown and he admits he never would have thought of something this clever. After dinner they walk out and Yufeng offers to take Chen home on the motorcycle. Chen is surprised this guy even knows how to ride a motorcycle, but Yufeng plays it cool. They ride off into the night with Chen complimenting his riding skills under the starry sky. Yufeng finally makes it home late and figures Yao Duo must already be asleep by now. But when he opens the door, she's right there waiting for him, and the artist clearly had a vision. The moon hangs in the sky as this moment gets unexpectedly tense between them. Yufeng asks why she's still awake, but Xiao Duo just stares at him in complete silence. He apologizes for being late with that nervous energy that says he knows he messed up. And she's looking at him different now, like she's trying to figure out who this man really is. Earlier that day, a neighbor gave her an earful about her mother being hospitalized and in a coma. But Xiao Duo can't help noticing that Yufeng seems genuinely different than he was before somehow. The neighbor had told her that leopards don't change their spots, especially gambling wife beaters. Yufeng notices something's bothering her and asks what's wrong with genuine concern in his voice. Xiao Duo takes a deep breath like she's made some kind of important decision about something. She steps closer to him and the tension in the room just went up about 10 levels. And then she throws herself at him, calling his name as she presses against his chest. She tells him he can do whatever he wants tonight, and okay, this is definitely happening now. The artist is definitely going all in on this scene with that suggestive framing right there. But our protagonist's face shows pure panic instead of excitement because this complicates everything. The clock on the wall ticks as we skip forward to see how he handled this situation, and he's lying on a mat on the floor alone, clearly having rejected her advances completely. He whispers her name as he thinks about what this all means for his situation here. Earlier he told her he wasn't feeling well and needed a walk, which is the oldest excuse ever. He's out here splashing cold water on his head trying to calm down and stay focused. He reminds himself that he's the one going back to the future, so he can't get attached here. Morning comes and the rooster crows as a new day begins in this 1980s timeline. Xiao Duo is already in the courtyard, having made some kind of decision overnight herself. She announces she's leaving, and the weight of those words hangs heavy in the morning air. She whispers Yufeng's name one last time as she turns to walk away from him. If only he had changed a little earlier, she says, she wouldn't have had to wait so long. Somewhere across town, someone is making a very important phone call. And who picks up but Xiao Duo's father, immediately asking what happened to his daughter. She tries to play it cool, says she's just homesick, but we all know that's not the whole story. And of course her dad isn't buying it, tells her to stay put because he's coming to bring her home. Meanwhile, back to business, the apple orchard is looking absolutely loaded with fruit right now. Chen tells Yufeng the good news. His grandfather actually agreed to the plan without any pushback. Now they just need brother Chen's factory connections, and grandpa promises a 100 yuan reward if it works. Yufeng's looking pretty pleased with himself, thanking them in advance for the upcoming success. But here's where things get complicated because someone informs Yufeng that relatives showed up at his place. Yufeng pauses mid-step, trying to process this unexpected development about visiting relatives. And then it clicks. These aren't his relatives, they're Xiao Duo's family coming for answers. Our protagonist steels himself because he knows exactly what kind of confrontation is waiting for him. Sure enough, standing there are Xiao Duo's parents, Yongguang and Xin, and they do not look happy. Yufeng tries to play the good son-in-law, greeting them warmly and asking when they arrived. But the father's expression says everything. This man did not come here for pleasantries. Yufeng offers to cook them food, still trying to defuse the situation before it explodes. And that's when a hand comes flying through the air at full speed. The father absolutely decks him with a slap, declaring this one is for his daughter. He demands to know how much Yufeng has tortured his daughter all this time. Xiao Duo calls out to her father, trying to intervene in this escalating situation. But Yufeng just stands there in silence, accepting the hit without any protest whatsoever. The father winds up for another slap, saying this one is from him personally, while Xiao Duo begs him to stop. The tension in that courtyard is thick enough to cut with a knife right now. Xiao Duo rushes over to check on him, asking if he's alright after that beating. And here's where it gets real. Yufeng admits he deserved it, says he disappointed her in the past. With his face still stinging from the slaps, he apologizes to her sincerely. But the father isn't done. He demands they divorce immediately. No more of this act. Even a random neighbor comments that he doesn't understand what youngsters are thinking these days. And wouldn't you know it, the father came prepared with divorce papers already filled out. So now they're heading to the government office to make this official. The sunset feels ominous. All four of them stand outside the civil affairs building, about to end a marriage, but Xiaodua asks her mom for time, says she needs to talk to Yufeng first. She tries to return the money he gave her before, says there's still 285 yuan left, but he pushes her hand away, refusing to take even a single yuan back from her. He tells her to keep it, says he owes her too much to take anything from her now. Then he adds something cryptic: if he ever becomes his old self again, she must cut all ties. Xiaoduo looks confused, asking what he could possibly mean by that strange warning. He just tells her to remember his words, then sends her off to her waiting parents. He waves goodbye, telling her to take care of herself from now on. The expression on her face shows she's feeling something she didn't expect to feel. They stand apart in silence, neither one knowing what to say in this moment. Her mother starts pleading, begging Yufeng to just let her daughter go already. The stress is getting to her mother, who starts coughing badly from all the emotion. The father tries to calm his wife down, telling her not to get too worked up. Yufeng turns to Xiaoduo, putting the decision entirely in her hands now. She turns her back to him and calls his name, and you can feel the weight of this moment. And then she says it: let's divorce, making her choice clear to everyone. So here they are at the government office, about to finalize everything officially. The clerk reviews their paperwork and prepares to stamp the divorce documents. They stand side by side in heavy silence, neither looking at the other in this final moment. But we're cutting away because Chen comes running up to Yufeng with amazing news. They succeeded. The factory approved the fruit bonus and they're gonna make over 1,500 yuan from this deal. Chen promises an extra 200 yuan bonus, but there's one problem. They still need plastic bags. They hop on the motorcycle and head to Lujin City, where the closest plastic factory is located. Chen panics when he realizes neither of them actually knows anyone at the plastic factory. He warns Yufeng this is serious. They'll be exposed without proper plastic bags for the fruit. They arrive at the plastic factory, which looks impressively professional with those big slogans. Standing outside the gate, they face their first obstacle. How do they even get inside? Yufeng's solution? Just ride the motorcycle straight through, which gets the guard yelling immediately. They screech to a halt inside the factory compound, already committed to this chaotic plan. Yufeng smooth talks the guard, claiming he needs the factory owner urgently because all the hotlines were unreachable, and the guard actually buys it, asks if they're looking for Mr. Li. Yufeng confirms and gets the location: 3rd floor, first room on the left. They speed off before the guard can ask any more questions, leaving him completely confused. Chen is freaking out because they're inside, but they don't even know the factory owner. They find Mr. Li's office on the 3rd floor, exactly where the guard said it would be. They knock, and Mr. Li casually tells them to come in, not knowing what's about to happen. Mr. Li looks up from his coffee, asking who these two strangers barging into his office are. Yufeng introduces himself as the CEO of Goda Fruits, completely making up a company on the spot. Mr. Li is understandably suspicious, asking how they even got inside the factory. Yufeng spins a story about passing through and wanting plastic bags for their fruit export business. Mr. Li considers the pitch, mulling over this claim about fruit exporters needing his product, but then he dismisses them, pointing out that plastic industry has nothing to do with fruits, and that's where we leave our boys. Rejected but not defeated, because Yufeng always has another angle. But our boy Yufeng isn't giving up that easily in this negotiation. He pivots hard, offering Director Li a cigarette while pitching about their packaging needs. He explains they came here first because of the transportation costs, which is actually smart reasoning. Yufeng keeps laying it on thick, talking about quality assurance like they're actually a real company. Director Li asks whether they're state-owned or private, which is a very reasonable question. And instead of answering, Yufeng smoothly deflects by asking for some tea to drink. Director Li actually apologizes for forgetting to offer them tea in the first place. He goes to fetch some local tea, hoping they won't mind that it's nothing fancy. Now that the mood has softened, Yufeng drops the real request about 1 ton of bags. Director Li nearly chokes on his cigarette because 1 ton is a massive order, but after thinking about it, he agrees they can do it with overtime and offers samples. Director Li walks them through the warehouse where all the plastic bag inventory is stored. Yufeng shakes his hand and promises someone will call tomorrow with the quality inspection results. Director Li invites them to stay for dinner, but they politely decline, saying they have other business. They wave goodbye with promises of future business, which sounds very professional, honestly. Chen is absolutely losing his mind because they just got free sample bags without spending anything. But here's the twist. Yufeng tells Chen to call tomorrow and say the quality inspection failed. Back at the compound, someone jokes about how strong the sample bags are. Yufeng watches someone sort through a pile of fresh oranges ready for packaging. Chen reminds Yufeng about that state-run restaurant dinner he was promised earlier. But Yufeng is already thinking ahead because he needs Lu Naiqing for his bigger plan. When Yufeng suggests bringing Lu Naiqiang along, Chen immediately protests about him being a cheater. Yufeng waves it off, saying they live in the same compound but rarely see each other. So they end up at the state-run hotel for that dinner Chen was looking forward to. And there's Lu Naiqiang, absolutely demolishing his food because he's been starving all day. After dinner, Lu Naiqing waves goodbye to Chen under the moonlit sky. But then he turns to Yufeng and asks directly if he and Chen are running some business. He admits he heard everything during dinner and demands to be included in whatever they're doing. Yufeng hesitates because this wasn't exactly part of the original plan. Liu Naiqiang points out that he's actually known Yufeng longer than Chen has. Fine, Yufeng decides to come clean and explain what's actually going on. Liu Naiqiang's eyes go wide when he hears about the 200 yuan for delivering fruit. He warns Yufeng about Chen being a cheater, but Yufeng counters by offering him 50 yuan instead. Liu Naiqiang invites Yufeng to come sit at his house for a bit. Inside, Yufeng casually asks whether Liu Naiqiang rents or owns this place. Liu Naiqiang pours them some drinks while they settle in for conversation. He admits he rents it, and Yufeng asks about his locksmith business making good money. Liu Naiqiang laughs and says he quit that job after accidentally opening a neighbor's door, and this is exactly what Yufeng wanted to hear, so he asks for a lockpicking demonstration. Liu Naiqiang pulls out his old tool, a small metal hook designed for unlocking. He positions himself at a door and tells Yufeng not to blink because this happens fast. With a quick twist and turn of the pick, the padlock clicks open like magic. Yufeng is genuinely impressed and immediately asks to be taught this skill. But Liu Naiqiang refuses, saying teaching this would basically be teaching crime. Yufeng raises his offer to 100 yuan after tomorrow's fruit delivery. And just like that, Liu Naiqiang's eyes light up with stars as he immediately agrees. The next day, we're at the Lingshui steel factory where things are about to get interesting. Chen arrives on his motorcycle and spots Yufeng waiting for him at the entrance. Chen asks why Liu Naiqiang is here too, and Yufeng explains he came to help out. Chen suddenly announces he can't hold it anymore and runs off, leaving them with the fruit. And now we see why Yufeng learned lockpicking, because everyone's at lunch right now. He makes his way to Hu Han's office while the building is conveniently empty. He tries the door handle, but of course it's locked tight. He's annoyed that this old thief locks his door even just to go eat a meal. Good thing he came prepared, pulling out the lockpick Liu Naiqiang taught him to use. He inserts the pick into the keyhole and works on the lock with steady hands. And just like that, he slips inside the office without anyone noticing. He immediately starts searching through the shelves looking for evidence. He finds a purchase and sales order book, which is exactly what he was looking for. But something's wrong, there's no official seal, and the actual contracts are missing. Then he notices some fancy classical Chinese literature books on the shelf. Our boy realizes someone like Hu Han probably can't even read these books, so why have them? He can't investigate further right now since Hu Han and Xu Changjiang's relationship is clearly complicated. But he's now certain there's something fishy going on between Hu Han and the suppliers. He makes his way out of the building to rejoin the fruit delivery operation. Chen sees him and immediately questions why he's dressed like a farmer now. Yufeng just smirks and asks if he doesn't look the part of a fruit farmer. Chen is impressed and tells him the packed fruits are ready in the warehouse. Time passes as the lunch hour continues at the factory. The workers are all eating in the cafeteria, completely unaware of what's happening outside. Liu Naiqiang explains that this is the perfect window since workers always eat at noon. They start loading boxes of fruit onto the cart to complete the delivery. But suddenly Yufeng winces in pain out of nowhere. Liu Naiqiang asks what's wrong, clearly concerned about his partner. Yufeng clutches his stomach and says he's feeling a bit sick right now. We're back at the Lingshui steel factory where our boy just pulled off some serious espionage. Yufeng's still inside Hu Han's office, contract in hand, searching for more evidence. He pulls out one of those fancy classical literature books from the shelf, and it slips right out of his hands, hitting the floor with a suspicious thud. Wait a minute, why would a book make that kind of noise when it falls? The pages flip open on their own, revealing this isn't just any regular book. Our protagonist notices something hidden inside, and now he's really paying attention. The book has been hollowed out to hide documents, which is extremely suspicious. Yufeng starts going through all the papers scattered on the floor, hunting for evidence. And there it is, a document from an equipment factory with Hu Han's name on it. Our boy's eyes narrow because he finally has proof of Hu Han's corruption scheme. Chen spots him returning and jokes about whether he fell into the toilet or something. Yufeng hands over the promised 100 yuan to Liu Naiqiang like a man of his word. Liu Naiqiang is absolutely thrilled and says he'll handle the rest of the delivery himself. As Yufeng walks away, he's thinking about how Hu Han forged seals to steal over 2 million yuan. This level of corruption is basically a death wish because the authorities don't play around. Scene changed to later that day where someone named Ziwi is being greeted by friends. Her friends are laying on the compliments thick, telling her how beautiful she looks today. Ziwi turns around and notices someone unexpected approaching the group. She spots Yufeng walking toward them and seems genuinely curious about why he's here. But the two guys with her recognize him immediately and start running their mouths. One of them mocks that divorced people must have plenty of free time on their hands. And then they really go low, saying Xiao Duo should have left this trash a long time ago. Ziwi tries to call out to Yufeng, but he just keeps walking right past them. And that absolutely sets one of the guys off because how dare Yufeng ignore him? He grabs Yufeng and starts mocking his farmer clothes, telling him to be ashamed. But our protagonist just gives him this cold, calculating look that says everything. And then Yufeng grabs the loudmouth right back and tells him not to be mean. He locks the guy's arm behind his back and suddenly the bully isn't so tough anymore. The woman with them starts yelling for Yufeng to let him go like he's the crazy one. Yufeng releases his grip and shoves the guy away without breaking a sweat. The guy stumbles backward right into the woman who was defending him, and they both go tumbling down in the most embarrassing way possible. Yufeng tells them if they don't have guts, they should stop clucking like old hens. The guy scrambles up, demanding to know who Yufeng thinks he's talking to, and our boy just smirks and says whoever feels called out is the one he means. The guy loses it, screaming about his dad's money and asking what Yufeng's proud of. Yufeng casually drops that his father won't last a few more days in his position. He tells the guy to think carefully about whether his father changed since April, and suddenly the guy's face changes completely as the realization hits him hard. He starts remembering his father's angry outbursts, the fighting, the hotel visits. The guy starts stammering, desperately trying to deny what he already suspects is true. Yufeng walks away, telling him he already knows the truth deep down inside. He leaves them all stunned on the ground while heading toward his next objective. Yufeng asks Ziyui if he can borrow her landline and promises to pay the phone bill. She leads him inside to a nice traditional Chinese home with elegant decorations. Ziyui asks where he wants to call and what number he needs to reach. He gives her the number for Shinan Equipment Factory and asks for someone named Ma Qinbao. The call connects and Yufeng asks to speak with Ma Qinbao directly. He introduces himself as calling from Lingshui Steelworks with an urgent matter. Ma Qinbao on the other end is confused because the number doesn't match the factory line. Yufeng drops the bomb, claiming the equipment Huhan purchased has major quality problems. He says the faulty equipment from their factory caused a serious casualty incident, and now he demands they take responsibility for the damage that was caused. Ma Qinbao immediately defends himself, saying Huhan specifically said no parts needed replacing. Yufeng pushes back, asking why the purchase contract has their name on it then. He demands to speak with factory director Kang Jinzhong since reception won't cut it. And just like that, Yufeng hangs up with a satisfied smirk on his face. Meanwhile, at Lingshui Steelworks, we see the sign for the director's office. Director Kang Jinzhong is just casually drinking his tea without a care in the world. But then his phone rings and suddenly his peaceful afternoon is about to get ruined. It's Ma Qinbao frantically telling him he never signed any contract with Huhan. Director Kang asks him to slow down and explain what exactly is happening here. Ma Qinbao yells that there was no purchase contract with Huhan in April, May, or June. Director Kang is absolutely stunned because that means 3 months of fake contracts, and someone just called demanding his factory take responsibility for casualties too. Kang immediately asks what phone number called because something doesn't add up here. He realizes the number wasn't from the factory, meaning someone external reported this. April through June are peak purchase months with amounts over 3 million yuan total. If Huhan faked the purchases, then what did he actually buy with all that money? And then the horrible realization hits him about that couple who died in the workshop. Director Kang's feet hit the ground as he springs into action immediately. He rushes across his office to grab the phone and make an urgent call. He orders all equipment in the second workshop stopped immediately without telling Huhan. Back at Ziyi's place, someone's finger presses the phone buttons to make another call. Yufeng stands there confidently with Ziyi, saying it should be happening any moment now. The phone starts ringing, and our boy knows his plan is coming together perfectly. Director Kang is holding the contracts and his hands are literally shaking. Because right there on those documents is Huhan's signature, and that's all the proof they need. Director Kang reaches over and pats Yufeng on the shoulder with genuine respect. He asks for our boy's name, and Yufeng introduces himself properly for the first time. But here's the thing, Yufeng deflects all the credit and says Director Kang did everything himself. Now let's rewind a bit to see how we got here in the first place. 2 officers in uniform show up at the factory looking for Director Kang, and Kang is already on the phone telling them he has all the evidence against Huhan. The person on the other end immediately wants to hear everything. Yufeng explains that Huhan forged contracts with Shinan and scammed over 3 million yuan. But wait, there's more, because he also signed contracts with another company for the same parts. Director Kang confirms the evidence is ready and says he's coming to get it immediately. But Yufeng has one more condition. He wants Kang to report this to the police himself. And with that, the call ends and the plan is officially in motion. Director Kang is thinking this young man sounds incredibly smart for his age. Meanwhile, Yufeng knows it'll be more effective if Kang reports with his official position. Ziyi has been standing there silently, taking in everything she just witnessed. She's wondering what kind of person can casually call the factory director about something this serious. Director Kang rushes outside and demands they get the car ready immediately. And the car speeds off like they're racing against time itself. Back at Ziyi's place, there's a knock at the door and Yufeng perks up. He walks over to answer it, knowing exactly who it is. Director Kang opens the door and freezes when he sees who's standing there. Wait, isn't this the son of those workers who died in the factory accident? Yufeng welcomes him inside and hands over the evidence without any hesitation. Officer Zhao asks what exactly happened that had everyone so worked up on the phone. There's a moment of silence as everyone processes the gravity of the situation. Director Kang realizes that Yufeng planned to give him all the credit from the very beginning. He shows the document to Officer Zhao and tells him to take a good look. Kang explains that these sales contracts prove Huhan has been scamming money from the country. And it's not just about money either, because 2 people died because of his corruption. Kang nudges Yufeng forward to explain the details since he knows them best. The clock on the wall shows time passing as the explanation goes on. Yufeng lays out everything to the officer with meticulous detail. The officer asks Director Kang if everything Yufeng just said is actually true. The officer wants to know if Han is aware that he's been exposed yet. Yufeng suggests they search the factory and his house and secure his family first. The officer is shocked because how does this kid know exactly what he was worried about? Officer Zhao agrees to send forces immediately and asks Director Kang to come along. Meanwhile, back at the Lingshui steel factory, things are about to get interesting. Han is casually pouring himself some tea without a care in the world. But then something catches his eye and his whole demeanor shifts. His eyes go wide with horror as he realizes something is very wrong. The book on his shelf has been moved, and he knows exactly what was hidden there. His cup goes flying as he scrambles to check his hiding spot. And just like that, he confirms his worst nightmare. The contracts are gone. He starts thinking back to earlier, remembering someone dressed like a farmer in the canteen. That guy didn't look like a factory worker at all, and now he's trying to remember where he's seen him. And then it hits him like a truck. That was Chu Yufeng, the son of those workers. The scene shifts to evening as someone knocks on a traditional house door. A young man opens the door excitedly and calls out to his big brother. Inside, we see Yuna studying with her classmates Lin Xiang and Lin Nan. Yuna asks why her brother came by, and he casually says he was just passing through. He reminds Yuna that her exams are coming up soon, being a good big brother. Yuna confirms with a simple yes while her classmate watches the interaction. But then Yufeng says he has something important to tell them in private. The classmates take the hint and say they'll head out and come back tomorrow. One of them tugs at the other impatiently, urging them to hurry up. As they leave, they gossip about Yufeng probably needing money again, which honestly is rude. Yufeng gathers his siblings together, calling Yuna, Yu and Yuzheng by name. He announces that he's officially solved the Han problem once and for all. But before they can celebrate, his sister spots something and screams that it's Han. Yufeng whips around with a deadly serious expression on his face, and there in the doorway stands Han like a villain with glowing red eyes, laughing menacingly. Yufeng immediately tells his siblings to get inside while he handles this. Han confirms it's really him and calls Yufeng a brat with pure venom in his voice. He lunges at Yufeng, demanding his things back like a man possessed. But our boy catches him mid-attack without even breaking a sweat. Yufeng's hand moves with lightning speed to counter the attack, and in one smooth motion he has Han pinned and screaming about his arm. Yufeng smirks and asks which contract he wants back, the Shinan one or the Sikh one. Han demands he hand over the contract right now while completely at his mercy. And Yufeng just looks down at him with that menacing gaze, telling him he doesn't understand his situation. Han is screaming in agony because our boy Yufeng is not playing around tonight. And before Han can even process what's happening, Yufeng delivers another devastating blow. He stomps down on Han like he's taking out the trash, which honestly he kind of is. And then Yufeng casually reaches for a bottle on the table like he's got all the time in the world. He shatters it against the ground, and now things just got a whole lot more dangerous. The sisters are watching this unfold with pure shock on their faces, not knowing what their brother is capable of. Yufeng presses the broken bottle against Han's throat and asks if he finally understands his situation now. And Han can barely even get a word out because he's trembling so hard he might pass out. He screams yes with pure terror in his eyes, finally showing some self-preservation instincts. But Yufeng responds by slapping him across the face so hard it echoes through the room. Han goes flying and crashes into the floor like a rag doll, completely at Yufeng's mercy. He's trembling on the ground trying to speak, but fear has completely taken over his body. Yufeng stands over him with cold eyes and mocks him, asking if he really thinks he understands his situation. Han desperately asks what Yufeng wants from him, willing to do anything to survive this. And Yufeng declares with absolute conviction that he will take revenge for Yuna and his parents. His fist is clenched and shaking with barely contained rage as he thinks about what Han took from him. Meanwhile, the sisters watch in horror, with one shouting Han's name while the other tries to calm her down. Han starts pleading for his life, swearing he had nothing to do with their parents' deaths and claiming he was sad when he heard. Yufeng just looks at him and says, "Oh, I see, but there's something calculating behind those eyes." Han desperately agrees, thinking maybe he's actually getting through to the kid. But then he switches tactics and threatens Yufeng, saying the contract belongs to the government and he'll be sent to jail. And here's where Yufeng's real plan kicks in because he casually agrees to go get the contract right now. He pushes Han along, explaining that he hid it somewhere else, and asks if Han is really going to take him there. The sisters are just standing there completely confused, having no idea what their brother is actually planning. But Yufeng glances back with this knowing smirk that tells us he's playing the long game here. The scene transitions to sunset over the town as Yufeng leads Han deeper into his trap. As they walk through the streets, Han keeps pestering him about where the contract actually is. But Yufeng tells him to be patient and suggests they discuss how to split the money first instead. Han tries to claim he has no money left, saying he gave everything to Yufeng last time they met. Yufeng grabs him and threatens to give the contract to Kang Jinzhong instead if he keeps wasting his time. Then he drops the bomb, asking where Han hid the 2.5 million, and Han realizes Yufeng knew everything all along. Yufeng tells him they should just stop pretending and says he won't even ask for that much of it. He smiles and assures Hoo-han that since they're in this together, he won't sabotage him because they're on the same boat. He even explains a plan to switch the low-quality components from the C company with better ones in July so nobody notices, and Hoo-han, the absolute fool, actually believes him and agrees to show him where the money is hidden. The sun continues to set as birds fly across the sky, setting the stage for what comes next. And there's Hoo-han digging up his hidden stash while Yufeng watches him do all the work. Hoo-han hands over 100,000 and warns Yufeng not to break his promise, still not realizing he's been played. And those are some thick stacks of cash, proving just how much Hoo-han has been skimming from his corruption schemes. Yufeng gives this menacing little smile because phase 1 of his plan is now complete. Now he says he needs to buy something from the Tianxin clothes store and tells Hoo-han to wait outside. Hoo-han watches as Yufeng casually walks out of the store, having no clue what's really happening. Yufeng tells Hoo-han he should change his dirty clothes since they look suspicious, and Hoo-han comments on how cautious he's being. After Hoo-han changes, he keeps asking where the contract actually is because his greed won't let this go. And Yufeng actually tells him the truth, saying it's under the red brick below the trash bin at Hoo-han's own house. Hoo-han immediately starts running off, saying they need to hurry and get it right now. Meanwhile, the evening sky creates this beautiful backdrop for what's about to go down. Hoo-han is practically sprinting through the streets, muttering about the red brick over and over. But then he notices someone standing at the end of the street and suddenly gets a very bad feeling. His face goes pale as he recognizes the person and asks what Mr. Yu is doing there. And Mr. Yu just laughs because this is exactly where Han was supposed to end up. The evening sky fills the frame as the trap finally springs closed on our favorite corrupt official. A factory worker points directly at Hoo-han and shouts for everyone to hear that it's him. And the look on Hoo-han's face when he realizes what's happening is absolutely priceless. He tries to run, but there's nowhere to go as hands reach out to grab him. Officers slam him down and tell him not to move while he screams, asking why he's being arrested. An officer yells at Hoo-han to stop struggling because there's no getting out of this one. Hoo-han screams Cho Yufeng's name with pure hatred as he finally realizes he's been completely outplayed. And Yufeng just watches from a distance with that signature smirk of absolute satisfaction. But then the officer's eye twitches as something clicks in his head about what just happened. He realizes Yufeng made Hoo-han change clothes and followed from far behind so nobody would notice they went to the grave together. This whole thing was planned from the moment Yufeng asked for that 500 yuan compensation back at the beginning. Hoo-han keeps screaming for them to let him go, but nobody's listening to a word he says. The officers report that the suspect has passed out, and Yufeng calmly walks away into the sunset. He speaks quietly to himself about Xiao Duo, saying his matter with Hoo-han is finally resolved and it's time to leave. Night falls over the town as the crescent moon rises, marking the end of Hoo-han's reign of corruption. Back at the family home, Yufeng gathers all his siblings around the table for an important announcement. He tells them that by tomorrow, everyone will know the news that Hoo-han has finally been caught. But then he says he's about to show them something and warns them not to get too excited or scream. His siblings just stare at him with total confusion, having absolutely no idea what's coming next. He reaches into the bag and starts to unwrap what he brought home from his little adventure. And then he dumps stack after stack of cash onto the table like he just robbed a bank. The sisters immediately start screaming at the top of their lungs because that is a lot of money. Yufeng quickly shushes them with a finger to his lips because the neighbors definitely do not need to hear this. The voice echoes through the neighborhood as Yufeng desperately tries to keep his sisters from alerting the entire town to their newfound wealth. One of the sisters finally manages to form a coherent thought through her shock, asking where on earth all this money came from. And Yufeng drops the heaviest line of the night, telling them this money was exchanged with their parents' lives. The memories flash through his mind of that fateful day when everything changed, when Hoo-han took everything from their family. He hands the money to Yuna for safekeeping and tells her to discuss any expensive purchases with Yu first. But then he adds something strange, saying if he ever becomes a terrible person and comes asking them for money, they should absolutely refuse to give him anything, not even a single fen, and his intensity about this is honestly a little concerning. His siblings just stare at him with complete confusion because what kind of request is that from your own brother? He tells them he's leaving now and to make sure they hide that money properly where no one can find it. But before he can make it out the door, Yuna calls out for him to wait. He turns back with those striking golden eyes, asking what she needs from him. She asks if he wants to stay for dinner, but he declines, saying he still has things to do and tells them to treat themselves to a nice meal with the money. But something makes him pause before he leaves, like there's one more thing he needs. And here's where it gets a little emotional, because he asks Yuna if she can call him brother just one more time. Yuna's eyes go wide because she wasn't expecting that request at all. She hesitates, not knowing what to say, while her siblings in the background look just as confused as she feels. Yufeng just smiles and tells her it's alright, maybe next time, hiding whatever sadness is behind those words. The door closes behind him with a heavy thud that seems to echo through the whole house. His siblings wave goodbye to him, still not quite understanding why this farewell feels so different from all the others. Yufeng walks through the evening streets, letting out a long breath, finally alone with his thoughts. And as he walks, he starts thinking about what comes next, about the inevitable goodbye. Because here's the thing, there might not be a next time for anything since he's leaving this place soon. He makes his way to the Chenki braised meat shop before they close for the night. He thanks the boss as he leaves with his purchase, having barely made it before closing time. And what did our boy buy? 2 bottles of rice wine, because apparently tonight is the night for drinking. Not just any rice wine either, but the high alcohol percentage kind, which tells you exactly what kind of night he's planning. He finds a quiet spot on a rooftop as the last light fades from the sky. And then our protagonist does what anyone would do after successfully taking down a corrupt official. He gets absolutely wasted. He immediately regrets his life choices as the alcohol burns going down, complaining about how spicy it is. But his expression changes as the alcohol starts to hit, and his thoughts drift somewhere far away. And there she is in his mind, Xiaoduo, the woman he came back to this timeline for in the first place. Drunk Yufeng starts mumbling his goodbyes to Yuna, Yu Yue, and Little Zheng, patting the couch like it's a person. He keeps drinking like his life depends on it, or maybe more accurately like his life is about to change completely. The memories start flooding back, fragments of his past life and the woman he left behind. More flashes of memory hit him as the alcohol breaks down whatever walls he had built up. Time passes and the world gets quiet around him as he drinks the night away. Eventually, our protagonist passes out on the couch, bottles emptied and mission sort of accomplished. He lets out a burp in his sleep because even dramatic time travelers have undignified moments. But then something shifts and his eye cracks open slightly like a thought just hit him. His eyes snap wide open with pure panic as he realizes something absolutely terrible. He shoots up screaming that he can't go back to his original body because of one very important problem. What if someone already held his funeral and had his original body cremated while he was gone? He's running around the room in full panic mode, screaming about not being able to return to his body. He pants heavily as the horrifying realization sinks in that his original self might just be ashes by now. The weight of it all crashes down on him as he accepts that he really might not be able to go back ever. But after a moment of despair, he starts buttoning up his shirt with renewed determination. Standing in front of the mirror, he thinks that if he had known he couldn't go back, he probably wouldn't have let her leave. He looks at the old photo of himself with Xia Duo, back when everything was simpler and they were together. And then he figures out a plan. If Zhang Zirui can contact Shen Ziren, then Shen Ziren can contact Zhang Xiao Duo for him. The image of Xia Duo holding a phone fills his thoughts as he locks onto his new goal. The next morning brings an unexpected knock at his door that interrupts his planning. He opens the door to find his siblings standing there and asks why they came all the way here. He invites them in, saying he was just about to cook some noodles anyway, might as well eat together. But Yuna counters with an invitation to their place instead, saying she actually bought some pork for the occasion. Yufeng agrees and they head out together through the sunny streets of the town. And for a moment it actually looks like a normal family outing, 4 siblings walking together in the morning light. Little Zheng pipes up asking if their brother can stay with them from now on. Yufeng just smiles at the kid, genuinely touched by how much they want him around. He ruffles Zheng's hair and tells him to be patient, saying he'll move in once his current house lease expires. Yuna calls out to him hesitantly, like she has something important to share. He looks back at her asking what's on her mind. Turns out the news about Hu Han has spread through all of Linshui City, and several of his relatives who were involved got arrested too. Yufeng says he expected this and confidently predicts that Hu Han will probably receive the death penalty for his crimes. Yu Yu and Little Zheng celebrate loudly, shouting about karma and how he got exactly what he deserved. The family walks off into the distance, laughing together as they praise Little Zheng for knowing so many fancy idioms now. But somewhere else in town, someone is frantically calling out for Zirui over and over again. A young woman named Zirui comes out asking what all the fuss is about. A desperate woman screams at her to help them, her face twisted with fear. She grabs Zirui's hands, begging for help, saying they're friends with Yufeng through Dahai and need someone to beg for mercy on their behalf. A guy named Dahai shows up behind them, asking what exactly happened here. A bald man tells everyone to calm down so they can explain the situation properly. He explains that Zhao Shan's dad got arrested along with Zhao Shan himself, and they think Yufeng was the one who reported them. Dahai asks the obvious question, why would they be afraid if they weren't involved in anything illegal? And then it hits them as they remember that day when they argued with Yufeng and tried to snatch the evidence from his hands. The desperate pleas echo through the building as they beg Dahai and Zirui for help. Dahai thinks about it and figures the best move is to just go ask Yufeng directly if he was the one who reported them. And the bald guy is already urging everyone to move because time is not on their side right now. So the whole group sets off through town to find our protagonist and hopefully clear things up. Meanwhile, at his siblings' place, Yufeng is having the most wholesome afternoon possible with his family doing chores together. Our boy emerges from the kitchen with a whole spread ready, reminding everyone to wash their hands before eating like a proper older brother. And would you look at that feast, homeboy really went all out with multiple dishes that look absolutely incredible. Little Zheng is absolutely loving it, declaring the food delicious while Yufeng watches his little brother eat with the proudest smile. But then someone starts knocking at the door, and Yufeng pauses mid-bite wondering who that could be. He gets up to answer it, not expecting what's about to be on the other side of that door. He opens it to find Dahai standing there with a way too friendly greeting, and Yufeng immediately recognizes him. Yufeng jokes and asks if he showed up because he could smell the food from outside, still holding his chicken leg. But it's not just Dahai, there's a whole squad behind him, including Zerui, the bald guy, and that woman from before, all greeting him nervously. Yufeng's expression shifts to genuine surprise because he definitely was not expecting this many visitors at once. He's thinking to himself, did they all show up to form a 5-person team for a mobile game or something? But being the gracious host he is, Yufeng invites them all inside and asks if they've had anything to eat yet. He even calls out to little Zheng to prepare extra utensils for their unexpected guests, being a perfect host about the whole thing. The bald guy quickly waves him off, saying there's no need because they already ate, clearly wanting to get to the real reason they're here. He explains that they actually came to discuss some things and resolve certain misunderstandings between them. Yufeng just keeps eating his chicken leg casually and asks what misunderstanding they're even talking about, playing it completely cool. There's an awkward moment where the bald guy and Dahai exchange nervous glances, neither wanting to be the one to bring it up. Dahai finally clears his throat and asks the million-dollar question. Did Yufeng report Man and Lu Liang to the police? And Yufeng just casually says he hasn't done it yet, he was planning to report them after he finished eating his meal. The bald guy and Man's jaws hit the floor at this bombshell, absolutely horrified by how casually he just said that. Someone frantically pinches Dahai's shirt, trying to signal him to do something before Yufeng destroys their lives. Dahai gets the message and pleads that they're not even related to Hu Han's scandal, asking if Yufeng really has to be so merciless about this. Meanwhile, Zerui seems content in the background, probably relieved she's not the one on Yufeng's bad side right now. As the sun sets outside, the tension inside the room continues to build, with everyone's fate hanging in the balance. The bald guy and Man are literally putting their hands together in prayer, begging Yufeng to show them mercy. Yufeng considers their argument for a moment and then casually agrees that yeah, what they're saying actually makes sense. Man's eyes light up with hope as she asks if this means he won't be going to the police station to report them anymore. Yufeng just gives a simple yep, and behind him the bald guy and Man absolutely lose it with joy and relief. Dahai throws an arm around Yufeng, laughing, saying he knew it. Yufeng isn't the type of person to be merciless like that. Later that evening, the scene shifts to something more peaceful as someone works on their studies. Yuna is deep in concentration, working through practice problems while Yufeng watches over her progress like a dutiful tutor. He points out that she made a mistake on one of the questions, and she asks if she really did. Yufeng sits down and explains that she needs to change her way of thinking for these types of questions, then shows her how. And the solution he writes out is absolutely wild, full of complex equations that would make most people's heads spin. Yuna is completely blown away by how effortlessly her brother just solved that, while Yufeng smiles knowing exactly what he's doing. Night falls over the town and someone asks if their brother won't be going back to his own place today. Yufeng confirms he's staying, saying he'll help Yuna prepare for her exams and will be around for the meantime. He thinks to himself that he originally planned to start a business in Zihai City where Xiao Duo is, but he'll wait until Yuna finishes her exams first. The siblings take care of him too, offering him warm water to soak his feet after a long day, and our boy just melts into relaxation, sighing about how comfortable this feels as the warm water soothes his tired feet. He thinks to himself that this right here, this must be what the feeling of home is supposed to be like. And so the days pass with Yufeng cooking meals, tutoring Yuna, and helping out around the house like the best big brother ever. Then the big day arrives, and of course it has to rain because the universe loves dramatic timing. The exam hall is surrounded by nervous students and their families, all huddled under umbrellas in the downpour. Yuna tells her brother to head home quickly since the rain is coming down so hard, not wanting him to get soaked. But Yufeng isn't leaving without giving her a proper send-off, shouting at the top of his lungs for Yuna to do her best. Yuna immediately turns red with embarrassment, telling him to be quiet because literally everyone around them is staring now. But Yufeng just grins with pure pride, not caring one bit about the attention because that's his little sister in there. He thinks to himself that Yuna is finally going to take her exams, and he's confident she'll do great. And that means it's almost time for him to prepare for his departure to Zihai City in just a few days. Time passes and the rain clears, leaving behind bright blue skies over the little town. Yufeng is walking through the market when something catches his attention and makes him stop. He absent-mindedly reaches over and cracks open a vegetable at a vendor's stall without even thinking about it. The vendor immediately gets mad, asking why he's destroying his vegetables, and Yufeng apologizes, saying he'll buy it. And then it hits him like a truck as he starts running, a realization that changes everything. He completely forgot this world is different from his original timeline, and it's not easy to spend money quickly in this era, especially in a small town like Linshui City. He realizes that if the police calculate the seized money and notice the sum doesn't match up, they'll start a large-scale investigation. Even though he contributed so much to cracking the case, they'll still have to investigate him if suspicions arise about that missing money. He bursts through the door and immediately tells Yuye to take out all the money they have right now. Yuye looks confused and asks her brother what's going on to make him act like this. He admits he thought too simply about this, and they need to return the money immediately, but reassures her not to worry because they can still save themselves. As evening approaches, Yufeng puts his plan into motion to fix this problem before it's too late. He dons a farmer's hat to disguise himself as he prepares to move without being recognized. And so our protagonist sets off into the sunset, racing against time to get that money back where it belongs. Meanwhile, at the police station, an officer asks about the case and learns there's 100,000 yuan missing, with Hu Han claiming Yufeng stole it. Officer Zhao isn't buying it for a second, asking how that's even possible when Yufeng helped so much with cracking the case. Why would he sabotage himself? But a shadowy figure reminds him that rules are rules, and 100,000 yuan missing is still 100,000 yuan missing. The sun sets over the city as events continue to unfold at the police station. Back at the station, an officer reports that Hu Han's claims are putting Yufeng at a serious disadvantage, and worse, they investigated and confirmed the two did meet before the arrest. The verdict comes down hard as they decide that Yufeng is too suspicious and needs to be brought in for interrogation immediately. But Director Kang isn't about to let this slide without doing something about it. He reaches out and grabs Officer Zhao, asking if he can at least see Yufeng first before they drag him in. But Officer Zhao isn't having it, pulling away from his grip with clear frustration. He tells Kang straight up that if they hadn't known each other for years, he'd be suspicious of him too right now. And before Kang can even protest further, Zhao makes it clear that this matter must be resolved no matter what. The cell door slams shut, and just like that, Kang finds himself on the wrong side of the bars. Our man Kang is sweating bullets now, realizing that his attempts to help might have just backfired spectacularly. Officer Zhao orders his men to keep an eye on Kang and make sure he doesn't leave before they arrest Yufeng. Meanwhile, our protagonist is doing some serious self-reflection, thinking he was acting way too arrogantly before because he assumed he'd be leaving this world soon, and he almost made a grave mistake. But luckily, he managed to figure out a plan just in time, and now he's casually watching some old men play chess like nothing's wrong. One of the players slams down his piece with confidence, declaring checkmate on his opponent. The winner laughs triumphantly, bragging that his opponent totally underestimated his horse piece. But the casual atmosphere is about to be interrupted as footsteps approach and someone spots their target up ahead. This is because she made him work under the 9-6 schedule. Basically, you work from 9 AM to 9 PM 6 days a week. And that's why, watching her die, he wonders if what happened to her is just karma accumulating. He starts to lift her but wonders if at least helping her now might earn him some good virtues. The officers confirm visual on Yufeng, and our boy just stands there looking completely unfazed by the approaching law enforcement. And here's where it gets good, because Yufeng thinks to himself that they're finally here, and now it's his turn to checkmate. Next thing you know, our protagonist finds himself sitting in the interrogation room of the police station. The officer wastes no time getting to the point, demanding to know where the 100,000 yuan is, and Yufeng plays it cool, asking what 100,000. The officer isn't playing games though, making it clear he's talking about the money Yufeng allegedly scammed from Hu Han. Yufeng stays completely calm, simply asking if Hu Han is the one who told them that little story. That response does not go over well, and the officer slams his hand on the table, shouting that Yufeng is supposed to be answering questions. Yufeng insists he didn't scam anyone, explaining that Hu Han came to his place specifically to take his evidence against him. The officer presses harder, asking if Yufeng later told Hu Han he had evidence and used that to scam the money out of him. Yufeng denies it firmly, insisting he absolutely did not do anything of the sort. The officer gives him a skeptical look and asks if he really expects anyone to believe that. And from behind the barred window, Director Kang chimes in to confirm that yes, Yufeng is telling the truth. The officer points out that at the time, Hu Han didn't even know the police were searching for him, so why would Yufeng willingly go out with a criminal? And that's when Yufeng drops the bomb, revealing that Hu Han killed his parents. He explains with barely contained emotion that he followed Hu Han specifically to witness him getting arrested with his own eyes. Yufeng slams his foot down in frustration as the emotions start to boil over. He shouts that he wants Hu Han to be jailed forever, the passion of his vendetta fully on display. The officer goes silent for a moment, clearly not expecting this level of genuine anger. He tells Yufeng to calm down, trying to get the interrogation back on track. Yufeng points out that Hu Han claims he dug up 100,000 yuan from a grave and gave it to him, then asks if the officer is really saying Hu Han dug up his own ancestors. Director Kang watches from behind the bars with a knowing little giggle, clearly seeing where this is going. Yufeng tells Officer Zhao that he has two specific doubts about Hu Han's story that need addressing. First, Hu Han claims to have dug a grave, but his clothes were completely clean without a speck of dust. Second, was he really trying to hide money for his son before getting caught? Officer Zhao goes quiet, stroking his chin as he actually considers the logic Yufeng just laid out. Without another word, the officer stands up from his seat, clearly having made a decision. He walks toward the door with purpose while Yufeng watches, waiting to see what happens next. The door closes behind Officer Zhao, leaving Yufeng alone in the room, and our boy just sits there with a confident little smirk, like he knows exactly how this is going to play out. Officer Zhao barks orders to check Hu Han's records and verify the exact location where he claims to have brought Yufeng. The waiting game begins as Kang and Officer Zhao stand in the holding area, both wondering what the investigation will turn up. Then an officer comes running in with the news they've all been waiting for, shouting that he found it and the 100,000 yuan is actually there. Director Kang's jaw drops in shock, barely able to believe they actually found the money. The officer confirms that not a single fen was missing, and it was right at the location Hu Han had mentioned. Just like that, Yufeng's gamble paid off, and Hu Han's attempt to frame him completely backfired. Director Kang immediately starts thanking Officer Zhao for his help, but Zhao waves off the formalities. Kang asks if Yufeng can finally leave now, and Officer Zhao confirms that of course he can. Later that night, Kang asks Yufeng if he's had anything to eat yet. He offers to treat Yufeng to dinner at a nice restaurant to express his gratitude for everything, but Yufeng politely declines, saying his family must be worried sick and he really should get back home. Before he goes though, Yufeng remembers there's something important he wanted to ask about his parents. Kang reassures him that he already sent a letter to the superiors and got their signature, expecting a reply in just a few days. Yufeng asks if he can get the solation money as soon as possible given his family's situation. Yufeng admits a bit sheepishly that he doesn't exactly have a job at the moment. Kang tells him not to worry about being polite, and promises to send another letter with a reply within a week. Plus he mentions that now Xiaoshan has been arrested. Yufeng could take his position at the steel factory if he wants. But Yufeng thinks to himself, how much could he really earn from a steel factory when he's got plans to go to Zihai City? He politely thanks Brother Kang for the generous proposal, but says he'll have to respectfully decline, leaving Kang completely confused. Kang is absolutely baffled that Yufeng just rejected a job that tons of people would kill to have, but our boy just waves goodbye and takes his leave. The next day, someone is shouting at the local community building for Mayodan to raise the rope higher. A group of young people are playing jump rope in the courtyard, just enjoying a regular day. The camera focuses on a girl's feet as she starts her jump rope routine. Zerui is absolutely going off, jumping rope like a pro while counting out the rhythm. Meanwhile, a familiar pair of feet approaches the courtyard with purpose. Yufeng spots the scene and can't help but think to himself, since when was Zerui this free to be playing jump rope? Zerui is still going strong, happily counting as she jumps without a care in the world. Yufeng calls out her name, and she turns around with a surprised but happy expression. The moment she realizes he caught her playing childish games, she immediately panics about her dignified image being ruined. Yufeng explains he came looking for her because he needs to ask for a favor, and she asks what the matter is. He asks if he can borrow her house telephone, and she immediately agrees without hesitation. Inside her home, Yufeng picks up the phone and asks Zerui if she has Yao Duo's number, because he needs her help dialing it for him. We're back with our boy Yufeng, and he's got a plan brewing that involves making a certain phone call. But here's the problem. Zerui remembers being told explicitly to never give that scumbag Xiao Duo's contact information to anyone. Yufeng asks why she can't just give him the number, and Zerui's looking real uncomfortable right now. She tries to claim she doesn't know the number, and Yufeng is thinking this girl's lying skills are absolutely terrible. So he switches tactics and asks if maybe Shen Ziran's contact is available instead. But Zerui just flatly tells him that Shen Ziran won't give it to him either. And that's when Yufeng catches her in her own trap, asking if she's admitting she deliberately didn't give him the number on purpose. He reassures her that he understands, admitting he was a scumbag before, but he's been married to Duo for many years now. And then he says something that hits different. He just wants to see her again. Zerui is completely at a loss for words, just standing there processing what he just said. But Yufeng doesn't push it further, just sighing and saying he'll head out first. As he leaves, Zerui mutters his name under her breath, clearly conflicted about the whole situation. Fast forward a week later, and life in Lingshui continues on. We find Yufeng in the kitchen with a pot bubbling away on the stove. Our boy is actually cooking, and he's looking pretty domestic with that apron on. Then Brother Chen comes bursting in with the news that the compensation payment has been received and Manager Kang will deliver it personally tonight. Yufeng can't help but point out that Brother Chen seems way more excited about this than he is. Chen asks what he's cooking, and Yufeng casually replies that it's just noodles. And honestly, the noodles are looking pretty good for such a simple dish. But Chen immediately complains that there's not even an egg in there, pointing out that Yufeng is about to be rich now. Chen gets all hyped about the nearly 4,000 yuan compensation, telling him to crack an egg to celebrate, but Yufeng explains Aunt Wang's hen ran away, so there's nowhere to borrow eggs from. Chen doesn't let the lack of eggs stop him from digging in though. He admits that even with just soup noodles, it's actually delicious, and asks Yufeng to call him over next time he makes another batch. But then Yufeng drops the bombshell. He's gonna Zihai City, and he's leaving tomorrow. The reaction from the house is immediate and shocked. Chen wants to know what he'll do there and if someone introduced him to a job opportunity. Yufeng shakes his head, saying he's going alone and that it's useless to stay here when he could be out searching for opportunities. Later that evening, as the sunset paints the sky orange, there's a knock at the door. Director Kang has arrived personally to deliver the compensation, and Yufeng welcomes him inside. Kang mentions that he heard Yufeng is heading to Zihai City tomorrow and wants to confirm if it's true. As they settle in for a chat, tea is poured to make things comfortable. Kang calls him out, saying if Chen hadn't spilled the beans, Yufeng would have just sneaked away without a word, but Yufeng insists he was going to tell him. Kang teases him not to be tricky, suggesting Yufeng rejected the steel mill job because he had better opportunities waiting in Zihai City. Yufeng clarifies that it's not about having a good job lined up, he actually wants to try starting some small business ventures. This catches Kang completely off guard, and he asks if Yufeng is seriously ready to start his own business. Yufeng modestly waves it off, saying the director gives him too much credit, he's just going to a big city to try making a living with small business. Kang sets down his teacup, clearly intrigued by what he's hearing. He compliments Yufeng for being smart, and says he's curious about how he managed to secure that contract in the first place. And here's where Yufeng's strategic mind kicks in, thinking that Kang Jinzhong is in his early 40s with a bright future ahead. So Yufeng leans in and says he'll tell Kang everything, but only if he promises to keep it a secret, and Kang eagerly agrees. The evening stretches on as Yufeng shares his story with the director. After laying everything out, Yufeng tells Kang that's the whole story. Kang is genuinely impressed, calling it a completely bizarre tale and admitting that he wouldn't be half as capable in the same situation. As Kang prepares to leave, he tells Yufeng to call him immediately if he runs into any difficulties in Zhehai City, and Yufeng offers to walk him out. Yufeng watches as director Kang walks away into the evening, having successfully secured another valuable connection. With the money received and the visitors sent off, Yufeng sighs and realizes it's finally time to go pack his luggage. But then a thought hits him. If he's going to be in Zhehai for a long time, his home appliances are just going to collect dust here. So that night he shows up at his sister Yuna's place, calling for her to open the door. Yuna opens the door and immediately asks why her brother is carrying a whole color television set. Yufeng is struggling with the weight, complaining about how heavy TVs are in this era, and begging Yuna to help before his arms give out. After finally setting the TV down, Yufeng is completely exhausted and catches his breath. Sweet Yuna offers to pour some water for her hardworking brother. Yufeng explains that the solatium has been paid, a total of 3,980 yuan, and Yuna can count it herself if she wants. He reminds her that as he mentioned before, he'll be leaving tomorrow for Zhehai City. Yuna looks at him with concern, asking if he's really leaving so soon. Yufeng tells her he'll only take 500 for himself, and she and Jiawaj can keep the rest, but Yuna worries that big city prices are ridiculous. He pats her head reassuringly, saying it's enough because he's going there to earn money, not to spend it. Yufeng asks where their little brother Xiaozheng is, and Yuna explains he played like crazy today and fell asleep early. Yuna offers to wake him up, but Yufeng says no, he'll just take a quick look and then head out. He quietly peeks into the room where little Xiaozheng is fast asleep, not wanting to disturb him. With a gentle smile, Yufeng softly whispers that brother is leaving now, knowing Xiaozheng can't hear him. The next morning arrives with a rooster crowing at dawn, signaling the start of a big day. Yufeng is up early, packing his essentials: toothpaste, toothbrush, towels, the basics. Then he picks up a photograph and decides he'll take this too, a picture of himself with someone clearly important to him. As he steps out into the courtyard with his bag packed, someone calls out his name. It's brother Chen, already waiting for him by the entrance. Chen mentions that he was planning to take Yufeng out for lunch, but the guy is leaving so early in the morning. Yufeng explains that if he leaves now, he'll arrive in Zhehai City by afternoon and still have time to find a place to stay. And just like that, they're off speeding down the road on Chen's motorcycle. They arrive at the Lingshui bus station, where Yufeng's journey to the big city officially begins. As the bus prepares to depart, Yufeng waves goodbye to brother Chen and thanks him for everything. Chen waves back enthusiastically, wishing Yufeng the best of luck in Zhehai City. And then we get our first look at Zhehai City, and it's a completely different world compared to Little Lingshui. The streets are packed with traffic, buses, cars, and people everywhere. This is a proper metropolitan hub. Yufeng takes it all in, thinking that Zhehai really is much more prosperous than Lingshui. This actually looks like a real big city. And almost immediately someone approaches him asking if he needs a hotel because apparently our boy already looks like fresh meat in the city. So remember that hotel solicitor from last episode who wouldn't leave our boy alone? Yeah, she's still at it, pushing a business card in Yufeng's face and asking if he wants to stay at her totally legit establishment, the Heart-to-Heart Hotel, because nothing screams trustworthy like that name. Yufeng, showing more street smarts than expected, immediately asks the important question, is this place even legal? And she just casually admits there are formal ones and informal ones, like that's supposed to be reassuring. Then she hits him with the full sales pitch, stars in her eyes claiming they have everything he could possibly need. Our boy is immediately terrified, waving his hands frantically and insisting that's absolutely not necessary. But she's not taking no for an answer and literally starts dragging him toward the hotel to check the room. Saved by the bus, which conveniently announces it's arrived at Xiaoyingqiao Station right at that moment. Yufeng's face lights up like he just found an escape route from a horror movie, and homeboy just takes off sprinting while she yells after him about negotiating the price. Truly iconic. He makes it onto the bus, finally safe from the hospitality industry's most aggressive sales tactics. Once settled, he pulls out a map and starts planning his next move, thinking he needs to find somewhere cheap to settle down first. Because with the amount of money he has, he won't last long in this big city, let alone start a business. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the city, we cut to an upscale residential building where someone's asking about a taxi. And look who it is, it's Shen Ziran on the phone requesting taxi number 411 specifically to take her to Jiadi Garden. The taxi pulls up outside, and apparently Ziren has a regular driver she specifically requests. She spots the car and calls out to it, ready to get her day started. Once she gets in, she's immediately teasing the driver, asking how he's gonna thank her for something. The driver, Shijiang, mentions that the girl they're picking up is pretty but was married once, like that's relevant information. Ziren confirms that Xiaoduo dated some scum before and asks if Shijiang has a problem with that. He immediately backtracks, laughing and saying he was just kidding. How could he dislike anyone Ziren recommends? So they're heading to the library to pick up this Xiaoduo, and Ziren is clearly playing matchmaker here. Shijiang hits the gas, ready to go collect his potential date, and the taxi speeds off through the city streets toward their destination. They arrive at the Zheihai Library, a properly impressive building in this big city. And now we see Xiaoduo for the first time, and the character designers clearly had a vision because she is stunning. Someone calls out her name and she looks up, surprised by the interruption. She spots Ziren and someone else approaching through the library aisles. Xiaoduo tells them she's about to get off work and asks them to wait for her since they're already here. But internally she's sighing, thinking it's one thing for her family to arrange blind dates, but even Ziren is doing it now. Time passes as they wait for her shift to end. Ziren and Shijiang wait outside by the taxi, and you can tell he's getting a little nervous about this whole setup. Shijiang is trying to keep his cool, looking relatively confident. He's got that hopeful energy of someone who's been promised a date with a pretty girl. But the moment he actually sees Xiaoduo walking out, his composure immediately cracks. Because Xiaoduo in that pink dress is absolutely devastating, and this man was not prepared. Ziren greets her, noting that she's finally off work. Shijiang asks how she is, and Xiaoduo politely responds with a simple hello. Ziren immediately suggests they go watch a movie first, since there's one she's been wanting to see. She tells Xiaoduo to sit in the front seat, which is definitely strategic matchmaking on Ziren's part. With everyone in the car, Ziren directs Shijiang to take the next turn to get to their destination. But something catches Ziren's attention outside the window. She spots someone on the street and immediately calls out the name Zhu Jun. She tells the driver to stop and back up because that's definitely Zhu Jun she sees. Ziren leans out, calling his name repeatedly to get his attention. Zhu Jun turns around, surprised to see Ziren and even more surprised that Xiaoduo is there too. Ziren invites him to hop in and watch a movie with them if he's free. He hesitates for a moment, but Ziren is insistent that he join them. And just like that, the group expands as Zhu Jun gets into the taxi. Ziren introduces Zhu Jun to Shijiang, calling him her friend and colleague. Shijiang greets him with a friendly hello, and Zhu Jun awkwardly returns the greeting. Zhu Jun immediately admits to Ziren that he hasn't been paid this month yet, so money is tight. Shijiang, being a good sport, says no worries and offers to pay for him since it's just a movie. They approach what looks like the entertainment district of the city. Shijiang tells him not to be embarrassed, pointing out how expensive taxis are these days anyway. Zhu Jun appreciates the gesture and promises that when he gets paid, he'll treat everyone. Now we cut back to Yufeng, who's absolutely shocked to learn that rent is 35 yuan a month. The landlady offers an alternative, the common room for just 50 cents a night if he can't afford that. Yufeng immediately lights up and asks where this magical budget option is located. Night falls over the building as Yufeng gets settled into his new living situation. And the common room turns out to be a dormitory with bunk beds, so basically he's just renting a single bed. One of his new roommates is a rough-looking guy who's clearly seen some things. The guy's casually smoking in bed, which really sets the tone for the kind of establishment this is. The landlord explains it's 50 cents a night, collected daily, and Yufeng asks where he can wash up. Turns out there's a water pump outside the door, so Yufeng heads out to splash some water on his face. He reasons that even though the environment is rough, he can save money this way. He heads back inside to get some rest after his long first day in the city. But when he gets to his bed, something is very wrong. His bag is gone, it was clearly hanging right there, and now it's just vanished. He yells out asking who stole his bag, absolutely furious at this turn of events. One of the other guys just casually tells him to be more careful next time because nothing lost here ever comes back. Yufeng breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he kept all his money on his person, otherwise he'd be completely finished. But then he hears a familiar voice asking if there's a bed left, and his ears perk up immediately. No way, it's Zhu Jun, his old class monitor from high school, standing right there in the same budget dormitory. They both point at each other in shock, simultaneously asking what the other is doing here. Turns out they haven't seen each other since graduating high school, and now they're reunited in this dump. Zhu Jun offers Yufeng the empty bed across from his since no one's using it tonight anyway. He explains he got assigned to the tax office after college, but the dormitory won't be ready until next month, so here they both are. So Yufeng is catching up with Zhu Jun in their shared budget dormitory, and naturally the class monitor wants to know why he's here. Zhu Jun asks why he came to Zheihai City, and Yufeng says he's here for business and to visit Xiaoduo. And that's when Zhu Jun's whole demeanor shifts, saying everyone in their class knows what Yufeng did, calling him out for still pretending to be a good person. Yufeng also missed Zhu Jun's wedding apparently, and when confronted about it, he just says he had a family matter to deal with, and our protagonist just shrugs it off with a casual, well, I guess it can't be helped, which tells you a lot about his character right there. The next morning arrives over the city of Zheihai, and Yufeng has business to attend to. He's got an envelope full of cash ready to go, which means our boy came here with a plan. He arrives at Clothes Empire, the massive wholesale clothing market, thinking this is where he'll start his business venture. Today, he's personally scouting for potential business opportunities, sizing up the competition and the market. He walks through the market, taking it all in, evaluating every stall and every rack. He surveys the scene carefully, thinking through his options as he walks. And here's what he notices: although Zihai City is big, it lags behind compared to Mo Capital in terms of fashion trends. He examines the clothing on the racks, comparing it to what he knows is popular elsewhere. The outfits that are popular in Mo Capital take time to reach here, which means there's a delay in fashion trends. And that time lag is exactly the opportunity he's been looking for. He gets excited listing off the trends: leather jackets, A-shaped skirts, baggy jeans, bell-bottom pants, all things he can bring here first. He decides to start with bell-bottom pants, since jeans are already gaining popularity here, making it an easy sell. Night falls over the city, but Yufeng isn't done scouting yet. He still has more research to do. He heads to the night market, knowing that many popular things started off in small areas just like this one. And that's when he spots her, a beautiful blonde woman standing in the crowd. And hold on, that's Xiao Duo. Yufeng notices her immediately, and you can see the recognition washing over his face. They're standing across from each other in the crowded market, like something straight out of a drama. He's genuinely surprised to see her here, and she seems equally caught off guard. His eyes widen as the reality sets in that he's actually seeing his ex-wife in person. And she's staring right back at him with those wide eyes, clearly not expecting this encounter either. He calls out her name softly, almost testing if she's really there. Then louder, calling her name with more confidence as he approaches. He walks up to her with a smile, saying it's been a long time, acting like they're just old friends catching up. She returns the greeting, but her voice is hesitant, stumbling over her words as people around them watch curiously. He asks if she's eaten and wants to have dinner together, but she shuts that down immediately, saying she already ate. He quickly pivots, asking if she wants to take a walk instead because he has some things he needs to tell her. And just as she's about to respond, someone comes running up to interrupt them. It's Ziran stepping in protectively, demanding to know why he can't just say it here since Xiaoduo isn't his wife anymore. Xiaoduo is caught between them, looking uncertain about what to do in this awkward situation. Yufeng turns to Xiaoduo directly, pleading with her to hear him out. And against everyone's expectations, she quietly agrees to go with him. She tells Ziran she'll talk to Yufeng for a bit to clear some things up, and that Ziran can leave first. Xiaoduo smiles reassuringly at her friend, saying it's going to be alright. So now it's just the two of them facing each other with years of history between them. Ziran watches them walk away together, her hand trembling with frustration at this turn of events, and poor Shijiang is absolutely losing it, screaming that Xiaoduo just left with her ex-husband right in front of him, her actual date. Ziran sighs heavily because honestly, what can she even do at this point? She tells Shijiang it's late and they should just head back, trying to salvage the situation. Shijiang tries to protest, but Ziran is already walking away, and he has no choice but to follow. And this man is absolutely burning with jealousy. You can practically see the flames of rage coming off him. Meanwhile, the moon hangs over the city as two exes walk together through the night. Yufeng tries to make small talk, saying she's gained some weight and that he must not have taken good care of her before. She says his name, and you can tell she has something important to say. She tells him that recently her family has been arranging blind dates for her. Her mother faints very frequently and Xiaoduo is genuinely worried about her health. So she feels like she can only follow her mother's arrangements. She doesn't feel she has a choice. And then she drops the bomb: she might get married within this year. Yufeng goes completely silent, processing the fact that his ex-wife is about to marry someone else. She turns away from him and starts walking, creating distance between them. But Yufeng isn't ready to let this go. His expression shifts with determination. He calls out her name as she walks away from him in the empty street. She stops but doesn't turn around, visibly trembling as she tries to compose herself. They stand there in the quiet street, the distance between them feeling like miles. Something in Yufeng's eyes changes as he makes a decision. His hand reaches out toward her before she can walk any further. She gasps in surprise as she feels him grab her arm from behind, and he pulls her into his arms, holding her in a desperate embrace right there in the street. Then he kisses her, and the world around them seems to stop. She's completely flustered, her heart racing from the unexpected moment. Their faces are so close, and for a moment it's like no time has passed at all. But then reality crashes back in as her eyes snap open with shock. She shoves him away, using his full name, which is never a good sign. He tries to explain himself, reaching out to her again as she backs away. She cuts him off immediately, telling him not to say anything more. And then she admits she actually hates him for suddenly treating her well at the end, because it made leaving him so much harder. She confronts him about those 2 years where he almost took her life, beating her whenever he was unhappy, taking his anger out on her even when someone else made him mad. Yufeng stands there in stunned silence, unable to deny any of what she's saying about their past. And we end on his face, staring into the distance as the weight of his past sins finally catches up to him. Yufeng tries one last time to tell her the truth about everything, but Xiaoduo isn't having it, demanding to know why he suddenly changed and became nice to her, asking if he's just trying to deceive her again. She says she doesn't understand why he appeared in Jiahai, why fate would have them meet at the night market of all places. He desperately tries to explain himself, but she keeps repeating that she doesn't want to listen. She cuts him off completely, yelling that she doesn't care and doesn't want to know why he's here. And with that, she walks away, telling him not to follow her home. Yufeng just stands there in silence, unable to find the words to stop her. He watches her figure disappear down the empty street, getting smaller and smaller. His hand clenches into a fist as he thinks about how badly he wants to tell her everything that's happened. But then he hesitates, second-guessing himself. He sits down on a bench alone in the night, asking himself what good would it do to tell her. Would he just make her fight with her family again? Reality hits him hard as he realizes he's still living in a rental house with siblings to feed. What could he possibly offer her? But then his eyes sharpen with determination as he thinks about what's really important, getting initial capital fast. Cut to the next day and we're at the antique street, where vendors promise they won't cheat anyone young or old. Our boy Yufeng walks down the alley lined with street vendors selling their supposedly authentic goods. He spots something among the collection of trinkets and antiques laid out on a red cloth. The vendor immediately starts his sales pitch, telling Yufeng to handle it with care because it's an artifact from the Ming dynasty. When Yufeng asks the price, the vendor waves him off, saying it's priceless and he can't afford it anyway. But Yufeng just smiles and asks how much he wants for this cheap aventurine jade ring, completely calling out the scam. And the vendor's face immediately changes because he realizes he's dealing with someone who actually knows their stuff. The vendor quickly drops the act, offering just 2 yuan for the handicraft fee since Yufeng knows it's mass-produced garbage. But Yufeng isn't done. He starts pointing out every flaw from the cut edge to the material quality. The vendor finally caves and agrees to sell it for just 1 yuan to make him stop. Later, Yufeng sits on a bench carefully cleaning and polishing up his new purchase. He finishes his work with a satisfied look on his face. The ring actually looks pretty good now that he's cleaned it up properly. Meanwhile, nearby, there's an antique shop with traditional architecture. Yufeng grabs lunch at a nearby food stall, slurping up some noodles while keeping his eyes on the street. That's when he overhears a woman say, "Darling, let's take a look over there," and his ears perk up. He spots a foreign couple walking by, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head. Our boy immediately puts down his chopsticks because opportunity just walked right past him. The couple has stopped at one of the vendor stalls, asking what year an item was made. And you know what the vendor is thinking? He's annoyed these foreigners speak Chinese too well to scam easily. The vendor puts on his best act, telling them to be careful with his precious merchandise. And these poor tourists are eating it up, saying they can feel how historic it is and want to add it to their collection. Tom asks the vendor how much, and you just know the price is going to be ridiculous. The vendor does that classic reluctant seller act, saying it belonged to his ancestors and he's a little reluctant to part with it. Tom promises to cherish it, and the vendor immediately quotes 1,000 in foreign currency because they're fated to meet. Linda is already reaching for her wallet when Yufeng decides to intervene. He walks up and tells them in fluent English that they're being scammed. It's a fake, and he could give them trash like that for free. The couple and the vendor all turn to look at this random guy who just showed up to ruin the sale. Yufeng just gives him a confident smile, knowing exactly what he's doing. Tom immediately says they don't want it anymore, and starts walking away. The vendor panics and starts dropping the price, first to 700, desperately trying to save the sale. He drops it all the way to 100, which basically confirms to Tom that it really was a fake. Yufeng walks away with the couple, leaving the scammer vendor behind. The couple catches up to thank him for the heads up, genuinely grateful for the save. Yufeng plays it cool, telling them they're very welcome, his foreign friends. They ask if he's from their country, and he explains he's local but his father does business overseas, hence the English. Tom is curious now and asks how he knew the vase was fake just by looking at it. Yufeng starts explaining all the tells, the suspicious color, the wrong size and shape for the period, traces of fake paint. Tom asks if he also collects antiques, and Yufeng modestly says his father's in the business so he learned a little. And that's when Tom's eyes light up, begging him to help them find a real authentic antique to bring home. Yufeng agrees happily, saying of course he'd be glad to help. They exchange introductions. Tom and Linda meet their new friend who introduces himself as Defeng, which is definitely a fake name, and so the three of them head deeper into the antique market together. The vendor from earlier notices them passing by and realizes the expert has brought foreigners with him. Another vendor eagerly waves them over, seeing potential customers approaching. Yufeng tells the vendor to cut the games and bring out the real merchandise, not the tourist trap stuff. The vendors exchange looks and tell them to wait a moment while they get the good stuff. And what they pull out is an ornately carved wooden comb that actually looks like it could be real. The vendor explains it was passed down from his grandmother through several generations, originally from the palace. Yufeng examines the comb carefully while Tom and Linda watch with anticipation. He gives his assessment. The paint tells him it's definitely not fake and has real history, but it's uncommon so he can't give a reasonable price. Then he quietly tells them in English that it's actually valuable, don't show any desire and he'll get the price down for them. Tom plays it perfectly, telling the vendor he's not too fond of it since it's just a comb he could find anywhere. Yufeng backs him up, confirming to the vendor it has some history and is worth collecting, but only at the right price. He asks how low the vendor can go, warning they'll leave if it exceeds their budget. The vendor caves and offers just 100 in foreign currency, claiming it really was his grandmother's so he can't go lower. Tom agrees immediately and the deal is done, with both of them looking quite pleased. The vendor watches them walk away, suddenly wondering if maybe he charged too low. He scratches his head in confusion, realizing he might have just gotten played. Tom is so grateful that he insists on taking Yufeng out to dinner to show his appreciation, refusing to take no for an answer. And Yufeng is internally celebrating because this is exactly what he was waiting for all along. Next thing you know, they're at a fancy restaurant with crystal chandeliers and everything. Tom hands him the menu and tells him to order whatever he wants, no expense spared. Linda is absolutely in love with her new comb, telling her husband how much she adores it. Yufeng casually mentions she's lucky because that comb is actually worth at least 1,010 times what they paid for it. Tom is absolutely ecstatic right now because he just learned he scored a 10 times profit on that comb. But Yufeng sighs while looking at his own ring, saying what a pity. Tom is immediately curious and asks what's there to pity about. Yufeng explains that if the comb was crafted by a famous sculptor, it would be worth way more, but they only spent 100, so they should be grateful. And that's when Tom notices the ring on Yufeng's finger and asks when it was made and if it's from a famous sculptor. Yufeng casually says he doesn't know, which completely catches Tom off guard. He explains he got it from a village earlier, and has no idea when it was made, just bought it because it looked pretty. Tom can't believe even an expert like him couldn't identify it, then asks how much he paid for it, and Yufeng says 1,000 yuan. Tom asks if he can take a look at the ring, and of course Yufeng agrees. Both Tom and Linda are immediately impressed by how pretty the ring looks up close. Yufeng mentions he plans to wear it for a few days and sell it once he gets bored of it. And here's where the hook lands, because Tom immediately asks why doesn't he just sell it to them since Linda likes it. Yufeng acts all surprised and asks if Tom is sure, reminding him that he doesn't even know how old it is. But Tom insists that he and Linda both like it, and that's all that matters to them. Yufeng agrees to do them a favor and hands over the ring, and Tom is calling him a gentleman for this. And just like that, the money changes hands, and our boy gets his 1,000 yuan back. Linda is confused though, asking if he's really selling it at the original price without making any profit. Yufeng smoothly explains it's a friendship price because it's important to have friends overseas and he's earned their friendship tonight. Later that night, we cut to a building under the moonlight as the scene shifts. Yufeng walks into the dorm and finds the class monitor still reading the newspaper in bed. The class monitor flips through the pages, clearly trying to ignore whoever just walked in. Yufeng teases him about suddenly feeling sleepy, but the class monitor says he has to work tomorrow. But our boy isn't here for small talk. He's here to ask who that man with Xiaoduo was yesterday. The class monitor goes completely silent, refusing to respond to that question. And Yufeng already knows what this silence means, another person who thinks he's not good enough for Xiaoduo. He keeps calling out to the class monitor, trying to get any response at all. And suddenly the class monitor snaps and grabs him while yelling his name. He demands to know why it even matters who was with Xiaoduo since they're already divorced and tells Yufeng to stop bothering her. But Yufeng just smiles and asks again, so who exactly is that man? The class monitor finally caves and reveals it's Shijiang, a taxi driver. Yufeng is caught off guard because wait, the guy is just a taxi driver? But the class monitor hits him with the reality check that this taxi driver earns more in a single day than his entire monthly salary, so he should just give up. We cut to a train rolling through the night as Yufeng makes his next move. He's thinking that the 1,000 yuan he just got should be enough to purchase a batch of quality bell-bottom pants from Guanggankai City. And next thing you know, our boy arrives at Guanggankai City, the big leagues. He steps off and heads straight to the wholesale market, ready for business. The place is massive, more than 3 times larger than the one back in Zheihai City. Yufeng takes it all in, already calculating his next moves in his head. It's only 2 in the morning, so he decides to rest on the steps until the market opens. Then he can immediately grab the goods. But when he opens his eyes, there's already a massive crowd gathered and he completely overslept. He can't believe there's already this many people this early in the morning. He needs to hurry because the goods will be sold out if he moves any slower than this. He finds a vendor selling bell-bottom pants, normal ones for 40 each and tight-fit ones for 55. Yufeng does the math and realizes these prices are insane. Converted to 2020 money, that's 3,000 yuan for a single pair of unbranded pants. He asks the boss if buying 50 pairs would get him a cheaper deal. The vendor says 50 pairs gets 50 each, 100 pairs gets 45 each. That's his best price and he needs to pay quickly if he wants it. Yufeng thinks about it, 100 pairs would be the sweet spot for the discount. And that's when our boy gets a brilliant idea. He pulls out a sign asking if anyone else wants to buy bell-bottom pants together. He starts walking through the market holding up his group buy sign and calling for people to sign up. Someone asks if he means they'll buy and pay together, and Yufeng confirms while asking if they want bell-bottomed pants. And just like that, people are interested and one guy says he wants a few pairs. Yufeng starts collecting orders, asking how many each person wants so he can calculate the total before taking their money. The orders start coming in, one wants 20 pairs, another wants 50, someone else only needs 5. Yufeng tallies it all up and gets 105 pairs total, including himself, which is more than enough to hit that discount tier. Everyone hands over their cash, and the group buy is officially locked in. Yufeng leads the group, saying he knows a store that sells cheapest with acceptable quality, and despite some nervous buyers hoping he won't scam them, he tells them not to worry. But when they arrive at the store, the vendor is announcing there's only a few boxes left and everyone's fighting to buy. A light bulb goes off in Yufeng's head because he knows exactly how to cut through this chaos. He shouts to the boss to look at his money because he wants 105 pairs of tight-fit bell-bottom pants right now. He waves the stack of cash in the air to make sure the vendor sees he's serious. The vendor's eyes go wide when he realizes it's foreign currency, which is way more valuable. Immediately, the vendor calls his assistant to pack 105 tight-fit pants for this VIP customer. Outside, everyone's dividing up their pants and praising Yufeng's brilliant idea, and he humbly says they're all benefiting from each other. One of the buyers suddenly remembers he still needs a pair of male bell-bottom pants, which makes Yufeng pause. Male bell-bottom pants. Yufeng hadn't considered that option before. He looks down at his own basic pants and has a realization. Maybe he should grab a pair for himself too while he's at it. Later that night, we're back in Zheihai City as Yufeng returns with all his merchandise. He finds Brother Qin, who manages the booth spots, and asks him for a good location. Yufeng offers him a cigarette as a little incentive, asking nicely for a good booth spot. Brother Qin takes the smoke and says he'll try, telling Yufeng to go register and pay first. Yufeng heads inside to get everything sorted out officially. Brother Qin shows him his assigned booth spot, and Yufeng thinks it's actually not bad at all. Brother Qin tells him to clean it up himself since he's heading back to work, and Yufeng thanks him warmly. Time to set up shop. Our boy starts moving the boxes into position. He lets out a relieved breath, knowing the hard part is almost over. And just like that, Yufeng's first official booth is ready for business with all his bell-bottom pants on display. Meanwhile, at a nice restaurant called Shuang Cheng, a reunion is already underway. Ziren has gathered the whole crew around a table and starts making introductions. She introduces Shi Jiang as a friend of hers who works as a taxi driver. And here comes Tian Liang, shaking hands and giving a friendly hello. Ziren explains that Liang is their old classmate from secondary school who just got transferred to work at the Shinan main factory. Someone starts teasing that Liang's factory salary of 100 yuan makes him slightly better off than Ziren, and she threatens to leave with Xiao Duo if they keep it up. Ziren announces that she'll be paying the bill tonight since it's Liang's first time visiting Zheihai City. Liang is absolutely thrilled by this, and starts clapping with pure joy. And just like that, the whole table joins in on the applause for the generous host. Now let's check back in on our boy Yufeng at the Zheihai City night market. He's out here putting on his best salesman act, calling out about his imported high-quality bell-bottom pants. But of course, a skeptical customer immediately asks if he can actually prove they're imported. Without missing a beat, Yufeng switches to English to brag about the material and style, flexing that international education. And would you look at that, people are actually gathering around his booth now. The customer checks out the size and asks how much these pants are going to cost her. Yufeng hits her with the pitch, direct from factory at the lowest price of only 99.9 yuan. But wait, there's more, because our boy has a special promotion running today. He tells her that if she changes into the pants and walks around the whole night market, he'll refund her 5 yuan on the spot. The customer looks genuinely surprised and asks if he's being serious right now. He confirms with full confidence, even adding that if she doesn't like how they look on her, he'll give a full refund too. She asks for a size small, and Yufeng hands it right over since that's exactly what he's got. And off she goes under the moonlight, walking through the market in her brand new pants. Yufeng is beaming because that was his very first successful sale at the booth. The night market is lit up beautifully as business continues into the evening. Meanwhile, Zaren's group finishes dinner and decides to take a walk, asking if Xiaoduo enjoys walking after meals. Xiaoduo gives a pretty unenthusiastic response, saying it's alright. Peipei suggests they check out the night market instead since it's more interesting than just walking the streets. Someone walking by in bell-bottom pants catches everyone's attention, with people commenting on how nice and elegant they look. And there's Yufeng giving a thumbs up to his walking advertisement, calling her beautiful. True to his word, he hands over the 5 yuan refund and the customer couldn't be happier. 2 women watching nearby are already swooning, hearts practically popping out of their eyes at this generous businessman. Yufeng levels up his game by pulling out a megaphone to announce his special deal to the whole market. He promises customers they won't be deceived, showing off those quality pants to everyone passing by. And the cash starts flowing in. Our boy is counting stacks now. Yufeng can't help but appreciate what a great harvest he's having tonight. And guess who just showed up at the market? Peipei's group with Xiao Duo, calling out to Ziren. Peipei spots someone wearing those special bell-bottom pants and gets excited, saying they look completely different from mall pants. They decide to go check out where those pants are being sold inside the market. Back at Yufeng's booth, he's swamped with customers ordering left and right, taking notes on all the sizes. Peipei approaches and asks the boss how much he sells the bell-bottom pants for. Yufeng explains the price is 99.9 yuan per pair. But small sizes are currently sold out, though she can reserve one for just 1 yuan. And that's when Ziren freezes because she just realized the vendor is none other than Chu Yufeng. Yufeng looks up and immediately recognizes a familiar face in the crowd. And there she is, Xiao Duo, looking just as surprised to see him here. Yufeng lights up and asks if she's visiting the night market, promising to save her one from the next batch since this one's sold out. But Xiaoduo just stands there in silence, not saying a word. Yufeng playfully says if she doesn't respond, he'll take that silence as a yes. He's grinning ear to ear, clearly happy about this unexpected reunion. But Xiaoduo finally speaks up, saying no, the pants are too expensive and she needs to think about Anne and Yuna's living expenses. And then comes the cold reality check as Xiaoduo tells him they are no longer the same as before, while Zeron urges her to leave. A guy named Li Dekai steps up and encourages Yufeng, laughing that maybe he'll become the richest in their class someday. But Yufeng is barely paying attention, his mind clearly somewhere else right now. Dekai is confused by the lack of response from his classmate. He's getting irritated now, thinking this kid Yufeng actually dares to ignore him. And then he makes a move, reaching out to grab Xiaoduo's arm. Xiaoduo is startled by the sudden contact and lets out a surprised cry. Zeron quickly pulls Xiaoduo back while everyone around them looks on in shock. Yufeng's expression changes immediately when he sees what just happened. He moves fast and catches DK's wrist before he can do anything else. Xiaoduo watches this whole scene unfold with wide eyes. The situation diffuses as Xiaoduo looks annoyed and Dekai waves his hand nervously. Zeron is ready to leave and asks why they're even still here. She clenches her fists, clearly unhappy about this whole encounter. But Yufeng isn't letting them go that easily and calls out for them to wait. He asks if classmate friendship is all just talk and tries to get them to support his business. Dekai snaps back that Shijiang isn't even a classmate, and Yufeng realizes he's actually right about that. Yufeng takes the opportunity to tease that Shijiang seems to have a pretty average relationship with his classmates. DK frantically explains he just wanted to tell Yufeng not to mess around with people's relationships, since they really weren't classmates. Yufeng just gives him a knowing smile, not taking the bait. Shijiang is staring at this whole exchange with an unreadable expression. He looks down at Yufeng's bell-bottom pants, considering something. Shijiang steps forward and says he'll support Yufeng on behalf of the classmates, so there's no need to ask them directly. Yufeng thanks him and pulls out his notebook, ready to take down the size he wants. PP chimes in with her order too, wanting a medium for herself and small sizes for the others. The group starts walking away as Zeron tells Xiaoduo to stop looking back at him. Yufeng watches them walk away, his eyes following Xiaoduo specifically. And then he calls out to her, telling Jiang Xiaoduo that they need to talk. Xiaoduo freezes at the sound of her name, clearly not expecting Yufeng to call her out like this. And that's when Shijiang decides to throw the elephant in the room right out there, reminding everyone that Yufeng and Xiaoduo are already divorced. Our boy Yufeng doesn't even flinch, just thanks him for the reminder with a smirk that says he absolutely does not care. The whole group just stands there in the most awkward silence you can imagine, nobody knowing what to do next. Zeron is already trying to pull Xiaoduo away, asking why she would even bother talking to someone like him. But Xiaoduo says if she doesn't make things crystal clear with him now, he's just gonna keep showing up and bothering her. Meanwhile, the classmates are gossiping in the background, saying Xiaoduo is way too soft-hearted and one of them thinks she still has feelings for him. Someone else clicks their tongue, saying otherwise why would she be so slow to just walk away from all this drama. Peipei finally snaps and tells Dekai to knock it off already, defending Xiaoduo from all the unnecessary commentary. Yufeng softly calls out to Xiaoduo and asks her to step aside with him so they can actually talk privately. So the two of them end up walking to a quiet spot near some old buildings away from everyone else. Xiaoduo's footsteps come to a stop as she steels herself for whatever conversation is about to happen. She cuts straight to the chase without even looking at him, demanding he just say whatever it is he wants to say. Yufeng starts explaining that a lot has happened since she left, with Huhan getting arrested, his parents finally receiving fair treatment, and Yuna holding on to the compensation money. Xiaoduo just listens with this complicated expression on her face, clearly not sure how she's supposed to feel about any of this. But then Yufeng gets all excited and pulls out his money bag, showing off how much he made in just one night at the market. And the stack of cash is actually pretty impressive. Our boy really did make some serious bank selling those bell-bottoms. Xiaoduo quietly says his name, and you can tell she's about to drop something heavy on him. Yufeng looks at her with genuine curiosity, having no idea what's about to hit him. And then she hits him with it. They're already divorced, she's gonna marry someone else soon, so can he please just stop pestering her? The look on Yufeng's face right now is absolutely devastating, like someone just ripped his heart clean out of his chest. She tells him to go back to Lingshui City and that they should never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Yufeng can barely process what he's hearing, just staring at her in complete disbelief and calling her name. And then, in what might be the most unhinged response possible, our boy starts laughing. He keeps laughing nervously while literally shaking, and honestly this is giving major concerning energy right now. Xiaoduo is watching this breakdown happen with growing concern, clearly not expecting this reaction from him. But then he suddenly snaps out of it and grabs her arm with an intensity that catches everyone off guard. He tells her straight up that she is absolutely not allowed to marry anyone other than him, and the audacity of this man is unreal. Tears start welling up in Xiaoduo's eyes as she realizes he's not gonna make this easy for her. She breaks down crying and asks him why he won't just let her go. Why won't he spare her from all of this? Yufeng fires back that he already let her go once before, and clearly that was a mistake he's not making again. She tells him through her tears that there's not going to be a second chance. This is it. But Yufeng is going all in now, asking her to come with him and get married again. Sparkles literally surrounding them like this is peak romance. Xiao Duo is full on crying now, completely overwhelmed by everything he's throwing at her. Yufeng goes quiet for a moment, just watching her cry and probably realizing he came on way too strong. He lets out a deep breath, finally calming down from his emotional explosion just now. He backs off and tells her to forget it for now, offering to at least walk her home safely first. The walk back is painfully awkward, with both of them keeping their distance and neither saying a single word. Finally, Yufeng breaks the silence, telling her that he knows exactly what she's worried about. He calls out her name as she's walking ahead, making sure she actually hears what he's about to say. He makes her a promise right then and there that he'll remove all the barriers between them one by one until nothing stands in their way. After dropping her off, Yufeng heads back to his market stall to take stock of the situation. He realizes the small and medium sizes flew off the shelves way faster than expected, so he needs to restock while the trend is still hot. So the next day he makes his way back to the Gonghai wholesale market to grab more inventory. And look at our boy all cleaned up in a crisp white shirt, looking like a proper businessman now. He finds his supplier and orders 60 pairs this time, and the boss hooks him up with the bulk discount price for 100 pairs anyway. But then someone calls out his name from behind and Yufeng turns around to see who it is. It's that guy from before, waving at him enthusiastically and calling him over. Yufeng recognizes him immediately as the guy who bought pants at the same time as him during his first trip here. Brother Shu explains he's here checking out the newest fashion trends for his company. Yufeng's ears perk up at that, asking if he works for some kind of trading company. Shu confirms it with a thumbs up, saying he works at the Gonghai International Trading Company. And here's where Yufeng's business brain kicks into overdrive, because this company handles everything from handbags to refrigerators and owns all the import and export permits for overseas factory goods. Yufeng immediately suggests they walk and talk together, clearly seeing an opportunity here. As they walk through the market, Shu asks if his sales in Zahai City are really that good since he's already back to restock. Shu gives him a reality check, warning that once something is profitable, everyone jumps in and competition drives down the margins. But Yufeng already knows this, which is exactly why he tells Zhu he's only planning to do this pants business for a few more days. He explains that when it comes to price wars, you need to be quick-witted and know when to get out before the profits disappear. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a glass shatters on the floor as someone shouts that this whole situation is outrageous. Turns out Xiaoduo's family just found out that Yufeng has been following her around even after the divorce, and they are not happy about it. Someone grabs another glass while tensions continue to rise in the living room, and that's when Xiaoduo walks in and sees the aftermath of whatever argument just happened. The whole family turns to look at her as she enters, and the atmosphere could not be more awkward. Her father immediately demands to know when Yufeng showed up in the city. Xiaoduo quietly admits it was 2 days ago, which only makes things worse. Her father explodes, asking if Yufeng came to borrow money again, while her mother tries to calm him down, but Xiao Duo explains he didn't ask for anything and just talked to her. Her uncle Mingming chimes in asking why Yufeng needed to talk to her alone, pointing out how angry her father got over this. Xiao Duo looks at them but doesn't seem to have any good answers for their questions. Her father reminds her that he disagreed with the marriage from the start, while her mother suggests maybe they should just give Yufeng some money to leave her alone. But her father shuts that down immediately, saying he knows exactly how people like Yufeng operate, and if you give them money once, they'll keep coming back until they drain you dry. Xiao Duo just stands there listening to her family talk about Yufeng like he's some kind of parasite, and you can tell this situation is far from over. Back at the Jiang household, Xiao Duo's mother is stressing out about this whole Yufeng situation, but Xiao Duo tells her mom not to worry, she'll handle this problem on her own. Meanwhile, over at the night market, our boy Yufeng is putting his business plan into action, and customers are already lining up at his stall asking for pants. Yufeng's thinking, perfect, the customers are coming even earlier than expected. But here's where his strategy kicks in, because when the customer asks about the 99 price, Yufeng tells her it's 110 now since she didn't pre-order. The customer is clearly surprised by the sudden price jump, but Yufeng smoothly explains that he got limited stock directly from the factory and can't just give away pre-ordered items to walk-ins. The customer pushes back, saying she'll just leave if he won't honor yesterday's price. Yufeng doesn't budge though, telling her that sellers in the capital charge 130 for these same pants. And just like that, she caves and agrees to pay 110 for a size small. More customers start showing up to collect their pre-orders from yesterday. And our boy is working the sales angle hard, hyping up how the pants will make them look slimmer. He's even using the walk-in customer as social proof, telling the pre-order people they got lucky with yesterday's price. The customers walk away happy, talking about how popular these pants are and what a good purchase they made. Yufeng smiles to himself, knowing his pricing strategy is working exactly as planned. Over the next few days, his stall becomes the hottest spot in the night market with customers lining up constantly. Everyone's walking around in those pants now, they've basically become the must-have item. A repeat customer shows up complimenting how well his business is doing, and Yufeng recognizes her immediately. She tries to get a better deal for her friend, but Yufeng holds firm at 110 since the factory direct stock is gone. She calls him sly with a smile, genuinely impressed by his business savvy. Meanwhile, outside Xiao Duo's workplace, someone's calling out her name. Yufeng's been waiting for her, asking if she got off work late, and she mentions there was spring cleaning today. She mentions she's heading to the night market to pick up her pre-ordered pants, and asks if he wants to tag along. Xiao Duo is walking with a friend who starts warning her about Yufeng once they get closer to his stall. But Xiao Duo says it's fine, they should go together because she has something she needs to say to him. Her friend insists that some men are totally unreasonable and Xiao Duo should stay away from him. Xiao Duo's expression turns serious as she says she needs to make some things crystal clear. At the stall, more customers are lining up for pre-orders while Yufeng handles the crowd. Xiao Duo's friend steps up to collect her order, and Yufeng acknowledges her right away. He hands over a bag with 3 pairs of pants all packed together. Yufeng thanks her for her support and waves goodbye as she walks off. Other customers are whispering that she bought 3 at once, so the quality must be really good. The friend tries to give one of the pants to Xiao Duo as a gift, but she refuses to accept anything from Yufeng's stall. Her friend decides to head out first, leaving Xiao Duo behind. Xiao Duo watches her friend walk away before turning back toward the stall. And then she calls out to Yufeng, finally ready to have that conversation. Yufeng's face lights up, completely shocked and happy that she actually came to see him. She asks if he's free right now because she has something important to tell him. But before she can even start, Yufeng jumps in apologizing about that night with her family, clearly still feeling guilty. He admits he knows he's caused a lot of problems for her, and even though they're not married anymore, he hesitates, clearly struggling to find the right words for what he wants to say. Xiao Duo just watches him silently, waiting to hear what he'll say next. Then Yufeng drops a bomb, promising he won't bother her anymore. But if she ever decides to remarry him, he'll always be ready. And the way Xiao Duo is looking at him right now, there's something soft in her expression that wasn't there before. He even has the audacity to say that if she stays quiet, he'll take that as her agreeing to remarry him. Later that night, he walks her home through the quiet city streets. They arrive at her apartment building and she thanks him for walking her back. She starts walking toward the entrance, but Yufeng isn't quite done yet. He calls out her name one more time before she goes in. She turns back to look at him, wondering what else he has to say. And with absolute confidence, he tells her that he just feels like nobody else in this world is good enough for her except him. The night sky hangs overhead as his words sink in. Xiao Duo walks into her home looking completely dazed, clearly affected by everything that just happened. Her mother immediately notices something's off, asking why she's back so late and why her eyes look so red. Mom jumps straight to asking if Yufeng did something to upset her. Xiao Duo waves it off, claiming she just got some sand in her eyes, which is the most obvious lie ever. But her brother and little sister Xiaohua aren't buying it either, demanding to know if she met with Yufeng again. Xiaohua points out that Xiao Duo promised their parents she would stay away from him. Xiao Duo insists she only went to clear things up with him and that they'll never meet again. The family's not convinced, her father saying none of Yufeng's words can be trusted. And then Dad drops a bombshell saying he's already arranged for her to have dinner alone with some guy named Lu tomorrow. Xiao Duo immediately refuses, begging her family to stop forcing her to go on these arranged dates when she just wants some time alone. But her father fires back with some brutal honesty, pointing out she only has a secondary school degree, works part-time, and is a divorcee, asking who else would even want to date her. Xiao Duo snaps back, telling him if he likes Lu so much, he should marry the guy himself. And that's when her father loses it completely and slaps her across the face. Xiao Duo stands there stunned, holding her cheek where he just hit her. But then her mother suddenly clutches her chest in pain. Her father's expression shifts from anger to concern as he watches his wife struggle. Xiaohua watches in shock as the situation spirals out of control. The mother collapses, weakly calling out for Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo rushes to her mother's side, terrified. The whole family gathers around as Mom reminds Xiao Duo that she acted the same way when they refused to let her marry Yufeng before. Her mother pleads with her, asking why she can't just listen to them for once, saying they would never do anything to harm her. Xiao Duo's eyes fill with tears as she finally breaks down and agrees to go on the date. She quietly says she'll follow whatever arrangements they make, her spirit completely crushed. The next day at the shopping district, Yufeng's back at it with his pants business. A customer asks for size large and our boy hooks her up without missing a beat. But then a familiar group shows up, and one of them asks this girl named Ziran if she thinks the vendor is funny. Ziran's eyes suddenly lock onto the vendor with a spark of recognition. And that's when she realizes exactly who she's looking at, calling out his full name in disbelief. Yufeng casually tells them he's just doing business, not even slightly embarrassed about being caught selling pants on the street. But here's where our boy gets spicy, complimenting Ziran's outfit while throwing shade at the people standing next to her. The class monitor immediately takes offense, demanding to know what Yufeng means by that. Ziran jumps in to defend him, asking if wearing ugly pants somehow makes someone fashionable, and Yufeng hits back with the most innocent smile, asking how a class monitor could possibly call their own classmate ugly. Peipei tries to defuse the situation, but the class monitor is scrambling to explain that's not what he meant at all. Yufeng asks if they even remember being classmates, then hits him with the real question, who exactly was it that said his pants were ugly? Then our boy goes full drama mode, crying about how poor vendors like him are barely surviving on 2 fen per pair of pants. Zeron's not buying it though, immediately questioning if he really only profits 2 fen per pair. Yufeng just laughs it off like the whole thing is beneath him. He announces he's leaving because he doesn't have time to chit-chat with the mistress, and yes, he actually calls her that. Zeron watches him go, muttering under her breath about what a brat he is. She turns to Pei and firmly tells her not to talk to that guy if she ever sees him again, insisting they're not close. Later that night at the market, things are about to get a lot more complicated for our protagonist. This guy named Brother Qin is praising Yufeng, saying his business is doing the best in the whole night market. But Yufeng plays it humble, admitting he doesn't even know how much he earns since he's just working for someone else. Now that's when Brother Qin gets real interested, asking who Yufeng's boss is and if he really has overseas factory connections. Yufeng deflects again, saying Qin thinks too highly of him since he's just a simple worker who wouldn't know those details. And that's when Brother Qin drops the friendly act completely, laughing and calling Yufeng full of lies. He threatens Yufeng right then and there, saying he can't come to this night market anymore, and asking who he thinks he is. But our boy doesn't flinch, calmly agreeing but pointing out he's already paid for today's rent, so he'll still sell tonight. Brother Qin reluctantly agrees, but makes it crystal clear that after tonight, Yufeng is done selling here. Yufeng just smirks to himself, thinking he expected this kind of jealousy but didn't think people would come after him this quickly. He runs the numbers in his head, figuring it takes time to survey, choose, and transport goods, so he can still earn a decent sum before they catch up. So he heads to a payphone and drops in a coin because our boy's already got a plan. He calls up this guy named Brother Shu, who immediately asks what he needs. Yufeng asks for a favor, requesting Brother Shu help him purchase a batch of pants tomorrow morning, and promising to pay when he arrives in Gongkai. Brother Shu agrees immediately and asks how many, and Yufeng tells him 110 pairs. He hangs up the phone with his next move already secured. Walking away, he does the math out loud, figuring that with the 8 pairs he has left plus 110 more, selling all 118 pairs would net him 10,000 yuan total. But of course Brother Qin isn't done, and you can hear him shouting Yufeng's name across the night market. He chases after Yufeng, demanding one more time that if he doesn't reveal his supply channel, he won't be able to stay here. Yufeng just scoffs dismissively and keeps walking like the threat means absolutely nothing to him. The night market lights keep glowing as the tension lingers in the air. Later that evening, a familiar figure walks down the street toward Yufeng's stall. Yufeng notices someone approaching and looks up from his merchandise. And there she is, Yaduo, staring at him with those wide eyes and whispering his name. He casually greets her like running into your ex-wife at your pants stall is totally normal. Xiaoduo doesn't say anything back, her expression unreadable as she processes seeing him there. She just keeps walking past him, the pants on the rack swaying gently between them. She stands there for a moment afterward, clearly affected by the encounter but unable to say what's really on her mind. The next morning, Brother Shu gets a call letting him know Yufeng just got off the train and tells him to wait at his place. Shortly after, there's a knock at the door. Yufeng arrives and Brother Shu warmly invites him inside to have a seat. First thing Yufeng asks is whether the bell-bottom pants are here, because priorities. Brother Shu confirms they're all there, all 110 pairs ready to go, and Yufeng thanks him for the help. Brother Shu figures Yufeng hasn't eaten yet and offers to let him try his cooking skills. And the spread looks pretty good actually, fish and meat and rice, the works. Over the meal, Brother Shu asks why Yufeng was in such a hurry to get the pants. Yufeng explains that people got jealous of his sales and tried to squeeze his supply route out of him, and Brother Shu says that's expected when you're doing this well. Then Brother Shu gets curious and asks how much Yufeng has actually earned from selling these pants in total. Yufeng thinks for a second and casually says around 10,000 something. Brother Shu nearly chokes on his food because that's way more than he expected. He asks how much Yufeng sells each pair for, and when Yufeng says 110 yuan, Brother Shu can't believe people actually pay that much. Yufeng explains that Zhehai City is in its most prosperous period right now, everyone has money and they're all switching to luxury goods. With business settled, Yufeng slides a bank book across the table and tells Brother Shu this is his money. Brother Shu takes it with a confused look on his face. He opens it up and sees 5,000 yuan deposited inside. Brother Shu points out that the total he's owed is only 4950, but Yufeng banked in a full 5,000. He chases after Yufeng, saying he gave too much extra. But Yufeng just smiles and says he's saving the extra 50 at Brother Shu's place for now, a deposit for future deals. Because in Yufeng's mind, everything has just begun, and as the train speeds toward his next destination, you can see the determination in his eyes. And just like that, he's already set up shop at a brand new location called Jiadi Park, advertising his last batch of bell-bottoms for clearance sale. People are already interested, one girl saying she wanted these pants at the night market last time, and just like that, our boy's grinding in a whole new territory. Yufeng's out here at Jiadi Park announcing his clearance sale at 110 yuan per pair, but his potential customer is already questioning the math. Our boy hits her with the sales pitch of the century, explaining this is his last batch from the factory and he won't be selling in Zhehai City after this. But she's still not convinced, telling him the price is still a little too expensive for her taste. So Yufeng cranks up the volume with his megaphone, shouting about his 3-day clearance sale to anyone who'll listen. The sun beats down as hours pass and our boy keeps grinding at his new spot. Finally taking a breather, Yufeng sits down to eat something while his pants hang waiting for buyers. But here's the problem, his sales are only a quarter of what they used to be, and he realizes some people already got their hands on the supply and are selling too. He's thinking if competitors start selling cheaper than him, all the reputation he built will crumble, so he has to finish selling everything before that happens. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, someone's playing mahjong and making their move. And there's Ziran absolutely killing it at the mahjong table, celebrating another win. But she's already bored of winning and announces she needs to leave for KTV to do her makeup, because priorities. And look who's at the table too, it's Xiao Duo, and she's looking lost in thought about something. Ziran notices something's off and asks Xiao Duo what's wrong because her face looks pale. Xiao Duo explains that her mom told her some guy named Lu Rui wants to pick her up, and Ziran immediately starts teasing her about this intimate date. But Xiao Duo sighs and admits she feels stressed whenever she's with him because he's really awkward to be around. Ziran tries to spin it positive, saying at least he's still better than Chu Yufeng, and decides to tag along since she wants to go out anyway. Cut to Xiao Duo's neighborhood where you can hear someone shouting about imported bell-bottom pants on clearance sale. And there's our boy Yufeng, megaphone in hand, shouting that there's only 3 days left on his clearance sale. A customer walks up and asks how much for a pair, and Yufeng gives him the price of 110 yuan. The man says he'll take size small, and this right here is Lu Rui, the guy Xiao Duo's parents set her up with. Yufeng hands him the pants without realizing this is the guy who's supposed to be dating his ex-wife. Liu Rui walks away with his purchase and spots Xiao Duo and her friends approaching in the distance. He walks up to them and introduces himself as Xiao Duo's friend, trying to make a good impression. Ziran whispers to Xiao Duo that he's not too bad since he came all the way to her house to pick her up personally. Liu Rui gets very interested when he hears Xiao Duo lives around here, mentioning he heard only rich people or those with high positions live in this area. Ziran decides to give them some alone time and says she'll go take a walk, leaving Xiao Duo in Lu Rui's care. But Lu Rui insists they should all walk together because it's more fun with more people and they can get to know each other. Ziran agrees to his suggestion without much thought, but then she hears a familiar voice shouting about the clearance sale and realizes, wait, is that Chu Yufeng in her neighborhood? Liu Rui casually mentions he heard that guy has been selling here for a few days now, and that's when Liu Rui's brain finally connects the dots. Wait, did they say Chu Yufeng? His eyes go wide as he turns to Xiao Duo and demands to know if that's her ex-husband selling pants over there. Liu Rui confronts Xiao Duo directly, asking her what exactly she thinks she's doing right now. Xiao Duo looks confused and asks him what he even means by that. He gets more aggressive, demanding to know why she's looking at Yufeng, clearly getting jealous over a street vendor. But Xiao Duo fires back asking why she can't look at her own ex-husband. Is it something to be ashamed of? Ziran jumps in trying to defuse the situation, saying it's just a small matter and they should go shopping instead. The group starts walking away together, their footsteps echoing on the pavement. But Xiao Duo can't help herself and turns to look back at Yufeng one more time. Liu Rui notices and loses it, yelling at her to decide if she's leaving with them or not. And Xiao Duo has finally had enough, snapping back that she won't go and telling him to stop bossing her around. She tells him straight up that she can look wherever she wants and it's none of his business what she does. And now Liu Rui reveals his true colors, yelling that she thinks he willingly wanted to date her. If not for her father, why would he lower himself for a part-timer at a library? But then Yufeng's voice cuts through the tension, casually calling out for Xiao Duo to come over to him. Xiao Duo looks up in surprise, clearly not expecting her ex-husband to intervene like this. Yufeng just waves at her with a smile, telling her to come on over to where he is. And without hesitation, Xiao Duo walks toward Yufeng while Liu Rui and the others watch in disbelief. Yufeng asks her to help hold his bag, acting like this is the most natural thing in the world. Xiao Duo looks a bit confused by the request, but doesn't refuse him. And just like that, Yufeng goes right back to business, shouting about his clearance sale, while Xiao Duo stands next to him holding his stuff. Liu Rui watches this scene unfold and his face says everything about how he feels right now. He storms off in a rage, yelling back at Xiao Duo that this isn't over. As he leaves, he throws one last insult, telling her to keep following poor men like Yufeng who only earns 2 fen per pair and deserves to be unsuccessful forever. But our boy Yufeng, absolute legend, immediately works this into his sales pitch, shouting that he really only earns 2 fen per pair, so have some pity on him. A nearby customer overhears Liu Rui's insult and calls him out for being a jerk to someone who's just working hard to earn money. Another customer joins in, asking Liu Rui where he works and what kind of company teaches people to behave like that, leaving him completely speechless. The first customer turns to Yufeng and asks for a pair in size large, ready to support his business. The second customer follows up, asking for 2 pairs, one in size small and one in size large. Yufeng thanks them with his hands pressed together in gratitude, genuinely touched by their support. He thanks them again, clearly emotional about these customers standing up for him against that jerk. The customers examine the pants and agree the quality is good, saying he's earning honest money, and look how he's almost crying from working so hard. Word starts spreading as more people hear that the two aunties said he's selling them cheaper than the original price. More customers start coming over to check out what all the fuss is about. Meanwhile, Zaran and the class monitor are watching from a distance, with Zaran wondering when Yufeng became so hardworking and the class monitor saying maybe he changed but hard work alone isn't enough. Zaran decides she's seen enough and suggests they leave to go to Pepe's place instead. Night falls over the neighborhood as Yufeng starts counting his remaining inventory. 4, 6, 8. Xiao Duo helps him count the pairs still on the rack. 10, 12, 14. As they work together in the evening light, Yufeng's eyes light up as he realizes he sold 42 pairs today, his best sales day yet at this location. He turns to Xiao Duo and offers to escort her home since it's already late, and she quietly agrees. Under the moonlight, Yufeng carries his clothes rack while Xiao Duo walks beside him, sneaking glances at him when she thinks he won't notice. Xiao Duo breaks the silence to explain that the man from earlier was forced on her by her parents, and she had no choice but to meet him. Yufeng looks at her with a slight smile and asks what she actually thinks of that guy. Xiao Duo tells him she's only going along with it to reassure her family. And as they part ways for the night, something between them has definitely shifted. Xiao Duo gets home and immediately her mother wants the tea on how things went with Lu Rui. But Xiao Duo just mutters that it was okay, clearly not wanting to unpack that disaster right now. When she walks in, her brother is already there, discussing business matters with their father. Xiao Duo heads to her room while the men continue their very important conversation. And here's where it gets interesting because the brother is trying to convince dad that the bell-bottom pants business is incredibly profitable. He points out that Wenwen's store is already trying to stock them and they can't miss this opportunity. But their father is skeptical, asking if people will really pay that much for some pants. The brother insists it's working for sellers at the night market and Jadi Park, so why not him? He begs his father to lend him 5,000 yuan, promising to double the money within a month. He emphasizes that the market is always changing and if they wait too long, they'll lose everything. Their father finally caves, but makes it very clear this is the absolute last time he's lending money. The brother thanks him profusely, promising dad can just sit back and wait for his comfortable retirement. But then their father has to complain about Xiao Duo being troublesome enough already. The brother piles on, saying at least his girlfriend Wenwen has a store, unlike Xiao Duo who just took their money to marry that brat. Their father just sighs, and honestly the family dynamics here are giving major red flags. The next day we're at a big shopping center in the city where business opportunities await. Inside the place is absolutely bustling with all kinds of merchandise and eager shoppers. And there's a clothing store called Elite Clothes Store where the brother is heading. He meets with the store owner, a guy named Wu Jixang, to discuss getting those bell-bottom pants. Boss Wu shifts in his seat with the confidence of someone who knows he's got all the leverage here. He explains that the wholesale stores in Guangkai sell at 45, but he can offer a special price. The brother's eyes go wide as he nervously asks how much exactly. Boss Wu holds up 4 fingers and simply says 40 yuan per pair. And that's when we learn the brother's name is Qian Jinlai, and he's practically praying with gratitude. Jinlai mentions that all the sellers at shopping centers are scrambling to import these pants right now. Boss Wu smirks and says he'll sell to those other guys at 45 or 50, because everyone's smart here. Jinlai says he feels reassured now that he has the boss's promise on this deal. And here's his master plan: undercut everyone. They sell at 110, he goes 100. They go 80, he goes 70. Jinlai laughs maniacally about how nobody can possibly beat him in a price war. Boss Wu just smirks, watching this overconfident fool dig his own grave. Because here's what Jinlai doesn't realize about this whole arrangement. He eagerly asks when he can pick up the inventory he's buying. Boss Wu tells him tomorrow morning, promising he'll be the first in Zehai City to get it. Meanwhile, we cut to our boy Yufeng during the day, still out hustling. He's noticing that customer traffic at Jadi Park has dried up and thinks it's time to change locations. So he packs up his rack and heads toward the shopping center to try his luck there. And almost immediately someone recognizes him as the guy selling pants at the night market. 2 women rush over asking for size large, ready to buy on the spot. Yufeng realizes there's still plenty of demand here that he can tap into, so he busts out the megaphone and starts his signature pitch about factory direct bell bottoms with only 2 days left. And who should be watching from a nearby window but Xiao Duo, hearing him call out about the sale. She watches him work the crowd outside, a customer asking for size small as he hustles. And there's something soft in her expression as she murmurs his name to herself. Inside the shopping center, the demand for bell-bottom pants is absolutely through the roof. Customers keep asking stores if they have any in stock, but the clerks say no. The disappointed customers decide to look elsewhere, walking right out the door. Watching this whole situation unfold is Yu Wenwen, who runs one of the clothing stores here. She's wondering where on earth her boyfriend Jinlai is with that shipment he promised. Right on cue, Jinlai comes running in while Wenwen scolds him about all the customers asking for bell-bottoms this morning. He explains he had to use connections to find the supplier from Guangkai, but the unit price went up to 50. Wenwen scolds him for the price increase, saying if he'd borrowed money from his father earlier this wouldn't have happened. He brushes it off, saying he already bought 100 pairs for 5,000 yuan total. She asks when the stock will arrive. The day after tomorrow, probably afternoon or evening. Her eyes light up as she calculates they can start selling in just 3 days. Jinlai does some quick math and says selling just 2 pairs would equal her entire monthly salary. He gets so excited he slaps the counter, saying if business is good, he'll quit his job to work with her. Meanwhile, Yufeng's clothes rack is now completely empty of pants. Our boy is genuinely surprised at how quickly everything sold out today. He finds a payphone and makes a call to check on the market situation. He's calling up brother Shu to ask about what's happening at the wholesale market. The news confirms what he suspected. Wholesale prices have jumped to 50 yuan per pair now. Yufeng notes this is happening faster than expected, and Shu asks how his sales have been going. Yufeng casually mentions that he sold every single pair he had. Brother Shu nearly has a heart attack on the other end, calculating that's 10,000 yuan in profit. But when Shu asks if Yufeng plans to restock, our boy says no because the market is about to get saturated. He explains that big companies can buy in bulk at lower prices, and nobody can compete with them in a price war. Yufeng wraps up the call saying he still needs to go help someone out tonight. Night falls over the market area where clothes hang on racks under the evening sky. Brother Qin is relaxing outside his stall area, smoking a cigarette and humming to himself. That's when Yufeng shows up calling out to him with a friendly greeting. Qin looks over, cigarette still in mouth, and asks what Yufeng is doing here. Yufeng says he came to visit and offers him a pack of cigarettes as a gift. Qin accepts the cigarettes but gives him a knowing look, asking what he's really after. Yufeng admits he wants permission to set up his booth at the night market again since other spots aren't selling as well. But Qin shuts him down, explaining those spots are reserved for pre-registered unemployed persons only. He tosses the cigarette pack back and tells Yufeng he's simply not qualified for a spot. But Yufeng came prepared. He offers not just the cigarettes but also information about where he sources his pants. And just like that, Brother Qin's entire attitude shifts, laughing and telling Yufeng he should have come to him with this deal earlier because now they can both get rich together. Brother Qin immediately wants to know the details, asking how much Yufeng paid for those bell-bottom pants. And when Yufeng casually says 50 yuan, Yufeng holds up a finger and explains he can give Qin the supplier's direct number. But of course there's a condition attached to this generous offer. Brother Qin's eyes go wide, genuinely caught off guard by whatever condition our boy is about to propose. Yufeng lays it out plain. He wants to rent a large booth at the night market for 6 months, and Brother Qin agrees immediately without even blinking. They walk over to check out a spot, and Brother Qin gestures to an open area asking if it's big enough for what Yufeng has planned. Deal sealed. Yufeng heads out with a wave of thanks while Brother Qin shouts after him that it was nothing, clearly thrilled about the new supplier connection. And here's why Yufeng wasn't worried about sharing his source, because Brother Qin immediately gets on the phone asking about bell-bottom pants and planning to buy in bulk. The phone call continues as Qin confirms yes, he wants to resell them, completely unaware of what's about to happen to this market. Meanwhile, Yufeng has other things to take care of and heads to the post office the next day. Our boy sits down to write a letter home to his family, and this is actually kind of sweet seeing him take the time to do this properly. He writes to Yuna, Yu Yue, and little Zheng, explaining that everything is going well for him in Zeihai City and that Yuna will be coming there for university soon. But here's where his big brother planning kicks in. He's thinking maybe Yu Yu and little Zheng should come to Zeihai City too, so the whole family can finally be together. Of course, there's a practical problem with this whole family reunion plan. Accommodation in the big city isn't exactly cheap. Our protagonist starts doing the math in his head, figuring that buying a house makes more sense than renting, with a 70 square meter flat costing around 5,000 yuan. But then he thinks bigger. A terraced house like the one near Xiaoduo's place would cost about 8,000 yuan, but with way more space and better investment potential. The other piece of this puzzle is getting his siblings transferred to schools in the city, and for that he's going to need Brother Kang's help with the bureaucratic side, so he picks up a phone and dials up Brother Kang, the connection who helped his family before. On the other end, Brother Kang picks up in his office, looking comfortable and clearly doing well for himself at the steel factory. Yufeng greets him warmly, explaining he's doing fine in Zeihai City and planning to return to Lingshui soon, offering to bring back any souvenirs Kang might want. Brother Kang laughs it off, saying he doesn't need anything but insists they have a meal together when Yufeng returns since he never properly thanked him for his help before. Yufeng's not having it though, reminding Brother Kang that he helped the family get a large solation payment and that he should be the one showing gratitude. They go back and forth being polite until Brother Kang tells him to just call when he arrives in Lingshui City, and they'll sort everything out then. Yufeng hangs up the phone, already planning his next move in this whole family relocation operation. He decides it's better to discuss the school transfer in person rather than over the phone, and since he's asking for a favor, and just like that, our boy hops on a train heading back to his hometown to put this plan into action. Yufeng arrives in Lingshui City loaded with bags full of snacks and treats, clearly planning to spoil his younger siblings a little. As he's walking toward home, he spots some kids playing in the distance and immediately recognizes a familiar face among them. He calls out to little Zheng, waving to get his attention with bags of goodies in hand. Little Zheng's face lights up immediately, yelling out for his big brother and abandoning whatever game he was playing. The kid's eyes go wide when he sees all the sweets and soda Yufeng brought, practically vibrating with excitement at the haul. Yufeng laughs at his little brother's greedy expression, telling him he can have all of it but only after they get home first. Little Zheng immediately runs ahead toward the house, shouting for his big sisters to come see who's here. The excited announcement echoes through the house as little Zheng bursts through the door proclaiming that their brother is back. Yu Yue and Yuna come out to greet him, happy but confused about the sudden visit since he hadn't told them he was coming. Yufeng explains he has something important to discuss with them, mentioning he sent a letter but apparently beat the postal service here. But first things first, our boy offers to cook up some food so they can talk properly over a meal like a real family should. And this is actually pretty wholesome, the family sitting down to a spread of home-cooked dishes that Yufeng prepared for them. Over dinner, Yufeng lays out his plan, explaining that since Yuna will be attending university in Zihai City, he doesn't want to leave Yu and little Zheng here alone. His proposal is simple but significant. They'll all move to Zihai City and finally live together as a proper family unit. Yu agrees to follow her brother's arrangements while little Zheng practically explodes with excitement about moving to the big city. Yu asks the practical question of whether transferring schools is even easy to do, and Yufeng tells her he's meeting with Kang Jinzhong tonight to sort that out. So that evening, Yufeng heads over to the Linshui steel factory where brother Kang works. He figures the workers should be finishing up around now, so he decides to wait outside rather than barging in. Our boy paces around a bit, bags of gifts in hand, ready to make his case for the school transfers. Perfect timing, brother Kang comes walking out and spots Yufeng waiting for him, calling out his name in surprise. Brother Kang immediately wants to take Yufeng out for dinner, but Yufeng explains he already ate and came specifically to deliver souvenirs from Zihai City. They head back to brother Kang's apartment building to talk properly about the real reason Yufeng came all this way. Inside Kang's home, Yufeng gets straight to the point and explains his plan to have Yu and little Zheng transfer schools to Zihai City. He asks directly if brother Kang can help him make this happen, knowing the older man has the connections to pull some strings. Brother Kang waves off Yufeng's formal approach, telling him he's being too polite about the whole thing. Yufeng explains his reasoning, that with Yuna at university in Zihai City and himself working there, there'll be no one left to look after the younger siblings in Lingshui. Brother Kang agrees to help with the school transfer inquiries, saying it shouldn't be a big problem and firmly refuses any money Yufeng might be offering. This leads to the two of them going back and forth in that classic Chinese polite standoff, where neither wants the other to feel obligated. Brother Kang finally puts his foot down, telling Yufeng that if he keeps acting this formally, he won't help at all, which is honestly kind of touching. Yufeng relents and thanks him properly, promising that if brother Kang ever needs anything in the future, he'll absolutely return the favor. Time passes as Yufeng wraps up his hometown visit and prepares to head back to Zihai City where the real action is about to unfold. Back in Zihai City, Yufeng notices something interesting at the mall. There are people everywhere trying to resell bell-bottom pants now. Our boy takes in the chaos with a knowing look, thinking to himself that this market saturation is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, at Wenwen's store, someone comes running in shouting her name with some clearly urgent news. A coworker bursts in looking panicked, telling Wenwen that something bad is happening and she needs to know about it right now. Wenwen and Jinlai both look up from what they're doing, concerned about what could possibly be this urgent. The woman points upstairs and reveals that Qian Jinlai, their competitor, is also selling bell-bottom pants right there in the same mall. Jinlai scoffs at this, pointing out that literally every clothing seller in the entire mall is selling bell-bottoms now. So what's the big deal? But Wenwen senses there's more to this story, hesitating as she waits for the actual bad news to drop. Jinlai asks what the catch is, because clearly something about this situation has their coworker looking like she's seen a ghost. And here's the bomb, the woman reveals that the competitor upstairs is selling those same bell-bottoms for only 44 yuan per pair. Both Jinlai and Wenwen's jaws drop in unison because that price makes absolutely no mathematical sense whatsoever. Jinlai starts doing the math out loud. The lowest wholesale price is 45 yuan. So selling at 44 means losing money on every single pair. The coworker confirms that other store owners are all buzzing about it too, since it's the exact same brand and quality being sold at a loss. From where they're standing, they can actually hear the competitor's voice echoing through the mall advertising the insane 44 yuan direct from factory price. Jinlai tells Wenwen they need to go upstairs and see the situation for themselves because something doesn't add up here. They head up toward the floor where all the chaos is unfolding, about to discover just how saturated this market has become. And guess who else is checking out the competition? Yufeng stands there watching as the situation unfolds exactly as he predicted it would. Because while everyone else is panicking about prices, brother Qin admits he borrowed money from a ton of people to buy 50 pairs, which is about to become a very expensive lesson. Brother Qin, eager to cash in on this bell-bottom opportunity, asks Yufeng to teach him the sales tricks, since our boy clearly knows what he's doing. And Yufeng, being the generous mentor he is, agrees without hesitation because sharing knowledge is how you build alliances. He gives brother Qin the rundown, use his old booth, claim to be the boss selling directly because that angle sounds way more convincing to customers. And just like that, the stage is set at the bustling marketplace where dreams are made and fortunes are lost. Brother Chin is practically glowing with excitement, thinking this is finally his moment to strike it rich. He grabs that megaphone and starts shouting like his life depends on it, advertising bell-bottom pants straight from the factory at 110 yuan. A customer approaches asking if this is the same booth from before, and Brother Chin proudly confirms he's the boss himself. She asks for a size small, he quotes 110 yuan, and everything seems to be going perfectly according to plan. Brother Chin is absolutely amazed that Yufeng's method actually works because he's already got his first customer after just one shout. But then two women walk up with expressions that spell trouble, questioning why he's still selling for 110. And here comes the gut punch. One of them straight up tells the customer not to buy from him because he's a profiteer. Brother Kin's face falls as he demands to know what she means by that accusation. And here's the bomb that drops. She reveals the exact same pants are selling for only 44 yuan at the shopping center. Brother Kin's brain short-circuits as he stammers out the words, asking how much exactly. 44 yuan, she confirms, and you can practically hear Brother Kin's hopes shattering into a million pieces. He refuses to accept it, insisting that's impossible and the competitor must be selling fakes because the math doesn't add up. But then another woman pulls out pants she literally just bought from the shopping center, offering to compare them right there. The crowd gathers to inspect, and wouldn't you know it, they're exactly the same quality and brand. Now they're calling him dishonest, accusing him of charging 110 for something that only costs 44. The accusation echoes through the marketplace as people start calling it a scam, and Brother Kin's reputation is crumbling in real time. Meanwhile, our boy Yufeng is watching from above, already figuring out that the competitor must have connections higher up the supply chain to sell at that price. Brother Chin is spiraling, repeating that it's impossible while his entire investment flashes before his eyes. And that's when we cut to a beautiful blonde woman noticing something, thinking to herself that this guy isn't Chu Yufeng. She studies the chaos with those captivating red eyes, clearly looking for someone specific in this crowd. Her feet carry her through the market as she continues her search for the one person who matters. And then she hears it, someone calling her name from across the way. It's Yufeng waving at her with that familiar smile, and suddenly the market chaos fades into background noise. Xiaoduo turns to see him, her expression softening as she realizes who's been calling her name. He asks if she's just getting back from work, and she confirms with a simple yes as they finally reconnect. And then he asks the question that makes her heart skip, wondering if she's free to take a walk with him. As they walk together through the evening streets, Yufeng notices something's off and asks if she's unhappy about something. She stays quiet, her expression conflicted as if there's something weighing heavily on her mind. Trying to fill the silence, Yufeng shares the good news about his sister Yuna, passing her exams and getting into a university in Zhehe City. He keeps the conversation going, asking if she's ever been to Ganghai City since it's famous for having the newest fashion trends. He mentions going back to Lingshui City when his business wrapped up, still trying to read what's going on behind those troubled eyes. Yufeng finally stops and asks directly what's wrong, because her silence is speaking louder than any words could. And that's when she breaks, suddenly rushing forward toward him with emotions she can no longer contain. She throws herself into his arms, asking why he didn't tell her he came back because she thought he'd leave her forever. Yufeng stands there completely caught off guard by this sudden display of raw emotion from her. Without hesitation, he reaches out and takes her hand, their fingers intertwining in a moment that says more than words ever could. And then our boy makes a move that even surprised her, pulling her along as they start running together through the streets. Their footsteps echo through the evening as he leads her somewhere away from everything else. She calls out his name breathlessly as they continue their spontaneous escape from reality. Finally, she has to stop, gasping that she can't run anymore as her breath catches up with her racing heart. Yufeng turns to her with the warmest smile, perfectly content with wherever they've ended up. She lets out a surprised yelp as she realizes what's about to happen next. He pulls her into a tight embrace, calling her name softly as he holds her close. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as the weight of everything she's been holding back finally releases. She whispers a quiet yes against his chest, finally allowing herself to be vulnerable with him. The two of them stand there in the light of the alleyway, wrapped in each other's arms like nothing else exists. Yufeng asks gently if something's been bothering her, wondering if her parents have been forcing her into something again. She hesitates to answer, her expression showing just how complicated her situation really is. To lighten the mood, Yufeng proudly reveals that he's earned quite a fortune from the bell-bottom pants business and now has 10,000 yuan. Her eyes widen with genuine shock at the amount because that's life-changing money right there. She admits she actually believed him before when he said he only earned a few fen from selling pants. Yufeng just grins, confirming that yes, he was definitely underselling his success back then. Xiaoduo lights up and suggests they go to Guoying restaurant tomorrow to celebrate, offering a treat since she just got her salary. But Yufeng has bigger news. He tells her he has enough to buy a house in Zhehe City now and they won't have to live miserably like before. He admits she might not believe what he's about to say, acknowledging he mistreated her in the past but asking her to trust him this time. And then our boy drops the biggest bomb of all, cupping her face and asking her to marry him. Xiaoduo is absolutely stunned, her face flushing red, as she processes the proposal she never saw coming. She asks him for some time, mentioning her family situation as the reason she can't give an immediate answer. Yufeng agrees without hesitation, noting that it's getting late and offering to walk her home. Xiao Duo stands by her window looking contemplative, her heart clearly torn between what she wants and what her family expects. Meanwhile, some drama is unfolding inside as someone frantically explains to their father that they didn't lose everything, it was just a small accident. The brother finishes explaining what happened, trying to put the whole situation in the best possible light. Turns out the original plan was brilliant, but Qian Jinlai came out of nowhere selling pants for 44 yuan, and nobody knows how he got stock that cheap. The brother insists that Wenwen says this happens all the time in the market, and the competitor is just trying to attract attention. His sister backs him up, revealing she secretly asked the competitor's workers and learned they don't have much stock, so prices will go back to normal soon. The brother gets excited, suggesting they hog their inventory and sell when the price bounces back up to 110. But their father's expression shows he's not buying any of this optimistic nonsense. He sighs and tells them to stop fooling around with these schemes and find a steady source of income instead. But the brother refuses to give up, insisting that since so many other sellers bought the same pants, they shouldn't be afraid of Qian Jinlai. Someone's calling Yufeng, asking why he hasn't made it to Guangkai City yet for their business talk. Our boy tells him he'll come tomorrow, and when they ask about where Brother Shu works, he's already got all the info. Turns out Brother Shu works at Guangkai International Trading Company, but Yufeng brushes off the details and says they'll talk when they meet. The next day arrives and Brother Shu spots Yufeng approaching his building. Yufeng apologizes for being late, but Brother Shu waves it off like it's nothing at all. And then Brother Shu gets right to business, asking Yufeng what he's planning now that the bell-bottom pants era is behind him. This is where Yufeng starts cooking, bringing up the September 1979 showcase at the Agriculture Exhibition Center in Jingdu. Brother Shu remembers it well, noting that the exhibition had evolved way beyond just agricultural products by then. He recalls the luxury goods on display, quartz watches, mountain bikes, VCRs, basically everything people dreamed about owning. Brother Shu gets animated, explaining how breaking from tradition opened the doors for all kinds of different exhibitions. Yufeng nods and casually mentions how in 1989 two major toy companies held an imported toys exhibition together. Brother Shu confirms he was there, and that the toys were surprisingly popular despite being on the smaller side. And here's where our boy drops a hint, saying next year in 1984, the exhibition will definitely be held again. Brother Shu's eyes go wide, wondering how Yufeng could possibly know about next year's events. Yufeng just laughs it off, claiming he's only guessing, but we all know better at this point. He then explains that the original purpose of exhibitions was simply to clear out old stock from warehouses. But everything changed in the 80s when exhibitions shifted from clearance sales to showcasing actual luxury goods. This is exactly why bell-bottom pants became so trendy. They were positioned as luxury items with unique style. And then Yufeng drops the big proposal they should host their own exhibition right in the Zhehe City night market. Brother Shu's face cycles through confusion and concern, worrying about all the bureaucratic hoops they'd need to jump through. But Yufeng calms him down, pointing out that Brother Shu's connections could easily smooth over those complications. He argues that Zhehe City has solid purchasing power, and factories definitely won't pass up a chance to make money. Yufeng lays out the whole ecosystem. Get factories on board, coordinate with city admin, and everyone profits from the arrangement. Now Brother Shu's getting intrigued, asking how exactly they're both supposed to make money from this setup. Simple, says Yufeng. They order unsold clothes from factories and sell them right at the exhibition alongside everything else. Brother Shu's still not following, his confused expression clearly saying he needs more explanation. Yufeng breaks it down visually. Different products mean no competition between sellers at the same event. The master plan is revealed. Use the exhibition's popularity to sell their own products while helping factories clear their inventory. Brother Shu slaps his hand down in agreement, and just like that, the partnership is officially sealed. He's absolutely fired up now, declaring that Yufeng's plan is definitely going to work. They hammer out the details, splitting costs and profits 50-50, and losses too if it comes to that. Brother Shu pours them both some water as they settle in to plan their next strategic moves. He asks what their first step should be, clearly ready to get this whole business venture rolling. Yufeng says he needs to identify the best product categories first. Then they'll reach out to manufacturers. The initial focus will be women's clothing since that's the primary consumer demographic, and Brother Shu agrees completely. The next morning dawns over the city, marking a brand new day in their business venture. Brother Shu's cycling Yufeng around, vouching for a factory manager named Lao Shi as one of the most honest people he knows. They pull up and park the bicycle at their very first potential partner's location. Welcome to Little Star Toy Factory, the first stop on their grand exhibition recruitment tour. Yufeng's already thinking ahead, noting how selling women's clothing alongside toys creates the perfect customer overlap without any competition. Brother Shu fills him in on the factory's backstory, how they made Monkey King toys in 1982 but overseas markets completely rejected them. He still feels guilty about having to break that contract, which clearly left a mark on both parties involved. But Yufeng just casually says it's completely normal, which catches Brother Shu totally off guard. Our boy explains the real issue was cultural disconnect. Foreign markets had zero connection to the Monkey King character. Between production, middleman fees, and transportation costs, the pricing was never going to work for international markets. Plus, the major film adaptations hadn't been made yet, so there was no cultural context for those toys abroad. They walk through the factory grounds, footsteps echoing through the quiet corridor. Brother Shu knocks on the door, calling out for Lao Shi to see if he's around. The response comes quick, and out steps old Shi, surprised and genuinely pleased to see his old friend Shu again. Brother Shu wastes no time introducing Yufeng as the person in charge of Jiangshui Clothing Factory. Old Shi's wheels are already turning, trying to figure out why a clothing factory guy would be visiting a toy factory. But being the hospitable type, he warmly invites them both inside to talk business over tea. Once inside, old Shi asks what brings them today, and Brother Shu points to Yufeng to give the full explanation. Yufeng formally introduces himself and gets straight to the point about organizing a major exhibition in Zihai City. Old Shi raises an eyebrow at the idea of an exhibition in Zihai City, and Yufeng confirms that's exactly what they're planning. He pitches it as a solution for struggling toy factories with stagnant sales, a golden opportunity to clear inventory and boost revenue. Old Shi's interested enough to slow things down, offering tea while they properly discuss all the details. But he's got questions, namely why a clothing seller thinks he can organize a toy exhibition in the first place. Yufeng smoothly explains that children's clothing and toys share the exact same target market, creating natural synergy. Old Shi counters that exhibitions only happen in major cities like Kyoto and Shanghai, never in smaller places like Zhihai. Yufeng smiles knowingly, saying that's precisely why this untapped market represents such a massive opportunity. He rattles off the list of factories already involved: Xiaoxing, Lingshui, Kangda, Flower, Jianfeng. Then he poses the killer question: which factory can honestly guarantee they'll actually clear their backlog at the Kyoto exhibition? Old Shi hesitates, completely unable to give a confident answer to that challenge. Yufeng drives the point home, admitting he can't guarantee sales either, and neither can any of the other factory directors. The real problem, he explains, is that the backlog exists because consumers simply don't want to buy what they're currently selling. He's blunt about it. The competition's toys are just objectively better, so consumers naturally choose them instead. Old Shi fires back with the obvious question, asking if Yufeng can actually guarantee any sales in Zhihai City. Yufeng grins confidently, explaining he's a Zhihai native who knows the local market intimately and its strong purchasing power. He pauses for dramatic effect, leaving Old Shi hanging on whatever comes next. Old Shi leans in, demanding to know what else Yufeng has up his sleeve. Yufeng sets his cup down on the table with decisive force, ready to close this deal once and for all. The trump card is revealed. He's already secured a prime location in the night market right next to the famous Denton Hotel. Old Shi starts laying out his concerns about how cumbersome the exhibition procedures would be and questions whether their limited resources can handle the strain. But Yufeng just casually puts his hand on Brother Shu's shoulder, deflecting the question to their well-connected section chief. He confidently explains that as long as their factories unite and approach the leaders together, solutions will present themselves. Old Shi scratches his head, still hesitant about something that clearly weighs on his mind. Yufeng hits him with the emotional appeal, reminding Director Shi that everything they're doing is for the factory and all those workers who need to be fed. And that's when Old Shi reveals the harsh truth: the workers' wages have already been delayed for an entire month. The realization hits and Old Shi finally agrees, saying if even half of those Monkey King toys in the warehouse can sell, the factory's problems would be solved. They seal the deal with a handshake as Old Shi entrusts the entire matter to Manager Chu. Yufeng gives him that confident smile as Old Shi realizes something he almost forgot to mention. Brother Shu admits that when Yufeng first told him about this plan, Old Shi was the very first person who came to mind because of their shared history. Old Shi waves it off, saying that incident was ages ago and besides it was his own fault for making toys that nobody wanted to buy. They set up a meeting for 3 days from now at his unit where he'll introduce them to Director Wang and they can properly discuss organizing the exhibition. Old Shi then asks about the other toy factory directors and how those negotiations are going. And just like that, they all agreed, which means our boy Yufeng is officially on a roll. Over at Lingshui Toys Factory, another handshake seals another partnership for the exhibition. Kangda Toy Factory is next on the list, and the director there seems equally convinced by Yufeng's pitch. Even Flower Toy Factory joins the growing alliance as Yufeng continues his recruitment tour across the region. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a birthday celebration for someone named Shen Ziren, and things are about to get messy. A guy named Shi Jiang arrives late to the party, apologizing about having to drive some foreigners before getting here. Shen Ziren waves it off with a smile, saying they just got there anyway. One of the friends, a guy with glasses named Liang, starts making small talk, asking about everyone's work situation. A bald guy at the table admits he's been free but has no interest in going back to Lingshui since everyone who left. Liang casually mentions that he heard Cho Yufeng return to Lingshui City, which explains why he hasn't seen him selling pants recently. The shade starts flying as they agree someone like Yufeng is better off going back since he clearly has no ability to survive in the big city. Ziran adds that it's for the best since now he won't be pestering Xiaoduo anymore. And there's our girl Xiaoduo looking absolutely stunning with that blonde hair, and she seems lost in thought about something involving Cho Yufeng. Another friend at the table goes off about how Cho Yufeng is a terrible person who even cheated his own classmates out of their money. She explains that he told everyone the lowest price for bell-bottom pants was 110 yuan when the department store sells the exact same pair for 44. She backs up her claim by saying she bought a pair herself at 44 yuan, the real factory price. The bald guy does the math out loud, realizing that marking up from 44 to 110 yuan means Yufeng made a fortune off everyone. Another guy agrees, saying if that's really the case, then yeah, that's a massive profit margin. But Liang laughs it off, saying if Yufeng made that much money, why would he go back to Ling Shui? He was probably just a worker earning pennies per pair. Xiaoduo stays silent, looking increasingly uncomfortable as everyone around her roasts her ex-husband. Liang theorizes that most of the money probably went to whoever the real boss was behind the scenes. He laughs and adds that Yufeng probably still thinks those bell-bottom pants actually cost 110 yuan a pair. The whole table erupts in laughter at Yufeng's expense, and honestly the disrespect is unreal. But Xiaoduo has clearly had enough, and she stands up while Ziran smiles beside her obliviously. Ziran finally notices something's wrong and asks what's bothering her. And then Xiaoduo drops the absolute bombshell, announcing she's planning to remarry Cho Yufeng, and if they're gonna make fun of her love like this, then they don't need to invite her to these parties anymore. The reactions are immediate as one of the guys looks absolutely stunned by this revelation. Liang and the other woman can barely process what they just heard. The bald guy demands to know if she's actually serious about this. Everyone at the table is completely frozen, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Ziran confronts her directly, asking if she really wants to remarry that guy. Xiaoduo calmly confirms it, saying yes, she and her love are planning to remarry. Ziran demands to know if she's gone crazy and has forgotten how Chu Yufeng used to beat her. She continues her rant, saying he did nothing but gamble and sleep all day, and after finally getting divorced, she wants to go back? Xiaoduo softly responds that he's not the same as he used to be. She insists again he is not the same person he was before. Her eyes soften as she thinks about the changed man Yufeng has become, and honestly we're rooting for this couple. Ziran reminds her that she used to always come crying, saying Chu Yufeng was beating her, and even her mother ended up hospitalized because of him. She goes even harder, calling Xiaoduo a brainless creature for even considering this. Ziran says she kindly introduced Xiaoduo to Shijiang, who's a cab driver with a stable job, and this is what she does? Xiaoduo fires back, asking why Ziran always has such a sullen face at these dinners, and who does she think she is? Ziran snaps back that Xiaoduo really is a suitable pair with that loser Chu Yufeng. Xiaoduo grabs Ziran's arm as the confrontation turns physical, and then Xiaoduo storms off, leaving everyone at the table in absolute shock. Liang complains to Ziran that if she hadn't stopped him before, he would have dealt with that coward Chu Yufeng properly. And now Xiaoduo has the nerve to get mad at Ziran after everything she's done for her. The bald guy offers to go check on Xiaoduo while suggesting everyone else eat first. Shijiang tells Ziran to sit down and eat, saying there's no need to ruin the meal over Jiang Xiaoduo's mess. He reminds her with a bright smile that today is her birthday after all. Ziran seems touched that everyone remembered her birthday despite all this drama, but she walks off anyway as someone calls out her name trying to stop her. Shijiang shrugs it off with a drink, saying let them go and they should just eat and not waste the food. Liang says he'll go check on Ziran while the others should start eating. The remaining friends invite each other to eat, with one jokingly scolding about wasting food. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a bicycle wheel spinning as our protagonist is clearly on the move somewhere. Yufeng asks brother Shu to push the bike because this slope is just way too long. Their tired feet trudge along the dusty road as they push through the exhaustion. Yufeng wipes the sweat from his forehead and sighs in relief that they've finally made it. And there it is, Feiyun Toy Factory, the last factory on their list to recruit for the exhibition. Yufeng and brother Shu are walking home at night, and our boy is absolutely buzzing about how smoothly everything went with the toy factories. Yufeng explains that it was actually pretty simple since the manufacturers just needed to do their basic job, and with the bonus incentive, there was no reason for them to refuse. But here's the thing, Yufeng reminds him that for them, the real test has only just begun. He mentions that tomorrow they need to head to Jiangshui Garment Factory to deal with their backlogged inventory problem from last year. And just like that, we cut to the next day at Jiangshui Garment Factory. The factory director comes out to greet them. Surprised brother Shu didn't call ahead since he would have picked them up, but brother Shu waves it off, saying it was just a 10-minute walk. Brother Shu introduces Yufeng to Mr. Jiang, explaining he's one of the largest individual merchants in Zhehe City who can help solve their inventory problem. Jiang Dahe looks genuinely impressed, commenting that Yufeng is doing amazing things at such a young age. Yufeng humbly waves off the compliment, saying it's really not that big of a deal. But our protagonist wastes no time getting down to business, asking Mr. Jiang exactly how many pieces of clothing have been sitting in their backlog since last winter. Jiang Dahe reveals there's about 6,000 pieces of winter clothes total, and when Yufeng asks specifically about women's clothing, About 5,000 pieces are women's clothes, with 3 different styles priced at 8, 9, and 10 yuan respectively from last year. Yufeng's eyes narrow as he starts mentally analyzing the situation, already formulating his approach. Jiang Dahe invites them to take a look at the inventory first while he gets them some tea. Yufeng walks through the warehouse, carefully examining the racks of unsold clothing with a critical eye. He reaches out and feels the fabric between his fingers, getting a sense of the material quality. And that's when it clicks for him. This is the fabric they used. No wonder these clothes didn't sell well. Jiang Dahe returns with tea, suggesting they have a drink first and then talk business. But Yufeng cuts straight to the chase, telling Mr. Jiang he only wants 5,000 pieces of women's clothes and doesn't need the rest. Jiang Dahe's face lights up with excitement, offering a unit price of 7 yuan if Yufeng takes all 5,000 pieces. But Yufeng doesn't even blink before responding that 7 yuan is still too high. Jiang Dahe looks completely caught off guard by this response, clearly not expecting pushback on what he thought was a generous offer. Yufeng explains that this factory's main production material is dacron, and while that stuff is durable enough to wear for years, that's actually part of the problem. He continues, pointing out that the country's cotton production has been increasing year after year, meaning there's now plenty of textiles to meet everyone's needs. And that makes dacron's disadvantages stand out even more. It's uncomfortable, it's not unique, and it doesn't breathe well at all. That's exactly why their sales have been declining year after year, and Yufeng isn't holding back on the analysis. He asks Jiang Dahe directly how much their unsold inventory increased compared to the previous year. Jiang Dahe hesitates, clearly uncomfortable with the direction this conversation is going. Yufeng presses on, explaining that the situation for dacron clothes is only getting worse every year, as evidenced by their summer sales numbers. Jiang Dahe reluctantly admits the truth. Their summer sales have been less than a quarter of what they used to be. He asks Yufeng what he thinks is causing all of this, genuinely wanting to understand. Yufeng explains that overseas companies understood the market better. They sold at high prices first, then discounted to attract buyers looking for deals. And the most important factor is that they don't need product coupons to buy. Anyone with cash can purchase directly, but once those advantages disappear and only the disadvantages remain, consumers simply won't buy anymore. Jiang Dahe looks confused, question marks practically floating around his head as he tries to process what Yufeng is implying. And that's when Yufeng drops the bombshell. On December 1st of this year, the clothing coupon system that's been running for 30 years will be completely abolished. Jiang Dahe's face contorts in absolute shock, practically screaming in disbelief at this revelation. Even Brother Su looks stunned. Clearly this is news to him too, despite working in the system. Both of their hands are literally shaking as they hold their teacups, the gravity of this information sinking in. Jiang Dahe's mind is racing, realizing that if the coupon system is abolished, the circulation of goods from other manufacturers will become much easier. Brother Su secretly gives a thumbs up behind Yufeng's back, impressed by how masterfully this is being handled. He backs up Yufeng's claim, telling Mr. Jiang that this news came directly from higher up the chain. However, he adds a warning that this information cannot be shared with the outside world or ordinary people. Yufeng then plays his power move, telling Mr. Jiang he doesn't want the 7 yuan price, and that Jiang can keep the clothes until next year when Yufeng will come back to ask again. Brother Shu reminds Jiang Dahe that 5,000 pieces is not a small order by any measure. He adds that when Yufeng said he wanted to buy dacron clothes, Jiang was the first person he thought of, but there are plenty of other factories in Guangkai City. Jiang Dahe goes silent, sweat beading on his face as he realizes he's losing leverage by the second. He slowly reaches for his water glass, buying himself a moment to think. Finally, he calls out to Manager Chu, his tone completely changed from earlier. He asks the crucial question, what price does Yufeng actually want? Yufeng holds up 4 fingers with absolute confidence, declaring his offer is 4 yuan per piece. Jiang Dahe can barely process what he's hearing, stammering out the number in disbelief. Even Brother Shu is amazed at how aggressively Yufeng just cut the price. That's nearly half of the original offer. Yufeng breaks down the numbers, explaining that fabric and production costs are about 2 yuan, and with wages, rent, and machinery. However, he points out that the products are sitting unsold in the warehouse anyway, so he's really just helping minimize their losses. Jiang Dahe lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the decision clearly pressing down on him. Finally, he agrees to the 4 yuan unit price but demands full payment upfront for all 5,000 pieces. Yufeng smiles with satisfaction, simply saying it's a deal. Brother Shu is internally screaming with admiration, thinking about how Yufeng just closed what seemed like an impossible deal through sheer negotiation talent. The sun sets beautifully over the city as another successful day comes to an end. Yufeng and Brother Shu head out together, walking their bicycle as they leave the factory. Brother Shu is doing the math in his head. 5,000 pieces at 4 yuan means a total of 20,000 yuan, with 10,000 of his own life savings invested. His hands grip the bicycle handles a little tighter as the reality of their investment sinks in. He voices his concern to Yufeng, wondering if they might be a little too optimistic about selling 5,000 pieces of clothes that couldn't even move from the warehouse before. Yufeng reassures him that they shouldn't worry about selling now that they've already bought the clothes. The priority is getting approval from Mr. Wang to host their exhibition. Brother Shu pumps his fist with renewed determination, declaring that he understands the plan now. As they walk off into the sunset, Brother Shu tells Yufeng that from now on he'll follow his arrangements completely. The scene shifts to the impressive Gongkai International Trading Company building. Brother Shu is meeting with Mr. Wang, thanking him in advance on behalf of all the factories for his support. Mr. Wang waves off the gratitude with a confident smile, saying of course he'll support an exhibition like this. Meanwhile, we cut over to the Zheihai City shopping center where familiar faces await. And there she is, our girl Xiao Duo with that blonde hair, letting out a tired sigh as she starts her shift. She's muttering to herself about how Yufeng changed the prices back to normal in the end, genuinely confused about what's going on in that head of his. A customer walks up asking about the prices for bell-bottom pants, snapping her back to reality. Meanwhile, at the clothing exhibition, the salesman is pitching the newest model pants at 110 yuan per pair. But this customer isn't having it, immediately countering with an offer of 100 yuan flat. And just like that, the saleswoman caves, agreeing to the lower price but begging her not to tell other customers. The customer flashes the sweetest smile and promises her secret is safe with them. The saleswoman waves her off cheerfully, hoping she'll come back again for more purchases. The salesman is practically glowing, realizing he just made 50 yuan in profit, which is almost his entire monthly salary. Yufeng has to tell him to keep his voice down since it's just the start and they can't let other customers overhear. The scene shifts back to the city as the sun begins to set over the apartment buildings. Inside the Jiang family home, Xiao Duo and her mom are busy preparing dinner together in the kitchen. That's when someone starts knocking at the door, catching Xiao Duo's attention mid-chop. Mr. Jiang assumes it must be Lu Rui, and tells Xiao Duo to go answer the door for their guest. Xiao Duo heads toward the entrance, her footsteps echoing through the hallway. She approaches the front door, not yet knowing who's actually waiting on the other side. In her mind, she's thinking this might be the perfect opportunity to finally tell her parents the truth about Yufeng. She reaches for the door handle and unlocks it, ready to face whoever's there. And standing right there with Lu Rui is none other than Shen Ziran, which is definitely not what Xiao Duo expected. Xiao Duo can't hide her surprise, blurting out Ziran's name like she's seen a ghost. Ziran explains she just happened to run into Lu Rui downstairs and decided to come up together. But something about Ziran's presence here feels off, and Xiao Duo can't shake the uneasy feeling. Ziran calls out Xiao Duo's expression, asking with a smirk if she's somehow not welcome here. Xiao Duo quickly dismisses it and invites them both inside, trying to play it cool. Mr. Jiang notices the extra guest and comments that Ziran is here too, clearly pleased to see her. He tells Ziran to help herself to the fruits while he cooks rice, and instructs Xiao Duo to keep Lu Rui company. Lu Rui asks about Ziran's father, explaining he's been busy training newcomers and hasn't had time to visit. Ziran laughs it off, saying her dad is always running around everywhere as usual, and she's lucky to see him once a week. Night falls and the family sits down for dinner together, with everyone gathered around the table. That's when Ziran speaks up, saying she actually came here tonight to tell Uncle something important. Mr. Jiang looks up curiously, asking what it is she needs to tell him. Ziran puts on her sweetest act, claiming she treats Xiao Duo sincerely like her very own sister. But then she drops the bomb, asking if he knows that Xiao Duo plans to remarry Cho Yufeng. Mr. Jiang's face contorts with shock and rage as he processes what he just heard. Xiao Duo's eyes go wide with horror, realizing she's just been completely exposed. Mrs. Jiang is equally stunned by this sudden revelation at the dinner table. Xiao Duo is mentally kicking herself for being stupid enough to think Ziran came here to apologize. Ziran continues twisting the knife, telling Uncle that Xiao Duo confessed all of this during her birthday party. Mr. Jiang demands to know what exactly happened, his anger building by the second. And because things weren't bad enough, Lu Rui decides to pile on and says he also has something to share. He recalls seeing Yufeng selling pants at Jiadi Park and catching Xiao Duo flirting with him right in front of his eyes. Mr. Jing looks like he's about to explode, the veins on his forehead practically throbbing with fury. He erupts at Xiao Duo, demanding to know why she would associate with that trash and why she even called them crying. Xiao Duo tries to defend herself, insisting Yufeng has changed a lot and earned good money selling bell-bottom pants. The tension in the room is absolutely suffocating as everyone watches this family drama unfold. Mr. Jiang's rage hits a boiling point as he screams at his daughter, demanding to know what she's even saying. In the chaos, Xiao Duo's foot slips on the floor as she tries to back away from her father. She goes down hard, crashing to the ground in front of everyone. Ziran's eyes widen at the scene, though honestly it's hard to tell if she's concerned or entertained. Ziran rushes over, calling out Xiao Duo's name, at least pretending to be worried. But then there's a loud crash from another direction that makes everyone freeze. Mr. Jiang's expression shifts as he realizes something else has happened. Ziran turns to look, suddenly alert to whatever just occurred behind her. It's Mrs. Jiang who has collapsed, lying motionless on the floor from all the shock and stress. Xiao Duo's eyes fill with absolute terror as she sees her mother unconscious on the ground. Everyone rushes to Mrs. Jiang's side as Xiao Duo screams out, asking if her mom is alright. The panic sets in as someone shouts to get her to the hospital immediately. The next thing we see is the glowing red ICU sign at the hospital, and things are looking serious. In the waiting area, Mr. Jiang is laying into Xiao Duo, asking if she'll only be happy when her mother dies from anger. Xiaoduo sits there silently, her eyes heavy with guilt and pain she can barely contain. Her father continues his tirade, gesturing wildly as he vents all his frustration at her. His tone shifts to pleading as he begs Xiaoduo to please stop fooling around with this remarriage nonsense. He begs her directly, asking her to leave Chu Yufeng for the sake of their family. Xiaoduo finally speaks up, trying to explain that Yufeng is different now, that he's changed from before. Mr. Zhang asks desperately if he needs to kneel down and beg for her to listen to him. Xiaoduo tells him not to force her, her voice cracking under the pressure. Her father's face goes dark as he asks if she really thinks he's the one forcing her here. He points toward her mother, asking who's really forcing who when her mom is lying in the ICU. A single tear rolls down Xiaoduo's face as the weight of everything crashes down on her. She grips her chest tightly and finally gives in, saying fine. The tears flow freely now as she chokes out that she promises. She collapses to her knees, promising she'll never see Yufeng again, never see Chu Yufeng in the future. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to all of this, Yufeng and Brother Shu are walking through the city singing happily. Brother Shu compliments Yufeng's singing, and Yufeng laughs, saying it's the only song he knows. Brother Shu mentions the toy factory delivery will take a few days and offers to show Yufeng around the city. But Yufeng declines with a warm smile, saying he can't wait to go back because there's someone he's longing to see. Brother Shu asks who this person is that Yufeng can't wait to see, and our boy doesn't hesitate at all, saying it's his lover and he misses her so much. Brother Shu looks at him like he's lost his mind, asking if he's actually drunk, and can he even tell what time it is right now. But Yufeng is already scheming, asking if maybe he should just go back tonight instead of waiting. And before Brother Shu can even process what's happening, this lovesick fool has already dragged him onto a bicycle and they're speeding through the night. The scene shifts to the night market where things are about to get very interesting for someone who deserves it. Someone calls out to Boss Qin, and Qin Yigo looks up from counting his stacks of merchandise, clearly feeling untouchable. But the moment he sees who's calling him, his face twists with absolute fury as he screams out Yufeng's name. He grabs Yufeng by the collar, accusing him of digging him into a deep grave, and honestly the man is seething. Yufeng just laughs it off with the most innocent face, asking how he would ever dare to do something like that. Qin Yigo is having none of it, screaming at him to stop with the tricks because he knows Yufeng set him up. Yufeng casually sidesteps and the man goes tumbling because apparently coordination isn't his strong suit. From the ground, Qin Yigo threatens that Yufeng better not even think about doing business at the night market ever again. Yufeng calmly points out that he already paid all his fees and his name is clearly recorded in the log, so what exactly is the problem here? Qin Yigo declares he's going to personally make sure Yufeng can't set up his booth tonight, using whatever authority he thinks he has. And that's when Yufeng's expression shifts ever so slightly, saying he was actually waiting for him to say exactly that. He turns to the crowd and loudly announces that everyone should hear this. He paid his fees, but Qin Yigo refuses to let him set up his booth. Qin Yigo puffs up his chest, asking if they really think he doesn't have the connections to be the manager of this entire night market. Yufeng just waves him off as he walks away, calling him heartless despite having worked for him before, and wishes him luck in his business. Qin Yigo is completely baffled, screaming after him, asking what nonsense he's spouting and when did Yufeng ever work for him. The sun rises over Zihai City, marking the beginning of a very bad day for a certain night market manager. Yufeng stands in front of the government business department building and announces simply that he has arrived. A small smile plays on his face as he thinks to himself that things are finally starting to get interesting. A guard intercepts him at the entrance, asking who exactly he's looking for here. Yufeng pulls out a document with a confident smile, telling the guard to please take a look at this. It's a recommendation letter, and suddenly this random guy walking in has some serious credentials. The guard is impressed, asking if he's recommended by Gonghai International Trading Company, but Yufeng humbly explains he's just helping them find a branch location in Zihai City. Inside the office, we meet Mr. Liu from the Zihai City Business Department, casually sipping his coffee while reviewing some papers. A knock comes at the door and Mr. Liu simply tells whoever it is to come in, not looking up from his work. Yufeng enters politely, introducing himself as Xu Guotao's cousin and the one hosting the clothing exhibition. Mr. Liu recognizes him immediately and tells him to take a seat because Director Zhang should be arriving soon to discuss things. He explains that Director Zhang will bring him to the night market to discuss the matters, and not to worry too much about the exhibition days since it depends on the Gonghai City merchants. Yufeng thanks him but hesitates, his hands pressed together as if he's about to bring up something uncomfortable. Mr. Liu notices the hesitation immediately and asks if there's some kind of issue he should know about. Yufeng admits directly that yes, he actually does have a problem that needs addressing. He explains that he let merchants use his site for free, so he's wondering if he could possibly be exempted from the exhibition fees. Mr. Liu's expression shifts to confusion as he asks what exhibition fees he's even talking about. Yufeng explains that Qin Yigo, the manager of the night market, is collecting 20 yuan from him for each day of the exhibition. Mr. Liu is already looking concerned, repeating the name Qin Yigo and the 20 yuan per day charge like he can't believe what he's hearing. Yufeng continues, explaining he already paid rent for half a year, and tried explaining about the exhibition, but Qin doesn't care at all. Mr. Lu leans forward, asking what else there is to this story because clearly there's more. And here comes the bomb. Yufeng mentions that Qin Yigo claims all the money will be handed over to Mr. Lu in the end. Mr. Lu's face goes pale as he repeats the accusation, asking if this man is really claiming the money goes to him. Yufeng dramatically adds that of course he disagreed with this arrangement, but Qin Yigo beat him up for refusing. He continues that Qin Yigo often oppresses sellers like himself, collecting benefits from everyone by using his supposed connection as Mr. Lu's cousin. Mr. Lu slams his hand on the desk in absolute shock, unable to process what he's just heard. He shoots up from his chair demanding to know since when is this Qin Yigo his cousin because he's never even heard of this person. Right on cue, there's a knock at the door because the timing couldn't be more perfect. Mr. Lu barks out for whoever it is to come in, his anger barely contained at this point. Director Zhang enters the room, saying the director called for him, completely unaware of what's about to happen. Mr. Lu immediately demands to know who exactly Qin Yigo thinks he is, and Zhang nervously answers that he manages the night market. Mr. Lu doesn't even hesitate, waving his hand and ordering Director Zhang to fire him immediately. He adds that Zhang should ask all the other sellers how much Qin has collected from them and sum it all up because he won't be sparing this man easily. Director Zhang acknowledges the order, understanding the gravity of what's about to happen to Qin Yigo. That night at the market, Yufeng casually greets Boss Qin, and the man is absolutely floored that he dares to show his face again. Qin Yigo screams that he already told Yufeng he won't allow him to stay here, still thinking he has any power left. Yufeng just calmly asks if he can see something over there, pointing behind the manager. Qin Yigo hesitates, a bad feeling suddenly washing over him as he wonders what's going on. Before he can react, someone grabs him from behind and it's definitely not a friendly gesture. The authorities have arrived and they're ordering him not to move, his face contorted in shock and rage. Two officials restrain him as he screams, asking what they're doing and why he's being arrested. The official calmly tells Qin Yigo to follow them without resisting, because this is happening whether he likes it or not. The crowd watches as they drag him away, people murmuring that they finally caught this parasite and apparently someone reported him. Yufeng cheerfully calls out after him, asking if he still wants the pants and if he should keep them safe for him. Qin Yigo can only grind his teeth in absolute fury as he's dragged away, knowing exactly who's responsible for this. Later that night, we see the familiar apartment building where Xiaoduo lives, bathed in the glow of street lights. Yufeng walks toward it carrying gifts and pants, thinking happily that Xiaoduo should be home now, completely unaware that she just promised to never see him again. Yufeng is looking at that apartment building, holding the gifts he brought, completely unaware of what's about to hit him. And there she is, Xiaoduo, walking out with a lunchbox in hand, looking absolutely stunning even in the dim streetlight. Without even thinking, our boy reaches out because he's missed her that much. He wraps her in a hug from behind, calling out her name with all the affection in the world. He tells her softly that he's back, and you can see just how happy he is to see her. But her reaction is not what he expected at all. She demands to know what he thinks he's doing. She points out that he made her drop everything she was carrying, and the scattered groceries on the ground prove her point. She spins around, clearly annoyed, and our boy is starting to realize something is very wrong here. The look on Yufeng's face shifts from joy to confusion because this is not the reunion he imagined. He quickly picks up her drop bag, trying to salvage the situation. He offers to help carry her lunchbox, following after her as she starts walking away. She's ignoring him completely and he just keeps calling her name over and over, desperate for a response. He finally asks the obvious question, wondering if she's headed to the hospital and if something happened to her family. She hits him with the coldest response possible, telling him it's none of his business. But Yufeng isn't giving up that easily, telling her that if something happens she can always tell him. She just keeps walking in complete silence, and the distance between them feels like it's growing with every step. Our protagonist isn't about to let her go without answers, so he breaks into a run after her. He grabs her arm, demanding to know what's going on because he has the right to know. The look on her face says it all. She's shocked and clearly did not want this confrontation. She yells at him to let go, trying to pull her wrist free from his grip. Yufeng can barely process what's happening. This woman he loves is treating him like a stranger, and the pain in Xiaoduo's expression tells us this isn't easy for her either. She tells him to wait right here and not follow her, promising they'll talk later. And just like that, she walks away toward the hospital, leaving him standing there alone. Yufeng is completely lost, wondering what in the world happened to his Xiaoduo. We see Zhehai City 3rd Hospital looming in the night, and now we know where she's been going. Xiaoduo stands there clutching the lunchbox, looking absolutely devastated now that she's alone. Her legs are trembling, barely holding her up under the weight of everything she's feeling. She wonders to herself why Yufeng has to keep asking what happened, as if knowing would make any difference. And then the tears come, streaming down her face because keeping this act up is destroying her. We cut to patient room number 3, where someone very important is waiting for her. Xiaoduo enters with the lunchbox, telling her mother she brought porridge and she should have some. Her mother takes a bite and smiles, saying the porridge today actually tastes pretty good. Xiaoduo tells her mom to eat slowly and promises she'll visit again tomorrow at noon, but her mother sets down the food, clearly having something else on her mind. She asks Xiaoduo to come sit beside her because there's something important they need to discuss. Xiao Duo tries to deflect, saying her mother should rest early since it's almost 10 and the hospital will kick her out soon. But her mother isn't having it, making Xiao Duo promise to stop meeting with Cho Yufeng. Xiao Duo agrees immediately, telling her mother not to worry because she'll never contact him anymore. Her mother says she feels relieved hearing that because whenever she thinks about Yufeng, her heart physically aches. Xiao Duo tells her mom to sleep early and says goodbye, holding back everything she really wants to say. Her mother simply says okay, closing her eyes with a peaceful smile, completely unaware of her daughter's pain. The door closes behind Xiao Duo, and everything she's been holding in starts to crack. She's standing in the hallway trying to hold it together but failing miserably. She starts running, desperate to get away before she completely breaks down. The sobs she's been holding back finally escape, and she's crying into her hands like her heart is shattering. Meanwhile outside, Yufeng is still waiting exactly where she left him, murmuring her name into the night. The hospital stands there in the darkness, holding all the answers he doesn't have yet. When she finally comes out, he immediately asks if her mother got hospitalized. He suggests they talk while walking, trying to ease the tension between them. She says his full name, Chu Yufeng, in a tone that makes his stomach drop. She calls him a weirdo, asking who in their right mind still chases after their ex-wife after a divorce. That one hits different, and you can see the shock written all over his face. She tells him flatly to stop contacting her anymore, like she's made up her mind. But our boy isn't accepting that, grabbing her wrist and calling her name desperately. He begs her to at least tell him the reason why she's suddenly pushing him away. And then she finally tells him her family doesn't approve, and her mom got hospitalized just from hearing his name. She asks him the question that's been tearing her apart: how can they possibly be together when this is the reality? Yufeng tries to argue, saying he has $10,000 now and another business deal that could make even more money. He insists that he's completely different from the man he used to be. But she shakes off his hand, not wanting to hear any more of his promises. She cuts him off brutally, telling him to stop it because he doesn't even have a house. That last line leaves him standing there speechless, hand still outstretched to where she was. He murmurs her name one more time, the devastation clear in his eyes. They stand there facing each other under the city lights, two people who clearly still love each other but can't be together. Xiaoduo finally says the words, tears streaming down her face as she apologizes to him. Time skip to the next day and we see a traditional style house bathed in morning sunlight. Yufeng is there making some kind of transaction, handing over money and telling someone to count it. The real estate agent flips through the cash and confirms it's the exact amount they agreed on. The agent hands over the documents with a big smile. The deal is officially done. He thanks Yufeng and tells him to come back when he needs to buy another house. And there it is, a title deed with Yufeng's name on it, proof that he just bought property. He looks at it thinking that at least his family will have a place to stay in Zhehai City now, but something's still bothering him. If only he had more money, he would have bought that terraced house near Xiaoduo's place instead. The clock is ticking and our boy Yufeng has places to be. He's waiting at the station with his arms crossed, looking like a man on a mission, and that's when he hears the footsteps of his entire business crew approaching. His eyes light up because it's finally showtime. The whole squad has arrived, waving and calling out his name like he's the main character. Yufeng gathers everyone together and commends them for their hard work getting here. He asks Brother Su when their goods will arrive, and the answer is around 10 tonight. Yufeng lays out the game plan. First they report to Director Zhang, then they hit the night market to set up their stall. So they head straight to the business administration office to handle the paperwork. They submit their official report to get everything approved and legit. Director Zhang gives them his blessing and wishes them luck with the exhibition. By nightfall they found their spot, and Yufeng shows everyone where they'll be setting up shop. One of the guys is absolutely hyped about how big the space is. This is way more than they expected. Time to get to work. And someone calls out to Brother Shu to lend a hand with the setup. The whole crew starts hustling to get everything ready before customers arrive. They unfurl the banner that reads Manufacturer's Exhibition, and someone asks if Yufeng made this himself. Yufeng smiles and says that banner needs to be raised high when the time comes. Presentation is everything. The announcement goes out across the city, direct manufacturer sales at the night market. And just like that, the exhibition is open for business with multiple stalls selling everything from toys to clothes. A little kid immediately spots the toys and starts dragging his mom over to check them out. And what toys they are, a whole cart full of adorable Monkey King plushies just waiting to be bought. The kids are losing their minds over all the Monkey King toys, shouting for their moms to look. Even the adults are impressed. These toys are fashionable and they've never seen them at any department store. More kids discover small trucks and start begging their parents to buy them one. Families are running into each other on the way to the exhibition. Word of mouth is spreading fast. One of the guys notices how many people are following them toward the exhibition. Yufeng's plan is working. The manufacturer's exhibition banner stands tall, welcoming all the curious shoppers. One kid spots a big tiger toy and immediately starts demanding his mom buy it for him. People are flooding in asking about admission tickets and what else is being sold besides toys. Yufeng announces loud and clear that there's no admission fee. Everyone can buy at manufacturer prices. One of his partners is amazed at the turnout. Their simple publicity strategy of walking around and shouting actually worked. Yufeng tells his team that he's done his part bringing the people in, now it's up to them to close the sales. Some of the older vendors look completely confused about what they're supposed to do next, but one guy grabs a megaphone and starts shouting about Jiangshui garment factory close at half price. Women start getting interested when they hear it's the winter-style Dacron and they decide to check it out. Yufeng himself is showing off the clothes, warning everyone these are limited stock and only 20 yuan each. Of course, someone tries to bargain and asks if it can be any cheaper. Yufeng shuts that down immediately, saying they're already selling at a loss and once it's gone, it's gone. And that scarcity tactic works perfectly. People start rushing in demanding to buy before stock runs out. The other vendors are watching Yufeng's technique and wondering if they can do the same thing. They decide to hurry up and copy his aggressive sales approach before they miss out on the crowd. Meanwhile, someone's demonstrating bamboo dragonfly toys that actually spin through the air. The vendor is calling out to children about the bamboo dragonflies at just 50 fens each, practically giving them away. A kid points excitedly at the flying toy and screams for his mom to look at it. The mom asks how much, and the vendor assures her it's super cheap, only 50 fens and totally worth it. Another vendor holds up a Monkey King plushie and announces it just came back from a trip to the United States. Someone else is hawking tin trolleys and little tin frogs that move on their own after a few turns. The clothes vendor is going all out too, shouting that the Jiangshui factory closed down and everything is just 20 yuan. Customers are literally fighting to get their hands on the discounted clothes before they sell out. Yufeng keeps the pressure up, reminding everyone there's not many left, so hurry up and decide. One skeptical vendor side-eyes the whole operation, wondering if the boss is just using the exhibition to sell his own stuff. But another guy shuts him down, saying they're using free space and making their own money, so who cares? One of the partners is on megaphone duty, telling everyone to dress well and come back next time. After just a few boxes sold, the profit is already 1,000 yuan after costs. And that's just the beginning. One of the guys is doing the math in his head. 500 yuan each is almost a few months of his regular salary. Customers keep grabbing clothes off the racks. The demand is absolutely insane. Someone asks old Zhu why he isn't selling children's clothes, and he starts stammering nervously. The guy explains he looked everywhere but only found women's Dacron clothes, not a single piece of children's clothing. Yufeng jumps in and says Brother Shi doesn't understand, they're running a conjoined economy here. The guy looks completely lost and asks what on earth a conjoined economy even means. Yufeng breaks it down, kids want toys but moms are lazy, so selling women's clothes brings the moms out too. He explains the genius of it. The toy sellers earn from children while they earn from the mothers, win-win for everyone. Brother Shi is absolutely blown away by this level of business thinking from their young boss. Time skipped to later that night, and the crescent moon hangs over a very successful first day. The whole crew is walking home together, praising old Zhu as a business genius while he modestly downplays his profits. Someone suggests old Zhu should treat them to dinner since he made the most money today. Old Zhu playfully begs off, saying please pretty please don't make him pay for everyone. They notice Yufeng has been unusually quiet this whole time and ask what's on his mind. Yufeng laughs and admits his throat is completely dry from shouting all day. The guys immediately roast him for it, pointing out he was the loudest one at the exhibition by far. The whole group bursts out laughing as they head off into the night, a successful first day under their belts. Later that night, back at their home base in Zheihai City, Brother Shu walks in to check on Yufeng, who's been busy counting up today's earnings. Yufeng announces his count, 5,020 yuan on his end. Brother Shu practically lights up as he announces his own haul, 6,980 yuan. Yufeng gives an approving nod. That's actually pretty solid for day one. But Brother Shu wants to make absolutely sure, so he asks to double check his math. He starts flipping through the bills again, making sure every single note is accounted for. And after recounting everything, he confirms it's definitely 6,980 yuan. Yufeng does the quick math in his head. 12,000 yuan total means they moved 600 pieces of clothing today. Brother Shu eagerly asks if they'll sell even more tomorrow, and Yufeng assures him the exhibition just started, so word will keep spreading. But first, our boy needs some sleep because he's absolutely exhausted from today. He tells Brother Shu to get some rest too, since tomorrow is going to be another busy day. The next morning, they head over to the bank to make a deposit. Brother Shu hands something to Yufeng and tells him to keep it safe. It's a bank book showing a balance of 6,000 yuan. Their profits officially secured. Yufeng confirms everything is in order with no mistakes on the deposit. They pump their fists together and make a pact to work even harder today. Back at the exhibition, Yufeng's new sales pitch is already causing a stir. Jump sale with everything at just 20 yuan. Some of the other vendors are confused about this jump sale terminology, but they admit it sounds cheap and makes them want to buy. So naturally they rush off to copy Yufeng's strategy before they miss out on the crowd. Meanwhile, over at the department store in town, things aren't looking quite as lively. A woman asks her colleague why he didn't bother coming into work today. He just gestures at the empty store and says how can he be in the mood to work when there's no business. She mentions hearing about that exhibition at the night market selling Dacron clothes, hoping business will return to normal once it's over. He considers buying some of that Dacron himself, but she points out it's not comfortable to wear and gets hot. But then she perks up and says she has something important to tell him. He asks what it is, and she's clearly excited about something. She found a supplier selling bell-bottom pants at just 44 yuan per pair, and his jaw practically hits the floor. Now let's check in on what's happening over at the Zhihai Library. A woman runs into her friend Xiao Duo and mentions hearing about some free exhibition near her place. And hold up, Xiao Duo here is absolutely stunning with that long blonde hair and those red eyes. Her friend explains that the Dacron factory is shutting down and they're selling clothes at 20 yuan that normally cost 50. Xiao Duo's friend points out they're all thick winter clothes, so she might as well grab one for the cold season. The word is spreading all over town. Everything is 20 yuan and today might be the last chance. So the two ladies head over to the exhibition and join the growing line of customers. While waiting in line, the friend mentions she heard this batch of stock is their last. When they reach the front, Xiao Duo's friend asks for a size small in brighter colors. Brother Shu offers a pink one and she happily accepts it. He turns to Xiao Duo with a friendly smile and asks what she'd like. Xiao Duo decides to get the same thing, size small in pink. Brother Shu calls out the order to Yufeng, 2 size small pink pieces coming right up. Yufeng grabs the clothes and turns to hand them to the customers, but then he freezes, because standing right in front of him is someone he definitely wasn't expecting to see. And from the look on Xiao Duo's face, she recognizes him too. Her friend thanks them for the clothes, completely oblivious to the tension. Yufeng tries to play it cool as he hands over the clothes, calling her miss. Xiao Duo stammers as she takes the package, clearly caught off guard by this encounter. As they walk away, her friend happily comments that the clothes are really worth the price. But Xiao Duo stays silent, clearly lost in thought about what just happened. The exhibition keeps running until the moon rises over the banner once again. As they pack up for the night, one of the workers asks Brother Shu if they can have noodles for breakfast instead of cornmeal since business is booming. Brother Shu laughs and agrees, even promising to throw in an extra egg for everyone. But then he tries to downplay his earnings, claiming he only profits 2 fen per piece of clothing. The worker immediately calls out his bluff. There's no way he's only making 2 fen per item. Brother Shu starts to stammer as the worker says he knows business and isn't easily fooled. The worker points out that nobody would come all the way to Zhihai City if they weren't making at least 5 fen per piece. Brother Shu looks absolutely caught, his little white lie falling apart instantly. He begs the worker to keep it a secret, and the worker agrees but demands 2 eggs tomorrow. Back at the house, another late-night counting session begins under the crescent moon. Brother Shu finishes counting his side at 10,100 yuan, while Yufeng has 14,100. Yufeng calculates that they sold 1,210 pieces today, bringing the 2-day total to 1,810 clothes. Brother Shu is practically bouncing with excitement, saying they'll definitely earn even more at this rate. Yufeng tells him to go rest since he still needs to wake up early to make breakfast. The next morning, a shout rings out that breakfast is ready. And true to his word, Brother Shu delivers noodles with eggs, a proper upgrade from cornmeal. It's the last day of the jump sale and they're going all out to move the remaining inventory. Yufeng is back at it with his pitch. Dacron clothes not 88, not 55, just 20 yuan. The toy vendor is hyping up his Monkey King plushies again, telling everyone they're imported from country M. Another vendor is showing off toy cars that actually move, calling all the kids over to take a look. That night, the final count comes in at 13,100 yuan from Brother Shu and 18,000 from Yufeng's side. Brother Shu is amazed that profits are increasing every single day, exactly like Yufeng predicted. Yufeng crunches the numbers and estimates they have about 1,700 Dacron pieces left, which should sell out in just 2 more days at this pace. Someone approaches the crew at the exhibition grounds looking genuinely surprised at how fast they cleared out. Brother Shu laughs and explains they sold the last few pieces to Jiaming and Old Man Shi at a discount, and now they're heading back to Gonghai City. Yufeng spots Old Man Shi taking a break and asks if he's already done selling his stock too. Old Man Shi takes a drag of his cigarette and says there's no rush since he can move his few leftovers with just a couple shouts. The vendors call out to Brother Shu, telling him to come chat and just return the remaining pieces to the factory later. But Yufeng notices something and turns his attention toward a group approaching the stall. He tells the others to wait since potential customers are coming and they should talk amongst themselves first. The woman with the ponytail tells her friend Pepe that Dacron is totally outdated now, uncomfortable and makes you hot when you wear it. But Pepe doesn't care about trends and says it's fine as long as it keeps her mom warm this winter for Chinese New Year. They approach the stall and ask how much everything costs, and this is where Yufeng's sales mode kicks in. Our boy flashes a peace sign and tells them everything's just 20 yuan, but they won't be selling after tomorrow, so don't miss out. But then he notices the guy with glasses in the group, and something about him seems oddly familiar. And it turns out the feeling's mutual because Glasses Guy immediately recognizes him and blurts out, "Chu Yufeng, what are you doing here?" Yufeng doesn't even flinch and casually replies that he's here to sell stuff, obviously. Glasses Guy is stunned and asks if Yufeng's still hustling as a seller, then adds with disbelief, "Don't tell me you hosted this whole exhibition." Now here's the thing, if this was day one, Yufeng would have lied and said he was working under someone, but after this success, he confidently asks, "Who else did you think it was?" as Brother Shu walks up behind him. The ponytail woman scoffs and says there's no way a poor individual seller has the resources and connections to host an exhibition. Yufeng smirks and tells her if she's looking down on individual sellers, she should just ask the other vendors who hosted this whole thing. And right on cue, the vendors start calling out to him, "Boss Chew this and Boss Chew that," asking about tomorrow's preparations. Glasses guy's jaw practically hits the floor as he repeats it out loud, completely shocked by what he's witnessing. But the ponytail woman just rolls her eyes and dismisses the whole thing, saying who even wears dacron anymore, probably just cheapskates. She drags the group away and tells Gia Pepe to never bring her to places like this again, clearly too proud for her own good. Later that night, the crescent moon rises over Zehai City as another successful day comes to a close. Back at their base, Yufeng offers Brother Shu some noodles after the long day of selling. But Brother Shu waves him off and says he'll eat after he finishes the accounting, already counting through stacks of cash. Yufeng just smiles and agrees to wait, letting Brother Shu have his moment with the money. When Yufeng asks if he needs help, Brother Shu says nope, he just wants to count it all over again himself. The sound of cash shuffling fills the room as Brother Shu flips through the bills with practiced fingers. And you can see the exact moment when the number hits him because his eyes literally start sparkling. Brother Shu practically shouts that they earned 32,680 yuan in a single day, waving the stacks around. Yufeng calmly reminds him to deposit it in the bank first thing tomorrow morning, and Brother Shu enthusiastically agrees. Brother Shu slams his hand on the table so hard the whole thing shakes, overcome with emotion. He stands up and calls out to Yufeng across the table, clearly about to say something important. Brother Shu pours his heart out, saying he never even dreamed of earning this much money, thanking Yufeng over and over. But Yufeng holds up his hand and stops him right there before it gets too sentimental. He tells Brother Shu that without him the exhibition might not have happened at all, so please don't thank him. Yufeng smiles and says all they really need to say to each other is something much simpler. Congratulations on earning so much money, and looking forward to working together again in the future. Brother Shu agrees wholeheartedly and they shake hands on it, sealing their partnership with mutual respect. Brother Shu then asks if they could keep buying dacron from other factories and selling it through exhibitions here in Zehai City. But Yufeng immediately shuts that idea down with a firm no. Brother Shu looks confused and asks why they can't just repeat what worked so well. Yufeng explains that it's too risky since dacron is falling out of trend, and they can't guarantee customers will keep buying. Plus, even if they went to other cities, they don't have the connections or knowledge of local demands, and the same strategy might not work. Brother Shu admits he hadn't thought that far ahead and accepts Yufeng's business wisdom. But he enthusiastically asks Yufeng to please share any other money-making tricks he comes up with in the future. Yufeng just gives him a knowing smile, keeping his thoughts to himself for now. Because here's what he's really thinking: it would be safer to do business alone where he can manage all the risks himself. In his past life, he got stabbed in the back so many times that he learned the hard way. Business cooperation is just mutual use with no room for feelings. The next day arrives and they're at Zehai train station, saying their final goodbyes. The vendors all wave and shout their farewells, telling Yufeng to meet up again and not to forget them for the next business deal. Yufeng waves back with a smile, saying goodbye to his temporary business partners. But in his mind, it's time to start his new plan now that everyone's been sent off. He heads straight to a phone booth and dials up Brother Kang, identifying himself on the line. On the other end, Brother Kang picks up at his office and warmly asks how Yufeng is doing. Yufeng says he's fine and explains he's heading to Mo Capital tomorrow, leaving Yu and Yuzheng's matters in Brother Kang's capable hands. He thanks Brother Kang sincerely before hanging up, one piece of the puzzle taken care of. And just like that, we jump to Mo Capital, the big city skyline stretching into the distance. Yufeng sits at a simple restaurant slurping noodles while his mind races with plans. He looks up at the towering Mo Capital Fashion Company building, his real target for this trip. From his past life knowledge, he remembers this company was the first to host a fashion show in China during the 80s. That show awakened the public's desire for beauty and completely shook the fashion industry when they hosted a grand model show in Jingbei in 1984. Rumor had it the clothes worn by the models sold for 3-digit prices, which was absolutely insane for that era. From that event onwards, Mo Capital Fashion Company grew to become the undisputed leader of the entire fashion industry. Yufeng calculates that from 1983 to 1984, there's barely any difference in purchasing power, so moving the timeline up by a year shouldn't be a problem. However, his 50,000 yuan is nowhere near enough to pay for the venue, models, and outfits required. But then again, there's always room for creativity when you know the future. He decides he can definitely give it a try, because our boy never backs down from a calculated risk. Meanwhile, at a local department store, a vendor is pitching bell-bottom pants to potential buyers. He assures them they're getting an exclusive deal on the cheaper price. But after this batch, it's going back up to 50 yuan. The man hesitates at paying 10,000 yuan up front, saying that's way too much money to hand over immediately. The vendor laughs and says, "Come on, you're rich people. How could you not have the money for this?" He offers an alternative. They can buy 5,000 yuan worth, but the unit price goes up by 2 yuan extra. The man turns to Wenwen and suggests maybe they should just order the smaller amount to start. But before he can finish, someone cuts him off with a decisive no need. The woman confidently declares they'll take the full 10,000 yuan worth of pants, proving she's got bigger plans than her partner realized. But here's the problem with Wenwen's big decision. Her partner immediately panics about where they're going to get 10,000 yuan from. He tries to calm her down by explaining the math, pointing out the 2 yuan price difference means they'll earn 400 yuan less if they buy the smaller amount. But he already knows all that. The real issue is where they're supposed to get that kind of money in the first place. Wen has a simple solution though. Why doesn't he just borrow a little more from his father? And that's when he completely loses it, explaining that his dad already said that was the last time he'd lend them money. Plus his siblings Liang and Xiaohua need money too. This sparks a full-on argument as she asks if she's being selfish for wanting to earn more money, while he fires back asking how he's supposed to borrow another 10,000 after just borrowing 5,000. And then out of nowhere, someone just starts laughing, which completely throws him off as he asks if she's lost her mind. Wen lays out her reasoning. Now that the exhibition has ended, their business will definitely flourish, so wouldn't it be a waste to pass up this opportunity? She even has a plan worked out. They can secretly return the money after earning it back, and since his mom is still in the hospital, they can avoid any family drama. He starts to waver, clearly considering her points even though he knows this is risky territory. Wen pushes harder, assuring him that this business makes money really quickly so they'll be fine. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, night has fallen over an apartment building where a different family situation is unfolding. We cut to a family dinner scene where someone's father is urging Xiaoduo to eat more meat since she's gotten thinner recently. Xiaoduo just smiles sweetly, clearly in a better place with her family than she's been in a while. Her father announces that they won't be associating with Lu Rui anymore since he finally found out what kind of person that guy really is. Xiaoduo simply agrees, keeping her emotions in check even though this is clearly a relief. Then she drops some good news of her own, telling her parents she's going to become a full-time worker soon, which genuinely surprises them. Her mother is overjoyed, repeating good over and over while getting emotional about her daughter's progress. The evening settles in peacefully over the city as the family moment winds down. After dinner, someone suggests that Xiaoduo should accompany her parents for a walk downstairs since they've just reconciled. He offers to handle the cleanup, pushing Xiaoduo to go spend time with her family while the opportunity is there. And the moment that door closes behind them, everything changes. Because Wen immediately whispers to Mingming that he needs to hurry to Dad's room now that they've left. And yeah, this is exactly what it looks like. Mingming tells her to keep her voice down, she should keep watch while he goes to take the money, and our boy is really about to steal from his own father. His footsteps move quietly through the hallway as he approaches the room. He searches through the room and quickly locates what he's looking for. The bank book shows a balance of 9,000 yuan, which is exactly what they need for their business plan. Holding the bank book, he silently promises his father that he'll definitely return the money he's borrowing, though borrowing is a generous word for what's actually happening here. Now we jump back to Yufeng's storyline, where he's found himself at a modest family hotel in Mo Capital. The young girl at the front desk asks if he needs a room, and our protagonist confirms that he does. But Yufeng's already in business mode, asking if her parents are around since he'll be staying long-term and wants to negotiate the prices properly. The girl immediately runs off calling for her mom. Her little feet patter across the floor as she goes to fetch her mother. The mother arrives and Yufeng immediately starts negotiating, mentioning that the hotel at the crossroad charges 2 yuan per night as a reference point. He makes it clear that he'll stay here if she can offer a cheaper price than the competition. The owner agrees to be generous and offers 1.8 yuan per night, guaranteeing that her place is the cheapest around. She asks how long he's planning to stay. Yufeng answers that he'll be there for 7 days. But the owner immediately changes tune, saying a week doesn't count as a prolonged stay, so she'll have to charge 1.9 yuan instead. Yufeng can't help but think that this woman is really good at bargaining, and honestly he walked right into that one. Night falls over Mo Capital as Yufeng settles into his temporary home. Our protagonist crashes hard in his hotel room, getting some much-needed rest before the big day ahead. The next morning arrives with the sun rising over the Mo Capital skyline, signaling the start of Yufeng's fashion industry infiltration. But first he has to survive the Mo Capital public transit system. And let me tell you, this bus situation is absolutely brutal. Yufeng is getting crushed in there, wondering if this is really what the bus system in Mo Capital is always like. He finally escapes the bus looking completely disheveled, muttering about how crowded that was. But there's no time to recover. Our boy has a fashion company to visit. And here it is, the Mo Capital Fashion Factory, the very company that Yufeng knows will dominate the entire fashion industry in just a year. He takes it all in and declares that this is where he'll start building his empire. The security guard at the gate calls out, asking who he's looking for. Yufeng politely introduces himself as a merchant from another city and asks where he should go to purchase their goods. The guard points him in the right direction, telling him to turn right in front and walk all the way to the end. Yufeng thanks the uncle and waves as he heads off. The guard watches him go, wondering to himself if merchants nowadays are really this young. Yufeng finds the cashier area where all the purchasing happens. And of course there's a massive line of merchants waiting to buy stock, with someone calling for the next person. Yufeng confirms with someone that this is indeed the place to purchase goods, and they tell him to just queue up like everyone else. He thanks them politely and takes his place in line. Time passes as the line slowly moves forward through the factory. Finally, it's Yufeng's turn, and the guy behind the counter, Feng Baobao, asks what he wants to buy. But here's the thing, Yufeng admits he's a newcomer and isn't really familiar with what they have available. Feng Baobao starts rattling off items: white dress with black ribbons, sleeveless blouse, white skirt with this and that. Yufeng hesitates, clearly having no idea what any of these items actually look like. He tries to ask a question, but Feng Baoa is already getting visibly annoyed at his indecision. The pen taps impatiently on the order form as the tension builds. Feng Baoa snaps at him, demanding to know if he's buying or not since there are people waiting behind him. Yufeng pulls out a cigarette, about to try the classic bribe tactic to smooth things over. He apologizes for the trouble and offers the cigarettes, explaining that he has no clue about the clothes mentioned and asking if he could look around first. But that backfires spectacularly as Feng Baoba explodes that this is a no-smoking zone since clothes are highly flammable. Yufeng just stands there stunned, still holding the cigarettes like an idiot. He nervously laughs it off and quickly puts the cigarettes away, promising he won't actually smoke them. Yufeng goes full humble mode, begging to at least see what the designs look like since he'll be buying a large amount and it's really hard being an individual businessman. Feng Baobao finally relents a little, saying he can check out the designs but only after everyone else is done buying. Yufeng accepts those terms, saying he's assured by that promise. So now our protagonist has to wait off to the side while everyone else in line finishes their purchases. That's when he notices a guy named Lu Pu struggling with way too many packages and about to drop everything. Yufeng immediately jumps up and offers to help, because networking opportunities don't just fall from the sky. Lu Pu is genuinely grateful, thanking the young man for the assist. They introduce themselves as they walk together, Yufeng and Lu Pu, two merchants helping each other out. Yufeng casually asks about the name of the guy working the cashier, and Lu Pu tells him that's Feng Baoba. Lu Pu asks if Yufeng is from another city, and if this is his first time here at the factory. Yufeng confirms he's from Jingdu, and this is indeed his first time, already laying the groundwork for what could be a very useful connection. Lu Pu drops some crucial intel, warning Yufeng that Feng Baobao is narrow-minded and his dad is a channel director who will absolutely make life difficult for anyone who offends him. Yufeng realizes he dodged a bullet there and thanks brother Lu for the heads up, already filing that information away for later. Lu Pu waves goodbye as he pedals off with his cart full of goods, leaving Yufeng to figure out his next move. Our protagonist heads back toward the factory, thinking that Feng Baobao should be done with the other customers soon. But here's what's running through his head. Feng will definitely make some excuse like it's lunchtime, come back in the afternoon, and then there'll be another endless queue. And that's when the light bulb goes off. It's quite obvious he should just bribe the guy and skip all the hassle. You can practically see the gears turning in his head as a plan starts forming. And sure enough, Feng Baobao is already waving someone off with that dismissive attitude we saw earlier. Yufeng mutters to himself, as expected, because of course Feng is exactly as predictable as he thought. He spots Feng Baobao at his desk from across the courtyard, the moment of truth approaching fast. Our boy takes a deep breath, preparing himself for what's about to be either a brilliant move or a complete disaster. Perfect timing too, because the other worker has to run off for something, leaving Feng alone and Yufeng calling out that he'll handle it. Just like that, Yufeng swoops in and announces it's done, while Feng Baobao is still processing what just happened. Now comes the charm offensive as Yufeng apologizes to brother Feng for causing problems this morning, laying it on thick. Feng immediately starts lecturing him about being considerate to other customers who came from far away, asking what they're supposed to do if Yufeng hogs the place. Yufeng's internally screaming because wait, you knew I came from far away and still treated me like that this morning? But our protagonist swallows his pride, agrees with brother Feng completely, and smoothly pivots to asking if he wants to grab a meal together. Feng Baobao considers the offer with that smug look on his face, clearly enjoying being treated like the important person he thinks he is. And just like that, they're sitting down to a nice meal together where Yufeng casually asks if brother Feng can let him into the factory to check out the designs. Feng's attitude shifts immediately as he asks how much Yufeng is planning to buy, suddenly very interested in the business side. Yufeng casually drops that he's looking to spend around 40,000 yuan, throwing out the big number like it's nothing. And you should see Feng's face light up as he realizes he wasn't expecting this kid to be such a rich customer after all. Yufeng presses his advantage, asking if Feng can lower the price since he's buying in bulk, and of course Feng immediately agrees to hook him up. Feng starts explaining the discount structure, somewhere between 3 to 5 Fen cheaper, or maybe 1 to 2 yuan off depending on the item. Yufeng nods along, saying he understands completely and appreciates the explanation. Then he proposes checking out the goods at the factory this afternoon, and if everything looks good, they can discuss the details further. Feng agrees enthusiastically, saying he'll personally escort Yufeng to the factory to see the goods himself. True to his word, Feng brings him inside the warehouse and shows him around, telling him to take a look at all the designs and inventory available. Yufeng examines the merchandise carefully, and something immediately catches his attention about the quality. He runs his fingers across the fabric, checking the material quality and stitching like someone who actually knows what they're looking for. And he's thinking, this is apparently a clothing factory in Mo Capital with genuinely good designs and quality, not just factory rejects. Feng asks if the clothes look fine to him, clearly fishing for some validation on his factory's products. Yufeng confirms there's no problem with the style, but suggests they discuss the exact pricing later tonight. Feng's face immediately falls as he asks what Yufeng means by that, clearly not expecting any pushback. Yufeng quickly reassures him, saying he definitely wants these goods so there's nothing to worry about. But he explains that since the quantity isn't small, he needs to discuss specifics with the people back at his company first. Feng accepts this reasoning, saying he understands and seems satisfied with the explanation. He tells Yufeng to go ahead and discuss things. He gets off work at 6:30, so just come find him then. Yufeng heads out, already running the numbers in his head. The clothes he saw were good quality at around 15 yuan purchase price. He's calculating that the price could be reduced to 14, with 10,000 going to venue fees, model fees, and maintenance, leaving 40,000 for actual purchases. Breaking down all the costs, clothing, shipping, labor, and advertising, even selling at 50 yuan each, the maximum profit would only be around 120,000. But here's the problem with this idealized scenario. Feng isn't someone he can trust, which makes the risk way too high. Still, Feng can't be discarded just yet. Our boy needs to figure out how to use this connection without getting burned. Later that evening, Yufeng returns to find Feng Baobao still at his desk, wrapping up the day's work. He waves to get Feng's attention, ready to put his new plan into action. Feng looks pleased to see him back, clearly anticipating a nice fat commission from this deal. Over another meal, Yufeng throws out a seemingly innocent question, asking if the factory's model team can travel to Jingdu to perform. Feng takes a sip of his drink, considering the question carefully before responding. He explains that sure, they can go anywhere as long as you pay. Yufeng could just set up a venue in Jingdu and hire a model there. Yufeng's mind is racing now, thinking about how to prepare a venue himself, which department to contact, and what happens with ticket sales if the publicity isn't good. Feng snaps him back to reality, asking if he's discussed the order quantity with his company people yet. Yufeng confirms the order: 100 pieces of dark plaid tops, 100 long dresses with black flowers at 15 yuan each, and 100 red v-neck women's tops. Feng's eyes light up as he realizes it's all high-priced women's goods, the premium items with better margins. He slams his hand on the table and offers 14 yuan per piece, claiming this is the lowest price he's ever given anyone. But then Feng smiles in that way that tells you there's a catch coming. He lays out the deal for every piece of clothing. Yufeng gives him 2 fen, which saves about 3,000 yuan on 40,000 worth of goods, and Feng only takes 500. But Yufeng flips the script entirely, asking Feng how many times a year he actually meets a big client like himself. Feng looks confused, clearly not expecting the conversation to go in this direction at all. Yufeng clarifies that he's not here to haggle over pennies, he's here to talk actual business. Feng stands up from his seat, demanding to know what the hell Yufeng means by business. Yufeng raises his hand calmly and asks Brother Feng to just let him finish explaining. He launches into his pitch, explaining that he's worked hard in Mo Capital, not because he's lucky, but because he knows the market and what people like to wear. And the thing is, he didn't come here today to talk about a measly few hundred yuan in kickbacks. Feng is completely lost at this point, question marks practically floating around his head. Yufeng drives the point home. Even with 4 big clients a year making 2,000 yuan, what's the point? He wants to use Feng's contacts to organize an actual modeling show in the capital. And of course he'll cover all the costs for models and the venue, plus they'll sign a proper agreement to make it official. Here's the real hook. For every piece sold, Feng gets 5 yuan, and if all 40,000 yuan worth of goods sell, that's at least 15,000 yuan in his pocket. You can see the wheels turning in Feng's head as he repeats it back, 5 yuan per piece. Yufeng adds that the 500 yuan he mentioned earlier can still happen tomorrow. But Feng should really think about which deal is actually better. Feng hesitates, saying that holding a model show in the capital isn't something simple to arrange. He thought Yufeng was just casually asking earlier. He explains that this kind of thing requires the factory manager's signature, and the model team only performs when displaying new clothes. Feng takes a drink and admits he's just an employed worker. Even with a big purchase like this, it's not easy to make happen. But Yufeng has an answer for that too. They don't have a lot of goods, so they can sell more to compensate, and the whole point of the modeling show is to increase revenue for everyone. Feng pushes back, asking how many additional purchases Yufeng can actually make and how he's supposed to bring considerable revenue to the factory. Yufeng explains that the revenue follows the same agreement structure. He can sign with the factory, and for every sale he gets a 14 yuan rebate. As for the number of orders, he proposes signing a new contract where he pays 40,000 in advance, and even if only 1 piece sells during the model show. And here's the kicker, Feng doesn't need to return the 40,000 no matter what. It can all be written into the contract where every word is legally binding. Our protagonist just laid out a deal that's almost too good to refuse, and now the ball is entirely in Feng Baobao's court. Feng Baobao is skeptical now, asking if a modeling show can really make that much money. But Yufeng doesn't hide the reality, admitting there are risks and you have to be ready to potentially lose the entire 40,000. Feng pushes back, asking what's so great about the deal if there's that much risk involved. So Yufeng sweetens the pot, offering extra hard work money on top of the 500 yuan they already discussed. And here's the real hook. If Feng can secure the model team, there's even more cash waiting for him. The night falls over the city as their negotiations finally wrap up. Before they part ways, Yufeng reminds Feng to think about everything they discussed, and Feng agrees to consider it. Meanwhile, we cut to another location entirely, somewhere that's about to become very important. And here's Feng Hilai, the channel director everyone keeps warning Yufeng about, looking surprisingly wholesome with his kid. Feng Baobao arrives home, announcing his presence to his father, but his dad immediately goes on the offensive, asking if he's been drinking and warning him to stay away from people like Sire. Feng Baobao quickly defends himself, saying he wasn't hanging out with those people, he was actually talking business with a trader. His dad absolutely loses it, warning him not to take money from people using his name, since the last guy who did that got fired. Feng Baobao pleads his case, asking why his dad always assumes the worst, saying it was actually serious business. He starts to explain the deal, trying to get the words out properly. But his dad scoffs at the entire concept, asking what kind of idiot would spend their own money and effort just to sell products from their factory. Feng insists it's true, admitting that even he was skeptical at first. But after thinking about it more carefully, his dad doesn't even let him finish, dismissing the whole thing and telling him to just focus on his regular work. And just like that, Feng Baobao is left alone on the couch, feeling completely defeated by that conversation. But then he starts doing the math in his head, 2 free meals and potentially another 1,000 yuan once this deal goes through, plus 5 yuan for every piece of clothing Yufeng sells, which honestly adds up pretty nicely. The next day arrives, and we're back at the clothing factory with business to handle. Someone spots Yufeng approaching, and suddenly all eyes are on our protagonist. Feng Baobao jumps up immediately, calling out to him and suggesting they grab lunch first. And Yufeng notices the enthusiasm, thinking to himself that things are already half done if Feng is this eager. They sit down for another meal together, continuing their business partnership over some good food. This time Feng insists on paying, saying it's not fair for Yufeng to cover everything all the time. Then Feng lays out the plan. He'll take Yufeng to meet his dad this afternoon, but their private agreement has to stay secret. Yufeng agrees without hesitation. That's an easy condition to accept. And just like that, they find themselves standing outside the director's office. Feng Baobao brings Yufeng inside to meet his father, Director Feng Hilai himself. Time passes as they discuss the details of Yufeng's unusual proposal. Director Feng still doesn't quite get it, asking if the 40,000 yuan doesn't count as a purchasing price. Yufeng confirms it clearly. Those 40,000 yuan do not count as purchasing price. He explains the scenario. Even if he holds a fashion show and only sells one piece, the 40,000 goes directly to the factory and unsold goods get returned. Now Director Feng is starting to understand. The pieces are clicking into place. He confirms Yufeng's name, making this meeting officially on the record. But here's the catch. Director Feng says he needs to discuss the venue with Director Liu since that's beyond his authority. Yufeng asks when he should come back, and Director Feng tells them both to return tomorrow morning. The second day arrives, and we're back at the factory with everything riding on this meeting. Feng Baowa is already at his station, glancing around for any sign of Yufeng. He's getting a bit anxious, wondering why Yufeng hasn't shown up yet. A customer interrupts his thoughts, asking about floral skirts, and if he wrote down their order. Feng waves them off impatiently, telling them to just go inside and pay since he's clearly focused on something else. Then he hears footsteps approaching, and his attention immediately snaps to the entrance. There he is. Feng spots Yufeng finally arriving, and his whole demeanor shifts. He practically rushes over, calling out to Yufeng like they're old friends now. And Feng has good news written all over his face, barely able to contain his excitement. He explains that after Yufeng left, he went to his dad and vouched for him as a brother, and now Director Liu wants to discuss the details. Yufeng thanks him sincerely, reassuring Feng that everything he promised before will absolutely be honored. Now they're heading to the main office building where the real decision-makers work. Feng tells Yufeng to have a good talk with Director Liu. This is the moment everything hinges on. They arrive at Director Feng's office first, with Yufeng politely apologizing for the repeated visits. Director Feng is all smiles now, saying Director Liu just finished a meeting and offering to personally lead them over. They head to another director's office, this one belonging to the man who can actually make this happen. Director Feng introduces Yufeng as the independent trader he mentioned yesterday. And there he is, Liu Deguang, director of Mo Capital's fashion factory and the final boss of this negotiation arc. Yufeng introduces himself properly, an independent trader from Jingdu here to discuss business. Director Liu gets straight to the point, saying he heard about the cooperation plan, asking if Yufeng really wants to pay their factory to sell their own goods. Yufeng confirms he's already brought the money, and Director Liu can't help but note that this young man is apparently quite wealthy. But Director Liu wants to understand the logic, asking why Yufeng would propose such an unusual cooperation with their factory specifically. Yufeng gives the honest answer, he's definitely trying to earn money here. But here's the bigger picture. He proposed this plan so Mo Capital Fashion Factory can develop this business model for the future. Director Liu reaches for his cup, clearly intrigued enough to want to hear more. He asks how exactly this model would work for their factory. And now Yufeng drops the terminology, explaining that his 40,000 yuan is actually called a franchise fee, paid for the right to use their brand. Because he paid this fee, he has the right to sell their clothes, making his status change from trader to franchisee. Feng Baobao's mind is absolutely blown right now. He had no idea Yufeng was thinking on this level. Yufeng explains how this model will attract self-employed traders from all over the country, each paying fees to become distributors. He breaks down the regional distribution, explaining how limiting franchisees per area protects their interests while the brand's market share grows. But of course, Yufeng admits there are some risks the factory would need to bear too. For example, other manufacturers might copy this model to attract bigger distributors and undercut franchise fees, But by paying this franchise fee now, Yufeng is using their established brand to reduce his own market competition risk. And that, he declares confidently, is exactly the purpose of his cooperation proposal. Director Liu is completely stunned. This is not what he expected from some young trader. He takes a step closer, his entire perspective on this meeting shifting dramatically. The wheels are turning in his head now. Franchise fee, suppliers, the entire concept rearranging his understanding. And then it hits him, isn't this business model exactly what his factory needs right now? He has to know, asking Yufeng directly how on earth a young man like him came up with such a revolutionary idea. Yufeng smoothly redirects the conversation back to business, asking Director Liu if they can continue discussing their cooperation. Director Feng is clearly impressed with this young trader, and even Director Liu seems to have softened his skeptical expression. Director Liu actually laughs, and that's when everyone knows the deal is going through. He asked Yufeng directly where he thinks the best place to hold the model show would be. And just like that, the deal is done. Our protagonist has officially secured the cooperation. He explains his vision. He's already rented out the middle space of a shopping building's first floor, with seats arranged so visitors upstairs can watch from above. After leaving the office, Yufeng hands Feng Baobao a stack of cash, the 1,000 yuan they agreed on before. Feng Baobao flips through the bills, and you can practically see his brain short-circuiting. He's stammering, completely flustered, because 1,000 yuan for just making introductions is honestly insane money. But Yufeng isn't done. He cheekily asks if Brother Feng is going to treat him to a meal now that he's earned so much. Feng Baobao laughs and agrees immediately, telling Yufeng not to hold back today because dinner is on him. As they walk, Yufeng casually suggests telling his father about their agreement, but Feng immediately shuts that down, saying his dad controls him too tightly and would take every penny. So they head to a restaurant, and Feng Baobao keeps urging Yufeng to eat more since he's paying. But while he's eating, Yufeng's mind is already racing ahead, remembering how in his previous world the model show was the real turning point for Mo Capital's fashion factory. The costumes sold out almost instantly, and even after emergency restocking they sold out again. If he can replicate that miracle here, he's looking at millions in sales potential. But here's the catch. Director Liu definitely won't believe the show could generate such insane numbers. And if stock runs out requiring a second order, the contract doesn't specify, which makes the concept ambiguous. Either he or the factory could claim those additional sales, and Liu Deguang wouldn't agree to anything too complicated. So if Yufeng wants those second order profits, he needs Director Feng on his side, since he has final say on shipment approvals. And that's when he realizes he and Little Feng have become a community of shared interests. Feng Baobao raises his cup for a toast, not knowing that the 5 yuan rebate Yufeng offered him earlier was actually the key to this entire plan. Their cups clink together, sealing what Feng thinks is just friendship, but Yufeng knows is a carefully calculated alliance. As dinner wraps up, Yufeng calls out to Brother Feng with a proposition. He says he'll come by Feng's house later to discuss some things, and they can figure out their next steps together. Feng Baobao's eyes go wide, clearly not expecting Yufeng to want to meet his father directly. Later that night, Feng Baobao arrives home in high spirits, announcing his return. But his dad immediately sniffs out the alcohol and goes off on him about drinking again. And that's when Yufeng smoothly steps in, greeting Director Feng. Director Feng's whole demeanor shifts the moment he sees Yufeng, suddenly all smiles as he notes that he came along too. He warmly invites them both to have a seat inside, completely forgetting he was just scolding his son. Feng Baobao tells his dad they came to discuss something important, which immediately gets the director's attention. The clock ticks as they explain their proposal in detail. And there it is, a proper agreement with both Chu Yufeng and Feng Baobao's signatures, making it official. Director Feng studies the document carefully, his expression unreadable. Feng Baobao nervously asks his dad what he thinks of the arrangement. And then Director Feng drops a bomb, telling Baobao he's fired starting tomorrow. Feng Baobao's face goes completely white with shock, absolutely blindsided by this. But Yufeng doesn't look worried at all. In fact, he's got a knowing little smile. Director Feng explains that the factory doesn't allow employees to secretly do business with customers on the side. He'd be fired if anyone found out. Baobao starts to protest, but his dad cuts him off. But then the director smiles and tells him to calm down. He should just do business with Yufeng properly, and any second purchase will be handled officially as a collateral benefit. With everything settled, Yufeng bids Director Feng goodnight and takes his leave. The next day at the marketplace, things are heating up. A vendor named Qian Jinlai is screaming about selling bell-bottom pants at a loss, only 43 yuan per pair. Meanwhile, other vendors have the exact same pants priced at 110 yuan, and shoppers are doing a double take. Qian Jinlai keeps shouting about his factory clearance sale, telling everyone to buy quick while supplies last. The other vendors are absolutely losing their minds watching this, calling him crazy for selling at a loss. One guy in particular, Ming Ming, is screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what Qian Jinlai thinks he's doing. Qian Jinlai just thinks to himself how noisy these people are. He looks down at the angry vendors and asks why they're all barking at him like that. Ming Ming turns to his partner in complete panic, asking what they're supposed to do now. He's sweating bullets because if Qian keeps selling at that price, their pants won't move at all, and the money he took from his dad is about to go up in smoke. Ming Ming screams up at Qian Jinlai, asking if his head is broken. But Qian Jinlai just fires back, saying it's his choice to sell at 43 yuan, and that he can't stand watching these unethical sellers rip off customers with stupid overpriced pants. The crowd actually starts cheering for him, saying how considerate he is to regular customers. Mingming is absolutely seething with rage, barely able to contain himself. Before anyone can stop him, Mingming bolts down the stairs, heading straight for Qian Jinlai. He storms across the marketplace floor, screaming Qian Jinlai's name. But Qian Jinlai just smirks and asks if he's mad, because he got exposed, saying he won't let unethical sellers like him earn money anymore. Mingming's face is absolutely twisted with fury as he approaches. He demands to know what Qian Jinlai can even do about it. And then all hell breaks loose as a full-on fight erupts in the middle of the marketplace. Qian Jinlai catches a brutal kick that sends him stumbling. Mingming charges forward, screaming obscenities, calling Qian a rat, but Qian Jinlai immediately starts playing victim, screaming that this unethical seller is attacking him and trying to beat him to death. Mingming freezes, suddenly realizing he walked right into a trap. Bystanders start shouting that he's using violence and needs to be caught. Multiple people grab hold of Mingming, demanding to know if he's lost his mind acting so uncivilized. Mingming desperately tries to explain that it's not what they think, begging them to let him go. But Qian Jinlai is already making a scene, screaming that this bully needs to be handed over to the police, and Mingming's face goes pale as he realizes just how badly he messed up. The crowd drags Mingming away toward the police while his wife chases after them, screaming to let her husband go. And Qian Jinlai just watches with the most satisfied smirk, thinking how naive these people are if they thought they could play games with him. And the consequences of Mingming's little outburst are already hitting the fan, because his father just found out his son got arrested. The sister-in-law rushes in to deliver the news, and you can tell from the energy in the room that nobody expected this to go so badly so fast. The old man is literally shaking when he hears his son's already at the police station, and his daughter is grabbing onto him looking just as panicked. But the father wastes no time, because when your son is sitting in a jail cell, you don't stand around asking questions. He's already heading out the door before anyone can even finish talking, and the daughter is left standing there watching her father leave, not knowing just how bad things are about to get. She asks the sister-in-law what exactly happened, and gets the full story about how Mingming lost his temper and beat up Qian Jinlai. And here's where it gets complicated, because the father knows exactly who Qian Jinlai is, and this guy is not someone who plays nice. So off to the police station they go, hoping they can somehow smooth this whole mess over. The whole family walks in together, and the officer at the desk immediately asks what they're doing here. The father puts on his most official voice, introduces himself as Zhang Yongguang from the cultural department, and claims his son was arrested over a misunderstanding. The officer looks up and asks which son he's talking about. And when the father nervously says the name Jiang Mingming, you can practically see the recognition click in the officer's eyes, because apparently everyone in this station knows exactly who Mingming is, and the officer is not buying the misunderstanding story for even a second. Turns out this is the exact same officer who arrested Mingming personally. He explains that Mingming beat someone up unprovoked. The victim is currently lying in the hospital, and there were plenty of witnesses to the whole thing. The father desperately grabs the officer's arm, trying to explain that it's not what it looks like. He insists he knows his son, claims he's a good kid who just gets a little reckless sometimes, and the officer hits back with the fact that Mingming is 30 years old, so calling him a child is a bit of a stretch. The officer goes off on them, asking if beating someone up in public for no reason isn't just straight-up hooliganism, and honestly the man has a point. The sister-in-law pulls the father aside, panicking because if this sticks, Mingming is absolutely going to lose his job. So the father asks the one question that actually matters right now. Where is Qian Jinlai? Meanwhile, at the hospital, Qian Jinlai is having the time of his life, wrapping bandages around his perfectly fine head. The nurse is literally telling him his head isn't even injured, and he doesn't need the bandage, but our boy is committed to the bit. The Jiang family arrives at the hospital to try and negotiate, finding Qian Jinlai lounging around like he owns the place. Qian Jinlai looks at them and asks who they are, even though he absolutely knows what's about to happen. The father introduces himself as Jiang Mingming's dad, and you can see Qian Jinlai's eyes light up like a cash register. Immediately, Qian Jinlai starts clutching his head and screaming in pain, and the acting here is truly Oscar-worthy. He starts wailing about how much everything hurts, and how an official's son just beat him up for no reason whatsoever. The father tries to appeal to his better nature, admitting his son was wrong but asking for forgiveness because young people can be reckless. But Qian Jinlai is absolutely not having it, and screams back that that's complete nonsense. He goes off about the double standards, asking why when officials' kids do something wrong it's called being reckless, but when regular people do it, it's hooliganism. And honestly, the man is making some valid points, even if his whole injury is completely fake. Qian Jinlai throws an absolute tantrum, screaming about where the justice is in society while kicking around on his bed. The father swallows his pride and offers to compensate him for the injury, practically begging at this point. He asks how much Kian Jinlai needs and if he'll tell the police it was just a misunderstanding to make this all go away. Kian Jinlai starts going on about how he might have a concussion and doesn't have a stable income like big government officials. He dramatically worries out loud about what would happen to his family if he suddenly collapsed one day from his totally real injuries. The father offers 200 yuan as compensation, which seems reasonable for someone who isn't actually injured. But Kian Jinlai just keeps complaining about being beaten up for no reason, completely ignoring the offer. So the father asks directly, how much do you actually want? And Kian Jinlai drops the number, 2,000 yuan. He adds that anything less than that amount and this matter will never get resolved, and the smirk on his face says he knows exactly what he's doing. The father and sister-in-law are absolutely stunned, because 2,000 yuan is an astronomical amount of money. The sister-in-law explodes, calling him completely unreasonable for demanding that much. But Kian Jinlai just shrugs and says it's fine if they don't pay. Jiang Mingming will just go to prison instead. And just like that, the father caves and agrees to the demands while his daughter looks at him in disbelief. Through gritted teeth, he promises to pay the 2,000 yuan, and you can see how much it physically hurts him to say it. Outside the hospital, the sister-in-law demands to know why he just agreed to such an insane amount. But the father just says what's done is done, and mentions there's still some savings hidden at home that he'll go get. And that's when the sister-in-law panics and reaches out to stop him, because she has to tell him the money is already gone, and the father is absolutely not going to like why. Turns out Mingming already took the money from under his father's bed to buy more inventory for his pants business, and the look on the father's face says he's about ready to disown his entire son. He whirls on the sister-in-law, absolutely livid that they took his savings without even asking. She starts apologizing profusely, admitting they got hot-headed and weren't thinking straight. She begs him to find another way to get the money because without his job, their whole family is finished. But the father just tells her to get out of his face. He snaps that 2,000 yuan doesn't just appear out of thin air. The sister-in-law breaks down crying, screaming that Mingming is still his son and asking if he's really gonna let him rot in prison. She's full on sobbing now, and even the father can't stay completely heartless watching this. He lets out a heavy sigh and tells her they're going back to the hospital. She's confused, asking why they're going back when they don't even have the money yet. She asks about borrowing money from someone, still hoping there's an easy solution. The father absolutely loses it, asking who in their right mind would lend them 2,000 yuan, and if she thinks money just grows on trees. She looks at him helplessly and asks what they're supposed to do then. And the father says they'll write a promissory note, which is basically an IOU on official paper. Back at the hospital, Kian Jinlai hears the promissory note idea and is immediately suspicious. He asks what good a piece of paper is when they could easily deny owing him anything later. And the father swears on everything he has that he would never do something so dishonorable, leaving his family's fate completely in Kian Jinlai's hands. So the father pulls out his work permit to prove he's actually someone important, the cultural director of Zhehai City himself. And Kian Jinlai's eyes go wide because suddenly this isn't just some random family he's extorting. But of course this guy isn't about to let a good opportunity slip through his greedy little fingers. He says he can do the director a favor, but since it's a promissory note, the price just went up to 2,500 yuan. 2,500 yuan, and the father looks like he might actually pass out right there. The sister-in-law absolutely loses it, screaming that Kian Jinlai is being completely unreasonable. But Kian Jinlai just shrugs and says if they don't want to pay, Mingming can just rot in prison instead. And the father caves completely, desperately agreeing to the 2,500 and promising to write the promissory note. So he signs the promissory note, putting his whole reputation on the line for his idiot son. And Kian Jinlai has the audacity to laugh and compliment the director on seeing the big picture. The father forces out the most painful laugh you've ever seen, completely dead inside. Meanwhile, outside some fancy building, the father is explaining something to two younger guys. One of them is Yufeng, who promises to remember everything Director Jiang just told him. Director Jiang also asks him to bring Bao Bao along since they're business partners and should work together. Yufeng throws his arm around his buddy and says he was already planning to invite Brother Feng anyway. Then Yufeng asks if he can check out the models and pick some well-known ones for the show. Director Feng is confused because well-known models don't really exist here, they're all just former factory workers. Yufeng asks if he knows anyone named Niu Dandan or Ni Nana, dropping these names like they should mean something. Director Feng has absolutely no idea who those people are, and his confusion is radiating off the screen. But our protagonist knows exactly where to find them, so they head to the modeling agency, and inside there's a training room where all the aspiring models practice their craft. And when I say models, I mean these girls are absolutely stunning, practicing their walks and matching outfits. A guide is showing Yufeng around, pointing out that this is where the models do their training. As they step inside, the first thing you notice is, well, let's just say the view is impressive. The models notice the visitors and turn around, including a gorgeous redhead and a striking green-haired beauty. The guide points them out, confirming that the redhead with the braids is Niu Dandan and the short-haired one is Ni Nana. The models start whispering amongst themselves, clearly curious about this mysterious visitor. But Yufeng just smiles confidently behind his sunglasses and confirms he's found exactly who he was looking for. Because in his past life, these two were famous models, and with them his fashion show is basically guaranteed to succeed. Our protagonist knows these are future stars, so he needs to make an absolutely stunning first impression. So he strikes what he thinks is a cool pose and says, "Nice to meet you," with all the confidence in the world. And the models just stare at him like he's the most bizarre creature they've ever seen. Ninana in particular is already completely unimpressed with this whole situation. And then the other two burst out laughing, saying he's absolutely hilarious. The guide tries to save him by saying they're laughing because they're happy to see him, which is very clearly not true. But the models just keep laughing even harder, and our boy's first impression is going absolutely terribly. Yufeng is standing there wondering if he's really that awkward, and yes, he absolutely is. But then someone clears their throat to break the awkward tension, and New Dandan steps up professionally, introducing herself as the leader of the models team and welcoming him properly. The other models follow her lead and start clapping politely, saving the moment from total disaster. Yufeng thanks them for the warm welcome and starts explaining that 3 days from now something big is happening. He announces that his fashion company will host a show at the Jingdu shopping complex, and 12 of them will be selected. He's thinking the guide is quite experienced because she already figured out he wanted both Dandan and Nana. She even let them pick the remaining models themselves, which is pretty clever business sense actually. Both Yufeng and the guide agree that everything's settled then, looking satisfied with the arrangement. Meanwhile, Nana is completely caught off guard, wondering why she was suddenly assigned and realizing she's going to Jingdu. And Yufeng is definitely staring at her with an intensity that's bordering on creepy. He's thinking about how Dandan is cheerful while Nana is more graceful, perfect for that authoritarian goddess type. But the models notice his intense gaze and call him out, asking what exactly he's staring at so hard. Our protagonist gets caught red-handed and starts nervously laughing like the awkward mess he is. He realizes he was staring way too long because he got completely lost in his thoughts analyzing them. So he quickly tells Leader New to pick the members carefully and announces he's taking his leave immediately. The guide tries to tell him there are still some matters to discuss, but he's already making his escape. He practically runs out the door, waving goodbye and saying he's leaving with the desperation of a man who knows he embarrassed himself. And as soon as he's gone, Dandan calls him a pervert while Nana says he looks sly and cunning. But then Dandan starts teasing Nana, saying the boss has clearly fallen in love with her based on those glittering eyes. Nana immediately gets flustered and tells her to stop saying such ridiculous nonsense. But the other models pile on saying they saw it too, and Nana screams at all of them to shut up. Later that night, Yufeng is in a truck thinking it's almost midnight and they can finally enter the city. At the delivery site, workers are unloading boxes from the trucks in the middle of the night. Receipts are being signed as the goods get processed and moved into the warehouse. A guy named Li Gusheng is barking orders to be more efficient since this is the last batch they need to finish. Yufeng suddenly remembers something and calls out to brother Li to get his attention. He explains that after this batch, Li needs to drive overnight to the factory for another shipment and get Director Feng's signature. Yufeng laughs about his failing memory, saying he almost forgot what Director Feng told him to arrange. Li Gusheng seems surprised they're getting even more goods and asks if the amount is actually correct. But Yufeng assures him there's no problem since Director Feng already approved everything. So Li Gusheng starts yelling for everyone to wrap it up and prepare to head back for the next run. And that's when a new face shows up, some guy named Shi Jinghong asking if all the goods have arrived. Shi Jinghong confirms that all the goods have arrived and they're being unloaded as we speak. Director Si is impressed by how ambitious Yufeng is for someone so young, coming here to host a whole fashion show to sell clothes. Yufeng humbly credits Director Lu's support and asks the director to wait while he gives some instructions to Mr. Li. He calls out to brother Li, telling him to be careful on the road when he drives. And here's where it gets wholesome. Our boy pulls out his last pack of cigarettes and tells them to share it among the workers to stay energetic during the drive. It's a small gesture, but it shows the kind of boss he's trying to be. Li Gusheng is genuinely caught off guard by the generosity. He lights up and thanks Boss Chu with all the enthusiasm of someone who just got an unexpected bonus. Li promises to deliver the batch requiring Director Feng's signature within 4 days, and Yufeng simply nods in acknowledgement. Yufeng calls Director Si to come along since they still need to check the goods while Li announces to the brothers that they're heading back. As they walk off together, Yufeng starts discussing plans for tomorrow with Director Si. By the next morning, Director Si explains that the stage is ready but they can only rehearse after the shops close at night, which Yufeng is totally fine with. The director then asks if he's prepared the models yet. Yufeng casually waves it off, saying he told them to rest first and come later, already thinking several steps ahead. Director Si says he'll leave if there's nothing else, and Yufeng thanks him for all his hard work. But here's the thing, in his past life, New Dandan and Ninana only got famous after 1984, and he's not sure if moving their breakthrough up by a year will have the same effect. And to make matters worse, his savings are basically gone after paying for the venue fees, transportation costs, and everything else, so he's really hoping there are no more surprise expenses. But our protagonist steals his resolve because failure is simply not an option. He must succeed no matter what. The venue is alive with activity as the stage construction continues. The workers are calling out to set things up steadily when someone notices it's slightly slanted. Yufeng looks up and confirms that it's upright now, keeping a close eye on every detail. And that's when a group shows up asking if Boss Chu is here too. He greets them as they arrive, and they confirm that the whole team is now here. Yufeng asks if the two of them will be the MCs for the show. They confirm it and introduce themselves properly, saying it's nice to meet Boss Chu. Yufeng wastes no time and hands them a new script he prepared specifically for them, telling them to familiarize themselves with it quickly. The MCs are surprised there's a new script, but Yufeng insists they take a look at it. Meanwhile, one of the workers notices something. He's thinking, wait, isn't that Feng Baobao, the guy who got fired, so why is he here? A worker announces that the lighting setup is done, and Yufeng gives the okay. With that taken care of, Yufeng tells them to let the models come in now. He waves to the ladies coming in, calling them over to the backstage area where all the clothes are prepared. Yufeng explains that he's prepared each of their outfits for the fashion show and will distribute them personally. Niu Dandan raises an eyebrow, asking if he chose the outfits himself. Wasn't Cheng Yu supposed to handle that? But the guide smoothly tells them to just follow Boss Chu's arrangements this time. The models line up in front of Yufeng waiting for their assignments. Dandan sighs and concedes that fine, it's his show anyway, so he can do whatever he wants. Yufeng starts distributing the outfits, telling Niu Dandan to try hers on and check if the size is right. Dandan admits he's actually pretty good at picking clothes, but Nana adds that it depends on who's wearing them. Can't give him all the credit. Yufeng wipes his brow in relief, admitting it wasn't easy picking clothes for all the different body shapes among the models. But then he notices something going on at the stage and his expression changes, and our boy absolutely loses it, yelling that he hired them with his own money and they're just playing around. Niu Dandan's eyes go wide at the sudden outburst. Even the guide is taken aback by how intense he just got. Yufeng goes off explaining that Lu Deguang used his money to arrange this whole fashion show. He paid for everything, including the clothes and venue fees, so what's with this attitude? He's helping to advertise their company and build their fame, so they better understand their situation real quick. Dandan and Nana are completely speechless, never expected this side of him. He warns that if anyone's slacking off, he'll immediately call Lu Deguang and send them back where they came from. He demands to know what they're standing around for. They only have tonight to rehearse and the show is tomorrow, so why aren't they practicing? Dandan is completely shook. Those double exclamation marks say it all. She immediately springs into action, rallying everyone to get up and start rehearsing right away. Yufeng's tone shifts to something more measured as he asks the MCs to let him hear their lines. The MCs practically jump to comply, not wanting any of that smoke directed their way. And just like that, the second day arrives and it's showtime. The MCs take the stage greeting all the ladies and gentlemen, welcoming everyone to the event. They talk about bringing a refreshing moment to drive away the scorching summer heat, and the crowd is already engaged. The female MC announces this is a special fashion performance team that's about to bring them a luxurious visual feast. He adds that this is an unforgettable moment, a spark that ignites passion in people's hearts, really laying it on thick. They introduce the models as the fairies of the stage who will showcase the beauty of youth and trendy elements through their postures. The audience is on the edge of their seats, anticipation building. And then a model's heel clicks onto the runway as the show officially begins. Nana steps out in a stunning yellow dress looking absolutely radiant. The gooners in the audience are eating well tonight. The crowd's reaction is immediate. People are absolutely stunned by what they're seeing. Then Niu Dandan struts out in a pink leopard print skirt combo looking like she owns the entire venue, and honestly she does. The crowd goes absolutely insane, yelling that she's too beautiful and demanding to see more. And backstage our protagonist is watching it all unfold thinking good job, this is exactly what he wanted. He's practically glowing, celebrating that the atmosphere is exactly what he envisioned. He quickly tells his assistant to prepare for the next phase of the plan. Meanwhile, the audience is down catastrophic, begging them to do it again because the models are just too stunning. The male MC steps forward, trying to calm everyone down. He teases that the best is always saved for last, building even more anticipation. But before that, the Mo Capital Fashion Company has prepared a special bonus, and the female MC plays along asking what it could be. The audience is equally confused. What kind of bonus could they possibly announce at a fashion show? The MC drops the bomb that the audience can actually purchase the very dresses worn by the models on stage. The female MC sells the moment perfectly, acting shocked that everyone can buy the newest summer outfits. The male MC explains that the clothes were designed by a famous fashion designer from Country M, adding legitimacy to the whole thing. And the kicker is you can buy them right here, right now, no waiting required. The female MC asks the million-dollar question, what about the price and how much are they going to cost? The MC builds up the suspense, telling the audience they could never guess the price. And the crowd leans in, because who doesn't want to know what these designer outfits actually cost? He drops the bomb that everything is only 100 yuan each, and I mean everything. The female MC plays along perfectly, acting shocked that the price is so low there won't be any profit. Some women in the audience think even 100 yuan is a bit costly, which tells you a lot about the era. But then someone shouts that it's wrong, and the whole vibe shifts immediately. Director Chu storms out of the crowd yelling that the price they announced was mistaken, and Homeboy actually has the audacity to step right onto the stage in front of everyone. He tells them they gave the wrong price, and they need to charge at least 110 yuan. He's absolutely furious, yelling that they won't earn anything if they only charge 100 yuan. The MC reminds him they agreed to sell at original price with no profit, but Director Chu insists it has to be 110. The poor MC nervously explains that he already announced the price and it's meant to be a bonus for the audience. But Director Chu is not having it, demanding they change it to 11 Senyan right now. That's when our boy Yufeng steps in and tells Director Chu to stop, saying they should honor the announced price. Director Chu tries to object, clearly not happy about losing that extra 10 yuan per item. Yufeng makes the point that changing the price now would be lying to the audience and damage the factory's image. Li Gaosheng backs him up and says he'll personally take responsibility for selling at this price. The crowd starts cheering and telling Director Chu to get off the stage, loving that the price stays low. The MC quickly gets back on track, more than happy to keep things moving before anyone else causes drama. The MCs tell everyone to line up and just call out the model number to get the exact outfit they want for 100 yuan. And just like that, the entire crowd rushes toward the stage while someone mutters about the factory taking a huge loss. Women are shouting out numbers left and right, wanting the dress from Model 1, Model 7, you name it. Meanwhile, Li Gusheng is backstage doing the math, realizing he makes 5 yuan profit on every piece sold. The announcement goes out that Mo Capital Fashion Company keeps its promises and everyone needs to line up orderly. And Director Chu is watching all of this with a knowing look, like maybe he's starting to see the bigger picture. Dan can't believe how many people are buying, completely stunned by the turnout. She looks over at Boss Chu, starting to realize this guy might actually know what he's doing. She thinks to herself that he's not simple, and honestly she's absolutely right about that. The customers keep coming, waving money and demanding specific model numbers like their lives depend on it. Yufeng is watching the madness unfold, already expecting everything to sell out with a second batch arriving in 2 nights. Here's the thing though, the factory didn't call him to order more clothes. He pre-ordered them on his own initiative. Someone runs up to Li Gusheng panicking that they ran out of stock and customers are starting to complain. Li Gusheng can't believe it, asking if everything is really sold out already. He has to announce to the waiting crowd that they ran out of clothes and people don't need to queue anymore. The customers are not having it, demanding to know how they can say that after everyone waited in line so long. They're getting heated now, insisting that someone needs to give them a proper explanation. Yufeng steps up to calm everyone down, promising more clothes will arrive and they can come back in 3 days. Li Gaosheng backs him up, guaranteeing that the design and quality will be exactly the same. The customers want to know about the price though, demanding a promise that it won't change. Li Gaosheng promises he won't increase the price by even 1 fen, putting his word on the line. He confirms with a smile that it will stay at the original 100 yuan price, and the crowd finally calms down. Later backstage, Yufeng congratulates everyone on a job well done as they start cleaning up. The workers say it's nothing, just their job, though they admit they didn't expect to sell out this fast. Yufeng asks Li Gusheng if he's done wrapping things up because they need to count the money and check the bills. Li Gusheng proudly confirms he kept all the money safe and secure, patting his chest. Meanwhile, the models are chatting, surprised they even got interviewed by reporters. One of them excitedly says Dandan and Nana will be on TV, admitting she didn't expect Boss Chu to be this competent. Someone calls out asking if anyone can get Manager Shu on the phone since they worked hard getting all the bags to the office. One of the guys says he'll go call Manager Sui right away while Yufeng watches with satisfaction. Nana notices Dandan looking distracted and asks what she's so focused on. Nana jumps back saying Dandan scared her half to death with that zoned out stare. When Nana suggests Boss Chu is pretty good, Dandan plays it cool saying it's not her business. Dandan quickly changes the subject, telling Nana they need to pack up since they're leaving early tomorrow. Back in another room, the guys gather around a table with bags of cash ready to count everything up. And when they open those bags, the amount of cash inside is honestly beautiful to see. The count comes in at 10,000 per bundle for a grand total of 500,000 yuan in one single day. Yufeng nods with approval, standing over the stacks of cash looking completely satisfied. Li Gaosheng is absolutely stunned, barely able to comprehend that they made 500,000 in just one day. Manager Xu Tielong shows up and reminds Yufeng that as agreed, they need to give the factory a 70,000 yuan rebate. Yufeng smiles and says no problem, everything is written clearly in the contract. But then he adds that the rebate is definitely going to be more than just that initial amount. He explains there's another batch of goods being shipped and those sales will also count toward the rebate agreement. Xu Tielong is caught off guard, asking if the shipment is already on its way here. Yufeng confirms he already coordinated with Director Feng and the new shipment arrives the night after tomorrow. He bows to thank everyone, saying they'll start selling early morning the day after tomorrow, and everyone will be busy a few more days. Meanwhile, at the factory director's office, someone is about to get some very interesting news. A cup slams down on the desk as the director reacts to whatever he just heard on the phone. He can barely believe it, asking if 5,000 pieces of clothing really sold out in just one single night. The person on the other end confirms it was a total mad rush, and the event even got their factory an interview with reporters that night. The factory director is still on the phone hearing all about the sales success, and even he has to admit that Boss Chu really pulled it off. But here's the thing, the guy on the other end of this call is already scheming. He tells Director Lu that Chu Yufeng ordered another 5,000 clothes and Director Feng already signed off on it. Director Lu's face goes serious immediately, asking if this guy knew about this beforehand. And when he hears Director Feng actually sign the documents, our boy Director Lu nearly loses it. But the worker on the phone sees an opportunity, suggesting they can totally bypass Chu Yufeng and sell the clothes themselves. His logic is that since Yufeng is still in Jingdu, his name isn't on any receipts yet, so they can just keep this whole batch for themselves. He asks if Director Liu is still listening, clearly eager to get approval for this shady little plan. But Director Liu isn't buying it that easily, thinking there's no way someone as careful as Chu Yufeng would leave such an obvious loophole. His frustration is building because he knows something doesn't add up here. And just like that, he realizes exactly who's responsible for this mess, cursing Feng Zilai's name. Meanwhile, back at Yufeng's location, someone announces that Director Liu is calling. One of the workers tells Boss Chu he'll get back to his duties while the call gets handled, and our protagonist Yufeng takes a breath, preparing himself for whatever Director Liu is about to throw at him. The goatee guy asks if Director Liu was looking for him, completely unaware he's about to get caught in the middle. Director Liu puts on his best friendly voice, congratulating Boss Chu on selling out so many clothes in just one night. Yufeng plays it humble, crediting the fashion company's influence and the models for making it happen. He even offers to treat the workers to a meal when he gets back, keeping up that good guy image. Director Liu agrees to arrange the meal, then casually asks if Yufeng needs him to bring another batch of clothes. And that right there is the test, asking about another batch to see how Yufeng reacts. Yufeng immediately realizes what's happening. Director Liu already knows about his deal with Feng Zilai. Director Liu sweetens the deal, promising to split profits exactly as stated in their contract since they're partners after all. But Yufeng sees right through it. This is Director Liu testing his attitude to decide how harshly to punish Feng Zilai. So Yufeng thanks him for the offer but hesitates, choosing his next words very carefully. Time passes as the two of them have what is clearly a very calculated conversation. Director Liu acts surprised to learn Yufeng already ordered another batch of clothes. Yufeng explains that Director Feng agreed to it while he was a little drunk, which is absolutely hilarious corporate manipulation. Director Liu tells him to contact him directly from now on, hinting that management changes are coming and Director Feng might be relocated. And with that bombshell dropped, the call ends. Yufeng stands there thinking that Director Liu is pretty smart, but in the end they both know what really matters here. Money. The priority will always be money, and both of them understand that perfectly. Later that night, the mutual understanding between these two businessmen is crystal clear. Director Liu hangs up thinking that went exactly as expected, both sides playing their cards carefully. Back at the office, the team is finishing up the count and confirming the numbers are all correct. 5,000 clothes from the second batch, 500,000 yuan earned, and that's just from round 2. Yufeng thanks Director Shu for all his hard work getting everything counted and organized. Director Shu waves it off, saying it's just their job, nothing special about doing what they're supposed to do. He asks when they'll return to the factory since they still need to pay what they owe. Yufeng notes that Director C is really loyal to the company, always thinking about proper procedures. He asks Brother Feng to check if Director C finished the recommendation letter, saying they'll keep the money and head back. Brother Feng takes off immediately to handle the task. And Yufeng's already thinking ahead, knowing that once he gets back, it's time to put certain plans into motion. Meanwhile, someone turns on the TV and catches an interesting broadcast. The models freak out because Dandan and Nana are actually on television right now. One of them starts getting jealous, saying their salaries are definitely going to increase after this. Someone asks the captain if they really sold 10,000 pieces of clothing, and she confirms it. One of the girls starts doing the math, realizing at 100 yuan each that would mean he earned 1,000,000 yuan. Nana says it so casually like it's no big deal. And the other girls absolutely lose their minds repeating it back. One of them asks the leader if Boss Chu is really that capable. She keeps pressing for an answer because she desperately needs to know. Nana confirms it calmly, saying yes, he really is quite capable. The girls immediately start squealing about how Nini is so lucky to have a millionaire interested in her. One of them points out that he really seems to like her based on the way he looks at her. Nana tries to shut down the gossip session, telling them to stop talking about her like this. But the way she goes completely silent says more than words ever could. She sighs and looks away, clearly thinking about a certain someone whether she wants to admit it or not. We cut to the Mo Capital Garden Hotel as night settles in. On a balcony, Brother Feng calls out to Yufeng for what seems like a heart-to-heart conversation. He comments that time really flies, and it feels like they've known each other for much longer than they actually have. Yufeng laughs and agrees, saying he was thinking the exact same thing. Brother Feng then asks the real question, what plans does Yufeng have for the future? Yufeng reveals he wants to start a fashion company in Zihai City similar to Mo Capital Fashion Company, though with some differences. Brother Feng is confused, asking why Zihai when Jingdu clearly has better market prospects. Yufeng explains it's all about the costs. Worker salaries and factory setup are way cheaper in a less developed city. Brother Feng nods and says he feels like everything Yufeng does just makes sense. But then he hesitates, clearly wanting to say something more. Yufeng cuts him off, saying Brother Feng is always welcome to work at his place, he just needs to call. Brother Feng suddenly perks up, saying he just remembered something important. And then he drops it, asking if Yufeng lied about being from Jingdu when he's actually from Zihai. Yufeng and Brother Feng are still on the hotel balcony, teasing each other about the whole Jingdu versus Zihai situation. The next day, Yufeng arrives at Director Lu's office, fresh from checking the receipts with Director Shu. Director Lu greets him with a steaming cup of tea, looking way too pleased to see our boy. He walks right up to Yufeng, congratulating him on becoming rich. And honestly, the energy here is giving business dad. Yufeng puts on the humble act, bowing and thanking Director Lu like he's his personal savior. Director Lu laughs and tells him to stop standing around and take a seat already. And then he gets to the real reason for this meeting. He wants to hear about that cooperation proposal Yufeng mentioned. Meanwhile, the models and staff are waiting in the hallway, wondering how long this big project discussion is going to take. Back inside, Director Lu cuts right to the point, saying he doesn't believe for a second that Yufeng is satisfied being just a franchisee. Yufeng plays it cool, saying for now he only plans to make money together with Director Lu. When they finally come out, all the models greet Director Lu, clearly eager to find out what went down. Director Lu puts his arm around Yufeng and officially introduces him as their new business partner. And then he drops the announcement that Boss Chu will be treating everyone to dinner at Jumen Hotel for their hard work. The girls absolutely lose it because Jumen is an international hotel where you need foreign currency just to get in. Director Lu tells everyone it's not far, so they'll just walk there, leading the way like a proud mentor. And just like that, the whole group erupts in cheers, thanking Boss Chu for the fancy dinner. As they walk, the girls start gossiping about whether Yufeng will ask for Nana's phone number later. Yufeng walks ahead completely oblivious while Dandan watches him from behind with hopeful eyes. At the hotel, the spread is absolutely ridiculous. Dishes everywhere, this is peak celebratory energy. Yufeng raises his glass for a toast, playing the part of generous boss perfectly. After dinner, the whole group thanks Boss Chu again as they head out, absolutely stuffed and happy. Director Lu and Yufeng shake hands like proper business partners, promising to meet again soon. Once everyone's gone, Yufeng lets out a huge sigh of relief because that was a lot of socializing. He stretches his arms up, thinking to himself that he can finally return to Zehai City. But just as he's about to head out, someone taps him on the shoulder. Yufeng turns around, clearly not expecting anyone to still be here. And there's Captain New Dandan, waving at him with a nervous smile. Yufeng asks what's up, and she hesitates like she's trying to work up the courage to say something. She starts blushing and stammering, trying to tell him something that seems really important to her. But Yufeng suddenly remembers something and cuts her off completely. Dandan's face goes into full shock mode because that was not the response she was expecting. Yufeng just waves and runs off toward the bus, shouting that he'll see her next time. The bus honks as it arrives, and our boy jumps on without looking back, leaving Dandan standing there. She just stands there in silence, completely deflated because that confession went absolutely nowhere. We cut to a scene showing two savings passbooks, one with 20,000 and another with 50,000 yuan. Yufeng is sitting with Uncle Feng, and both of them are looking at these numbers in silence. Uncle Feng is thinking about how he worked hard for years, but this kid made 50,000 in just a few days. He watches Yufeng sipping tea and thinks to himself that this young man is definitely not simple. Uncle Feng asks Yufeng directly about his plan to build a fashion factory in Zehai City. Yufeng confirms that's exactly why he came today, to discuss this plan with Uncle Feng. He admits he doesn't know much about starting a factory, listing everything from employee ratios to machinery sourcing. So he asks Uncle Feng directly if he knows anyone experienced who could help get the production started. Uncle Feng crosses his arms and raises a concern about whether Zehai City even allows private firms. Yufeng just smiles confidently and says nope, which is exactly the answer he was hoping Uncle Feng would bring up. He explains that Zehai's economy is completely dominated by steel industry, making it hard to start new businesses. But that's exactly the opportunity. If he starts a fashion factory to boost the economy, the government will definitely support him. He tells Uncle Feng that from another angle he's basically helping the government solve their problem, so he's completely confident. And Uncle Feng is completely sold, shouting okay with the energy of a man who just found a worthy investment. He puts his arm around Yufeng and says they should go to his place to discuss the details. After their discussion, Yufeng waves goodbye, saying that's everything and he's heading back now. Uncle Feng calls out from behind, reminding him not to forget about their plans and that he'll be waiting for news. At the train station, Yufeng looks at the departure board showing Mo Capital to Zehai City, thinking there's no place like home. He smiles to himself, finally feeling good about heading back to where it all started. Meanwhile, we see a mother and her two kids arriving at the big city train station, marveling at how spacious it is. A bald guy on a bicycle spots them and waves excitedly, calling out Yuna's name. The two women turn around, wondering who's calling them. He introduces himself as Liang, their brother Yufeng's classmate, and the family recognizes him right away. Liang smiles warmly, happy to run into his friend's family like this. They ask where their brother is, and Liang explains that Yufeng went to Mo Capital for business but should be back tomorrow. Yuna apologizes for bothering him, but Liang insists it's no trouble since he's so close with her brother. Then he remembers something important. The recommendation letters for Yu and Yu Zheng are with him. He says he'll bring them to register at school after they unpack, and the little boy gets super excited. We get an establishing shot of the Jehe Library, showing us a new location in the city, and outside the library, a mysterious blonde woman in a pink dress catches someone's attention, making them stop in their tracks. We're picking up right where we left off. Liang just ran into Yufeng's family near the library, and that mysterious blonde woman from before? She's right there, and he's not sure what to say. And the blonde beauty, who turns out to be Xiaoduo, Yufeng's ex-wife, notices them looking at her. She calls out to them asking if Xiaoduo, wait, that's her asking about herself? No wait, she's asking if they've finished their work. She seems genuinely happy to see them, asking how Yuna, Yuyue, and Yuzheng all came to Zehai City together. And here's where things get interesting. She reaches into her pocket for something. She pulls out 10 yuan and tries to give it to Yuna, telling her to buy some food for the kids. But Yuna immediately waves her hands in refusal, insisting they really don't need it because they have enough money. After the awkward exchange, the family decides to head out, waving goodbye to Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo watches them walk away, and you can tell there's something more going on beneath that pretty surface. Liang stays quiet for a moment, probably processing the fact that he just witnessed Yufeng's ex trying to help his family. She's left standing alone on the street, looking absolutely stunning in that pink dress. And the look on her face says it all. She clearly still cares about that family even after the divorce. Meanwhile, our protagonist Yufeng is walking home with a bag of apples, looking pretty content with himself, when suddenly Yuna spots him from the courtyard and calls out excitedly. She's absolutely thrilled to see him, waving like her life depends on it. Even little Yuzheng perks up at the commotion, turning to see what all the fuss is about, and Yufeng catches sight of them too, taking in the scene. Yuna runs toward him, calling out that her brother is finally back home. The whole family gathers around him, Yuna, and little Yuzheng, asking when he arrived and if he's tired from the trip. Yufeng brushes off their concerns, saying he's fine and suggesting they all head inside first. Once they're settled, he asks if Yuyue and Yuzheng have registered at their new schools yet. He's pleased to hear they'll start tomorrow, and adds that he bought them some new clothes to wear. The kids are absolutely ecstatic about getting new outfits, their excitement practically echoing through the house. Yuzheng immediately asks if there are any snacks too, because of course that's what's on his mind. Yufeng playfully pinches his cheek, teasing him about only ever thinking about eating. But little Yuzheng has his reasoning ready. He needs to eat more so he can grow up quickly and protect his brother and sisters. And honestly, how can you not love that answer? Yufeng ruffles his hair affectionately, calling him thoughtful. Then Yufeng drops some big news. He tells Yuna he didn't mention it in his letter, but he actually bought this house for them. Yuna's jaw basically hits the floor because houses are definitely not cheap. He tells her not to worry about the cost, just know that he's earned quite a bit of money and they can settle in peacefully. But he also makes it clear that just because they're not poor anymore doesn't mean they can slack off on studying. He points specifically at both of them, making sure they understand the assignment. Then he lets out a huge yawn because our boy is absolutely exhausted from all that traveling. He tells them to check out what he brought while he takes a nap, reminding them not to wait for him to eat. The siblings respond with enthusiastic agreement, clearly overjoyed to have their big brother back home. Yufeng throws himself onto his bed with the relief of a man who hasn't slept properly in days. He's thinking to himself that finally he can actually relax, because nothing beats sleeping in your own bed at home after a long business trip to the capital. The next morning comes, and we see our protagonist getting ready for a new day. Just going through his morning routine, brushing his teeth in the courtyard like it's any other day. When Yuna casually drops a bomb, she mentions running into his ex-wife yesterday. That gets his attention real quick. He immediately asks where she saw her. Yuna explains she's not entirely sure of the location, but there's a library nearby. Yufeng nods, realizing that makes sense since Xiaoduo works at the library. Then Yuna adds that Xiaoduo tried to give them money when they met yesterday. That gets another reaction from Yufeng. He quickly asks if she accepted it. When Yuna says no, Yufeng is visibly relieved and tells her that's good. He gets a bit emotional, explaining that they already owe Xiaoduo too much. She was never able to live comfortably when she was with him. Yuna hesitates, clearly wanting to ask something but not sure how to phrase it. And then she just goes for it, asking if he could remarry Xiaoduo. Yufeng laughs nervously, clearly caught off guard by the sudden question. Yuna makes her case, since he said Xiaoduo didn't live comfortably before and now he has money. Shouldn't he make it up to her by marrying her again? Our boy just chuckles at her simple but earnest logic. He explains it's really not that simple, and she'll understand when she goes to university, then suddenly mentions that brat Lin Qiang. Yuna's face goes completely shocked at the sudden name drop. She demands to know why he's bringing Lin Qiang up and what he has to do with anything. Yufeng gives her a knowing look and asks directly, does she like him? Yuna vehemently denies it, calling Lin Qiang unprincipled and saying he acts like a gangster. How could she possibly like someone like that? And that's exactly his point. It's the same between him and Xiaoduo. She might not like him anymore since he was also behaving like a terrible person back then. He walks off saying that remarrying her just isn't going to be that easy. Scene change. We cut to a woman scolding Liang for always making a lady wait. Liang apologizes sheepishly, scratching the back of his head with a goofy grin. We meet two new characters, that's Ku Wenwen and Hu Chunwu, who seem to be his co-workers. Hao Chunwu suggests they celebrate payday with a nice meal at a restaurant, offering to treat the ladies. Liang Liang is absolutely down for free food, agreeing enthusiastically. But then a voice from behind them says they've been waiting to see someone. Liang Liang freezes, recognizing that voice immediately. He spins around with a huge smile, calling out Yufeng's name, and there's our protagonist casually waving hello like he didn't just surprise everyone. Liang Liang is overjoyed, immediately asking when he got back to Zihai City. Yufeng tells Liang Liang he arrived back in town just yesterday, and he didn't come empty-handed, presenting Liang Liang with a gift. Liang Liang's eyes light up as he takes the fabric, genuinely curious about what it is. Yufeng explains they're clothes from Mo Capital and Liang Liang can get them tailored if they don't fit. Our protagonist notices the colleagues and suggests they all go eat together since he was planning to treat Liang Liang anyway. And just like that, the more the merrier becomes the plan for tonight. The co-workers are still trying to figure out where this mysterious friend of Liang Liang suddenly appeared from. Cut to the restaurant and they're already ordering, starting with a plate of fish. Yufeng keeps going, adding 5 pork trotters to the order without hesitation. One of the co-workers jumps in with an order for winter melon pork rib soup, but then someone calls out to get everyone's attention about this particular brother right here. Hao Chunwu points out the bill is already at 7 or 8 yuan and asks if Yufeng should be more considerate since he's freeloading. He emphasizes that their money doesn't just fall from the sky, making sure the point hits home. Liang Liang quickly steps in to defuse the situation, offering to pay for everything himself. Yufeng just chuckles at this whole situation unfolding and then casually asks the waitress to change that pork rib soup to turtle soup instead. Liang Liang's jaw practically hits the floor because turtle soup is not cheap. The co-workers are absolutely fuming at this point, not believing the audacity. Hao Chunwu looks like he's about to absolutely explode right there in the restaurant. But Yufeng calmly holds up 2 fingers, signaling for everyone to just wait a moment. He explains that Liang Liang has helped him a lot, so he should be the one treating tonight. And suddenly the co-workers get it, their anger deflating as they realize they completely misread the situation. After dinner, Liang Liang tells the others to head home while he walks Yufeng back. The co-workers take their leave, heading home for the night. As they walk, Liang Liang asks what kind of business Yufeng did in Mo Capital, and he casually says he just sold some clothes. Then Liang Liang suddenly asks if that lady from dinner seemed interested in him. Yufeng looks genuinely caught off guard by that question. Liang Liang quickly backs off, telling him not to worry about that, and starts to change the subject. He asks what happened between Yufeng and Xiao Duo, mentioning he ran into her while walking Yuna home last time. Yufeng simply says they divorced and went their separate ways, and Liang Liang can't believe it. Liang Liang pushes back, asking didn't Xiao Duo say she's willing to be his wife again, or is he finding someone new now that he's rich? That stops Yufeng completely in his tracks. Liang Liang immediately gets nervous and tries to play it off as just a joke. But Yufeng zeroes in on what he said before, and Liang Liang confirms that Xiao Duo said she's willing to be his wife again. Yufeng grabs him, urgently asking when she said that. Liang Liang explains it was during Zeran's birthday party. She told everyone she was going to remarry him, but their classmates were unsupportive and bad-mouthing Yufeng, and Xiao Duo got angry and defended him before Liang Liang could. Yufeng asks what happened next. Liang Liang continues, saying Shen Ziran had a long quarrel with her after that. He finishes explaining, his expression saying everything about how bad it got. Yufeng goes completely silent, processing everything he just heard. Liang Liang notices the change in him and asks if he's alright. Yufeng waves it off, insisting he's fine even though he clearly isn't. Liang Liang mentions he saw Xiao Duo going to the hospital about half a month ago, and Yufeng explains her mother was hospitalized briefly. Then Liang Liang drops another bomb, saying he heard Xiao Duo quarreled with Shen Ziran again, and they've completely severed their relationship. Yufeng sighs heavily, saying he understands now. Yufeng suddenly grabs his hands, getting Liang Liang's attention. He simply says let's go, and they continue walking into the night. They reach Yufeng's place and Liang Liang says he needs to head back to the factory, so they say their goodbyes. As Yufeng walks alone, he overhears a woman asking what if her family disagrees. The man reassures her he'll do everything he can, and Yufeng silently listens as he passes by. And that's when his inner voice starts going off, calling him stupid for how he's been handling things. His conscience asks if he really thought Xiao Duo would fall in love again just because he treated her a little better. The voice challenges him, asking what makes him think being from the future gives him any advantage here when he knows he's capable of more. His fist clenches tight as the voice asks the real question. Does Yaduo even know how he feels? Standing under the moonlight, he's forced to confront how much pressure she's endured for him without him even realizing. Scene change, someone's knocking on the director's office door. The director tells whoever it is to come in. And it's our boy Yufeng, greeting Director Zhang like an old friend he hasn't seen in a while. The director recognizes him immediately, calling him Little Zhou. He asks if Yufeng is planning another exhibition, and Yufeng laughs, mentioning his trip to Mo Capital. The director invites him to sit down and talk properly. He's impressed that Yufeng has been traveling everywhere, calling him quite accomplished. Yufeng stays humble, saying he's just trying to earn a living, unlike the director who's already heading a whole department at such a young age. The director laughs and asks if he's the one who sold Dakran at the exhibition, mentioning he heard the factory shut down and Yufeng was selling at a loss, Yufeng clarifies it was a clearance sale, but the factory didn't actually shut down. They were restructuring into a fashion factory. The director is impressed, commenting that independent sellers like him are all smart and cunning. Then the director suddenly remembers something, casually saying, "Oh yeah." He cuts right to it, asking why Yufeng really came to see him since it's clearly not just for small talk. Yufeng smiles and says he just wanted to bring some souvenirs from Mo Capital as thanks for helping him out last time. Director Zhang tries to refuse the gift, insisting it's just his job and he shouldn't accept anything in return. But Yufeng insists, saying it's just some sweets for his kids and their friends after all. And then Yufeng smoothly pivots, asking if treating him to a meal would be more acceptable. The director repeats the offer back, clearly not expecting that smooth redirect. He laughs it off and agrees, then cuts straight to business, asking what Yufeng really needs. Yufeng admits he can't hide anything from him and prepares to reveal his real purpose. And here comes the big announcement. He wants to start a fashion factory right here in Zihai City. The director questions this, clearly surprised by the ambition of this young entrepreneur. But here's the catch, you can't just start a factory on your own, you need approval from Director Liu, the department head. Yufeng acknowledges he was supposed to find Director Liu directly, but there's more to his plan. And this is where our boy plays his trump card. His fashion factory can solve the unemployment problem. That word hits different for a government official. Unemployment is their biggest headache right now. So Yufeng asks if Director Zhang can help arrange a meeting with Director Liu when he's free. The director agrees to help but warns it'll have to wait until afternoon since there's a morning meeting. Director Zhang plays it humble, saying he's just helping a friend out and it's really nothing special. With time to kill until his afternoon meeting, Yufeng decides to take a walk around the city, and that's when something catches his attention. He suddenly realizes he's near Xiaoduo's workplace. Well, this is an interesting coincidence. Meanwhile, inside we spot a cute blonde librarian trying to figure something out. She's standing in front of the massive bookshelves looking absolutely lost, because she genuinely cannot remember where this book is supposed to go. And Yufeng is watching this whole scene unfold, thinking no wonder her work evaluation is dead last. The library is pretty empty, just these two and shelves upon shelves of books. So he walks up and asks where the finance books are, trying to strike up a conversation. She pauses to think about it, clearly not confident in her answer. And then the recognition hits her, she knows this guy from somewhere. Our boy just gives her that charming smile in return. She starts blushing, trying to form a proper response. But she professionally redirects him, saying those books aren't in her section and he should ask elsewhere. So Yufeng smoothly asks what books she does have in her section then. She hesitates, clearly not used to this much attention at work, then asks what he actually wants, getting a bit defensive about it. He explains innocently that he just wants to borrow a book to learn new things. The word learning seems to soften her up a bit. She admits she doesn't have what he's looking for, but he asks what she does have instead. Turns out her entire section is just light novels, not exactly educational material. But Yufeng doesn't miss a beat, asking her to recommend one and saying he's fine either way. She explains the rules about deposits for borrowing versus reading free here, and he opts to read there. Then she starts laying down the library rules: no noise while reading, and you can only read at the designated tables, plus be careful not to damage any of the books. Yufeng agrees to all her conditions without any fuss whatsoever. She goes to grab the book she wants to recommend, but it's not where she expected. She keeps searching but can't find it anywhere on the shelves. Yufeng just waits patiently while she spirals into panic mode. She's fully panicking now, admitting she suddenly can't find the book anywhere. But he reassures her there's no rush at all, take her time, and then drops this line, he'll always wait for her, which clearly means more than just the book. She's completely confused now, swearing she put that book on this exact shelf herself. That's when Yufeng casually mentions he already found what she was looking for, and reaches over toward her to grab something from the shelf above. Her eyes go wide with shock at the sudden closeness between them. He pulls a book from right above her head, asking if this is the one she meant. And there it is, the book she spent all that time searching for. She's amazed, asking where he found it, and he tells her it was literally right beside her. The embarrassment is real. She's blushing hard at how oblivious she was. The library shelves tower above them, filled with countless books she's supposed to know. As she finishes up the paperwork, Yufeng asks if she wants to have lunch together. She's busy filling out the borrowing receipt, pen moving across the paper. But she politely declines, saying she needs to head home instead. She finishes the paperwork and hands over the receipt along with the book. She gives him the standard instructions about keeping the receipt for when he returns the book. Yufeng waves goodbye, inviting her to visit his family in Zhihai whenever she has free time. She watches him walk away toward the exit from behind, and quietly apologizes to herself, looking somewhat regretful about turning down his invitation. Scene shifts to sunset with Yufeng walking alongside his younger sister, lecturing her about studying hard at university. His sister mentions that Lin Nan also got into university and is coming to Zihai City tomorrow. Yufeng's totally fine with Lin Nan staying at their place for a few days. But then his sister hesitantly adds that Lin Qiang will also be coming, which makes Yufeng suspicious. Turns out Lin Qiang didn't get in but is coming to look for work, and she's asking if he can stay with them too. Yufeng agrees to let him stay, but then hits her with the real question, are you dating him? And her flustered reaction says absolutely everything she's trying not to say out loud. She's getting all flustered now, telling him to stop saying nonsense about the whole dating situation. But Yufeng isn't letting this go, telling her she can only date after finishing university. She insists once more that they're not like that, but honestly her reaction says everything. Scene shifts to the business department where director Lu Jintang apologizes for being busy yesterday morning. Yufeng tells him there's no need to be so formal, keeping things friendly and respectful. Director Lu invites him to take a seat so they can have a proper discussion about his plans. The director mentions he heard from Director Zhang about the factory plans, and Yufeng confirms he wants to build a fashion factory in Zehai. Director Lu gets straight to business, asking how big this factory is going to be. Yufeng asks if he means the land area or the number of employees, which is actually a smart question. Director Lu clarifies he wants to know how effective it'll be against the unemployment problem. Yufeng says he plans to hire at least 60 people and purchase 60 sewing machines to start. The director lets out a small laugh at those numbers, and it's not exactly the enthusiastic response Yufeng was hoping for. He tells Yufeng he thinks highly of him, but those numbers are too small to submit a report to the higher-ups. Yufeng looks a bit surprised and asks what exactly the director means by that. Turns out Secretary Shen is coming for an inspection this afternoon, and Director Lu offers to put in a good word. Yufeng stands up and thanks Director Lu for the help, genuinely appreciating the connection. The director tells him he won't bother seeing him out, keeping things casual between them. Director Lu looks pretty pleased with how that meeting went, clearly seeing potential in this young entrepreneur. Yufeng heads out thinking that providing 60 jobs should be impressive enough for a start. But he's being strategic here, not promising bigger numbers since he only has 810,000 yuan as starting capital. Meanwhile, a couple is walking down the same street, and the guy is clearly trying to make conversation. And that's when Yufeng spots them, letting out a very interested sound at who he just ran into. The guy with glasses immediately gets defensive, asking why Yufeng is here of all places. Yufeng's already sizing up the situation, recognizing exactly who these two are. He fires back, asking why they even care about his whereabouts, matching their hostile energy immediately. Glasses guy tells him to stop acting weird every time they meet and go home to dig dung if he's got nothing better to do. The woman asks what his problem is and if he took the wrong medicine today, clearly not a fan. Yufeng shoots back that he was just minding his own business and they're the ones who pointed at him first. Some bystanders notice the confrontation and start wondering if a fight is about to break out. Ziren demands to know if Yufeng has a problem with them, getting right in his face about it. And here's where Yufeng plays it smart, loudly complaining about government workers bullying an innocent civilian. The two of them are completely thrown off by this sudden public accusation, not expecting him to play that card. He starts calling out to everyone on the street that tax department workers are harassing a regular citizen. And now the crowd is turning on them, with someone mentioning how proud the tax workers acted when they paid their taxes. Things are escalating fast now and someone needs to put an end to this before it gets worse. Glasses guy grabs Ziren and tells her they should just leave and not waste time with these people. As they walk away, Ziren turns back to call him a scumbag one last time for good measure. Yufeng just smirks, noting how much they seem to enjoy calling people names when they feel superior. Glasses guy is fuming as they leave, muttering about that measly Chu Yufeng under his breath. He warns Ziren that Yufeng is definitely a scumbag and they should stay far away from him. Ziren agrees completely, saying he's disgusting and she doesn't want to talk about him anymore. They continue walking off into the sunset, with Glasses guy still seething about the whole encounter. Scene shifts to someone reviewing business records, and things are apparently looking not bad. It's Secretary Shen reviewing the documents alongside Director Lu, noting how independent businesses have contributed to Zehai's economy. Secretary Shen suggests waiting for the tax department's report to see the full picture of the first half of the year. Director Lu adds that the independent businesses are also improving employment rates, not just tax revenue. Secretary Shen agrees they should let civilians help solve the unemployment problem and encourage more business startups. And that's when Director Lu mentions the young man who came by wanting to start a fashion factory. Secretary Shen's eyes light up at this news, saying that sounds like exactly what they need. Director Lu mentions the tax department people should be arriving any moment now with their report. Right on cue, there's a knock and he tells them to come in with a welcoming smile. And look who walks through that door. It's our favorite hostile tax department duo from earlier. Secretary Shen thanks them warmly for bringing such important documents all the way here. Ziren modestly says it's really nothing, just doing their job as public servants. And then she casually drops that this is her colleague Zhu Jun, while calling the secretary her uncle. Zhu Jun's brain just stopped working because did she just say uncle to the secretary? He immediately goes into panic mode, bowing deeply and stammering out a greeting to the secretary. Secretary Shen just smiles kindly and greets him back like a totally normal person. The secretary suggests they get to work first and then have a meal together once they're done. Zhu Jun is absolutely floored, realizing the woman he's been trying to impress is the secretary's niece this whole time. And our boy Yufeng is finally done with his reading session at the library. But then something catches his attention. He spots Xia Duo still working, arranging books on the shelves like she has all the time in the world. So he decides to shoot his shot and invite her to lunch, saying he wants to discuss something. He calls out to her again, but something feels off, and she straight up shuts him down, saying she's exhausted and just wants to go home and sleep. Yufeng can tell something's wrong, so he asks if something happened with her family. But she just brushes it off with a simple nothing, clearly not wanting to talk about it. She looks absolutely drained, telling him to just say whatever he wanted to discuss right here. Yufeng mentions that Yuna and Yuzheng miss her and asks if she wants to visit them, and she just gives a flat okay. And then she politely but firmly tells him to leave because her shift is almost over. Our boy is clearly frustrated by the cold shoulder he's getting, but he plays it cool and accepts defeat for now with a smile. He waves goodbye and promises to come back another day, because persistence is key apparently. As he's leaving, another man walks right past him heading toward the library. And then this guy starts yelling Xiao Duo's full name across the entire library floor. He's absolutely furious, demanding to know why she hasn't paid him back after half a month. And then he escalates by demanding they go see her father right now. Xiao Duo tries to defuse the situation by asking if they can talk outside since they're disturbing everyone. But this guy doesn't care about making a scene, accusing her of trying to evade payment in front of everyone. Meanwhile, our protagonist is outside eating when he hears someone quarreling nearby. He turns to see what all the commotion is about, and that's when he realizes it's Ya Duo who's being harassed out there. The angry guy is threatening to go to Director Zhang's office and sue the officials for mistreating poor civilians. He reaches out to grab her, demanding she comes with him. Xiao Duo is clearly shocked and doesn't know what to do. But here comes Yufeng to the rescue, pointing out how someone poor wouldn't have that fancy outfit. The guy is completely thrown off, demanding to know who this random person is, and Yufeng proudly declares that he's the one who's actually poor here, which is a hilarious flex. The confrontation continues with Yufeng calling the guy out for bullying a lady in public. Yufeng doesn't hold back, straight up calling the guy a scumbag for what he's doing. The angry man is absolutely losing it, accusing Yufeng of spouting nonsense. Xiao Duo sees her chance and suggests they leave now while they can. Yufeng throws out a warning as they walk away, leaving the guy completely dumbfounded. The man is left standing there wondering who that brat was, who just ruined his plan. Once they're safe, Yufeng asks who that person was, but Xiao Duo stays silent. He presses further, asking what exactly happened back there. She agrees to explain, but says they should talk while walking. So they start walking together as Yufeng waits for her to open up. She finally explains that her brother owes people money because his business failed, and that guy came to collect. Yufeng points out the guy should be looking for her brother or sister-in-law, not her, and she admits he doesn't know where her brother is. He asks how much her brother owes, and she seems caught off guard by the question. But she shuts him down, saying it's none of his business why he's asking. She starts walking away and Yufeng calls out to her. He explains he's different now, that he hosted an exhibition and sold clothes at Jindu and made good money. He tells her straight up that if her family needs help, he's capable of lending a hand now. But she refuses, insisting it's really nothing and she doesn't need his help. And here's where it gets emotional, as she quietly wonders why he has to be so kind to her. Yufeng asks what she said, but she brushes it off with nothing. She explains her brother only owed a small sum but purposely didn't pay, so that guy just came to remind her. And then she hits him with the real blow, telling him to stop coming to the library and that she's too busy to see him. She walks away, leaving Yufeng standing there speechless watching her go. He softly calls her name one more time, but she doesn't look back. But our boy shakes it off, deciding he'll worry about that later because right now he has other priorities. He heads straight to the business department because he has a plan to finish. Inside, Director Liu is waiting with someone, noting that Yufeng should be arriving any moment. Yufeng arrives and calls out to Director Liu, who warmly invites him inside. But wait, because standing right there is Ziren, and she's absolutely shocked to see Yufeng of all people. And Yufeng is equally surprised, wondering what the heck she's doing here. Director Liu introduces the older man as Secretary Shen of Zihai City, which is kind of a big deal. And that's when Yufeng connects the dots, realizing Secretary Shen and Ziran look alike and might be related. Now he's worried, thinking about whether she's going to cause trouble for him after everything that happened. Our boy Yufeng wastes no time putting on his most respectful greeting for Secretary Shen, playing the humble young businessman angle perfect, and Secretary Shen seems genuinely impressed, already warming up to this energetic young man standing before him. He even calls for someone to bring Yufeng a chair, which is a pretty good sign that this meeting is going well so far. Yufeng gets straight to business, laying out his entire factory plan and dropping the big number, a 300,000 yuan investment to start. Secretary Shen takes a moment to consider this, and you can tell he's genuinely thinking it through. But of course, because nothing can ever go smoothly for our boy, Ziren bursts into the room screaming that he's a liar right in front of her uncle. Secretary Shen's face says it all as he tries to process what just happened to his nice professional meeting. Ziren doesn't let up, telling her uncle to stop listening to anything this guy has to say because it's all lies. And Yufeng is just standing there trying to keep his composure while this girl is torpedoing his entire business pitch. Secretary Shen looks between them and asks the obvious question, wanting to know if these two have some kind of history. And Ziran basically confirms there's way more to this story than just casual acquaintances. She goes absolutely nuclear, calling him a scammer, Director Jiang's abusive ex-husband, and complete trash in front of a government official. And then this glasses guy jumps in to back her up, explaining that Ziran is best friends with Xiaoduo and can't stand seeing her get bullied. But Secretary Shen has heard enough and shuts the whole thing down with one authoritative shout. Ziran clearly was not expecting her uncle to react like that, and she looks completely taken off guard. He reminds her that she works for the tax department and questions why she's bringing personal drama into a business meeting. Then he turns back to Yufeng like nothing happened, asking about the road he mentioned building for Qiang village. Yufeng hits him with the exact numbers, promising a road that's over 5 meters wide and 2 kilometers long if he gets the land. Director Lu jumps in to point out that these things are never as simple as they sound on paper. But you can see Secretary Shen doing the math in his head, thinking about the 5,000 villagers who get stranded every rainy season. And something about Yufeng's proposal is clearly hitting the right notes because the secretary seems genuinely pleased. He explains that other businessmen have proposed roads before, but they could never solve the unemployment problem, so he always turned them down. Yufeng plays the hometown card, emphasizing that he's also from Xinan district and promises to give it everything he's got. He's honest about his limitations though, admitting he can only provide about 70 jobs right now, but it's a start. Secretary Shen nods approvingly at the young man, clearly impressed by his realistic approach to the situation. Meanwhile, Ziran is watching this whole exchange, thinking something's definitely not adding up with this guy. Secretary Shen asks him to clarify what he means by all these promises, because while the proposal sounds good, the numbers need to be investigated thoroughly before anything moves forward. And here comes the big question. Secretary Shen wants to know exactly where a young man like him got 300,000 yuan. He warns Yufeng that if the money has sketchy origins, approving this land deal would cause major problems for everyone involved. Ziran and Glasses Guy are looking absolutely smug right now, thinking there's no way Yufeng can explain away that kind of money. But our boy just smiles and says the secretary has asked about exactly the thing he's best at answering. He asks if anyone's heard about the major fashion show that was hosted in Jingdu not too long ago. Secretary Shen's interest is clearly piqued as he asks about this fashion show. Yufeng can't reveal all the details, but he explains he planned the whole thing together with Mo Capital's fashion company. And then he drops the bomb that fashion show generated around 1 million yuan in total revenue, so making 300,000 profit isn't exactly crazy. Secretary Shen's reaction says everything. He clearly wasn't expecting numbers that big, and Ziran looks like her entire world just got flipped upside down learning that Yufeng was behind that show. Secretary Shen needs to hear it again, asking if Yufeng really was the one who planned that entire event. Yufeng keeps it cool, saying the evidence is easy to find and he has no reason to make something like that up. He starts explaining the real struggles of being an independent businessman, where every single step from building factories to production is a risk. He points out that compared to Gangkai City, their region doesn't have much going for it besides the steel industry. He says he chose to build his factory here because he has genuine feelings for his hometown. But if things get too restrictive here, then he'll have no choice but to take his business to Guangkai instead, which is basically an ultimatum. But instead of getting offended, Secretary Shen bursts out laughing like he's genuinely entertained by this kid's boldness. He tells Yufeng to calm down, saying nobody's trying to bully him here and they should talk things through properly. The secretary acknowledges the difficulties independent businessmen face and hints that support might be coming in the future. Yufeng's face lights up as he thanks Secretary Shen in advance, sensing that this meeting is actually going somewhere good. The secretary starts getting personal, asking if Yufeng is from Linshui City since he's apparently Ziran's classmate. Then he asks about Yufeng's family situation, and our boy reveals he has 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. And then comes the heavy part, as Yufeng quietly mentions that his family passed away in a factory accident. Secretary Shen's expression softens as he realizes this young man has been carrying his family on his shoulders like a father would. He invites Yufeng to come to the government agency tomorrow to discuss all the details properly, and our boy agrees. Then the secretary turns to Ziran and tells her to see her friend off, adding that she shouldn't let misunderstandings ruin friendships. Ziran flat out refuses because of course she's not about to play nice with someone she considers Yadua's enemy. But after what's probably a stern look from her uncle, she reluctantly caves and agrees to do it. Yufeng gives his polite farewells to Secretary Shen and Director Lu, keeping his respectful businessman persona intact. He heads out with Ziran trailing behind him looking absolutely furious, which is honestly pretty entertaining. The glasses guy watches them leave and suddenly realizes maybe he should get in on this situation too. He quickly announces he'll also see his classmate off, agreeing with Secretary Shen that there must be some misunderstanding here. Once they're gone, Director Lu and Secretary Shen agree they need to verify the fashion show story, because if it's true, this kid is actually impressive. Director Lu asks what the secretary meant when he told Ziran to see Yufeng off. Secretary Shen sighs and explains that Ziran needs to learn to control her temper. She can't just act however she wants all the time. He agrees she needs to learn some lessons, but then admits he doesn't actually think very highly of that other guy who just chased after them. And before Ziran can even process what just happened in that meeting, Yufeng calls out her name. He tells her to listen carefully, that she better stop being pretentious and harassing Xiaoduo, because if he finds out she's putting pressure on her again, he'll come for her personally. And Zurin is absolutely stunned, because where did this sudden threat come from? Both her and Glasses Guy demand to know what exactly Yufeng means by that. But Yufeng just tells them to shut the hell up, and honestly the audacity is kind of refreshing. He gets right in Little Zoo's face and warns him that if he causes trouble again, he won't hesitate to deal with him directly. And with a smirk that says he means every single word, he tells them not to take his warning lightly. Then our boy just casually walks off with a wave, leaving them standing there like they just got scolded by their parents. And they're just standing there in complete silence, probably wondering what the heck just happened. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, a couple of business owners are talking smack about how long Yufeng can possibly last selling at a loss. And speak of the devil, our boy Yufeng walks right into their store asking if anyone's there. The store owner nearly jumps out of his skin, yelling at Yufeng like he just saw a ghost. But Yufeng ignores all the hostility and points out that they're selling bell-bottom pants for 43 yuan a pair upstairs. He asks them directly how much they're actually charging for each pair. The store owner gets defensive, asking why Yufeng even cares and who let him in here in the first place. The wife proudly explains that their pants are imported from the United States, and they sell them for 100 yuan each, like that's something to brag about. Yufeng points out that the same pants are being sold for 43 yuan upstairs and asks if they're really that desperate for money. The wife snaps back, telling him to just go upstairs then if he has a problem, clearly missing the entire point. And Yufeng just lets out a laugh, because these people really don't get it. The store owner grabs Yufeng's arm, demanding to know what he's really doing here, getting pretty aggressive about it. But instead of getting mad, Yufeng calmly explains that overpricing identical products will make customers think their store is shady, and with the season about to change, they're sitting on a mountain of unsold inventory. And for the first time, the store owner actually seems to be listening. The wife asks what exactly he means by all of this. Yufeng explains that selling the same thing at a much higher price makes customers think the whole store is a ripoff, and in the long run, nobody will want to shop here. He points out that those cheap pants have been selling upstairs for a while now, right? The store owner nervously agrees, clearly starting to see where this is going. Yufeng drops the bombshell that he was actually the first person to sell these pants in the city, and he was the one who originally set the price at 110 yuan, and both of them look absolutely floored by that revelation. The wife asks how much those pants originally cost him to buy. Yufeng says his purchase price back then was 45 yuan, and asks how much they paid. The wife seems almost smug as she reveals they got their second shipment for 44 yuan, thinking they got the better deal. But Yufeng calmly points out that if they paid more than 43 yuan, then they're already operating at a loss, and the store owner finally realizes the problem. The wife still doesn't get it, asking how it could possibly be a loss when they got such a low price. Yufeng just asks the obvious question, then why are they being sold for 43 yuan upstairs? The wife pumps her fist excitedly, saying that means the competitor is selling at a loss and she can't wait to see how long they can keep that up. Yufeng just looks at her and sighs, telling her she's really not the sharpest tool in the shed. He points out that by shouting about the competitor losing money every day, she's basically advertising that his prices are cheaper, which only helps his business. And suddenly the couple in the background realizes they might have been playing themselves this whole time. Yufeng notes that it's going to be really hard to move all that inventory they've got sitting around. He asks how much they invested in bell-bottoms, guessing at least 10,000 yuan worth, and the wife tries to justify waiting until the competitor runs out of stock. Yufeng laughs and asks what exactly she's thinking with that strategy. He explains that bell-bottoms just launched in this city, so how could anyone possibly be selling them at a loss already? The competitor must have found a cheaper supplier that they don't know about, which means he's actually making profit at that lower price. And you can see the realization starting to hit her face. Yufeng drops another bomb, saying he saw these same pants selling for 20 yuan in the capital, and warns that if that shipment comes here, now the wife is sweating nervously, unable to even form a proper response. She asks what they should do now, and Yufeng advises keeping their prices lower than upstairs no matter how much the competition drops. He explains that since they're already looking at a loss, this is the only way to minimize the damage, and they can always make the money back later. The store owner finally snaps, asking if Yufeng really came all this way just to lecture them. But Yufeng says there's one more thing he needs to discuss, and suggests they step outside to talk privately. The store owner follows him outside, confused about what else could possibly need discussing. Once they're alone, Yufeng gets straight to the point and asks if Jiang Mingming owes someone money. Jiang Mingming's face goes pale as he asks how Yufeng could possibly know that, and whether Xiao Duo told him. Yufeng asks where he got the money to stock all those bell-bottom pants in the first place. Jiang Mingming gets defensive, saying it's none of Yufeng's business, and asking why he even cares since they're not family anymore. Yufeng reveals that he saw someone demanding money from Xiao Duo right outside her office yesterday, and that kind of scene could seriously hurt her reputation. He asks whether the family paid for this inventory or if Jiang Mingming borrowed from outside lenders, and now those people are making trouble because the goods haven't sold. And Jiang Mingming's eyes go wide because Yufeng just figured out exactly what's going on. Yufeng grabs his shoulder and tells him to listen, that he'll help pay off the debt, and he won't use this to blackmail Xiaoduo, because he owes her that much. Jiang Mingming stands there unable to respond, completely thrown off by this unexpected offer. Yufeng adds that the debt collector doesn't seem like a good person, and asks if he's worried they'll make trouble at his father's office if they don't get their money. And Jiang Mingming is standing there thinking, could it really be that this guy actually came to help him pay off his debt? How is that even possible? But before he can process any of this, a cheerful voice calls out asking if that's Mr. Jiang, and something tells me this isn't a friendly visit. And right on cue, the debt collector shows up with a cheerful smile asking Boss Jiang when he's getting his money back. Yufeng immediately recognizes this guy and he's already thinking this timing could not be worse. Jiang Mingming's face goes pale the moment he realizes who just walked up. Yufeng turns to confirm if this is the guy Jiang Mingming owes money to, and the debt collector practically lights up, hand on his chest, asking if Yufeng is actually here to pay the debt for him. Yufeng gets straight to business and asks exactly how much is owed, and Jiang Mingming can barely stammer out a response. The debt collector proudly whips out an IOU for 2,500 yuan, complete with Jiang Mingming's fingerprint on it. Yufeng asks Jiang Mingming point blank if the amount is correct and the IOU is legitimate, and he quietly confirms that it is. So Yufeng agrees to pay the debt, but not right now, reminding them there's already an agreed upon deadline. The debt collector laughs and agrees, mockingly adding that of course Director Jiang would never break his promise. But that comment about Director Jiang clearly hits a nerve, and Jiang Mingming absolutely snaps. He threatens that if anyone hears about this and tarnishes his father's name, the debt collector can forget about ever seeing that money. And now he's absolutely furious, daring the debt collector to keep harassing them and see what happens. The debt collector's expression shifts dark as he threatens right back, asking if this brat wants to die. But Yufeng completely flips the situation, pointing at his own face and telling him to go ahead and hit him, because that punch will cost 2,500 yuan. And you can see the debt collector absolutely seething, fist clenched, barely holding himself back from throwing hands. Yufeng warns him that they'll pay by the deadline, but if he causes any more trouble before then, it won't just end with harsh words. The debt collector backs down and tells his crew they're leaving for now. But as he walks away, he's absolutely fuming, demanding to know who that guy is that just humiliated him. Once they're gone, Yufeng asks Jiang Mingming to explain how he ended up owing such a large amount of money. He tells him to stop hiding things, explaining that he owes Xiaoduo a lot and just wants to help, plus the 2,500 yuan is nothing to him now. But Yufeng still needs him to explain the full details of what happened. And finally, Jiang Mingming gives in and reluctantly agrees to tell him everything. Yufeng tells him not to worry about Qian Jinlai, saying he'll deal with that guy personally in a few days. He advises selling the remaining stock at a cheap price as fast as possible, because if they can't make money off it, neither should the competitor. Jiang Mingming just nods along, finally accepting the advice without argument. With that settled, Yufeng waves goodbye and tells him he's heading out. And Jiang Mingming is left standing there realizing that Yufeng seems completely different from the person he used to know. Later that evening, the family sits down for dinner, and Yufeng offers to take Yuna shopping tomorrow and show her around the university. Yuna happily agrees to the plan with an excited smile. Then someone asks Lin Qiang what his plans are going forward. Lin Qiang laughs and says he'll be heading to construction sites down south to find work. Yufeng tells him to try finding a job that pays daily, and offers to let him stay here if he can't find somewhere else. He tells Lin Qiang not to be shy since he's Yuna's classmate after all. The warm evening continues as everyone enjoys dinner together at the house. The next day, Yufeng heads over to the government agency to handle some important business. Secretary Shen tells Yufeng he'll push through the land acquisition paperwork as quickly as possible. And Yufeng promises to keep his word, saying he'll do his best to create up to 70 job positions. But then Secretary Shen brings up the unemployment issues that have been affecting the area. He says he actually has a favor to ask of Yufeng. Yufeng immediately offers to help with anything within his capabilities. No need to be so formal about it. Secretary Shen asks if Yufeng could bump those job positions up to 80 instead of 70. And without hesitation, Yufeng accepts the challenge and says he'll make it happen. Secretary Shen laughs with genuine approval, clearly impressed by this young man's confidence. He puts his arm around Yufeng and asks him to explain how he managed to pull off that fashion show back in Jingdu. Time passes as they discuss everything about the business situation and plans going forward. Secretary Shen then mentions there's a meal happening later and invites Yufeng to come along. They arrive to meet Director Liu, with Yufeng greeting him politely. Director Liu is delighted to see Secretary Shen and pleasantly surprised that Yufeng came too. The group exchanges pleasantries as everyone gathers outside the restaurant. Director Liu explains that the people handling the factory construction and business department matters will be joining them shortly. And that's when Yufeng notices a very familiar face among the group. Shen Ziran is here too. Meanwhile, Ziran spots him too and is immediately wondering what Yufeng is even doing at this meeting. Even Secretary Shen is confused, wondering why little Zhu is here with Ziran when he didn't invite him. Then a sharp-dressed man named Bai Liangguo arrives and calls out to greet Secretary Shen. The two groups meet up and exchange greetings, clearly familiar with each other from previous dealings. With everyone gathered, someone suggests they head inside for the meal, Bai Liangguo gestures politely for Secretary Shen to lead the way inside. As they walk in, someone enthusiastically greets Secretary Shen, but he doesn't really respond. Meanwhile, little Zhu is mentally hyping himself up, thinking he needs to perform well tonight to get Secretary Shen's acknowledgement. He turns to Ziran and asks why she thinks Yufeng is at this gathering, but Ziran shuts him down immediately, asking why they should even care about what Yufeng is doing here. Little Zhu awkwardly plays it off with a nervous laugh, saying he was just curious. After the meal wraps up, the night winds down and Secretary Shen thanks everyone as he gets ready to leave. He tells the group that everything important has been discussed and hopes they can start building the factory as soon as possible. Secretary Shen continues giving some final instructions before heading out. Bai Liangguo assures him that he'll support Yufeng to the best of his ability on this project. He gives a thumbs up and tells Secretary Shen not to worry about a thing. The whole group waves goodbye as Secretary Shen prepares to leave for the night. Secretary Shen turns to Yufeng and says it's time for them to go. The car pulls away into the night as everyone waves them off. And Yufeng is left thinking to himself, is this guy actually stupid for trying so hard to impress everyone? But little Zhu is standing there smugly satisfied, absolutely convinced that Secretary Shen will definitely remember him now. And we're back with our boy Yufeng, looking absolutely sharp as always. Meanwhile, the debt collector Qian Jinlai is making his rounds at the shopping mall, thermos in hand like he owns the place. And guess whose shop he decides to visit? Because Jiang Mingming is not ready for this conversation. Qian Jinlai wastes no time asking about the money that was promised at the start of September. Jiang Mingming snaps back, promising 500 yuan in the afternoon, and telling him to leave immediately. But the debt collector isn't leaving, and instead he starts talking about how Director Jiang isn't as trustworthy as he seems. And now homeboy is literally pointing at his own face, asking to get hit, which is a bold strategy. He keeps going, saying the whole family can't even afford a small sum of money and calling them useless. And you can see Jiang Mingming is about 2 seconds away from doing something he might regret. Qian Jinlai just keeps taunting him, calling him over like this is some kind of playground fight. But then his confidence wavers a bit, asking if Jiang is really going to beat him up just because he can't pay. That's when someone else steps in furiously, asking why he's barking in their shop when they never said they wouldn't pay. The debt collector meekly asks them to just pay the money then, and he's told to come over. Qian Jinlai struts over with renewed confidence, asking what they're gonna do about it. And they actually hand him money and tell him to count it properly. The debt collector happily confirms the amount is exact and the debt is officially cleared. But because he can't help himself, he smugly asks if Boss Jiang was about to hit him just now. And then he straight up dares them to hit him because apparently getting paid wasn't enough. But someone responds with glowing red eyes telling him to keep barking and see what happens. Meanwhile, the other shop owners are watching this drama unfold like it's free entertainment. 2 guys are laughing about how these shops are fighting again and hoping they both shut down. But back to the main event. Someone is yelling for Qian Jinlai to try them. Qian Jinlai backs down, admitting he can't beat them and threatening to go sell bell-bottom pants instead. And that's when things get real, because they threaten to undercut his prices even if they lose money themselves. They announce to everyone that they're selling bell-bottoms at 42 yuan, cheaper than Qian Jinlai's shop. Qian Jinlai is absolutely stunned, stammering as he realizes what they're doing. They declare to everyone that no matter what price he sets, they'll always be 1 yuan cheaper. And they tell Qian Jinlai to remember this because they won't spare him even if it costs them everything. Qian Jinlai storms off calling them psychopaths and claiming he doesn't care, but we all know he does. Meanwhile, Yufeng is handling business, thanking Director Zhang for all the work. The documents are being processed and everything is falling into place. Director Zhang humbly says it's just his job and he should be doing this anyway. Yufeng glances at the clock and notices it's already noon. So our protagonist invites Director Zhang to lunch, but Zhang politely tries to decline since he lives nearby. Yufeng insists they can discuss more matters while eating, and Director Zhang finally agrees. Elsewhere, an older man with slick-back gray hair picks up a ringing phone, and his whole demeanor lights up when he hears it's Chu Yufeng on the other end. Yufeng explains he needs a blueprint with accurate descriptions to complete the land assignment procedure. He's also looking for many professionals and needs Uncle Feng's expertise for the project. Uncle Feng agrees without hesitation, promising to come to Zhihai City once he finishes his current work. Yufeng is making notes in his book, writing down design, inspection, and construction as the key phases. Looking at his list, our protagonist realizes there's still a mountain of things left to do. As evening falls, the Jiang siblings are walking home wondering how to tell their dad about everything. Jiang Mingming points out that if their dad finds out Yufeng paid, he'll be absolutely furious. But then a new problem arises. What about Xiao Duo? They debate whether they should tell their sister about Yufeng helping them. The sister panics and says absolutely not, because Yaduo finally managed to sever ties with Yufeng. They agree to keep quiet about everything until their pants business situation improves. And of course, right at that moment, they spot Xiaoduo waving at them from down the street. Xiaoduo runs up asking her brother if he still needed the money he asked for earlier. She explains that their dad prepared it when she went home at noon, offering it to them. And now both siblings are standing there in complete awkward silence. Jiang Mingming nervously tells her to just keep the money and return it to dad. He quickly changes the subject, waving his bag of groceries and saying he's eating dinner at home tonight. But Xiaoduo isn't letting this go and asks directly if they've already paid Qian Jinlai. Jiang Mingming nervously confirms yes, he paid, but you can tell he's hiding something. And nearby, Yufeng is at a payphone watching the whole scene unfold, knowing exactly what's really going on. Xiaoduo is tugging at Jiang Mingming, telling him they need to get out of here right now. But instead of leaving, Jiang Mingming does the exact opposite and calls out to Yufeng, while Xiaoduo looks like she just saw a ghost. And there's our boy at the payphone, turning his attention toward whoever just called his name. He stays quiet for a moment, just taking in the situation with that sharp gaze of his. From where Jiang Mingming is standing, he can see Yufeng at the payphone down the street, still on his call. Yufeng tells the person on the phone to please continue, all while watching the three siblings walk away into the evening. Meanwhile, Xiaoduo is staring at her brother with those big pink eyes, clearly sensing something is off. Jiang Mingming is stumbling over his words, trying to figure out what to say without giving away the whole secret. He tells Xiaoduo to let bygones be bygones, saying they're not enemies, so why not at least greet Yufeng, and their sister backs him up immediately. But Xiaoduo is not buying it for a second. She goes straight for the kill and asks if Cho Yufeng gave them money to pay Qian Jinlai. She demands to know why they didn't just tell her directly, and honestly the guilt on both their faces is impossible to hide. The sister tries to smooth things over, saying Mingming was just worried about her and that Yufeng himself said it was money he owed Xiaoduo. But Xiaoduo fires back that they're divorced and he owes her absolutely nothing. And you can hear the pain behind that pride. Jiang Mingming shouts her name, clearly getting frustrated that she's being so stubborn about this. He chases after her, telling her not to worry about it because they'll pay Yufeng back, and begging her not to go confront him. But Xiaoduo turns around and says she should at least thank him, and then she trails off like there's something more she wants to say. And then she drops the real question. She asks if they've noticed how kindly he's been treating her and whether they've realized how much he's changed. Mingming admits she's right but insists this is their family matter and asks why she needs to get involved with Yufeng again. But Xiaoduo has already made up her mind, and she starts walking toward where Yufeng was standing. She arrives at the payphone only to find that it's completely empty. He's already gone. And the look on her face says it all. She whispers that he already left, and there's a sadness there that she can't quite hide. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, someone is writing something down, and the scene shifts to a whole different conversation. Uncle Feng is in his office when someone comes to visit, and you can tell he wasn't expecting company. It's a young woman named Niu Dandan, and she tells him she came to say goodbye, and is she blushing right now? Uncle Feng humbly says there's no need to say goodbye to an old man like him, but Dandan insists she actually came to tell him something. Now Uncle Feng's curiosity is piqued, and he's wondering what this young lady could possibly need to tell him. Dandan asks if Uncle Feng is planning to go to Zihai City since he's resigning, and now we're getting somewhere interesting. Uncle Feng plays it cool, saying if he wanted to do business he could just do it here, so why would he go all the way to Zihai City? Dandan calls out to him softly, and you can tell she's gathering the courage to ask him something really important to her. And there it is. She asks him that if he ever meets Chu Yufeng, please tell him to call her. This girl is down bad for our protagonist. Uncle Feng just looks at her with this knowing expression, like he understands exactly what's going on in her heart. Dandan says her goodbyes and heads for the door, but the real message has already been delivered, and what she left behind is a note with her phone number on it. Our boy Yufeng out here collecting numbers without even trying. Uncle Feng looks at the note and just chuckles, calling Yufeng a brat with that amused old man energy. Fast forward 1 week later and we're in Zihai City, where things are about to kick into high gear. Yufeng has gathered his whole team for a dinner, telling everyone to eat up now because from here on out they're going to be incredibly busy. But Uncle Feng can't resist teasing him, asking how on earth he managed to make a lady fall in love with him in just a few days. And Yufeng is genuinely confused, like he has absolutely no idea what Uncle Feng is talking about right now. Uncle Feng just laughs and waves the little note around like he's holding the most incriminating evidence in history. Yufeng asks what that note is, still completely clueless, and honestly his confusion is kind of adorable. Uncle Feng reveals it's Niu Dandan's phone number, and that she specifically asked him to pass it on personally. The wingman energy is immaculate. Yufeng repeats the name like he's trying to remember who that even is. Classic protagonist moment right here. Uncle Feng is absolutely loving this, telling Yufeng he should have seen how red her face was and calling him blessed. Yufeng just stares at the phone number looking completely lost on how to handle this situation. Our boy handles business better than romance, but then something catches his eye outside, and he spots two figures approaching in the distance. He's thinking, wait, is that who he thinks it is? And our boy can't believe his eyes, totally caught off guard by whoever just showed up. Now the scene shifts and we meet Jiang Chengsai, the village chief, who's walking with Yufeng and talking about how the new road will help all the villagers. The villagers are praising Boss Chu for what a great job he's done, and Yufeng humbly says it's just his duty. The village chief spots someone and gets super excited, waving and calling out to Secretary Shi like an old friend at a reunion. Secretary Shi Yu and his assistant Kuroko greet them warmly, and you can tell these are important local officials. The village chief introduces Yufeng as the director of the flower garment factory, and our protagonist gives a respectful greeting. Secretary Shi takes one look at Yufeng and remarks that he's very young. Which fair, our boy is out here running a whole factory and he barely looks old enough to drink. Yufeng tells Secretary Shi he'll be troubling them for a while, and the secretary is more than happy to help since Yufeng is building roads for the village. Secretary Shi invites everyone inside to sit down and chat, and our protagonist happily agrees. Later that night, the whole crew is sitting around a bonfire, and someone brings up how their plans might make the Mo Capital Fashion Factory hate them. But Yufeng isn't fazed at all. He says this is how business competition works, and survival of the fittest is the fairest rule in the world. And as for what his rival Lu Diguang thinks of him, our boy says he doesn't care at all. Cold-blooded business mentality activated. Uncle Feng steps in with some wisdom though, reminding Yufeng that since the factory just started, they should take things slow and not overextend. But Yufeng tells Uncle Feng that no one understands this era better than him. All he needs is their cooperation. And the marketing side? And Uncle Feng, seeing that fire in Yufeng's eyes, just smiles and agrees. When the man has a plan, you let him cook. Even the village chief is getting hyped, promising Yufeng his full cooperation. The whole team is rallying behind our protagonist. Yufeng grins and tells Brother Feng that with someone like him helping, success is basically guaranteed. The confidence is through the roof. And then all that big boss energy immediately evaporates as our boy lets out a massive yawn. Even CEOs need sleep. He waves goodnight to everyone, announcing he's going to bed, while the others are still sitting by the fire watching him stumble off. But Uncle Feng can't resist getting one last jab in, calling out to ask if Yufeng has contacted New Dandan yet. And Yufeng just laughs it off, saying he's already forgotten what she looks like, so what's even the point of calling her? Absolutely ruthless. The village chief and Uncle Feng are both standing there completely speechless at how casually this kid just rejected a girl's feelings. And their laughter echoes through the village as they call Yufeng a little kid. But that little kid is about to build an empire, and everyone here knows it. The Jiang family store is actually doing numbers. Over 100 pieces sold in just a few days, and they've already recouped over 4,000 yuan of their investment. But of course, the good times don't last. A customer storms in absolutely furious, claiming the same pants are being sold for 25 yuan at Yishui Alley while they charged her 41. And Suenwen's face just goes completely blank, like she has absolutely no idea how to handle this. Meanwhile, we cut to a completely different scene. Someone shows up at Xiaoduo's workplace, and her co-worker recognizes the visitor but wants to know why he's looking for Xiaoduo. And our boy Yufeng plays it so cool, saying he was just passing by and wanted to check on her. If she's not here, he'll just leave. Sure, buddy, just passing by. Totally casual. And just like that, Yufeng turns and walks off, leaving the coworker staring at his back like she's trying to figure out what just happened. And immediately the workplace gossip machine kicks into gear. Her coworker is telling another girl that Xiaoduo is really something because the guys looking for her just keep getting better and better. Apparently the last one was a taxi driver. And this girl goes all in, pointing out that Xiaoduo is a divorced and remarried woman, and somehow she's still pulling guys like this. The shade is immaculate. But the coworker with glasses just brushes it off, saying it doesn't matter. And the gossip girl is like, wait, what did you just say? She just walks off saying it's nothing. And the gossip girl is left standing there absolutely baffled. Some people just refuse to participate in the drama, and that's honestly iconic. Now we're back at the store, and things have gone from bad to catastrophic. A whole mob of customers has showed up screaming for their money back, calling it a black-hearted store. This is a full-blown retail riot. Jiang Mingming is yelling at the customers that they can't go anywhere, trying to stop people from just walking out with their refunds. The desperation in his voice is palpable, but poor Su Wenwen is cracking under the pressure, stammering that she'll give the money back. She's completely overwhelmed and about to cave to every single demand. And that's when a familiar figure shows up in the background. Yufeng walks into this disaster zone, and you can already see the gears turning in his head. The ringleader of this refund mob is going absolutely ballistic, demanding his money back and waving the pants around like evidence at a trial. But here's where Yufeng steps in. He points out that bell-bottom pants are sold on multiple floors, so who's to say where this guy actually bought them? Our boy just planted the seed of doubt. But the crowd isn't backing down. They're all insisting they bought from this store specifically, calling it black-hearted. The mob mentality is in full effect right now. Yufeng glances over at Jiang Mingming, and you can tell he's already formulating a plan. This man doesn't panic, he strategizes. Jiang Mingming catches on to whatever Yufeng just told him, and immediately snaps into action. And homeboy takes off sprinting through the store like his life depends on it. Whatever Yufeng asked him to get, he's getting it at maximum speed. He comes back with the receipts. Literally, the purchase order showing exactly what they paid wholesale for every single pair of pants. Yufeng holds up the invoices for everyone to see, proving they bought the pants at 50 and 44 yuan wholesale, and sold them at a loss for 41. He's daring anyone to question the math. And then Yufeng goes on the offensive, calling out the whole mob. He tells them this is straight up fraud and hooliganism. And just like that, the angry customer who started this whole mess has absolutely nothing to say. She's been completely shut down by the evidence. After the crowd clears out, Yufeng turns to Jiang Mingming and Xu Wenwen, genuinely confused. He asks why they would want to refund goods they finally managed to sell. He warns them that if they start giving refunds, every customer who ever bought anything will come back for their money too, and it'll be impossible to stop. He asks them if they're trying to self-destruct, and Xu Wenwen just looks at him with this helpless expression, asking what they should do now. She's completely out of her depth here. Yufeng confirms the bad news. He went to check Yishui Alley himself, and sure enough, someone is already selling the same pants for just 25 yuan apiece. Competition has officially arrived. But instead of dwelling on the problem, Yufeng suggests they all go grab a meal together. He says he has something important to discuss with them. Xu Wenwen immediately agrees while Jiang Mingming is still processing the word meal. These two are so stressed that free food sounds like salvation right now. The three of them head out together, and Yufeng looks a little surprised when the couple says they have something to discuss with him too. Turns out it's mutual. Both sides have things they need to get off their chest, so they agree to head out together and talk it all through. Over dinner, the couple immediately brings up wanting to return the 2,500 yuan Yufeng lent them. They say the pants have been selling well enough to pay him back even though money has been tight, but Yufeng just waves it off with a smile, telling them there's absolutely no rush to pay him back. In fact, he tells them to keep the money because they're going to need it for what comes next. There's no rush to repay him, but he has bigger plans in store. The couple exchanges a look and slowly agrees, though you can tell they're not entirely sure what Yufeng has in mind. They're trusting him on faith at this point. Xu Wenwen asks Yufeng directly what he thinks they should do about their situation. And Yufeng has a simple answer. The department store is done. He says customers will just go straight to Yishui Alley for the cheaper prices. There's no point competing in a department store when someone is undercutting you that hard. And the look in his eyes says he already has a solution. Xu Wenwen asks if he means the night market, and you can see the gears starting to turn for her. Yufeng confirms it. He tells them his stall spot at the night market hasn't expired yet, so they can just set up shop there and start selling immediately. But Xu Wenwen's pride takes a hit. She mutters about how humiliating it would be to go from a department store to setting up a street stall. But she knows the situation is dire. Yufeng lays out the pricing strategy. 24 yuan a piece, no negotiation. He tells them that only by having a price advantage can they actually attract customers away from the competition. But Yufeng isn't done. He holds up a finger and says there's one more thing he wants to discuss with them. And you can tell this is the big play. He drops the bomb. For the next 2 days, sell pants at the night market. But also, close the department store and change the signboard entirely. They need a complete rebrand. Both of them are stunned. Change the signboard? They have no idea where Yufeng is going with this. Yufeng reveals the master plan. The store will now be called Mo Capital Fashion Factory Franchise Store. He's literally leveraging a major brand name to elevate their entire operation. This man is playing chess while everyone else plays checkers. Xu Wenwen's eyes go wide. She recognizes the name immediately, the same Mo Capital Fashion Factory that held that famous modeling show. This is a serious brand. Yufeng just casually confirms it. Yes, that Mo Capital Fashion Factory. The one everyone knows about, and he says it like it's the most normal thing in the world. But the couple is rightfully worried about using someone else's brand. Xu Wenwen points out they could get sued for something like that. Yufeng reassures them he already has an agreement with the factory to sell their clothes. Yufeng tells them all they have to do is follow his plan. The confidence radiating from this man is something else. He's got every angle covered. After dinner, Yufeng waves goodbye and heads off into the night, while the couple tells him to take care on the road. Jiang Mingming and Xu Wenwen walk through the dark streets together, and for a moment things feel calm. The couple is actually getting excited about the idea. If they can sell clothes from Mo Capital Fashion Factory, a brand that big basically sells itself. For the first time today, there's real hope. But Jiang Mingming's mood suddenly shifts. Something is still bothering him, and you can see the hesitation all over his face. He brings up Qian Jinlai, their competitor, pointing out how cunning that guy is. He literally closed up shop the second customers started asking for refunds. Xu Wenwen stares at him with this look of disbelief, like she cannot believe he's bringing this up right now instead of focusing on their plan. And that's when things go off the rails. Xu Wenwen snaps at him for just standing around watching while customers were demanding refunds. She says all he ever does is scold her and that he's not acting like a man. And Jiang Mingming is not having it. He fires back asking who exactly she's calling not a man. Xu Wenwen doubles down, yelling right in his face that he doesn't act like a man. She's not backing down one bit, and then she pulls out the ultimate comparison. She says all he does is get angry at her, then tells him to look at how manly Chu Yufeng is. Nobody in the Jiang family can match him. That is a devastating blow. Now Jiang Mingming is furious. He yells at her using her full name, Xu Wenwen, asking if she's lost her mind. He blames her for insisting on buying so much inventory in the first place. He snaps that he's talking about today's problems and she's bringing up old stuff to use against him. Classic married couple argument energy right here. The couple keeps going back and forth in the empty street, steam coming out of both their heads. Their marriage might need the same rebrand as their store at this point, but forget those two for now, because the next morning Yufeng is up bright and early with maximum energy, clapping his hands and announcing it's time to work. The whole crew is already there waiting for him, greeting him good morning. Uncle Feng and the workers are ready to go. Yufeng tells Uncle Feng he didn't need to get up this early and that he can handle things on his own. But we all know Uncle Feng wasn't about to let this kid go unsupervised. Even the villagers are impressed, praising Mr. Chu for being so diligent and getting up at the crack of dawn. Our boy is earning respect everywhere he goes. Yufeng jokes about not wanting anyone to be lazy, and the whole group shares a laugh as they head off to work together. The grind never stops for our protagonist. But not everyone got the memo about the early start. Someone is still passed out in bed drooling while getting screamed at to wake up, because there's always that one guy. And there he is, the one person who didn't get the memo about the early start, barely sitting up in bed looking like he has no idea what century it is. Uncle Feng comes in hot, asking what time it is and why he's still sleeping. He tells him to show a little more effort in front of Yufeng. That gets his attention real quick. The mention of Yufeng snaps him right out of sleep mode. He launches himself out of bed like his life depends on it. Because honestly, it kind of does. And just like that, he's bolting out the door screaming that he'll be right there. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat. Uncle Feng just watches him go with a warm smile, calling him a stupid boy. The love is absolutely there, even if the delivery is a little rough. Now let's cut over to the Jiang couple who set up shop at Yufeng's night market stall just like he told them to, and the vibes are absolutely dead. Jiang Mingming tells her to stop shouting and focus on selling because they're here to work. She fires back saying she wasn't even doing anything. He asks what kind of work she wants to do then. Shouting? And she says yes, she wants to shout at him specifically. These two cannot stop fighting for 5 minutes. Jiang Ming is losing it, asking if she's completely out of her mind. Their marriage is speedrunning to a breakdown at this point. But then someone calls out to them from the darkness, "Elder brother," and they both freeze. Standing there in the dim light is the last person they expected to see tonight. Jiang Mingming asks her why she's here. She says she's here to see how their business is doing, and she's giving off major nosy little sister energy right now. She points out that it doesn't exactly feel like she's welcome here, which honestly is a fair read on the extremely awkward energy between these two. Jiang Mingming gets visibly nervous and mentions that Yufeng is supposed to be coming by later, which is an interesting thing to be anxious about. And the moment she hears Yufeng's name, something shifts in Xiaoduo's expression. Someone is very interested in this particular detail. She starts checking out the merchandise, running her hand over the bell-bottom pants they're supposed to be selling. She asks why they're not shouting to attract customers like any normal vendor would. Jiang Mingming says it's useless because everyone who wants bell-bottoms already went to Yishui Alley. He keeps going, saying Yufeng is really strange for renting a stall at a night market this far from the main shopping area. Like he doesn't even trust Yufeng's plan. Xiaoduo's eyes go wide. She asks, "Wait, Chu Yufeng, this is his stall, and you can see the gears turning." Jiang Mingming laughs it off awkwardly, saying the stall was coincidentally empty so they just borrowed it. He tells her not to worry about the details, but Xiaoduo is not buying it. She asks why he didn't tell her about any of this. He deflects, saying they'll pay back whatever they owe Yufeng eventually. Xu Wenwen chimes in saying she thinks they need to go back to the department store because they clearly can't sell anything here. But Xiaoduo is absolutely not having that defeatist attitude. She demands to know why they're giving up and insists you have to yell to sell at a night market. Xu Wenwen tries to explain it's pointless. The business has all been taken by Yishui Alley. There's nobody left to sell to. Xiaoduo fires back that Yufeng never ran things like this when he was in charge. She can't believe they've let his stall die like this. Xu Wenwen asks how they can even compare. She points out Yufeng was the first person selling bell-bottoms here, so he had zero competition. She tells Xiaoduo the situation is completely different now. You can't just sell by working hard anymore, the whole market has changed. But Xiaoduo has heard enough excuses. She grabs a pair of pants and declares that if they won't do the yelling, she'll do it herself. And just like that, she's out there holding up pants and shouting at the top of her lungs. Bell-bottom pants, 24 yuan a pair. She's giving it absolutely everything. And a random passerby in the distance stops to watch the commotion. 24 yuan a pair, she keeps shouting. But the bystander looks more confused than convinced. The enthusiasm alone isn't cutting it. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingming watches and thinks to himself, is she serious right now? It doesn't matter whether she yells or not, nobody's buying. But then, the sound of footsteps approaching breaks through the noise. Someone important is about to arrive, and who walks up asking how things are going. Our boy Yufeng himself, right on schedule. He notices Xiaoduo is here too and seems genuinely surprised. She just casually says yeah, she came by, no big deal or anything. Yufeng asks how business has been going, and you can already tell by everyone's faces that the answer is not good. Xu Wenwen admits they haven't sold a single thing. The location is too remote and nobody's coming by to shop. Jiang Mingming jumps in and suggests they ditch the night market entirely and go back to selling at the department store tomorrow. Yufeng stops dead. Not a single one has been sold? The disbelief on his face is absolutely priceless. Xiaoduo tries to cover for her brother, saying he's just not good at selling and maybe if they had more variety it would help. She's being generous. Yufeng asks them point blank if they're seriously telling him that Yishui Alley, which is kilometers away, somehow stole all their business. He breaks it down. Yishui Alley is 7 kilometers from here, so it literally cannot be stealing their customers. And going back to the department store where every merchant is fighting to survive would be jumping straight into a fire pit. Both of them just stand there completely stunned. They clearly never thought about the situation from that angle. Yufeng tells them he used to sell pants here for 110 yuan a pair. How can they possibly not sell at 24? He decides to just show them how it's done. Our protagonist grabs a pair of bell-bottoms and takes his position. Everyone falls in line behind him. It's time to let the man cook. He cups his hand and starts shouting with everything he's got. Bell-bottom pants imported from the United States. 24 yuan a pair, the cheapest in all of Zhahai City. He's out in the middle of the market going absolutely wild. Clearance sale. If you're too late, you won't get your size. This man is a one-person marketing department. And just like that, a woman stops. She asks, bell-bottoms for 24 yuan? Is that real? The hook has been set. Jiang Mingming jumps in to confirm, telling her their price is 1 yuan cheaper than Yishui Alley. He even asks how much flour she could buy with those savings. More customers start showing up. One wants a medium, another wants a small. The floodgates are officially open. Yufeng tells them to hurry because stock is limited and they'll sell out fast. Classic urgency tactics from a master salesman, and the crowd eats it right up. Suddenly everyone wants a pair. Give me a medium. Here's my money. I want a large. It's a full-blown buying frenzy. This stall went from 0 sales to absolute chaos. Xiao Duo is screaming that the small and medium sizes are almost out of stock, which only makes people more desperate to buy right now. She turns to her brother and yells at him to stop standing around and come help already. They're drowning in customers. And for once in his life, the man doesn't argue. He agrees immediately because this is absolutely not the time for a debate. The entire crew is working together now, pulling out every size while customers line up. This stall went from the deadest spot in the market to the absolute hottest. Pants are flying off the display so fast they're literally ending up on the ground. That's how you know business is booming. After the rush finally dies down, Jiang Mingming is standing there wiping his forehead in complete disbelief at what just happened. He turns to Yufeng with his hands pressed together and thanks him over and over. This man literally saved their entire business in one night with nothing but his voice. But Yufeng just gives this quiet, contemplative look. He's not celebrating. He's already thinking 3 moves ahead, like he always does. After all that shouting, our boy fills up a cup of water from the faucet. Even a business genius needs to hydrate after going that hard. Xiao Duo walks over and asks if he's okay, which is actually kind of sweet. She's genuinely concerned about him. He tells her it's nothing. His throat just got dry from all the yelling and he needs a sip of water. No big deal. But Xiao Duo suddenly panics and tells him not to drink it. And just like that, we're left wondering what exactly is wrong with that water. Xiao Duo warns him that drinking raw water will give him a stomachache and offers to go home and boil some for him. Yufeng just shrugs it off and says it's fine, but she's genuinely worried about him. She tells him again, don't drink it. Yufeng just laughs it off and tells her he doesn't drink it often, so it's not a big deal. Classic tough guy move. And Xiao Duo is not having it. She snaps at him that he can't drink it either, like she's genuinely upset about this. And our boy just gives her this soft, knowing smile. He sees right through her tough act to the genuine concern underneath. But before the moment can go anywhere, Jiang Mingming runs up shouting that everything's been packed up. Xiao Duo starts to say something to Yufeng but gets cut off. And just like that, the moment's gone. Xiao Duo is left standing there as Yufeng turns to deal with business. Yufeng gathers the whole crew and tells them to come back to the night market tomorrow and keep selling. No breaks, no excuses. He breaks down the strategy. They sold at 24 yuan today, but the department store might have a sale tomorrow, so they need to move faster and undercut the competition before it happens. Jiang Mingming scratches his head and thanks Yufeng for everything, saying he's sorry for constantly bothering him. The man is genuinely grateful. And Yufeng, with the most wholesome smile you've ever seen, tells him it's okay because they're all one. They're all friends. And the way he says it, with those golden eyes and that genuine grin, you can tell he actually means it. But then Yufeng brings up one more thing. He says there's something he needs to tell them about the flower garment factory. He wraps it up quickly and says if there's nothing else, he's heading out. Always efficient, always on the move. Xu Wenwen chimes in that it's getting late and she needs to head back too. The night's finally winding down. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingming and his buddy are having a little debrief. One of them says Yufeng's mind has been really sharp this week and he's finally acting like a real man. The other guy takes it even further and calls him a millionaire. At this rate, they genuinely believe Yufeng is destined for big things. Xu Wenwen tells them to stop gossiping and pack up so they can all go home. And with that, the night market chapter comes to a close, but Xiao Duo just stands there in silence watching them go. Something is clearly on her mind, and she's not saying what it is. The next day rolls around and we cut to Yufeng pulling up to what looks like a whole new operation. Our boy is already on the grind. People are moving equipment and boxes around and someone is shouting orders to put everything on that side. The garment factory is coming to life. And here comes our protagonist strolling through like he owns the place, tool over his shoulder, looking like the main character he absolutely is. One of the local farmers spots him and does a double take. He clearly wasn't expecting to see the boss out here. And this guy immediately starts yelling to everyone that Mr. Chu has come to work, so they better step it up. Nothing motivates workers like the boss showing up with a hoe. And as Yufeng walks along the path, every single worker he passes calls out to him. Boss Chu here, Boss Chu there. The man commands respect wherever he goes. Yufeng laughs and tells them that if anyone doesn't work as hard as him, he'll deduct a piece of meat from their meal. And somehow that threat is both hilarious and terrifyingly effective. Later that evening, we cut to a building at night. A single window glows in the darkness, and someone inside calls out the name Ziran. Inside, an older gentleman is relaxing on his couch with a cup of tea, casually telling someone to go answer the door because a guest has arrived. A young woman with a ponytail looks confused and wonders who could possibly be visiting this late at night. She reaches for the doorknob and turns it, not knowing who's about to be on the other side. And standing right there is Yufeng with that signature smirk and a bag over his shoulder. Ziran is absolutely floored. She recognizes him immediately. The shock on her face says it all. She demands to know what he's doing here, and Yufeng calmly tells her he's looking for Secretary Shen. Strictly business. Ziran goes off on him, asking if he has any idea what time it is, and how dare he show up this late to see her uncle. She is not happy about this visit, but then a voice from inside scolds her, asking if that's really how she talks to guests. Ziran pouts and mutters that he came so late though. Secretary Shen himself appears and tells her he's the one who asked Yufeng to come, and she needs to stop being so rude about it. He reminds her that Yufeng is at least her classmate, so why is she treating him like some stranger off the street? A woman in a red apron steps in and tries to smooth things over, explaining that Ziran has been like this since she was a child, but she doesn't mean any harm by it. That's Auntie Gugui, and she waves Ziran over to come help with cooking instead of causing trouble at the door. Ziran gives Yufeng one last annoyed look before she turns to leave. The tsundere energy is absolutely off the charts right now. Yufeng puts his hands together and apologizes to Secretary Shen for causing trouble again. This man is always so respectful, it's almost painful. Secretary Shen waves it off and tells Yufeng not to take Ziran seriously. That's just how she is, always straightforward, never filtered. Yufeng takes it in stride and says it's fine. Just like Auntie said, she doesn't have any bad intentions. Our boy is unshakable. But Ziran comes storming back, yelling that they didn't even know each other well in high school, and why does everyone keep bringing that up? She is absolutely fuming. Auntie Kugui just sighs and shakes her head, muttering about this girl and her temper. Some things never change. Now we get to the real business. Secretary Shen asks if the old design teachers are coming back from the capital soon, and Yufeng confirms that once the list is finalized, all the hired women will be brought to the factory for training. Secretary Shen likes what he's hearing. The factory plans are coming together exactly as they should. But then Secretary Shen throws a curveball and asks Yufeng if he ever studied abroad. Our boy is caught off guard by the random question. Yufeng says he went to school with Shen Ziran and asks why he's suddenly bringing this up. You can tell he's trying to read where this conversation is going. Secretary Shen plays it cool and says it was just a question. He tells Yufeng the list will take about 3 days, and he'll hand it over once it's confirmed. Auntie Kugoe comes out and exchanges a knowing look with Secretary Shen. These two are definitely cooking something up, and it's not just dinner. Secretary Shen invites Yufeng to stay for dinner, and Auntie waves him over. Our boy politely agrees. Auntie gets a good look at Yufeng up close, and immediately starts gushing about how tall he is. She's patting his shoulders like she's inspecting him for marriage material. Yufeng just stands there with this slightly awkward smile, clearly realizing where this is headed but too polite to say anything about it. After dinner, Yufeng ends up walking Ziran home. The two of them stroll side by side under the streetlights, and the vibes are very much reluctant romantic comedy. Ziran is absolutely fuming internally, wondering why Uncle Shen had to make this guy walk her home of all people. Meanwhile, Yufeng is just casually puffing on a cigarette like he's not even aware of the absolute fury radiating from the girl next to him. Ziran can't take it anymore and tells him to stop smoking around her. She's pinching her nose and waving the smoke away like it personally offended her. Yufeng pauses and gives her this look, not angry but definitely annoyed. He's weighing whether it's worth the argument, and then he just flicks the cigarette to the ground without a word. He actually listened to her, which honestly might be the most romantic thing he's done all episode. Ziran notices he actually put it out and glances over at him with this look that's somewhere between surprised and reluctantly touched. And that's when she does something unexpected. She reaches over and tugs on his sleeve. Just a small tug, but it says everything. But Yufeng is now casually sipping a drink like nothing happened, and Ziran is left standing there shouting at him again. The moment has officially passed. She completely flips and tells him she doesn't need his help. She'll walk home alone, and he should just go away. Full Sunder meltdown mode activated. But then Yufeng's expression shifts. That golden eye narrows, and you can feel the temperature drop. He snaps right back and tells her he's not exactly thrilled about walking her home either, and she needs to stop running her mouth because he's had enough. And on that note, these two chaotic idiots continue arguing all the way down the street. Ziran is absolutely losing it, screaming at Yufeng asking what's wrong with him. But our boy just turns around and walks off, cigarette in hand, telling her she can follow if she wants or not, he doesn't care. and Ziran is just standing there with the most annoyed pout you've ever seen, trying to decide what to do. But of course she ends up chasing after him, because what else was she going to do, let him win? She shouts at him to just wait for her, and honestly the desperation in her voice is kind of adorable. And Yufeng glances back with that golden eye of his, hiding the smallest hint of a smirk. He knew she'd follow. Meanwhile, waiting outside the house, Auntie Kugui and Secretary Shen are just standing there like a pair of concerned parents. Secretary Shen spots them coming and remarks that they're finally back. He tells Ziran he went to her house and nobody was there, and he was getting worried. Ziran just gives a flat response like it's no big deal. But then Secretary Shen turns to Yufeng and demands to know why he's with Ziran. The protective uncle energy just activated at full power. Yufeng explains it super casually, says Uncle Shen asked him to walk her home after dinner, and since she's here now, he'll head back too. No drama, just facts. But Secretary Shen isn't buying it that easily. He turns to Ziran and asks why she came back with that rascal. This man really called Yufeng a rascal. Ziran just shuts the whole conversation down and tells him to stop asking because she's tired. The Sunder has spoken. She storms off toward the house, and Kugui chases after her, telling her to wait. Meanwhile, Yufeng is just standing there, left behind like yesterday's news. And Secretary Shen is absolutely fuming. You can practically see the vein throbbing on his forehead. Yufeng just turns and walks away into the night. Hands in his pockets, not a care in the world. But Secretary Shen watches him go with this intense look and mutters Yufeng's name under his breath. This man has officially put our boy on his radar, and not in a good way. The next morning, Yufeng arrives to find a group of women chattering excitedly about something outside. He asks what's going on, and the look on his face tells you this isn't the usual morning gossip. And that's when one of the girls drops the bomb. She tells him that brother Lin Qiang was beaten up. Yufeng's whole demeanor shifts instantly. He asks which hospital Lin Qiang is at, already ready to move. The girls point him in the right direction, and our boy doesn't waste a single second. He takes off sprinting, calling out Lin Qiang's name as he runs, and when he finally gets there, the sight is rough. Lin Qiang is lying on a bed, his face covered in bruises, barely conscious. Lin Qiang weakly calls out to him, and Yufeng can see the full extent of the damage from the doorway. This was not a small fight. His legs are absolutely destroyed, covered in bruises and swelling. Whoever did this meant to hurt him badly, and you can see the rage building behind Yufeng's golden eyes. This isn't something he's going to let slide. But first things first, Yufeng tells him not to talk and says they need to get him to the hospital immediately. But Lin Qiang refuses. He says he'll just lie down for the night and be fine by tomorrow. Yufeng tells him to stop fooling around and get moving. Lin Qiang flat out refuses to go to the hospital, and the fear in his eyes tells you exactly why. It's not about the pain. A girl rushes in, and she is not having any of this stubbornness. She screams at Lin Qiang to just go to the hospital already, but he screams right back that he won't go. And now you can hear the real reason, the one he's too proud to say out loud. His sister tries to reassure him, saying it doesn't cost much and she has money. She's begging him to just listen for once, but Lin Qiang keeps refusing, thrashing on the bed saying he won't go. Everyone's standing around helpless, watching this man destroy himself with stubbornness. And that's when Yufeng snaps. He calls Lin Qiang a brainless idiot, and the anger in his voice is real. He tells him his family is already broke, and everyone is counting on him. If he doesn't take care of himself now, who's gonna take care of them? And that finally breaks through. Yufeng asks him who will support his parents when they get older if something happens to him. Lin Qiang starts trembling, whispering about his mom and dad, and then the tough guy act completely crumbles. Lin Qiang breaks down crying, telling Yufeng his leg hurts so much. This is genuinely heartbreaking. Yufeng doesn't hesitate. He calls for everyone to help and says they're getting to the hospital right now. Under the crescent moon, the race against time begins. Yufeng carries Lin Qiang on his back while asking if he has any other injuries besides his leg. The whole group is sprinting through the night. Lin Qiang mumbles that he's just dizzy and wants to sleep. And if you know anything about head injuries, that sentence is absolutely terrifying. Yufeng immediately tells him he cannot fall asleep right now. The urgency in his voice makes it clear this could be life or death. He tells the girls to keep talking to Lin Qiang, don't let him fall asleep no matter what. Everyone agrees and they keep running. They burst through the hospital doors and Yufeng is shouting for emergency treatment at the top of his lungs. A hospital worker asks what happened, and Yufeng wastes no time getting Lin Qiang inside. He explains that Lin Qiang was beaten up and he suspects there's a serious head injury. Every second counts here. The nurse's expression changes the moment she hears about the head injury. That's never a good sign. She tells him to sit him down right away and she'll go get the doctor immediately. And then the doctor comes back with the scan results, and it's worse than anyone thought. The skull is fractured and there's already blood spillage inside. The doctor says they need to operate immediately, or it could become life-threatening. No pressure or anything. Lin Qiang's sister immediately says to do the surgery, but the doctor hits them with the reality check. There's huge risk. They need a signed responsibility letter from the family, and it's expensive. She asks how much it costs, and the answer hits like a truck. 500 yuan for anesthesia, surgery, everything combined. 500 yuan. For a family that's already broke, that might as well be 5 million. The shock on her face says everything. She grabs the doctor and desperately asks if they can do the surgery first and figure out the money later. But the doctor shakes his head. Hospital rules are hospital rules. You have to pay first. He says his hands are tied, and that's when the desperation really hits. She's trembling, tears streaming down her face with no idea what to do, and then she drops to her knees. Right there in the middle of the hospital, she grabs onto Yufeng and calls him brother, looking up at him with the most desperate eyes you've ever seen. Yufeng is visibly shaken. He tells her to get up immediately, that she doesn't need to do this. She begs him to please save Lin Qiang and help her pay for the surgery. This girl is willing to throw away every ounce of pride for her brother's life, and our boy doesn't even hesitate. He lifts her up and tells her not to worry, that he'll take care of everything. That's the kind of man Yufeng is. He turns to the doctor and says he's paying for the surgery right now, so get everything ready. The doctor agrees and tells him to go pay on the first floor. Our boy just put his money where his heart is, and that's where we leave things for now. The surgery light is on and everyone is holding their breath right now. Lin Nan comes running up to the group thanking Yufeng and the others for everything they've done tonight. Su Wenwen tells her not to be so polite. All that matters is that Lin Qiang pulls through okay. And Lin Nan is just nodding along, her relief barely holding back the tears she's been fighting all night. And then they hear footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone turns around at the same time, and you can see the tension on all their faces. The surgeon steps out asking for Lin Qiang's family, and Lin Nan immediately rushes over begging to know how the surgery went, and the doctor tells them the surgery was a success and not to worry. Those might be the sweetest words anyone's ever heard. Lin Nan is absolutely beaming right now. The weight of the entire world just lifted off her shoulders. Even Su Wenwen and Ku Gui are breathing the biggest sighs of relief. Everyone was genuinely scared tonight. Now we jump ahead a bit, and the scene shifts to a clothing franchise store called Mo Capital Fashion Factory. The store owner is proudly explaining that they're the only shop in all of Zheihai City that carries these clothes, shipped directly from the manufacturer. And here's the thing, this whole franchise deal happened because of Yufeng. Turns out our boy has connections to the Mo Capital Fashion Factory that nobody saw coming. But then the brother-in-law brings up an interesting point. He asks if Yufeng only did all this because of Xiao Duo. His wife wonders out loud if maybe the family has been misunderstanding Yufeng this whole time when it comes to the Xiao Duo situation. And the brother doesn't really know what to say to that. He's clearly starting to reconsider his opinion of Yufeng. But before they can talk about it any further, some new visitors walk in. It's Xiao Duo herself, along with her co-worker Duan. And the first thing Xiao Duo asks is how business has been going. The brother spots her and announces that Xiao Duo is here. And suddenly the whole store feels a bit livelier. He's all smiles, telling her business has been doing great, way better than before. Our boy Yufeng's connections really paid off. And Duan wastes no time pulling the friendship card, telling the brother she's Xiaoduo's colleague and she wants a skirt at a discount. The audacity is honestly impressive, but the brother is feeling generous. He recognizes Duan and tells her to pick whatever she wants at purchase price. Everybody wins today. Night falls and the crescent moon hangs over the city as everyone heads home. The brother is excitedly telling everyone about the returning customers who came back for dresses, saying their style must be really attractive. But then Xiao Duo quietly asks her brother if he's seen Yufeng recently, and the way she says it tells you everything about what's on her mind. Her brother casually says he hasn't seen Yufeng in a while. Xiao Duo just responds with a quiet "oh." And the look on Xiao Duo's face right here is just pure longing. She misses him, and she's not even trying to hide it anymore. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, room 307. Lin Nan is absolutely going off on her brother, screaming at him asking how he can just let this go after getting beaten up like that. Lin Qiang tells her they should go to the police and let them handle it, which honestly is the first sensible thing he's said all episode. But then he snaps at her to stop talking, saying she doesn't understand anything about the situation. Classic stubborn brother energy, and Lin Nan just goes silent. You can see the frustration and hurt all over her face, but she doesn't know what else to say. And that's when Yufeng walks in asking Lin Qiang if he's feeling any better. Our boy came to check on him personally. Both siblings light up the moment they see him. Lin Nan calls out brother, and you can tell Yufeng's presence alone changes the whole mood in this room. Lin Qiang puts on a brave face and says he's doing much better. His head still hurts a little, but at least his legs don't hurt anymore. Yufeng brought him apples too. That's genuinely sweet, the kind of small gesture that means everything when you're in a hospital bed. But then Yufeng gets serious and asks him directly, who was it that beat you up? No more dancing around it. And Lin Qiang hesitates. You can see the fear in his eyes, the sweat running down his face. Whatever happened to him, it clearly left a mark that goes deeper than the bruises. Yufeng puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to be afraid. He says to explain everything clearly because he can't just let himself be bullied for nothing. And that finally gets through. Lin Qiang takes a deep breath and says, here's what happened. He explains that the construction sites down south won't hire individuals, only groups from the same village. So he found a crew to work with, but when the foreman paid out the wages, his group kept his share and refused to give it to him. And before anyone else can say a word, Lin Nan calls out to Yufeng. She can tell he's already got a plan forming. She apologizes for troubling him again with Lin Xiang's problems. The guilt in her voice is real, and then she bows deeply, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. This girl keeps having to rely on Yufeng, and you can tell it weighs on her. But Yufeng just tells her there's no need for all that, and to go back and rest because it's been an exhausting day. The man never asks for anything in return. And the way Lin Nan smiles at him right here, with that soft sparkle in her eyes, I'm just saying, the ship is righting itself at this point. Now Yufeng goes straight to Secretary Shen and gets down to business. He reports that the 50 new factory employees have started training, and the factory needs to pay all their wages. And when he does the math, the total is going to be a lot of money. You can see the gears turning in his head. But Secretary Shen tells him straight up that these employees have targets, and Yufeng has to figure out how to overcome these financial difficulties on his own. Yufeng fires right back, saying they need government support for private enterprises. Otherwise, the next 30 recruits might have to wait until next year before they can even start working. And that gets the old man's attention. He looks at Yufeng and asks, "Alright kid, what kind of support do you actually want?" Yufeng asks if the winter clothes contract from the Southwest Equipment General Factory could be given to their flower garment factory instead. Bold ask, honestly. Secretary Shen immediately shuts that down, saying the Southwest Equipment Factory isn't under his jurisdiction. But then Yufeng quickly asks which factory is under his control. He keeps pushing, asking about the Fanti Steel Factory and the Zinshou Equipment General Factory. Our boy came prepared with a whole list, and Secretary Shen waves those off too, saying he can't control those either. This is starting to feel like a negotiation chess match. So Yufeng cuts right to it and asks, then which factory's index can you actually give me? No more guessing games. Secretary Shen finally cracks a little and says he remembers Yufeng is from Linshui City, right? Now here's where it gets interesting. And Yufeng immediately catches on, asking if Secretary Shen means the Linshui Steel Factory. This man was playing the long game the entire time. Secretary Shen agrees to help connect Yufeng with the Linshui Steel Factory, and our boy thanks him wholeheartedly. Deal secured. Yufeng says he'll head back to check on the factory, and Secretary Shen tells him to wait a few days for the Linshui Steel Factory to reach out. But then something flashes across Yufeng's face. He's not done here yet. He stops and turns around, saying, "By the way, Secretary Shen, there's one more thing." He tells Secretary Shen about the hooligans near the southern construction sites who have been specifically targeting and bullying migrant workers. He explains that just 2 days ago, a kid from his hometown was beaten so badly he got a concussion, which is straight-up criminal assault at that point. Secretary Shen's expression changes completely. He asks if this is really happening and how Yufeng thinks it should be handled. The old man is genuinely concerned. And just like that, the scene shifts to the construction site where all this went down. And there they are, the thugs who beat up Lin Qiang, sitting around the construction site laughing like they don't have a care in the world. Someone calls out for Li Zhenghu by name. Karma just pulled up to the construction site. Li Zhenghu looks up with this smug expression, like he's never been held accountable for anything in his life. That's about to change real quick, because standing right in front of him are actual police officers telling him they've been looking for him. The look on his face right now is priceless. Li Zhenghu is immediately confused, asking why they've been looking for him, and honestly, the fact that he can't even guess why is insulting. And the police don't waste time with conversation. They grab him right there on the spot. Li Zhenghu starts struggling, yelling at them to let him go. But buddy, when you beat someone into a skull fracture, the police aren't really in a letting go mood. And one of his goons actually tries to rush in to help him, because these guys clearly don't learn. But the officer shuts that down immediately, yelling at everyone else to behave themselves. That is not a voice you argue with. They announce that Li Zhenghu is coming back with them to assist in an investigation. Li Zhenghu is still trying to ask what investigation, as if he doesn't know. And the officer just hits him with the coldest line, saying he'll find out when he gets there. That is absolutely terrifying and deeply satisfying at the same time. And with that justice served, we cut back to something much more wholesome. The girls at the store are happily shopping for new outfits. Yufeng walks in and comments that business seems to be going well. Look at our boy, running a whole empire and still finding time to check in. Everyone in the store spots him at the same time. The brother calls out his name, and customers are turning heads. And then Xiaoduo turns around with the most radiant smile. The sparkle effects in the background are working overtime right now. She is absolutely glowing. And our boy gives her the warmest smile back. These two in the same room together is honestly doing things to my brain chemistry. The sister-in-law asks Yufeng where he's been lately, and wants to know how many orders they've placed with Mo Capital Fashion Factory. The brother says they've already ordered twice and plan to order again tomorrow. Then he thanks Yufeng for everything, and invites him to join the family for dinner. And Yufeng just smiles and says, okay, simple as that. Our boy is finally being accepted by the family. But then the brother drops a bombshell. He mentions that today is actually their mother's birthday, and they're having dinner together at home. Yufeng is clearly caught off guard by this, and the sister-in-law's reaction says it all. Bringing Yufeng home for mom's birthday dinner is basically an official welcome into the family, and that's where we leave things for now. Yufeng plays it cool and tells the brother they'll do the meal next time, reminding him he still owes one. And the brother, sister-in-law, and Xiaoduo just stand there in complete silence, because nobody expected him to dodge the birthday dinner invite that smoothly. Yufeng just waves goodbye and heads out like he didn't just leave a whole family standing there speechless. But the brother calls after him, promising that next time they'll definitely sit down and have a proper meal together. And Yufeng just gives him this confident smirk and says he'll hold him to that. The composure on this man is unreal. And just like that, he walks off into the store, leaving behind a family that's slowly realizing this guy might actually be the real deal. But the second he's gone, Xiao Duo absolutely loses it on her brother. The rage on this girl's face could melt steel, and the sister-in-law immediately backs Xiao Duo up, because when two women team up against you, you've already lost. The brother tries to defend himself, saying there's nothing wrong with his attitude and it really is their mom's birthday, so what's the big deal? Xiao Duo is not having any of it. She snaps back that this is not the case, and honestly, when a woman says it like that, you better start listening. She tells him straight up that he embarrassed both Yufeng and her, and then drops the real question, have you ever wondered why Yufeng has helped you and your wife so much? And the brother has absolutely nothing to say to that. She asks if it didn't cross his mind to sit Yufeng down today and have an actual conversation, and you can see the guilt washing over him. Xiao Duo finishes by telling him that just saying thank you isn't enough when someone has done this much for your family, and with that she walks off with the sister-in-law. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yufeng sitting down with Ku Goi to talk business. And here's the genius move. Yufeng's plan is to waive the franchise fee entirely. Stores just need a license to join, but the catch is they can only sell flower garment factory clothes. He lays out the whole strategy. They'll set up market researchers to monitor cooperative stores, limit franchise numbers based on customer flow, and create healthy competition between locations. This man thinks 3 moves ahead. Ku Goi connects the dots and asks if Yufeng planned to compete with Mo Capital Fashion Factory from the very beginning by skipping the franchise fee. Yufeng waves it off casually and says it's not that exaggerated, but we all know this man's brain operates on a different frequency than the rest of us. He explains the real reasoning, that franchise stores have limited reach and charging a high franchise fee would just scare away potential partners before they even start. Ku Goi nods and points out that Mo Capital already has a modeling team, which makes them better suited for the high-end route anyway. Then Ku Goi drops something interesting. He mentions there's going to be a spring festival gala this year, and Yufeng's immediate reaction is to ask what that even is. Ku Goi suggests hiring Mo Capital's modeling team to help promote their brand at the gala. If you can't beat them, hire their people to work for you too. And Yufeng gives the go-ahead without hesitation. If Ku Goi wants to bring in the models, he's all for it. But then Yufeng adds this devious little detail. He says if they accidentally happen to cover up Mo Capital's name during the show, and you can see the exact moment Ku Goi realizes the depth of Yufeng's scheming. That little spark in his eyes says it all. Ku Goi bursts out laughing and calls Yufeng a clever boy. These two are becoming an unstoppable business duo, and I am fully here for it. We cut to Xiao Duo and Du Zhuan walking down the street together, snacking on some street food after work. Just 2 girls having a normal evening. When suddenly a car pulls up right next to them with a screech, because nothing says normal evening like a random vehicle stopping for you, and the woman inside rolls down the window and asks if they want to go grab dinner at a restaurant, her treat. Now who is this? But Xiao Duo politely declines, saying she's heading home for dinner, and Duan says she's not going either. Birthday dinner with the family takes priority. The woman in the car accepts their answer, but you can tell she's a little disappointed about it. Inside the car, the man tells his companion they'll just go eat by themselves then. But then someone outside calls out, telling them to wait a minute. From above, we can see the whole scene playing out on the street, with the car stopped and people gathering around it. And here comes Shijiang stepping out of the car with the biggest grin, calling out to Ziren like they haven't seen each other in ages. Turns out Ziren and her companion Zhu Jun are nearby, and Shijiang immediately asks where his new girlfriend is and demands to meet her. Zero chill from this guy. Shijiang says his girl is in the car and invites everyone to the state restaurant for dinner, on him. The confidence radiating off this man could power a city block, and Ziren doesn't even hesitate. She says who would turn down a free dinner, grabs Zhu Jun, and they're in. Smart woman with clear priorities. Meanwhile, Xiao Duo and Du Zhuan continue their walk home, their feet clicking along the street at a relaxed pace. Xiao Duo takes a bite of her sweet potato and mentions it's not as good as the one from last time. Even the snack quality is getting critiqued right now. And that's when something catches their attention. The sound of a bicycle coming down the street, getting closer. Xiao Duo overhears someone mention that Boss Chu is treating everyone to dinner tonight. Wait, Boss Chu? As in Chu Yufeng? She turns to look and sees Yufeng riding past on a bicycle cart with a whole crew of workers piled on the back, heading out for dinner together. And Xiao Duo just softly whispers his name to herself. Chu Yufeng. The way she watches him pass by is telling you everything about her feelings. One of the guys on the cart nudges Yufeng and tells him there was a pretty girl back there who kept staring at him. But Yufeng doesn't look back. Instead, Yufeng just smirks and says when he gets back he'll call his sister-in-law and tell her he already has a pretty friend here in Zeihai. This absolute menace is teasing without even knowing it's Xiao Duo. And his buddy just laughs and calls him out. The boys are having a field day with this one. They arrive at the restaurant spot for the evening, the whole crew walking up together in the nighttime glow. And wouldn't you know it, someone in a passing car spots Yufeng and his crew and calls out his name. It's a small world in this city apparently. Turns out it's Zhu Jun and Shijiang, and Zhu Jun is already talking trash, saying Yufeng's garment factory will probably close down sooner or later. The haters stay consistent, you have to give them that. But Yufeng's not worried about haters right now. The beer is flowing and the evening is just getting started. Kuo-gue tries to tell the boys to at least wait for the food before they start drinking, but they're already clinking glasses and refusing to wait. The whole crew agrees that tonight's mission is to make sure Boss Chu drinks well. Yufeng is surrounded by people who genuinely care about him, and that hits different. Yufeng just laughs and calls them out, saying their intentions are clearly not pure. He knows they're trying to get him wasted. The guys start goading him, asking if he's scared to drink, and Yufeng fires right back saying he's afraid of nothing. Famous last words from a man about to get absolutely demolished by beer. Meanwhile, back on the streets at night, Xiao Duo is wandering around looking lost, wondering where they went. This girl followed Yufeng's group but lost track of them. And then something catches her eye and she pauses, a sudden spark of recognition hitting her face. She spots the Grand Hotel restaurant all lit up in the night and realizes that's where they must be. This girl really tracked him down across town. Inside, Yufeng is on his feet with a glass raised, declaring that within 1 year, he wants everyone who hears the name Flower Garment Factory to react with nothing but respect. That is main character energy in its purest form. Xiao Duo peeks through the restaurant entrance and spots Yufeng's table, but hesitates when she sees how many people are there. She's thinking, there are way too many people for her to just walk in. But one of the guys at the table notices her lingering and asks who she's looking for. Xiao Duo gets completely flustered at being called out, her face lighting up like a traffic signal on a dark road, but she recovers and just points straight at Yufeng, saying she's looking for him. And Yufeng's reaction right now is absolutely priceless. He did not see this coming. Yufeng turns around to get a proper look, asking who it is, while his buddy in the background is already grinning like this is the best entertainment he's had all night. And the moment he recognizes her, this warm glow hits his face. "It's you," he says with the kind of smile that could end wars. One of the older guys immediately tells his son to move to another chair so the young lady can sit next to Director Chu. These wingmen are operating with military precision. But Yufeng laughs and says forget about changing chairs, as if he's already got a better idea cooking up in that scheming brain of his. Because this man starts patting his own lap. Oh no, he's actually doing this. In front of everyone. Yufeng straight up tells Xiao Duo to come sit on his lap, and the look on her face right now is the visual definition of wanting to evaporate into thin air. This man has zero shame and infinite audacity. Kugui is just sitting there in absolute silence, trying to process what he's witnessing. Even the old man doesn't know how to react to this level of flirting. Meanwhile, one of the other guys at the table can barely contain his entertainment. This is premium dinner theater for the whole crew, and Yufeng doubles down, reaching for her hand and telling her to be good and sit on his lap. This guy went from business mogul to shameless flirt in record time. Now here's where it gets spicy. Ziran is watching from across the restaurant and calls Yufeng a hooligan, telling Zhu that someone like him is really not a man. The jealousy is practically dripping off her words. She goes even further, calling Xiao Duo a fool for liking a rascal like him, but Zhu just tells her to forget about it and not bother. Haters gonna hate. Back at Yufeng's table, a couple of the guys conveniently announce they're heading to the bathroom at the exact same time. These wingmen are creating alone time with surgical precision. And now that people are clearing out, Xiao Duo is left standing there blushing, asking Yufeng what exactly he thinks he's doing right now. One of the remaining guys leans in and asks Xiao Duo directly what her relationship with Yufeng is. The interrogation has officially begun. And before Xiao Duo can even open her mouth, Yufeng answers for her with the most confident expression known to mankind. "She's my lover," he says. Just like that, no hesitation. And the two guys who are still at the table completely lose their composure, shouting the word lover in unison like they just witnessed a live confession broadcast. Yufeng turns to Xiao Duo with this playful warmth and asks if she came looking for him tonight because she missed him. The smoothness on this man is almost criminal. He leans in closer and asks again, "Xiao Duo, do you miss me?" And that look in his golden eyes right now could melt glaciers. Then he tells her to answer quickly before he falls asleep, because he's afraid he won't be able to hear her response. And that's when you realize our boy has had way too many drinks tonight. Xiao Duo is absolutely losing it, begging him to stop because there are so many people watching. She is peak flustered and the sparkle effects in the background are working overtime to match her energy. And then there's a loud thud, and Xiao Duo's eyes go wide. Something just happened right in front of her, because Yufeng just face-planted right onto the table. He's completely out cold, but even while passing out drunk, he mumbles that she must be missing him. This man is down bad even when he's unconscious. Later outside the restaurant, Kugui and the boys are heading back to Xiang village, and Kugui asks Xiao Duo with a grin if she's coming along with her lover. And Xiao Duo just repeats the word lover to herself, her face glowing red under the streetlights. That word has completely short-circuited her brain. She quickly waves her hands and says she's not going, that she needs to head home instead. Still in full denial mode while blushing like a sunset. Kugui, being the gentleman he is, asks if she wants them to drop her off at home first before they head out. Xiao Duo tells him there's no need, and that she can get back on her own. Kugui accepts it with a warm nod, understanding that the girl needs a moment. The guys wave goodbye and tell her to get home early because it's not safe out at night. Yufeng's crew is genuinely wholesome, and that says a lot about the kind of people he surrounds himself with. And as Yaduo walks home alone under the moonlight, she whispers the word lover to herself one more time with the softest smile imaginable. This girl is completely irreversibly gone for Cho Yufeng, and honestly, who can blame her? Someone tells them to move aside, and the tone alone is enough to know this person is not here for pleasantries. And Xiaoduo turns to see who it is, immediately recognizing her. Shen Ziran, she says, and the temperature just dropped about 10 degrees. Ziran mutters that her whole life depends on that rascal, calling Xiaoduo an idiot. The jealousy is no longer subtle, it is a full broadcast. Cut to the next morning, and Yufeng is lying in bed with one eye cracked open, clearly experiencing the full consequences of last night's drinking adventure. He sits up barely conscious, the hangover hitting him like a freight train. This is the price you pay for declaring someone your lover while absolutely hammered. And then something clicks in his brain and his eyes go wide with absolute panic, because he completely forgot about the important things he had to do today. This man launches himself out of bed and through the door like his life depends on it. He arrives at the factory and immediately asks Uncle Feng how things are going. Turns out some of the new women workers have already shown up to report for duty, but one of his buddies throws an arm around him and asks if he even remembers what happened last night. The grin on this guy's face tells you everything, and Yufeng laughs it off, admitting he made a scene with his own wife and gave everyone a show. At least he owns it. His buddy goes all in, teasing him about hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house and saying he cannot wait to see their future son. Yufeng just laughs sheepishly because what else can you do? But enough with the morning comedy because it is time for the official new employee orientation. Uncle Feng takes the stage as deputy director and introduces himself to the whole room. And then Uncle Feng calls out our boy Yufeng to come speak on stage. The old man is beaming with pride like a father at graduation. The workers break into applause, genuinely excited to see who the boss actually is. Yufeng steps up onto the stage, and every eye in the room is locked onto him. He walks up to stand beside Uncle Feng, and the contrast is immediate. One seasoned veteran, one young prodigy running the whole operation. The workers in the audience are already buzzing, saying they cannot believe someone this young is running such a massive factory. Respect is being earned in real time. Yufeng tells everyone to settle down and introduces himself as Cho Yufeng, director of the flower garment factory. No hesitation, no stumbling, just pure confidence. Then he drops the big promise. Their factory salaries will eventually surpass state-owned enterprises, and good performance during training will count toward their official pay. This man knows exactly how to motivate a workforce, but he also warns them that the pressure will be intense, and that Mr. Shen has personally given him some serious authority to enforce standards. He makes it crystal clear that he has the right to fire anyone who does not perform or cooperate. Underperformers will be replaced by the people who are dying for a chance to work here. Our boy just went full corporate warlord. After the speech, Yufeng makes a phone call to the higher-ups, admitting they have some difficulties on their end as well. But the voice on the other end is not interested in excuses. He tells Yufeng to overcome those difficulties himself and demands the second batch of employees start working before mid-November. Yufeng says he got it, but you can tell the pressure is already mounting. The desk in front of him feels a lot heavier than it did 5 minutes ago. He starts writing down the deadline immediately. Mid-November, that is the clock they are racing against. Mid-November, he repeats to himself, already calculating how to make this work. The wheels in his head are turning at full speed. He calls out to Uncle Feng, and the old man turns around with that steady look of someone who has been through 100 business seasons. Yufeng tells him he has finished writing up the management plan and asks if they can step outside to discuss it. Uncle Feng agrees without hesitation. They take a walk outside in the autumn light, and Yufeng asks if Uncle Feng understood everything in the plan. The old man admits, not entirely. Specifically, Uncle Feng thinks the attendance point system might be a little too complicated and cumbersome to implement. Fair concern from a practical man. But Yufeng explains that this is exactly how hard workers earn more while lazy people earn less. He says it is far better than blind equality, even if it takes more effort to manage. Uncle Feng accepts the logic, and Yufeng continues explaining that they also need to establish a clear promotion path. The management team is still short-staffed, but promotions will be based purely on performance. Uncle Feng nods approvingly, but internally he is wondering where on earth this kid learned all of this. Yufeng is operating with wisdom way beyond his years. Meanwhile, the business side of things is moving fast. Purchase orders are already coming in for the factory's products. Over at Boss Gzu's clothing store, they are sorting through their inventory, hanging up garments and organizing stock like any other day. And that is when some guy strolls up asking Boss Swigs how business is going, with the kind of casual energy that usually means he wants something. Boss Su immediately asks what he is doing here, and the man in the blue shirt says he has come to discuss a business deal. The air just got thick. Boss Shu is not having any of it, telling him there is absolutely nothing to discuss and to get out of the store immediately. That is some serious hostility. But the dealer keeps pushing, asking why Su is so angry and begging him to just hear the proposal out. This guy has the persistence of a salesman who has been rejected 1,000 times. He pitches the idea. When Boss Su buys from Mo Capital Fashion Factory, could he order a bit extra and let the dealer take the surplus? He even promises to sell at a different mall so they would not be competing. And then he sweetens the deal by throwing up 5 fingers and offering 500 yuan cash on the spot just for the cooperation. The audacity of this pitch is something else. And Boss Su just pauses for a moment, processing this man's nerve. Then he explodes. 500? If you want to sell other people's clothes, the franchise fee is 5,000 yuan. He calls the dealer a straight-up swindler for even suggesting this arrangement. The dealer tries to defend himself, insisting that he is not from a rival factory, just a humble second-hand dealer trying to make a living. The desperation is real. And then Boss Su's wife enters the chat, yelling at the dealer to take his pathetic 500 yuan and leave their store alone. The dealer tries one last time, asking why everyone is so hostile when he is just trying to have a conversation. But this ship has sailed, sunk, and hit the ocean floor. Boss Su declares that he would rather give his clothes away for free than let this guy profit off them, and his wife backs him up, calling the dealer presumptuous. And who shows up at just the right moment? Yufeng, holding up a blue work shirt and echoing the sentiment. Yes, presumptuous indeed. Our boy always has perfect dramatic timing. Back at the factory, Uncle Feng confirms with Yufeng that the required production quantity has been completed. Everything is right on schedule. And Yufeng's golden eyes narrow with that signature focus. He says it is time to make a call to the director of Linshui Steel Factory. Phase 2 of the plan is in motion. On the other end of the line, Director Kang picks up the phone. The flower garment factory is calling to confirm the delivery schedule for winter clothing. Kang asks which department the caller is from, and the response catches him off guard. He is told that the director of the flower garment factory himself is on the line, and his name, Chu Yufeng. Just the name, delivered with absolute calm confidence, and Director Kang's reaction is priceless. Chu Yufeng, he repeats in disbelief, and you can practically see the electric shock running through his brain right now. He cannot wrap his head around the fact that Yufeng is now the director of the entire flower garment factory. This kid has leveled up faster than anyone expected, and Yufeng just confirms it with a simple yes, wearing the most casually smug expression a person can possibly make. Kang asks how he possibly became the director, and Yufeng tells him it is a long story. He promises to visit personally when the delivery comes through and suggests they share a drink then. And Director Kang breaks into a warm smile and agrees. There is a genuine respect here that goes beyond just business. These two clearly have history. Kang hangs up the phone and already his mind is racing with the implications of what he just heard. He sits back with his cup of tea, smiling to himself. That kid really did it. Sometimes the underdog story writes itself. A subordinate walks into Director Kang's office asking what he needs. Kang has already shifted into logistics mode. He tells the man to bring him the purchase order for the 3rd quarter. When Director Kang gets into planning mode, he does not waste a single second. The subordinate agrees cheerfully, but Kang stops him before he can leave. There is one more thing. Kang explains that the flower garment factory will be delivering winter clothes the day after tomorrow around 6 or 7 in the evening, and this man will be on duty to receive the shipment. The subordinate says no problem and heads out, but Kang adds a little knowing remark as the man walks away. And the second he is out of earshot, the guy starts complaining that he had plans to play cards that night. Now he is stuck on duty. The struggles of middle management are universal. Now we cut to something much softer. Xiao Duo is at the bookshelf in the golden evening light, reaching up to organize some books, just doing her thing. But she is clearly distracted because she keeps replaying Yufeng's drunk words from last night. Tell me quickly, do you miss me, he had said, and her face is already turning pink just thinking about it. She mutters to herself that he is a hooligan, but the sparkle in her eyes and the blush on her cheeks are telling a completely different story. And right on cue, Yufeng shows up behind her and asks if she can get him a book. The timing of this man is almost supernatural, and Xiaoduo immediately lights up, laughing with genuine excitement. She is trying so hard to play it cool, but her entire face is broadcasting pure joy. Yufeng just calls her stupid with the warmest smile imaginable, and somehow, coming from him, it sounds like the most affectionate word in the dictionary. She asks what kind of book he wants, and he says nothing too complicated, just something light to read after work. Even a factory director needs some downtime. Xiaoduo says she will get it for him, and the softness in her expression right now could melt anyone watching this scene. She is absolutely radiant, but as she turns to go, Yufeng calls out her name one more time, and you already know something is coming. She turns back around with an innocent look, asking what he wants. The sunset behind her is painting everything gold, and she has no idea what is about to hit her. And then Yufeng hits her with some absolutely wild local wisdom, telling her that according to Linshui City customs, certain physical features mean she can definitely give him a son. Yes, he actually said that out loud. Xiaoduo's face goes through every possible emotion in half a second, landing squarely on absolutely mortified. Her entire soul just left her body. She stammers out a demand to know what on earth he is saying, face completely red, barely able to form coherent words. Yufeng has broken her brain for the 2nd time in 24 hours. Xiaoduo storms off in a flustered rage, and Yufeng just watches her go while muttering that she is a silly girl. This man terrorizes the woman he loves and then wonders why she runs away. But later, Xiao Duo is quietly flipping through the pages of a book, trying to distract herself from what just happened. She peeks over the top of the book at Yufeng sitting nearby, and that shy smile creeping across her face tells you she is not even a little bit mad anymore. She thinks to herself, this guy with a look that is half exasperation and half complete adoration. The Sunder defense is crumbling in real time, and she just breaks into the softest, most love-struck laugh you have ever seen. Chu Yufeng might be shameless, but he has completely and utterly won this girl's heart. Xiao Duo is outside after work, looking absolutely gorgeous in the golden light, when one of her colleagues is watching from behind with folded arms. Xiao Duo calls out for Yufeng to come along, and our boy walks right up to her like they own the place. But the colleague is not about to let this slide. She immediately asks Xiao Duo who this guy is and why she has not been introduced yet. And Xiao Duo completely short-circuits. She starts stammering, trying to figure out what to even call him. The panic on her face is incredible. But Yufeng, this man does not hesitate for a single second. He puts his hand on his chest and announces that he is Xiao Duo's lover. Just like that. No warm-up, no disclaimer. And before anyone can even process what just happened, he tells Xiao Duo they should get going. She just meekly agrees. The colleague watching them leave comments that work ended pretty early today, and Xiao Duo can barely squeak out a yes. She is still recovering from what Yufeng just declared. And the colleague just scoffs to herself, clearly not too happy about what she just witnessed. Jealousy is a disease and she might need a prescription. Yufeng turns to Xiao Duo and apologizes for being too busy the past few days to come see her, and she just smiles and tells him it is totally fine to be busy. Then Yufeng starts laughing and says that for a relationship like theirs, if one person gets busy, they should at least tell the other in advance. And Xiao Duo, being the low-key menace she is, hits him with a coy little question. Oh, what relationship do we have exactly? Yufeng does not even blink. He says, did I not just tell your colleague? We are lovers. This man refuses to lose at flirting under any circumstances. And Xiao Duo goes completely quiet, just walking beside him in total silence, because her brain has officially checked out for the evening. After a moment, she finally speaks, calling him Yufeng and sincerely thanking him for everything he has done for her family. She says she should have expressed her gratitude much sooner. She tells him that he does not owe her anything. And regarding her brother and sister-in-law's situation, she offers to pay him back if he wants. But Yufeng gently stops her and tells her she does not need to say any more than that. The kindness in his voice right now is something else entirely. He tells her straight up that he is not doing any of this because he feels like he owes her. He is doing it because he genuinely cannot stand watching her suffer. And Xiao Duo just stares at him with those big pink eyes, completely speechless. That one line hit her somewhere she was not prepared for. Later that evening, Yufeng mentions that he will be heading back to Linshui City in a few days, and promises to bring her some delicious snacks. Xiao Duo tells him he can head home now since she is also going back inside. He agrees, but something about his body language says he is not quite done yet. She turns and gives him this warm little wave goodnight, and her smile under the moonlight is genuinely breathtaking. But just as she starts walking away, Yufeng calls out her name one more time. The man always has one more card to play. She turns around with a curious look, and Yufeng hesitates for just a moment before starting to say something. She tilts her head, waiting. And with the softest smile you have ever seen on this man, he tells her, let us take it slowly. That is his way of saying this is real, and he is not going anywhere. And you can see the exact moment it registers in her eyes. Every wall she ever built just came down in a single sentence. She clasps her hands together and eagerly agrees, nodding with the purest excitement. Xiao Duo has officially been swept off her feet, and honestly, she deserves this. Meanwhile, we cut to a different scene entirely. Someone is chatting about how Lin Nan is incredibly popular at university, with boys literally fighting each other to help her fetch water from the well. The scene is a girls' dormitory sleepover situation, with 3 of them piled onto one bed doing what all friend groups do at night, asking the important questions like who actually carried her water. Lin Nan immediately gets defensive and insists she went to fetch the water herself. She tells them not to listen to Yuna's nonsense, but the blush on her cheeks is not helping her case. Her friend is not buying it for a second and goes straight for the jugular, asking Lin Nan if she has a crush on anyone at university. And Lin Nan goes dead quiet, because the face that just popped in her head is not some university boy. It is Yufeng. Well, now, this is getting complicated. Her friend notices the silence and leans in close, sensing that something is definitely up. The interrogation has officially escalated. Lin Nan waves her hands wildly and declares there is not a single person. She is selling this denial so hard that it is actually proving the opposite. The friends double down, asking why not when there are plenty of boys in their class. One of them even wonders if her heart already belongs to someone outside of school. Lin Nan plays it off by saying all the university boys are too childish for her taste, which if you think about who she actually has feelings for, then the conversation takes a sharp turn. Someone asks Yuna directly why her brother and his ex-wife got divorced in the first place. Yuna says she is not entirely sure, but mentions her sister-in-law has a good personality. She figures maybe they just were not compatible with each other, and Lin Nan quietly repeats the words to herself, a good personality. You can practically see the gears turning as she processes what that means for her own feelings. Her hand tightens on the blanket, and that tiny gesture says more than any words could. This girl is wrestling with something she does not know how to handle. Someone finally calls it and says they should sleep since they have to wake up early tomorrow. But Lin Nan's thoughts are clearly still racing behind those quiet eyes. The next morning, Lin Nan is up early combing her hair, and there is something different about the way she is getting ready today. She pauses to study herself in the mirror, fixing every little detail. When you are putting this much effort into a morning routine, it is usually because someone specific is going to see you. And there he is. She spots Yufeng and immediately lights up, calling out to him. He greets her good morning like it is the most natural thing in the world. She happily tells him breakfast is ready and invites him to eat. The enthusiasm in her voice is turned up to 11, and she is not even trying to hide it. Yufeng just smiles and agrees. He has no idea that this girl woke up early specifically to make sure everything was perfect before he walked in. Everything is set up on the table and ready to go. Somebody put real care into this morning's spread. Yufeng is outside brushing his teeth while Lin Nan comes running over in the background, and this entire domestic scene is giving very specific energy, and Lin Nan is just beaming with the most content little smile. Being near Yufeng clearly charges this girl's happiness meter to full capacity. Breakfast is served, and it looks amazing. Fresh steamed buns with little flower tops and a golden sausage. Lin Nan came prepared. The whole crew gathers around the table for a proper family-style breakfast. Yufeng, Lin Nan, the bandage guy, kids, everyone sharing a meal together like one big household. But Ziran is sitting there quietly, clearly deep in thought about something. You can see it in his eyes that he has been building up to asking a question. He finally speaks up and calls out to Yufeng. Our boy asks what is going on, and you can tell Ziran has been working up the courage for this. Ziran asks if Yufeng can help him find a job that is less physically demanding for now, and promises that once his injuries heal he will take on any kind of work. The determination is real. Yufeng does not even think twice. He tells Ziran he will find him something within half a month, and to just focus on resting for now without any stress. And Ziran gets fired up immediately, chopsticks in hand, swearing he will work hard and pay back every cent. The loyalty this guy has for Yufeng is built different. Yufeng gives him a big thumbs up and tells him that having ambition is a great thing. This right here is why people are willing to go through walls for our boy. And Lin Nan watches the whole exchange with the warmest expression. Seeing Yufeng take care of people like this clearly only makes her feelings grow stronger. Now we jump to a completely different location. A fancy building with a horse statue out front, and things are about to get very business-oriented. Inside, an older man is on the phone discussing a transfer of franchise agreement. Whoever is on the other end of this call has some big plans in motion. Turns out, it is Yufeng on the other end. And Director Lu is explaining that his uncle wants to buy the franchise rights, and he cannot exactly refuse family. Director Lu repeats the phrase, a transfer of franchise agreement, like he needs to hear himself say it to make sure this is actually happening. On his end, Yufeng explains the situation about his uncle buying the franchise rights and asks Director Lu directly for permission to make it happen. Director Lu hesitates, clearly wanting to say yes but having some reservations about the whole arrangement. But then he lays out his conditions. Once the transfer goes through, the previous agreement is void, and if the uncle cannot deliver profits, the rights get pulled. Yufeng agrees without blinking, and now Director Lu is the one caught off guard. He cannot believe Yufeng agreed to those harsh terms so quickly. Yufeng starts wrapping up the call, but Director Lu suddenly tells him to wait. He has one more thing to bring up. Director Lu drops a bombshell. He asks Yufeng if he knew that Feng Zilai resigned from his position. That name alone changes the entire temperature of this conversation, and Yufeng's composure cracks for the first time. He is genuinely stunned, demanding to know when Feng Zilai resigned. This was absolutely not on his radar. But Director Lu says he has a meeting coming up and needs to hang up. He drops the bomb and just leaves Yufeng to stew in the aftermath. The phone clicks back onto the receiver, and just like that the call is over. But the implications of what was just said are only beginning. Director Lu stands by the window with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself that Yufeng did not know about Feng Zilai's resignation. His expression darkens as he starts connecting dots. He thinks to himself that Feng Zilai resigning so suddenly must mean something bigger is at play. Could it be related to Yufeng? Meanwhile, Yufeng is sitting back in his chair with a slight smirk. Whatever shock he felt a moment ago, he has already started processing it and turning it into strategy. Night falls, and a delivery truck barrels down the highway with its headlights cutting through the darkness. The winter clothing shipment is on its way to Linshui City. Yufeng is riding along in the truck, thinking to himself that since he is heading back to Linshui City, he should find a chance to meet up with some people there. At the delivery site, someone is already waiting outside and getting impatient. He puffs on a cigarette and grumbles about why the delivery has not arrived yet. And then headlights appear in the distance, cutting through the night and getting closer. The delivery has finally arrived. But this guy is already fuming, cursing at the truck for showing up so late. First impressions of this delivery are not exactly going smoothly. The truck pulls in and the waiting man demands to know why the flower garment factory delivery is so late. The driver apologizes, explaining they got stuck on a mountain road for half an hour. The truck driver mentions that the director of the flower garment factory also came along for the delivery, and Brother Chen confirms that the director is indeed here. From above, we see the whole scene laid out. The truck is parked, the driver is climbing out, and two figures are about to come face to face. And out steps Yufeng himself, waving and apologizing to Brother Chen for the wait. This is the moment where the new director makes his first impression on a key business contact, and Brother Chen practically short-circuits on the spot. Chu Yufeng is the director. The shock running through this man right now could power a small city. But Yufeng keeps it casual, walking up and asking how Brother Chen has been doing. He is treating this like a reunion between old friends, not a business transaction. Brother Chen snaps out of his shock and laughs it off, saying he is doing fine and has even put on some weight. The tension breaks instantly. Yufeng gets straight to business, telling Brother Chen that he personally made sure the clothes in this shipment are the highest quality and that he even threw in extras as a gesture of goodwill. Brother Chen waves it off warmly, saying small mistakes are inevitable and that the extra units are much appreciated. The relationship building here is top tier. Yufeng gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and that one gesture carries more weight than any contract signature ever could. Yufeng invites Brother Chen to grab a meal together after this, and Chen immediately agrees, laughing that it has been way too long since they last ate together. Yufeng puts his arm around Brother Chen's shoulder and suggests they discuss the details over dinner, but first asks him to verify the goods and get them stored. But then one of the workers comes up and reports that at least 30 garments have exposed thread ends. Brother Chen says he will take a look. The camera zooms in on the garment, and sure enough there are some minor sewing imperfections. Not exactly catastrophic, but enough to be noticeable. But Brother Chen just inspects the coat and shrugs it off, saying these are minor issues that will not cause any real problems. Plus, Director Chu already added extra units to compensate. He squeezes the fabric and immediately knows these will keep people warm. The quality speaks for itself, and a few loose threads are not going to change that verdict. The worker reports that they will get everything into storage, and Yufeng stands there with his arms crossed, watching the whole operation run smoothly. And our boy just stands there with that quiet confidence in his golden eyes. The delivery is done, the relationship is secured, and Shu Yufeng's empire keeps growing one handshake at a time. After handling that delivery, Yufeng and Brother Chen head out for that meal they promised each other. Brother Chen wastes no time getting into it, asking Yufeng just how big his garment factory actually is. Apparently Director Kang told him it is the largest one in all of Shinan province. And Yufeng, cool as ever with those golden eyes, casually drops that it is about 80 acres and the construction just wrapped up. Like that is a normal thing to say over dinner. Brother Chen nearly chokes on his drink. 80 acres? The sheer scale of what Yufeng has built is hitting this man like a freight train. Now pay attention to this next part, because Yufeng is about to do what he does best, name drop with surgical precision. Chen asks how he landed the supply contract, and Yufeng says Shen Yufeng personally assigned it to him. Brother Chen's brain stutters for a second. He is asking which Shen Yuping, like there might be a couple of them running around with that name. And Yufeng just smirks and says it is the head of Zhihai City, Shen Yuping. He drops that name the way someone drops a royal flush on a poker table. After dinner, Brother Chen insists Yufeng stay at his place for the night instead of going back to some rundown old house. The man is practically begging at this point. Chen throws in that he has alcohol at home, and Yufeng agrees without hesitation. These two are about to have one of those legendary late-night drinking sessions. Next morning rolls around, and the sun is already blasting through the windows. Somebody clearly did not set an alarm. Yufeng is sprawled out in bed looking like he got hit by a bus made of baijiu. Those golden eyes are open, but the brain is still booting up. And then reality hits him all at once. He snaps awake with a jolt, clearly realizing he has absolutely no idea where he is right now. He scrambles up in full panic mode, asking where he even is. For a man who runs an 80-acre factory, he sure got completely wrecked by a drinking session. Then the memories start flooding back. He pictures himself and Brother Chen going bottle for bottle, and suddenly the hangover makes a lot more sense. He slides on some slippers and mutters that Brother Chen's alcohol tolerance is on another level entirely. Yufeng may have met his match in at least one arena, but hangovers do not stop the grind, so he pulls himself together and starts getting on with his day. Because next thing you know, Yufeng is sitting in Director Kang's living room, casually laying out everything he has been working on. This man treats networking like a speedrun. Director Kang listens to the whole pitch and then gives him that classic elder smile, saying it is not as easy as Yufeng makes it sound. Experience talking right there. The steam curling off that official government teacup tells you everything about what kind of circles Director Kang moves in. This is not a man whose approval comes cheap. Yufeng knows when to exit gracefully, telling Director Kang it is getting late and he will head out. Kang warmly tells him to come visit more often, but after Yufeng leaves, Director Kang stands there stroking his chin and thinking to himself that this brat Cho Yufeng is not a simple person at all. When even the veterans start noticing you, you know you are doing something right. Meanwhile, back at the flower garment factory, there is a problem. Over 30 garments out of 200 failed quality checks, and those are not numbers you can ignore. Master Jiang owns up to it immediately, admitting he rushed the work trying to hit deadlines. At least he is honest about it, and he says the recent batch has been much better. Yufeng sets him straight without being harsh about it. Quality comes first, productivity comes second. Master Jiang nods along and agrees without pushing back. He tells Master Jiang to get back to work, and there is something about the calm authority in that golden eye that makes you understand why people follow this guy. Master Jiang heads back to the production floor, and the camera lingers on Yufeng watching him go. Keep this quality issue in mind, because it connects to something bigger Yufeng is planning. Yufeng turns to his factory manager and gets real. Master Jiang is an expert tailor, but he cannot manage people to save his life. The man is too soft to discipline anyone. Yufeng has already reached out to other skilled tailors to come on board. He tells the manager to bring in the new workers fast, but also makes it clear not to touch Master Jiang's salary. Loyalty is a currency Yufeng never stops investing in. And then Yufeng's expression shifts into something more calculated. He brings up the Mo Capital Fashion Company, and the temperature of this conversation just changed completely. The factory manager immediately perks up. Mo Capital Fashion Company, even he knows that is a major player in this industry. Yufeng lays out his plan. When they transfer the franchise rights, they can also request Mo Capital's models to help promote their own clothes. The manager catches on fast. Yufeng gets visibly fired up, explaining they can swap out the promotional banner to advertise the flower garment factory instead. This man is not just competing, he is hijacking the entire playbook. The manager raises a valid concern though. Lu Deguang probably will not agree to this arrangement, but Yufeng is one step ahead as always, comparing it to what they already did in Jingdu with paid model appearances. Yufeng says Lu Deguang will not refuse or even suspect a thing. The level of confidence in that smirk is honestly bordering on frightening. This is a man who has already played out every scenario in his head. The factory manager just laughs and points at him, completely at a loss for words. He cannot even finish his sentence because the sheer audacity of Yufeng's strategy has fried his brain. But then the manager asks the real question. Who exactly is Yufeng transferring this franchise to? Is the recipient a sworn enemy or something? And Yufeng just says, well, about that. The scene shifts and we are now at what looks like a department store in the city. Something tells me Yufeng is about to loop in someone important. And there she is. Xiaoduo turns around at the sound of her name, and look who just walked in carrying a bag. Yufeng made the trip specifically to find her. Xiaoduo's face lights up the moment she sees him, asking when he got back. That smile could melt steel. And honestly, this Manhwa knows exactly what it is doing with her character design. Yufeng tells her he has some things he needs to discuss with her once she finishes work. Now this could mean a lot of things, and Xiaoduo's mind is about to go to places. She stammers that she is almost done, just working a half day, and asks him to wait. Yufeng agrees, and the nervous energy radiating off this woman could power a generator. The second Yufeng walks away, Xiaoduo's mind starts racing. What does he want to discuss with her? What could possibly require a private conversation? And then the thought hits her like lightning. Is he going to propose a remarriage? Oh Xiaoduo, brace yourself because I need to tell you something. Yufeng has brought a whole bag of groceries. Fruits, snacks, drinks, the works. At least the man came prepared for a proper sit-down conversation. They settle into a private spot and Xiaoduo asks him straight up what he wants to tell her. Her heart is basically doing backflips right now. And Yufeng looks her dead in the eyes and says he wants to get back the franchise of Mo Capital Fashion Factory from her sister-in-law. Business. It was about business the entire time. Xiaoduo blinks and just says, okay, that is fine. She agrees immediately without pushback, which honestly shows how much she trusts this man. But inside she is absolutely deflated. Her thought bubble says it all. Is this really the only thing he wanted to talk about? Girl had an entire remarriage fantasy loaded up and ready to go. Then Xiaoduo registers the bigger picture. He opened a garment factory, one that will directly compete with Mo Capital. Yufeng confirms it, and you can see the gears turning in her head. Xiaoduo goes completely quiet as she processes everything. The scope of what Yufeng is doing is finally starting to sink in. Yufeng suggests they eat while he explains, and they sit down to a full spread. Leave it to this man to deliver a business proposal over a home-cooked dinner. He gets serious and tells her their family cannot keep suffering under this debt. They need to settle things with Qian once and for all. This is not just business anymore, this is personal. He wraps up the explanation between bites, saying that is basically the full situation. Casual delivery for what is actually a declaration of economic warfare. But Xiaoduo latched onto something specific. He said our family. That one word just did more for her heart than any proposal ever could. She starts giggling to herself with her eyes closed, and Yufeng just stares at her completely baffled, asking why she stopped eating. This man has zero awareness of what he just triggered. She snaps back to reality all flustered, claiming she is full already. She is absolutely not full. Her brain just short-circuited from the implications of being called family again. Yufeng is not buying it for a second, and picks up a piece of food with his chopsticks. And then he reaches over and puts food directly toward her, telling her not to waste it. Is this a business meeting or a date? Because the lines are getting extremely blurry right now. Xiaoduo melts into the happiest smile surrounded by sparkles. And honestly, this might be the most wholesome moment in recent episodes. These two are killing me with this slow burn. But the peace does not last long. The scene snaps to the department store where someone just got some very alarming news. And this guy is losing his mind. Sell the franchise to Qian Jinlai, of all people? The outrage on his face could peel paint off walls. Yufeng immediately raises his hand and tells the man to keep his voice down. They are in public, and the last thing this plan needs is an audience. And here comes the sister-in-law, absolutely livid, demanding to know why on earth Yufeng would sell the franchise to Qian Jinlai. You can tell this woman has opinions and she is not shy about sharing them. Xiaoduo steps in and asks her sister-in-law to please listen to what Yufeng has to say first, before jumping to conclusions. Trying to be the peacemaker in a situation that is about to get messy, the sister-in-law takes a breath and tells Yufeng to go ahead and explain himself. She is giving him the floor, but you can tell her patience has a very short timer on it. Yufeng gestures toward the merchandise on the racks and starts breaking down the financial reality of their situation. He lays it out clearly. The franchise fees are getting out of control, and if they do not sell, they will be locked out of selling other brands' products entirely. It would become unsustainable. The sister-in-law and her husband exchange a look, but say nothing. The weight of what Yufeng is explaining is clearly starting to land, even if they do not want to admit it. But the sister-in-law is not done. She starts pulling rank, telling Yufeng she has been in this business for years and has some things she would like to teach him. She tells Yufeng he is still young and that things are not as simple as he thinks. Would you have the patience to deal with someone like this when you know your plan is airtight? Yufeng just stands there taking it all in. Those golden eyes are calm on the surface, but you can see the gears spinning behind them. He is choosing his battles carefully. The sister-in-law doubles down, arguing they are already using Mo Capital's brand reputation and that the clothes are extremely popular right now. Her husband backs her up immediately. Yufeng simply says, "Continue," cold, measured, and completely unbothered. He is letting them talk themselves out before he drops the hammer. She goes on about how Mo Capital's clothes are exclusive. You have to join their franchise system. Their business model is advanced. She is essentially making the case for why they should never give it up. The sister-in-law even argues about franchise exclusivity and pricing management. She is throwing every business argument she has, and honestly, some of her points are not wrong from a short-term perspective. But then Xiaoduo speaks up and fires back. She tells her sister-in-law that Yufeng's reasoning is solid, and reminds her that the franchise belonged to him in the first place. That is the kind of backup every man needs. And the sister-in-law snaps right back, telling Xiaoduo that a little girl like her has no place talking about business matters. That condescension is not a good look. She tries a different approach, telling Yufeng she does not want to take advantage of him and offers to buy the franchise at whatever price he names. She thinks money will end this conversation. Yufeng shuts it down instantly. That is impossible, he says with his hand raised. This franchise is not for sale to family. It has a very specific destination, and it is not negotiable. Then Yufeng drops the ultimatum. He gives his brother and sister-in-law exactly 1 week to sell off their remaining stock, tells them not to buy any more merchandise, and says he will handle Mo Capital directly. The sister-in-law is completely lost for words. She tries to start a sentence, but nothing comes out. She did not expect Yufeng to be this decisive. She makes one last emotional appeal, saying she is Xiaoduo's family and asking how Yufeng could let Qian Jinlai, the person who bullied Xiaoduo, benefit from this deal. Yufeng exhales with visible frustration, muttering that everything he just explained was apparently in vain. This is the most annoyed we have seen him in a while, and it is completely justified. He draws the line one final time. 1 week. The franchise is coming back. End of discussion. This is probably the most authoritative Yufeng has ever been with his own family. The brother-in-law finally speaks up, saying he will at least pay back the 2,500 from before. At least this guy has some sense of accountability. Yufeng waves it off with an exasperated laugh, saying he does not need the money, and that explaining things to these two is the most exhausting part of his entire business empire. He turns away from the in-laws and asks Xiaoduo if they can speak privately for a moment. Smart move, because what comes next is clearly not meant for everyone's ears. That golden eye locks onto Xiaoduo with an intensity that says this next part actually matters. Whatever he is about to tell her is the real strategy. He tells Xiaoduo that they are all family and he naturally looks out for his brother and sister-in-law, but there are layers to this plan that they cannot know about yet. And this is where Xiaoduo proves she is genuinely the most emotionally intelligent character in this entire story. She tells Yufeng she already understands everything. Qian Jinlai will overpay for the franchise, but since Yufeng's factory will produce better clothes, Qian will struggle to sell anything. Yufeng grins and gives her a thumbs up, telling her not to explain any of this to the sister-in-law so it does not leak back to Qian. They will understand when the plan plays out. This right here is a partnership, not just a business arrangement, and Xiaoduo just beams with the warmest smile, confirming she is completely on board. These two might not be remarried yet, but they are already the most formidable team in this entire manhwa. The trap is set, and Qian Jinlai has no idea what is coming. Yufeng heads straight to the department store to find Boss Qian, because this trap is not going to set itself. And there he is, Qian Jinlai himself, casually smoking and wondering who is looking for him. And the second he sees Yufeng walk in, his whole demeanor shifts. He clearly was not expecting this visitor. But Qian immediately switches to being hospitable, pouring Yufeng some water and calling him Boss Cho. Keep an eye on how friendly he is being, because this man has no idea he is about to become the victim of a masterclass hustle. Yufeng wastes no time. He asks if Xu Wenwen from Qian's family is planning to discuss the previous franchise agreement with him, and Qian is immediately caught off guard. Then Yufeng drops the first bomb. The Mo Capital franchise store has nothing to do with his family. It belongs to him personally. And Qian's brain is doing backflips trying to process this information. He is thinking, wait, so what does this mean for me? Now here is where Yufeng starts putting on the performance of a lifetime. He starts venting about how troublesome his own family is, how they only think about taking advantage of him, and how he wanted to charge an extra 1,000 yuan on the franchise fee but they refused. He keeps going, telling Qian that his family claimed they were having a hard time and wanted to buy the franchise at the original price. The exasperation in his voice is chef's kiss acting. And Qian is eating this up completely. He starts bonding with Yufeng over family drama, saying he has also suffered from his relatives before. This man thinks he is making a genuine connection right now. And then Yufeng slides the knife in with a smile. He asks boss Qian directly, if he were to hand over the Mo Capital franchise, how much would Qian be willing to pay? Qian cannot believe what he is hearing. He is thinking, is Yufeng seriously going to sell the franchise directly to me? This feels too good to be true, and that is because it absolutely is. So Qian tries his luck and offers 6,000 yuan for the franchise. He even has the nerve to look confident about it, and Yufeng nearly loses it. 6,000? He stands up like someone just insulted his entire bloodline. This is premium acting and I need everyone to appreciate how committed he is to this bit. He starts going off about how the transfer will be signed in person at Mo Capital headquarters, so the deal is legitimate. And on top of that, he claims he severed his relationship with his brother and sister-in-law just to make this sale happen. All for a measly 6,000? Qian's eyes go wide at the mention of Mo Capital. Going there in person to sign an official agreement? That means this deal is completely real and binding. His greed is starting to override his common sense, so Qian relents and asks Yufeng to name his price. How much does he actually want for the franchise? And Yufeng, cool as ice, says he does not want too much. Just return the 2,500 that was cheated from his family, making the total 7,500 yuan. This man just got Qian to overpay by 50% and made it look like a favor. Qian lets out the most dramatic groan imaginable, like someone just asked him to donate a kidney. He is scrambling, scratching his head, trying to figure out if 7,500 is worth it. My brother in business, you are about to pay premium pricing for a franchise that will be worthless in a month. And this is where Yufeng pulls the oldest negotiation trick in the book. He just turns around and starts walking away, saying forget it then. The panic on Qian's face is instantaneous. Qian immediately chases after him, begging him to wait. And if you look closely at Yufeng's face right now, there is the faintest smirk on it. He knows exactly what he is doing. Is this the single most disrespectful negotiation in this entire series? Because I think it might be. That golden eye says everything. He has Qian exactly where he wants him. And just like that, Qian caves. The deal is done. Yufeng tells Qian he will come finalize everything in a week, and in the meantime, do not harass his sister-in-law. Qian is all smiles now, promising he will not give them any trouble. He genuinely believes he just scored the deal of a lifetime. Yufeng casually waves goodbye and heads out. Just another day of making his enemies pay him for the privilege of losing. And Qian is standing there looking so pleased with himself, completely unaware that he just signed up for financial ruin. The confidence on this man's face is almost tragic. Meanwhile, Yufeng has the look of a man who just finished placing every piece on the chessboard. The trap from last episode is officially armed and loaded. Now Yufeng heads over to the department store floor to handle the other half of this equation. He spots his sister-in-law's clothing booth, still stocked with Mo Capital merchandise and still drawing customers, but that chapter is about to close. He tells them to sell off all the remaining goods as fast as possible within the week, and whatever is left gets returned to the Mo Capital fashion factory. Clean break, no loose ends. The brother-in-law finally accepts the situation. He acknowledges that the franchise quota belongs to Yufeng, and he can sell it to whoever he wants. Look at that, it only took an entire episode of arguing. But of course the sister-in-law is not going quietly. She bursts in demanding to know why Yufeng would think so simply and just let Qian take advantage of everything. Yufeng walks right up and shuts it down. He tells his sister-in-law he has already negotiated the price, she just needs to focus on selling the goods, and to his brother he says there is no need to return the money. And when they keep pushing, Yufeng finally snaps. He tells them he does not need the money and that they are always throwing tantrums at him, and he is leaving. This man has zero patience left for family drama today, and Xiao Duo watches him storm off with a soft sigh. She knows exactly what he is doing for all of them, even if her sister-in-law cannot see it. She turns to the others and says she will see him off. That quiet determination in her eyes tells you everything about where her loyalty stands. And the sister-in-law and brother-in-law just stand there in complete silence. They do not have a single word left to say. They both let out a massive sigh, like two people who just barely survived a typhoon. Honestly, they got off easy and they should know it. Xiao Duo chases after Yufeng outside, calling for him to wait for her. And honestly, these two walking side by side is the one consistently wholesome thing in this entire story. Yufeng asks her if she does not have to work this afternoon because he does not want her getting in trouble on his account. She tells him today is only a half-day shift, and he accepts it with a simple, "Oh, I see." These two communicate so naturally now that it is easy to forget they are technically not back together yet. They walk together through town, and the scene shifts to a calmer pace for just a moment. Yufeng gives her the action items. He tells Xiaoduo to remind the sister-in-law to sell all the goods in the next 2 days, and he will call the factory himself to suspend the next shipment, always coordinating, always 3 steps ahead. Then Xiaoduo hits him with a personal question. She asks why he named his factory the Flower Garment Factory, and from the look on her face, she is hoping the answer is sentimental. But before he can answer, Yufeng spots someone and starts waving like an excited kid. He is calling out to someone named Kuroko across the street. It is a worker on a bicycle pulling a cart, and he is offering Yufeng a ride. He calls him director, which tells you Yufeng's reputation at the factory is already well established. Yufeng does a double take, clearly caught off guard by something the worker just said. His expression reads like he just heard something he was not expecting. Xiaoduo gently tells him it is okay, and that he should head back quickly. She does not want to hold him up from his work at the factory. Yufeng hops on the cart and tells Xiaoduo to head back too. And just like that, their little moment together is over. But something tells me those factory name origins are gonna come up again. Back at the Flower Garment Factory, the production floor is buzzing. Workers are hard at it, the machines are running, and everything seems to be humming along nicely. Seems being the operative word here. Because someone is sprinting through the factory at full speed, and that kind of urgency never brings good news. A worker barges in, yelling for the factory director, and Yufeng looks up asking what happened. Director Feng is standing right there too, equally confused. And here comes the problem. A worker named Han Huihui storms in demanding to know why she gets paid differently from everyone else and why she has to work overtime to learn new skills. She is going full public meltdown right on the factory floor. Yufeng does not even blink. He turns to Director Feng and says to take her through the resignation procedures immediately. Han Huihui's face goes completely white. She did not see that coming even slightly. She thought she was making a complaint, not walking into her own termination. She demands to know why she should be fired, standing there in the middle of the factory floor with everyone watching. And Yufeng hits her with the simplest answer possible. Because he is the factory director and this is a private enterprise, he does not owe her an explanation beyond that. Then he doubles down and says it would be useless even if Shen Yuping himself came to plead her case. Pack your things and leave. Now that is a very specific name to drop, and you should remember it. Director Feng chases after Yufeng outside, clearly flustered about what just happened. Yufeng tells him not to try to change his mind. People who are used to equal handouts will always find excuses to get the same reward without putting in the work, and he will not tolerate that mentality. Director Feng nervously points out that Secretary Shen is Han Huihui's uncle. And there it is. The plot just got significantly more complicated. Would you have still fired her knowing that connection? But Yufeng is not fazed at all. In fact, he looks pleased. He says that is even better, because to set an example for everyone, the bigger the example used, the more effective it will be. Director Feng is sweating bullets right now. He cannot tell if Yufeng is a genius or completely insane, and honestly the answer might be both. Now the scene shifts across town to an apartment building, because fired people with powerful uncles tend to go running home immediately. Someone is banging on the door with the kind of urgency that says something went very wrong. Inside is a nicely furnished traditional living room where an older couple lives. The aunt opens up and sees who it is, while what appears to be Secretary Shen himself is casually reading the newspaper. The aunt's eyes go wide the second she sees who is at the door. She calls out Huihui's name in shock, and there is Han Huihui standing in the doorway, visibly trembling and looking like she just went through the worst day of her life. The aunt immediately asks what is wrong with her. The aunt leads her inside, asking what happened and who bullied her. Classic aunt response, ready to go to war for her niece before even hearing the full story. And Huihui can barely get the words out. She starts with Auntie I and the tears are already flowing. She is selling this victim narrative as hard as she can. She finally blurts it out. She was fired by Chu Yufeng, and now she is waiting for Uncle Shen to ride in like a white knight and fix everything for her. But here is the thing. Look at Secretary Shen's face right now. That is not the face of an angry uncle ready to storm the factory. That is the face of a man who already knows what happened and is not impressed with his niece. He calmly says, all right, and what comes next is absolutely not the rescue mission Huihui was hoping for. He asks her why she could not pick a proper time and place, and how she could possibly question the factory director in front of all the other workers. He is scolding her, not defending her. This man gets it. Huihui tries to protest with a but, and the aunt looks equally conflicted. They clearly expected Uncle Shen to take their side unconditionally. Secretary Shen calmly tells her to go home, reflect on what she did wrong, write a self-review, and send it to him by tomorrow. This is not a man who coddles. He holds people accountable, and that includes family. Huihui quietly says goodbye to her uncle and auntie, clearly defeated. She came here expecting sympathy and got a reality check instead. As she heads for the door, the uncle asks if she is not going to stay for dinner. Even after lecturing her, he is still family, but the gesture does not land right now. She politely declines, saying her auntie must be busy. The embarrassment and frustration on her face tell you she did not get the outcome she wanted from this visit at all. After she leaves, Secretary Shen sits there in silence, clearly thinking about the whole situation. He might not have coddled his niece, but that does not mean he is going to let this go entirely. And right on cue, the phone rings at the factory. The timing of this is about to matter a lot. Director Feng asks if that is Secretary Shen's phone number calling in. The tension in that room could crack glass. Yu Feng confirms it should be. And those golden eyes are not showing fear. They are showing calculation. He already anticipated this call. He picks up and greets Secretary Shen with a cheerful voice, and Shen immediately addresses him as Yu Feng on the other end. These two clearly have a relationship already. Secretary Shen starts his pitch. He says little Han is young and inexperienced, and even if she did something wrong, Yu Feng should not have fired her so harshly. Classic political mediator move. Meanwhile, Director Feng is standing next to Yu Feng, practically begging him with hand signals to just agree. This man looks like he is about to have a cardiac event from the stress. But Yu Feng stands his ground diplomatically. He tells Secretary Shen that he respects him, but he needs him to understand that he has repeatedly stressed the importance of the merit system at the factory. He explains that she publicly opposed the system in front of everyone, and the impact of that cannot be ignored. If he backs down now, every worker will think they can challenge his authority and get away with it. Secretary Shen pauses and then says, "Well, Yu Feng, listen to me. He is about to propose a compromise because that is what smart political operators do." He suggests having Hui Hui write a self-review, come back to the factory for a thorough apology, and take a salary deduction as punishment. He frames it as a reasonable middle ground that protects Yu Feng's authority while saving his niece's job. Yu Feng listens while Director Feng is behind him looking like he might pass out from anxiety. The silence on Yu Feng's end is making everyone in that room sweat. And then Yu Feng agrees. He tells Secretary Shen his idea is good and he will actively adopt it. But that smirk tells you everything. He was always going to accept, because getting Secretary Shen to personally owe him a favor is worth infinitely more than making an example of one worker. Secretary Shen bursts out laughing and invites Yu Feng over for a meal sometime. Yu Feng politely thanks him and mentions he will be visiting Mo Capital in a few days and will pay a visit when he returns. Every single move this man makes is building towards something bigger. Secretary Shen says he will be waiting for the call. And just like that, Yu Feng turned a factory dispute into a political connection, a franchise sale into a revenge trap, and an entire episode into proof that nobody in this manhwa is playing the game on his level. And with that, the call with Yu Feng comes to an end. But instead of being annoyed, Secretary Shen is sitting there stroking his chin, saying this kid really suits his style. The aunt steps over and calls out to him, clearly not sharing the same enthusiasm. She asks him straight up, "The boy fired your niece, and you still like him? What exactly do you see in this guy?" And Secretary Shen drops what might be the most unexpectedly based line in this entire series. He says he likes Yu Feng precisely because he had the guts to fire his own niece. The aunt is not having it. She fires back saying if he likes him so much, why not just arrange a marriage proposal and make them relatives? That way Yu Feng can officially call him an elder. And you can see the exact moment that sarcasm lands in the completely wrong part of his brain, because his eyes just lit up. This man immediately starts rubbing his hands together saying that Yu Feng was married before but he is currently single. He is genuinely considering the matchmaking angle right now. The aunt was being sarcastic and he took it as a business proposal. Meanwhile, across town, Yu Feng suddenly sneezes out of nowhere. You know what that means in manhwa logic. And someone else sneezes too. Somebody is definitely being talked about by a scheming uncle right now, and neither of them have any idea. Now we jump ahead. Yu Feng and boss Qian arrive at the train station because they are heading to Mo Capital to seal the deal. Keep your eye on how Yu Feng handles the next few moves, because the layers here are insane. And right off the bat, Yu Feng coaches Qian. He tells him that when he meets Director Lu, do not slip up, and make sure to say he is Yu Feng's uncle. Qian laughs and agrees without a second thought. Qian is absolutely gushing, saying he cannot believe Yu Feng actually knows the director of the Mo Capital fashion factory personally. The admiration in his voice is thick. Yu Feng plays it cool as always. He says people who meet regularly become familiar, so it is nothing special, understating his connections like a true operator. But then Qian asks the one question you would expect a greedy person to ask. If the clothes make so much money, why is Yu Feng selling the franchise instead of running it himself? Yu Feng does not miss a beat. He says the reason is twofold. First, Qian is easy to work with, and second, a new franchise slot is opening in a southern shopping mall soon. Qian immediately picks up on this and asks if the new one is his too. And here comes the genius part. Yu Feng explains that the company does not allow one person to hold 2 franchise quotas, so by selling this one to Qian, he frees himself up to grab the new quota in the south. Every single move has a next move behind it. Qian is just standing there like a man who thinks he found a gold mine, calling Yu Feng a brilliant mind. The irony is so thick you could cut it with scissors. Then Yu Feng casually drops that if it were not for 2 other people being absolute idiots, Qian would have never gotten this opportunity. He is talking about the brother-in-law and sister-in-law who fumbled this franchise with both hands. Fast forward to the next day. They have arrived at the Mo Capital fashion factory, and the real performance is about to begin. They knock on the director's door and get the call to come inside. Yu Feng greets Director Lu with a long time no see, and Lu responds warmly, noting they arrived early. These two clearly have a rapport. And right on cue, Qian steps forward and introduces himself as Yu Feng's uncle, just like he was told. the acting performance of a lifetime from this man. Director Liu gives a polite hello, not questioning it for a second. The fake Uncle Gambit is working perfectly. Yufeng wastes no time. He tells Director Liu to get down to business and start discussing the franchise transfer agreement. Director Liu agrees, but Director Liu has a condition of his own. He says that after signing the transfer, he also wants to open another franchise location in Yufeng's Zehai City, a new store entirely. Now watch this. Yufeng agrees to the new franchise but immediately adds a condition. Any new locations cannot be too close to his uncle's store, because that would hurt his business. He is protecting Qian's investment while simultaneously looking like a loyal nephew. Masterclass. And Qian is just sitting there grinning, not realizing that Yufeng just made him look like family to the director of a major fashion company. He thinks he is getting a deal. He has no idea he is the product. Director Liu waves it off and tells them not to worry about the location conflict. Then he lays out the terms. Since this is a transfer, the old agreement with Yufeng will be cancelled. But since Yufeng is the one doing the transfer, they will not charge an extra franchise fee. Yufeng just says okay with a smirk that could sell ice to a penguin. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The franchise agreement comes out, and the paperwork is officially in motion. This trap is closing and Qian is smiling the whole way in. Director Liu tells them that the uncle can just sign directly and the deal will be complete. Simple as that. Qian is radiating pure joy right now. This man looks like he just won the lottery. He has absolutely no idea what he has signed up for in the long run. But Yufeng pauses the momentum. He says he and his uncle have some family matters to discuss first, and they will come back to sign. He is buying time, and it is about to become clear why. Director Liu does not mind at all. He chuckles and says take your time, no rush. The man has no idea he is a set piece in Yufeng's chess game. Yufeng and Qian step out of the room, and Director Liu watches them leave from behind. Now here is where Yufeng shifts from playing defense to playing offense. And look at that face. Director Liu is not as naive as he seems. There is something calculating behind those eyes, like he is already piecing together what is really going on here. Outside, Qian immediately pulls out 7,500 yuan in cash. He tells Yufeng to take the money now, and once they go back in and sign, the franchise quota officially becomes his. This man is paying for his own trap. Yufeng confirms it with a casual of course. But the real play has not even started yet, because now Yufeng brings up his next move. He mentions that since he plans to open a franchise in the south, he wants to invite the model team from Mo Capital to do a promotional show, and he asks Qian what he thinks about splitting that cost. Qian is immediately confused. Model team? He has no idea what Yufeng is talking about, so Yufeng starts pulling back the curtain just enough. He asks Qian if he wants to know why Director Liu gave him so much respect. Then he casually mentions that a while back he took the factory's model team to Jingdu for a show. The look on Qian's face is priceless. His jaw practically hits the floor. Qian cannot even process it. He asks if Yufeng is serious, if he really made hundreds of thousands of yuan in a single day with that model team. The greed in his eyes is practically glowing. Yufeng tells him to verify it with Director Liu himself. Then he adds the pitch. If they invite the model team to their store, would they even need to worry about selling clothes? He is dangling a gold mine right in front of Qian's face. But Qian hesitates. He asks how much the model team costs, already nervous that it might be more than he wants to spend. This man wants the reward without the investment, and that is when Yufeng hits him with the signature move. He gets visibly annoyed and says fine, if Qian is going to be this stingy, he will just return the money and find someone else to partner with. The walkaway play executed flawlessly for the second time. And just like clockwork, Qian completely panics. He starts waving his hands, desperately trying to stop Yufeng from leaving. Is this man speedrunning the art of getting played? He folds completely. He tells Yufeng he will do whatever he says. This is genuinely the most predictable human being in the entire manhwa, and Yufeng exploits it every single time without fail. Yufeng sweetens the deal by saying they will split the cost between them, so it will not be that expensive. He puts his arm around Qian and leads him back inside like a shepherd guiding a particularly cooperative sheep. And just like that, the franchise agreement is signed, sealed, and delivered. Qian's name is on the dotted line and there is no going back now. Yufeng holds up the signed agreement for Director Liu to review, asking if another signature is needed. He is all smiles, the picture of professionalism. Director Liu looks it over and says it is fine, no additional signatures needed. But notice the expression on his face. He is not as convinced as everyone else in the room. Now Yufeng pivots to phase 2. He brings up the model team to Director Liu directly, and Liu raises an eyebrow with interest. Director Liu sounds skeptical. He asks if they still want to sell goods that way, using the model team for promotion. He makes it clear that with the new uniform pricing policy in place, he cannot let them sell the way they did before. The old Wild West approach is officially off the table, but Yufeng is ready for that objection. He explains they are not trying to undercut anyone. The model team is purely for publicity and promotion, which will help all franchisees sell more product. He is framing it as a win for the entire network. Brilliant negotiation. Director Liu pauses and considers it. You can almost hear the gears turning in his head, and then it clicks for him. He starts thinking that actually other big cities with lots of franchise locations could also benefit from touring model shows. Yufeng just planted a seed for an entire company-wide strategy. Yufeng seals it by offering to pay for the model team himself and hire them under his own name. He is removing every possible objection before Director Lu can raise it. This level of negotiation should be studied in business schools. Then the sympathy play starts. Qian jumps in saying his uncle's business is not easy, and Yufeng agrees saying it is hard to start a business at his age. These two are performing a rehearsed routine and Director Lu is the audience. Director Lu takes a sip of tea and drops the price tag. He says models like Niu Dandan have become celebrities now, and they charge 1,000 yuan per performance. Yufeng counters by saying the initial show can use the professional models to draw attention, but after that he can host the events himself to cut costs. Director Lu agrees and gives him the green light. Yufeng immediately says, "Great, let us write up a formal agreement for the model team arrangement." This man never leaves money on the table without a contract. Director Lu looks a bit surprised. He asks if they really need a formal agreement for this. Cannot they just set up the venue and have the models show up? But Yufeng plays it smart. He laughs and says what if he sets up the whole venue and the models never show? He needs reassurance for himself and his uncle. This is how you protect a deal while looking reasonable. Qian backs him up immediately saying, yeah, it is definitely better to sign an agreement. For once, this man is actually useful in a negotiation. Director Lu relents. He says fine, he will write up the agreement himself since he is good at it. And just like that, Yufeng has a signed franchise transfer and a binding model team contract locked down in the same meeting. After the meeting, Qian starts doing the math out loud. He says the model show is going to cost almost 4,000 yuan total. The sticker shock is hitting him now that the deal is done, and Yufeng hits him with the walk away one more time. He snaps and says if Qian does not want to do it, they will go back right now and cancel the entire contract. He has used this exact play 3 times now and it works every single time. Would you keep falling for this? Qian backs down but then realizes something. He asks why Yufeng never mentioned the Southern Market franchise to Director Lu during the meeting. Yufeng shuts that down cold. He asks why he would need to share the details of what agreement they signed with Qian. The look in those golden eyes says do not overstep your role in this arrangement. Qian tries to lighten the mood, jogging after Yufeng and asking why he is in such a hurry. But Yufeng is already 3 steps ahead, both literally and figuratively. He's gotten everything he came here for and more. Now the scene shifts to the Mo Capital training room, where a striking woman with green hair is standing silently in the hallway. This is Niu Dandan, and pay attention to her because she is about to become very relevant. She walks into the training room where several other models are stretching and practicing. One of them asks what is wrong, saying she should be happy since she is basically a superstar now. Dandan explains that she just met Cheng Yu, and he told her to prepare for a show in Zehai City. She is passing along the news to the rest of the team, but she is hoping the show is not today or tomorrow, because someone named Chunming promised to come celebrate her birthday in Jingdu. Even superstars have personal plans they do not want interrupted. A red-haired girl behind her asks if they really have to go that far and whether the name list for the show is confirmed. Dandan confirms the list is set. Then she gets a playful look and asks the other girls if they know who was the one that actually invited them for this gig. The other models immediately start guessing. One asks if it is the city director. Another asks if there will be a television interview. Everyone wants in on the action. Dandan grins and tells them they are all completely wrong. The way she is building up this reveal, you can tell she is genuinely excited about the answer. She announces that the person who invited them is Boss Chu, who has apparently become very wealthy, and she is saying it with genuine pride like she is personally invested in his success. And the red-haired girl freezes. The name Chu Yufeng lands on her like a thunderbolt. Look at those wide eyes. There is history here, and it is written all over her face. She is thinking that he did not even contact her directly. The hurt in her expression says this is not just a professional relationship. She has feelings for Yufeng, and the fact that he went through official channels, instead of calling her personally, is bothering her deeply. Now we cut to what appears to be a lively fashion event. Crowds are gathering, people are shouting about flower dresses and jeans, but not everyone is celebrating. The sister-in-law is fuming. She is ranting about how Yufeng is weird, how they would have paid for the franchise themselves, and how he sold it to Qian Jinlai instead. She says they were the ones who built up that store's reputation from nothing. She keeps going, saying Yufeng refused to listen to them and gave the franchise to that outsider. But the brother-in-law finally snaps and yells at her to stop. And here is where the brother-in-law earns some serious respect points. He tells her that Yufeng owns the quota and can sell it to whoever he wants. He says Yufeng already helped them earn plenty of money, and he has done more than enough for this family. But the sister-in-law does not quit. She fires back by bringing up Xiaoduo's dowry, implying the money Yufeng made them should count toward that. Honestly, the entitlement on display here is genuinely impressive in the worst possible way. The brother-in-law just sighs and says that is a completely different situation. He knows she is reaching, and he is too tired to even argue it properly. She absolutely explodes. She says the Jiang family cares too much about saving face, and that Yufeng did not even want the franchise but the family forced him to accept it. She is airing every grievance she has ever collected, and honestly, she is the kind of relative that makes holiday dinners a survival event. And the brother-in-law is just left standing there with nothing to say, sweating and completely at a loss. Meanwhile, Yu Feng is out there building empires, collecting political allies, and making Boss Qian fund his own downfall. The gap between these two worlds could not be wider, and it is only going to get more entertaining from here. Now we cut over to someone paying a visit to the neighboring shop, and right away you can tell this is going to be messy. Qian Jinlai strolls right up to the sister-in-law and brother-in-law's shop and has the nerve to ask how their business is doing. The brother-in-law immediately gets heated, demanding to know why Qian is even here. And Qian, with that smug grin, just goes, "We are neighbors, why would I not visit?" The sister-in-law absolutely loses it. She snaps that he is not their neighbor and tells him to get out because his presence disgusts her. But Qian plays this perfectly. He sighs and says fine, since he is not welcome, he will leave. But watch this, because he is about to drop a bomb before he goes. He casually mentions that when he went with Yu Feng to Mo Capital, it was not just for the franchise transfer. They also arranged for professional models from the fashion company to come do an advertisement show. And both of them just freeze. The sister-in-law asks what he even means by that, because the implications are starting to sink in. Qian goes full showman mode. He announces that these are the models from television, that he and Yu Feng personally invited them, and they are going to set up a stage right here to perform and advertise the clothes. And then he hits them with the invite, telling them to come watch the show tomorrow because these models are genuine superstars. The pettiness radiating from this man could power a small city. The sister-in-law storms off, muttering about what Chu Yu Feng is up to with all this. She cannot stand that he is thriving without their help, and the brother-in-law finally snaps at her to just stop talking because it is frustrating. Honestly, at some point you have to accept that the train left without you and stop yelling at the tracks. Now we shift to a completely different thread. A young woman picks up a phone call, and keep your eye on this entire sequence because it is setting up something huge. On the other end is none other than Secretary Shen himself. He is calling his niece Ziren, inviting her to come eat at his place because her aunt misses her. Ziren agrees to come but makes her uncle promise not to scold her anymore. The little teary eyes are doing a lot of emotional heavy lifting here. Now here is where it gets interesting. When Ziren hangs up, it turns out she is not alone. A man with glasses sitting on a couch nearby asks if that was Secretary Shen on the phone. Ziren confirms it and then casually invites them along, asking if they want to come eat at her uncle's place. And just like that, this guy named Zhu Jun has been offered a golden ticket to a government official's dinner table. Zhu Jun's eyes go wide behind those glasses. He cannot believe what he just heard. Going to Secretary Shen's house? For him, that is like being handed a VIP backstage pass to the most exclusive venue in town. Zhu Jun immediately says yes, while the woman with him apologizes to Ziren, saying she has to go to KTV later and cannot come along. So it will just be the two of them heading over. And you can practically see the gears turning in Zhu Jun's head. Going to Secretary Shen's house is not just dinner to this guy. This is a networking opportunity, and he is already planning how to make the most of it. Ziren tells him it is fine if he has his own plans. She just needs someone to walk her home later since her uncle's house is far and she is scared to go alone at night. Zhu Jun jumps right on that, agreeing enthusiastically that it is dangerous for a girl to walk alone. He is being helpful, sure, but the real motivation is clear. The other woman suggests Ziren just use her uncle's driver, but Ziren explains that her uncle does not use government resources for personal matters. That right there tells you everything about what kind of man Secretary Shen is. So they head out together and the walk to Secretary Shen's place begins. On the way, Zhu Jun brings up that it is his first time visiting Secretary Shen's house and asks if it is rude to show up empty-handed. Ziren waves it off and says just go directly. But Zhu Jun is not having that. He insists that he absolutely must show proper etiquette when visiting an elder. The man is treating this visit like a job interview. Ziren keeps telling him there is no need for the hassle, but this guy will not budge on the gift situation. Zhu Jun wins the argument. He insists on buying gifts for a home visit, and Ziren finally gives in. Now remember this detail about the gifts because it is going to matter very soon. They arrive at Secretary Shen's home and knock on the front door. Ziren greets her uncle warmly while Zhu Jun politely introduces himself to Secretary Shen. Everything seems perfectly pleasant so far. But Secretary Shen says nothing. He just stares at the stranger his niece brought home, and that silence is doing more work than 1,000 words ever could. Ziren quickly explains that Zhu Jun was with her when Uncle called, so she invited him along to walk her home later since it gets dark. Smart excuse, but Secretary Shen is not an easy man to read, and here comes the gift play. Zhu Jun cheerfully presents his bags of gifts, saying since it is his first visit, he wanted to bring something as a sign of respect. Classic social climbing move. And Secretary Shen's expression goes absolutely cold. Those eyes are not the eyes of a warm host right now. That is the face of a man who just got his first impression locked in, and it is not a good one. He immediately tells them that bringing gifts to his house is not appropriate and will only create problems for him. A government official accepting gifts from strangers? That is an ethical minefield. Zhu Jun tries to save it, insisting these are just basic daily items and he was only trying to be polite. But the damage is already done. Secretary Shen shuts it down completely. He says he holds a high position and has strict principles, and gifts cannot come through his door. This is a man of actual integrity, and Zhu Jun just stepped on a landmine without realizing it. Zeran tries to defuse things, saying, "Uncle, these are nothing expensive, just small tokens of respect." But you can already tell Secretary Shen has formed an opinion about this young man. Secretary Shen repeats himself. No means no. And when a man like this repeats himself, you do not push for a third attempt. Thankfully, the aunt comes to the rescue, appearing from the kitchen with a warm smile and greeting Ziren like a ray of sunshine cutting through storm clouds. The aunt asks if the young man with glasses is Zhu Jun, and he nervously confirms it. You can feel the tension between the warm kitchen energy and the cold front Secretary Shen just established. She tells them to come inside quickly, saying she cannot just let guests stand at the door. At least one person in this household is making Zhu Jun feel welcome. The aunt calls Ziren into the kitchen to help prepare the food, and Ziren heads over. This leaves Zhu Jun alone in the living room with Secretary Shen, which is probably the last place he wants to be right now. And then another knock comes at the door. Now pay attention to how Zhu Jun handles this next moment, because it is going to blow up in his face spectacularly. Zhu Jun hears the knocking and turns toward the door, sensing an opportunity to be useful. He immediately offers to open the door for Secretary Shen, trying to score some points after the gift disaster. Seems harmless enough, right? Zhu Jun gets up and starts walking toward the front door, completely oblivious to what is about to happen. And Secretary Shen absolutely demolishes him. He says, even if you are trying to make a good impression, this is not your house, so why are you opening the door? And then he drops the nuke. He says he is going to call the tax department tomorrow because some people are no longer needed there. Zhu Jun is completely rattled now. He stumbles out a nervous hello toward whoever is at the door, barely holding himself together after that verbal execution. And then he sees who is standing on the other side of that door, and his entire world tilts on its axis. It is Chu Yufeng, standing right there asking if Secretary Shen is home, and Zhu Jun can barely get the name out of his mouth because his brain is short-circuiting trying to process why Yufeng would be here. Zhu Jun immediately goes on the defensive, asking why Yufeng is looking for Secretary Shen. The jealousy is instantaneous and completely transparent. But before Zhu Jun can gatekeep any further, Secretary Shen himself appears behind him and happily calls out to Yufeng like he has been waiting all day for this. Look at the warmth on that face compared to how he treated Zhu Jun. Secretary Shen wraps his arm around Yufeng, notices he is cold, and ushers him inside with genuine concern. Meanwhile, Zhu Jun is standing in the background looking like he just watched someone else collect his winning lottery ticket. Secretary Shen pours Yufeng hot tea to warm him up, and Yufeng thanks him politely. The contrast between this reception and the one Zhu Jun got is the most brutal thing this episode has produced so far. And here is the masterclass. Yufeng pulls out a bag and says he brought special desserts from Mo Capital as a gift. Now remember how Secretary Shen reacted when Zhu Jun tried the same thing. Secretary Shen laughs warmly and calls Yufeng very thoughtful. The exact same concept, bringing gifts, gets completely opposite reactions depending on who is delivering. And Zhu Jun standing there watching this unfold is absolutely dying inside. Zhu Jun is internally raging. He is thinking, Yufeng is just a nobody who never even attended university, so how dare he talk to Secretary Shen so casually. The insecurity is radiating off this man in visible waves. Ziren comes out from the kitchen holding a bowl, announcing that dinner is ready. She has no idea what is waiting for her in the other room. Secretary Shen turns to Yufeng and invites him to stay for dinner, and Yufeng casually accepts. Ziren walks out toward the dining area, bowl in hand, and suddenly finds herself face to face with an unexpected guest. She freezes. Chu Yufeng, why is he here? The shock on her face says this was the last person she expected to see at her uncle's dinner table tonight. But dinner has been served, and the spread looks incredible. Multiple dishes laid out beautifully, the kind of home-cooked meal that makes you forget all the drama for about 3 seconds. And then Secretary Shen does what every relative in history does at the dinner table. He looks at Yufeng and asks him about his romantic life. Yufeng is caught off guard for once. His golden eyes flash with surprise as he processes the question. Romance? He says he is the same as always, been too busy with the factory, and asks why the sudden question. Our boy is a genius in business but apparently has zero radar for matchmaking setups. Secretary Shen leans in with a knowing look and confirms, oh, so you are still single then? And at this point, if you cannot see where this train is heading, Yufeng confirms he is indeed single. And around that table, every single person has a different reaction brewing. This is about to be the most uncomfortable dinner party of the entire series. Secretary Shen turns to Ziran and asks her how old she is now and why she still does not have a boyfriend. And just like that, the matchmaking bomb has been armed and activated in front of the entire table. Yufeng glances over, and you can see the gears finally clicking into place. He realizes exactly what Secretary Shen is doing, and those golden eyes are calculating whether this is a business advantage or a personal trap. And Zhu Jun is completely spiraling. His thought bubble is practically screaming. Secretary Shen is trying to set up Yufeng with Ziran. The man who got rejected at the door is watching someone else get invited into the family. This is genuinely painful to witness. Someone drives their chopsticks into their rice bowl with violent force, and that tells you everything about the mood at this table right now. Ziran stands up and confronts her uncle directly, demanding to know what he means by those questions. The embarrassment and anger are written all over her face, and then she drops the most dramatic rejection in this entire manhwa. She screams that she feels like vomiting whenever she sees Chu Yufeng and tells her uncle to never even think about it. Is that an overreaction or a genuine disgust? Because Secretary Shen clearly thought this was a great idea. Secretary Shen goes completely quiet. That is the face of a man whose dinner strategy just exploded in his hands. Ziran announces she is done eating and storms out. The audacity of leaving Secretary Shen's dinner table mid-meal is the kind of move only a niece with zero fear of consequences would pull. But Yufeng is not upset at all. He is sitting there thinking that her tantrum actually came at the perfect time. This man turns every situation into a strategic advantage, and I genuinely believe he could monetize chaos itself. Ziran heads for the door while someone calls after her, but she is already committed to the exit. Zhu Jun immediately volunteers to go after her, telling Secretary Shen he will watch over Ziran since it is getting dark and not safe for her outside. At least this guy knows when to make himself useful. The aunt steps in to do damage control, telling everyone to just sit down and eat so the food does not go to waste. Classic auntie diplomacy at its finest. Secretary Shen just picks his chopsticks back up and tells Yufeng to keep eating, completely unbothered. The man orchestrated a matchmaking bomb at his own dinner table and is now eating through the fallout like nothing happened. And Yufeng just smiles. That soft, satisfied grin tells you he got exactly the outcome he wanted from tonight, even if it was not the matchmaking part. Because now he has Secretary Shen all to himself for a private conversation. And here it comes. With everyone else gone, Yufeng pulls out the agreement he signed with the Mo Capital Fashion Company and explains to Secretary Shen that he is paying to bring their model team to Zheihai City for a promotional show to advertise the flower garment factory. Secretary Shen is intrigued. He asks where Yufeng plans to host this fashion show, because the venue choice makes or breaks this kind of event. Yufeng drops his answer with that signature smirk. The night market, maximum foot traffic, maximum consumer density, and the venue is big enough for a crowd. Every detail calculated for maximum impact. And before Secretary Shen can even raise a concern, Yufeng gets ahead of it. He tells him not to worry about the night market vendors being displaced, because he will personally talk to Director Liu at the business department tomorrow to arrange fair compensation for all of them. And Secretary Shen just sits there, hand on his chin, internally admitting that this kid has genuinely thought of everything. Every single objection, every angle, every stakeholder, all accounted for before anyone could ask. Yufeng is not just playing the game at this point, he is writing the rules while everyone else reads the manual. Secretary Shen gives Yufeng the green light. He tells him to discuss the venue with Lu Jintang tomorrow, and after that the fashion show can happen whenever Yufeng wants. But Yufeng is not done. He thanks the secretary and immediately pivots to asking for one more favor. This man treats government approval like a checkout counter, and he just remembered one more item. He wants to reserve the best seats near the stage as tickets and distribute them to various government departments so workers can attend the show for free. On the surface, this is generous. Underneath, this is a masterclass in political networking. Secretary Shen agrees without hesitation. And why would he refuse? Yufeng just offered to make every department head in the city owe him a favor disguised as a free show ticket. But then the secretary raises a fair question. Yufeng spent serious money bringing in these professional models, so will this actually boost sales for the flower garment factory? Yufeng plays it humble and says it is trial and error. They will have to wait and see. Now keep an eye on that answer, because the next thing out of his mouth tells a very different story. Because behind that modest response, those golden eyes are burning with absolute certainty. He tells the secretary that the effectiveness will be beyond his imagination. This is not a gamble. This man already knows how the dice will land. The night has gotten late, and Secretary Shen offers to walk him out. The conversation is wrapping up, but the real work is just beginning. As they walk outside together, the secretary calls out to Yufeng. There is something else on the old man's mind, and here it is. Secretary Shen tells Yufeng that Ziran has a bad temper and asks him to be considerate as a man. This man is still pushing the matchmaking agenda even after last episode's dinner table explosion. Yufeng simply says yes. One word. No resistance, no enthusiasm, just calculated compliance. And the moment he is alone, his true thoughts surface. He is thinking that with Ziran as a useful shield, he will never have to reject the secretary himself and risk making him lose face. This might be the most coldly efficient use of a fake relationship prospect I have ever seen in any manhwa. Is this genius or is this sociopathic? Genuinely asking. We cut to a different scene entirely. Yufeng is back at his family compound and someone is asking him if he really owns a factory. Yufeng bites into an apple with the confidence of a man whose net worth just changed time zones. Of course it is real, he says. Why would he lie? His sister asks how big the factory is, and Yufeng, with the casual energy of someone describing a parking spot, says it is not too big. 53,000 square meters. The girls repeat it back like their brains just encountered a math error they cannot resolve. That is not a factory, that is a small country. Yufeng tells them he is sharing this so they do not need to live frugally anymore. They can buy whatever they want, but studying remains the top priority. Big brother energy at its absolute peak right here. Then he turns to Lin Qiang and drops something even bigger. He tells him to come to the garment factory tomorrow, and if he performs well during probation, he will sign a formal contract with full salary and benefits. Lin Qiang's eyes literally turn into stars. This man just went from unemployed to having a real job offer in the span of one apple. He can barely contain himself as he asks if passing probation really means a formal job. The way he is clutching his chest, you would think he just received a marriage proposal. Yufeng just gives that knowing little smile, the kind that says everything without saying anything. And Lin Qiang goes full ride or die mode. He swears he will do his absolute best and follow every order. This guy just speed ran the entire employee onboarding process in 30 seconds. Yufeng pats him on the back and tells him to just do his best and the opportunities will come. Lin Qiang is so fired up he could probably run to the factory right now. Lin Qiang even offers to ride Yufeng to the factory tomorrow morning. But our boy shuts it down and tells everyone to go to sleep. And just like that, the fashion show preparations are in full swing. A massive banner goes up at the night market announcing the model performance, and workers are hammering this thing together with serious urgency. Someone spots the banner and is already giddy about it. The buzz is spreading across the entire city, and there is Qian Jinlai grinning like a man who bet on the right horse. He says the money is well spent, and honestly, Yufeng's marketing playbook is making believers out of everyone. Meanwhile, the whole town is eating well. Shops are booming and stomachs are full. And the show has not even started yet. The ticket system Yufeng designed is already working perfectly. People are showing up with their front row passes and the hype is real. Everyone is buzzing about the fashion show happening soon. This woman cannot contain her excitement, and honestly the whole city is caught up in it. Even in the freezing cold weather, people are out and about because the fashion show anticipation is warmer than any jacket. These two are complaining about frozen feet but clearly not going home anytime soon. We cut over to the Guiyang restaurant, where an entirely different conversation is about to happen. And look who it is. Ziren has bought a fashion show ticket and is inviting Zhu Jun to attend with her. She is playing it casual, but we all know this guy reads every interaction as a date. Zhu Jun immediately geeks out and starts dropping model names. Niu Dandan and Ninana are coming. The most popular models. This man went from zero interest to fully invested in half a sentence. Siran immediately downplays it, saying the models are not that impressive, and she is just going for fun. The defensiveness is suspicious. But sure, Siran, whatever you say. As they walk together, Zhu Jun makes the brave decision to ask if Ziren is still annoyed about yesterday. You know, the dinner where her uncle tried to set her up with Yufeng in front of everyone. And Ziren does not hold back. She tells him not to even mention it because it makes her feel disgusted. The pure revulsion on her face right now is genuinely impressive. She shuts the entire conversation down and storms off, saying she is going home. Zhu Jun is left standing there watching her walk away for the second time in 2 episodes. But wait, Zhu Jun is not defeated at all. He is smiling to himself, thinking about that promise he made earlier. This man has the persistence of a pop-up ad that refuses to close. Later that evening, we shift over to a completely different household, and this scene is about to introduce someone who will matter a lot more than you think, so pay attention. A blonde girl asks her father why he is home so late, and he explains that he was called in to help distribute tickets for the fashion show. Yufeng's ticket strategy is reaching every corner of the government. The father asks if they have also gotten fashion show tickets, and his son confirms that he has. These tickets have spread through the entire city like wildfire. And here comes the youngest daughter, Jiang Xiaohua, practically vibrating with excitement as she begs her dad for a ticket. She wants in on this show desperately, but the father shuts her down. The tickets have assigned seat numbers and his colleagues will be sitting together, so having his daughter randomly planted between government officials would look weird. The room goes quiet for a second as everyone processes the rejection. But then the older brother steps up and offers his own ticket to Sawa, saying he does not want to go anyway. Honestly, that is solid big brother energy right there. The father immediately calls out his son's name with that tone every kid recognizes. The "you better not be doing what I think you are doing" tone. But Mingming diffuses it perfectly, saying plenty of his colleagues gave their tickets away too, so it is completely normal. Smart deflection from this kid. The father pauses, surprised. If other people are doing it, then maybe it is fine. And just like that, Xiaohua has her ticket secured through the power of sibling diplomacy. The next day arrives, and with it comes the biggest play in Yufeng's business strategy so far. The professional model team from Mo Capital has officially arrived in Zihai City. 3 women in matching pink and white uniforms step onto the scene, and they carry themselves like they own every room they walk into. Yufeng walks up to greet them personally, and they address him as Boss Chu. The respect is immediate and genuine, because these models know who is paying the bills. Yufeng thanks them for making the long trip and tells them he is glad to see them again. The charm is turned all the way up, and this version of Yufeng is the businessman who makes you forget he is ruthless. One of the models laughs and tells him not to say that because it is just their job. The giggles from the rest of the team suggest Yufeng's charm offensive is working overtime. Then Captain Niu steps forward to greet him directly, and Yufeng immediately addresses her by her title. There is a clear mutual respect here. Yufeng suggests they head to the hotel first to drop off their luggage before he gives them a proper welcome dinner. This man treats business partners like royalty, and it is paying dividends. Captain Niu compliments him for being too nice, and the way she says it feels less like professional politeness and more like she is genuinely impressed by how he operates. They end up at the Nobel Grand Hotel for dinner, and the models toast to Yufeng for the warm welcome. Our boy tells them they are old friends and this is just him doing his job as a local host. Smooth does not even begin to describe this man's social game. He turns to Captain Niu and the other lead model and calls them superstars. The flattery is thick but effective because these women are eating it up. The models wave it off and say they are not superstars, they are just fortunate to benefit from his success. Whether that is genuine humility or just great client management, the chemistry at this table is undeniable. But then Captain Niu suddenly changes the subject and nervously asks Yufeng if he has met Director Feng. And right away you can feel the energy at the table shift. Yufeng is genuinely confused. He asks why she is bringing up Feng Zilai and whether the director did not come with their team. The model quickly backs off and says it is nothing. But it is clearly not nothing. And there it is. Captain Niu is thinking to herself that Feng Zilai did not contact her, and maybe it was not because he does not like her. She has feelings for this director Feng, and they are clearly unresolved. File that away, because this thread is not done yet. Then Yufeng casually drops a bomb. He asks if she knows that Director Feng has actually resigned from the company. The model says she is not sure about the details. Nobody seems to know why Feng Zilai left, and the mystery is clearly eating at Captain Niu more than anyone else at this table. Yufeng redirects the mood, telling everyone to stop chatting and eat well tonight because starting tomorrow, things get serious. The models remind him to eat too. Business dinner diplomacy at its finest. And then we see the night market stage fully assembled, lit up with colorful spotlights and professional-grade equipment. This is not some amateur setup. Yufeng built an actual concert-level venue in the middle of a night market. Yufeng stands in front of the completed stage and tells everyone to go back and rest, but to arrive early tomorrow. The general rallying his troops the night before the big battle. As people start to leave, Captain Niu lingers behind and approaches Yufeng, asking if they can discuss work matters. Yufeng agrees, but the way she held back until everyone else left is not exactly subtle. She asks what time they should arrive tomorrow, and Yufeng holds up a peace sign and says 3 o'clock for a pre-show briefing. Everything is scheduled down to the hour. She agrees to inform the rest of the team, but then hesitates and adds an "oh yes," like she just remembered something. Except this does not feel spontaneous at all. She asks if the factory workers took their performance outfits, since they still need them for tomorrow's show. A perfectly reasonable work question, or a convenient excuse to keep the conversation going. Yufeng waves it off and tells her that a superstar like her should not worry about small matters like that. He will handle everything. The flattery combined with competence is a dangerously attractive combination. Captain Niu says something about working for him, and Yufeng corrects her immediately. He says she is not working for him, they are working together. That single sentence just elevated their entire dynamic from employer-employee to equals, and Captain Niu felt it. She suddenly gets fired up and tells Yufeng to stop calling her Captain Niu, because it sounds terrible. Yufeng agrees without missing a beat. The formality barrier is coming down fast between these two. Yufeng reminds her that it is getting late and she should rest early for tomorrow's big day. She starts to say fine, but then stumbles over her words like she wants to ask something else. She stands there watching him start to walk away, hands behind her back, clearly fighting an internal war about whether to say what is on her mind. That look on her face right now is the look of someone making a decision in real time. She has exactly 3 seconds before he is out of earshot. She takes a step forward, and you can practically feel her gathering the courage, and she goes for it. She asks Yufeng if they can exchange phone numbers tomorrow. The blush and the smile are doing all the heavy lifting here, and this is absolutely not a work-related request. And for once, Yufeng is genuinely caught off guard. Those golden eyes go wide because this master strategist did not see this particular move coming at all. But then he recovers with that signature soft smile and says sure. Whether this is genuine warmth or just Yufeng being Yufeng, the girl got her answer and she is floating. They stand there in the nighttime glow, two people at the beginning of something that neither one fully understands yet. The romantic tension is honestly refreshing after 67 episodes of pure business warfare. Captain Niu is thinking that Chu Yufeng is a humble person and not bad at all. Remember, this is the same woman who was asking about Director Feng just hours ago. Her heart is in a very confusing place right now. But then she thinks to herself, "Miss, do not blame me for being cruel tomorrow." Wait, what does that mean? What exactly is she planning for the show tomorrow that requires a warning? The next moment, her eyes go wide and she exclaims that he is here. She is staring at someone approaching in the distance behind Yufeng, and whatever she sees has completely shattered her composure. Yufeng calls for everyone to gather up because it is briefing time. But standing right there among the group, casually walking up like he belongs here, Captain Niu's jaw drops. That is Feng Zilai, the director who resigned, the man she has been pining over all episode, and he just showed up at Yufeng's fashion show. What on earth is happening here, and what did Yufeng know that he did not tell anyone? The fashion show outfits are hanging on a rack, each one labeled with a name tag, but pay close attention to these clothes, because they are about to cause an absolute war backstage. Yufeng tells everyone to check the name tags carefully, because once the performance starts, nobody is wearing the wrong outfit. This man organized every single detail down to the individual hangers, and Captain New freezes. She is staring at these outfits like they personally insulted her family name. She immediately demands to know where the clothes from Mo Capital Garment Factory are. And right there, her entire agenda for tonight just got exposed. Yufeng fires back without missing a beat. He paid good money to bring them here to promote his garment factory, so why on earth would she be asking about Mo Capital's clothes right now? Remember last episode when Captain New whispered that she would not be merciful tomorrow? This is what she was planning. She wanted the models to wear Mo Capital's clothes instead of Yufeng's. Yufeng ignores her completely and calls the rest of the team over to get familiar with their outfits. He is not entertaining this conversation for a single second longer. Captain New is completely speechless. The woman who was flirting with him and asking for his phone number last night just had her scheme shut down in real time. One of the other models asks what is going on and whether those clothes are not from Mo Capital. Even she is confused about the sudden wardrobe change. Yufeng turns to Captain New with a look that could cut glass and asks who exactly told her that they would be wearing Mo Capital's clothes tonight, because the contract clearly states that these models are here to promote the clothes of his garment factory. Not Mo Capital's, not anyone else's, his. And now Captain New is sweating, because she just realized that Yufeng read her play before she even made it, and the contract she signed has her completely boxed in. Yufeng asks her point blank why he would ever spend his own money to promote somebody else's clothing factory. The question is so obvious it is almost insulting that she tried it. Captain New explodes and screams his name. The cute girl from last night has officially left the building, and in her place is someone who looks ready to throw hands. She flat out refuses to wear these clothes for the performance. Absolutely not, no way, she is drawing the line right here. The other models behind her are standing in solidarity. But Yufeng does not panic. He just gives her this ice-cold side glance that says he was fully prepared for this rebellion. Keep watching, because what he does next is genuinely ruthless. The other models start backing Captain New up. They shout that Dandan is absolutely right, and the revolt is spreading through the entire team. The whole model team goes full mutiny mode. They declare they will not perform unless they wear Mo Capital clothes. 3 women with their fists in the air staging a fashion show coup, and Yufeng snaps. He tells all of them to shut up, and the man who spent 68 episodes being smooth and diplomatic just dropped every ounce of that composure. He pulls out the cooperation agreement and tells them that if they do not want to perform, he will read them exactly what they signed. This is where contracts become weapons. The agreement clearly states they cannot refuse to perform for personal reasons, otherwise they compensate all losses out of their own pockets. Yufeng built this trap months ago, and then he drops the number, 40,000 yuan per person. Based on the Kyoto performance sales volume, that is what each of them owes if they walk. Is this ruthless? Absolutely. Is it legal? Also absolutely. 40,000 yuan. Captain New's face looks like someone just told her the rent tripled. That is not pocket change for a model, and she knows it. Yufeng goes even harder. He says if they refuse to perform and refuse to pay, that is fraud, and he will call the police and have them charged. This might be the most savage contract enforcement in Manhwa history, and honestly, I am here for it. Captain New grabs his arm and pleads with him, asking why he is making things so difficult for them. The shift from screaming to begging happened in under 30 seconds. Yufeng does not budge. He tells Captain New to save the excuses because she has exactly 2 options, pay the compensation or perform. That is it, no negotiations. And then he twists the knife. He reminds her that whatever she decides will affect every single member of her team. So if she wants to be stubborn, she is dragging down all of them with her. Captain New has nothing left to say. That threat just put the entire team's financial well-being on her shoulders, and the weight is clearly crushing her. And now we get a flashback to last night, when Captain New was lying in bed scheming. She was hesitating about what she had planned for the show today. She was fantasizing about making Yufeng walk around Zehai with her after the performance. This girl was literally planning a date in one part of her brain and a betrayal in the other. She was thinking that Yufeng is actually a really good person. And there it is, the duality of Captain New. Catching feelings for the same man she was about to sabotage. Would you feel bad for her right now, or does she deserve what is happening? Back in the present, Yufeng demands an answer right now. No more stalling, no more flashbacks, he needs a decision and he needs it immediately. He turns to face her directly and Captain New just looks at him with an expression that is equal parts defeated and confused. The feelings are clearly making this so much worse for her. The other models turn to Captain New, desperately asking what they should do. Meanwhile, Yufeng stands with his back to them, demanding someone say something. This entire team's fate is now in Dandan's hands. The green-haired model clings to Captain New's arm, and both of them are just standing there in complete silence. The rebellion lasted about 5 minutes before reality set in, and Captain New breaks. She reluctantly agrees that they will perform. Her voice is shaking, her pride is shattered, but she is not about to make her whole team pay 40,000 yuan each. Yufeng is not done. He tells her that since she promised, the performance better be up to standard, because if they deliberately tank the show, he will seek compensation for that too. Zero mercy. zero loopholes. Captain Nu's eyes are glistening. She is being completely outmaneuvered by the same man she was developing feelings for, and you can see every emotion colliding on her face right now. Yufeng asks one more time if she heard him clearly. There is zero warmth in this man's voice right now. The charming gentleman from last night has been replaced by a corporate warlord. The models watch silently as Yufeng walks away. Two of them exchange a look that says we are in way over our heads. And honestly, they are absolutely right about that. Yufeng tells him to stop standing around and go try on the clothes. And that little smirk on his face says he knew this exact situation would happen and planned for it weeks ago. Captain Nu makes one last desperate move. She asks if she can at least make a phone call to Director Lu. She is trying to go over Yufeng's head to someone with authority. Yufeng shuts that down instantly with two words, not allowed. He is standing over her like a final boss, and this might be the most dominant power play Yufeng has pulled in the entire series. He turns to one of his people and tells them to keep an eye on these quote-unquote scammers. Nobody is allowed to leave until the show is over. He literally just put the model team on lockdown. After all of that, Yufeng lets out a heavy sigh and says it is a sin. Even he feels bad about being that ruthless, but sometimes you have to be the villain to protect your business. But then someone approaches him from behind, and the tension is about to shift in a completely unexpected direction. It is Feng Zilai, the director who mysteriously resigned and then showed up at the end of last episode. He calls out to Yufeng like they have been working together this whole time. Feng Zilai admits that he honestly feels even worse than Yufeng about the situation. He says those girls are actually talented, and the word especially trails off like he is thinking about someone specific. Yufeng explains that he had no choice because the model team's popularity is exactly what will drive sales, and they agreed to this arrangement from the very beginning. He is not the bad guy here, Feng Zilai agrees, but the guilt is written all over his face. He clearly still has a soft spot for Captain Nu, and watching her get cornered like that is not sitting well with him. Yufeng holds up the agreement one more time and says everything is written right there in black and white. He is not cheating anyone. The contract does not lie. He adds that he entertained them with food and drink when they arrived, and the performance rewards will be paid in full. Everything about this is standard business practice, just executed with surgical precision. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a man bursts in telling someone about the model show happening nearby. He says all the performers are actual celebrities and she should go see it. And the woman yells at him to stop loitering around her door. Whoever this is, she has absolutely zero patience for his nonsense right now. But the guy does not give up. He argues that she has sold the model team's clothes before, so she should at least go check out the show. He is genuinely trying to be helpful in the most annoying way possible. And this guy's face drops when he realizes she is not interested at all. The cold shoulder energy from this woman could freeze a furnace. He walks away with a sneaky little chuckle, hands behind his back. Whatever he is plotting in that brain of his, it cannot be anything good. Keep an eye on this guy. Then we see Qian Jinlai telling Mingming that they should go watch the show and find out what Yufeng is really up to. These two are heading to the fashion show, and not as fans. Mingming does not respond. He just has this look on his face like a man who has been losing ground for weeks and is reaching his breaking point. And when they arrive at the venue, the place is absolutely packed. The entire city showed up for this. Yufeng turned a night market into a full-scale entertainment event. People are literally running to get a good spot. The hype is so real that grown adults are sprinting through the streets for a fashion show. A woman leads her friend to a spot where they can see the stage clearly. Even the people who live nowhere near the night market made the trip for this. Her friend is absolutely thrilled with the view. The excitement on her face is the kind of genuine enthusiasm that Yufeng's marketing was designed to create. They find the perfect elevated spot with a clear sightline to the stage. Smart positioning, honestly. These women came prepared to watch a show. Two guys in the crowd are freaking out that they are seeing actual celebrities who appear on television. The models from Mo Capital have real star power, and Yufeng is leveraging every ounce of it. The audience is getting restless and asking why it has not started yet. When you have this many people waiting, every minute of delay builds more anticipation. And there is Zeran, arriving at the venue with Zhu Jun. A friend spots them and calls out, "Even our girl could not resist coming to see what Yufeng built." Zeran's hands are clasped together, and there is something almost nervous about her body language. She is here for the show, but we all know who she is really here to see. Her friend sits her down and immediately starts gassing her up, saying none of the models in the show are as good looking as Zeran. And you know what? Based on what we have seen of Zeran, that is not even an exaggeration. Zeran waves it off and says she cannot compare to them because they are actual stars. The humility is genuine, but her friend is not wrong at all. Her friend doubles down and says with Zeran's qualifications, she would absolutely be the lead model if she tried. Honestly, this friend group is the kind of supportive energy everyone needs in their life, but then someone else approaches their area, and that quiet little chuckle tells us this is not a friendly visit. Whoever this is has bad intentions written all over their footsteps. A group of businessmen spots someone they call Boss Ru, and shouts about how excited they are for the luxury show to start. The whole business district turned this into a networking event. One of them asks how much it costs to bring in these professional models, because hiring celebrities for a night market fashion show is not exactly cheap. Qian Jinlai proudly holds up 4 fingers and says 4,000 yuan, and that does not even include the stage and venue costs. He is throwing numbers around like he built this thing himself. He declares that this whole operation was co-organized by him and Chu Yufeng as a win-win cooperation to sell more clothes. This man is riding Yufeng's coattails so hard he might break them. Qian Jinlai turns to another man and brags about how easily Mo Capital clothes are selling now, then asks why the guy did not buy a franchise quota from Yufeng. The flex is aggressive and very public, and then he crosses a line. He asks if Mingming and his wife are just too cheap, or if Yufeng does not even like his sister anymore. That is a direct hit on both his wallet and his family pride. And Mingming's fist tightens. Every muscle in that hand is screaming with barely contained rage, and this situation is about to go from business event to street fight in about 2 seconds. Mingming is boiling over. He is thinking, what the hell is this guy? And the fire in his eyes says he is about to make a spectacularly bad decision in front of the entire city. 2 guys rush over calling Mingming's name, trying to hold him back. They can see what is about to happen and they are sprinting to prevent it. But Mingming is not backing down. That smirk on his face says he has already decided what he is going to do and no amount of intervention is stopping it. That grin is the kind you see right before someone throws a punch they have been wanting to throw for weeks. Mingming has officially snapped. He challenges Qian Jinlai to a fight right there in front of everyone. A brawl is about to break out at Yufeng's fashion show, and this could ruin absolutely everything our boy has built. We will have to see how this plays out next time. The fashion show officially kicks off, and Yufeng himself takes the stage as host, greeting the entire city of Zhehai like he owns the place. And the stage setup is absolutely massive. He announces this is the modeling show organized by the Flower Garment Factory. He proudly declares that every single outfit worn by the celebrity models tonight was produced by his Flower Garment Factory. Now pay attention to that name, because it is about to cause absolute chaos. In the crowd, someone mentions to Xiao Duo that the clothing factory name sounds really similar to hers, and Xiao Duo just smiles and confirms. And Xiao Duo is beaming with the most satisfied grin we have ever seen from her. She knows exactly why that factory name sounds familiar, and she is loving every second of it. Meanwhile, in the audience, a girl asks her father why Chu Yufeng is here and whether he could possibly own this garment factory. Her father dismisses it immediately, saying Yufeng was probably just hired to give a speech, but even he admits the guy's eloquence is surprisingly impressive. And then somewhere else in the crowd, another person recognizes him. The whispers are starting to spread like wildfire. They confirm it. That is Zhang Xiaoduo's ex-husband up there on stage. The gossip network in this city is faster than any social media algorithm. And then the real bomb drops. Someone realizes the garment factory actually belongs to Yufeng. His name is all over this event because it is literally his business. The shock on this person's face is priceless. Nobody in this city took Yufeng seriously, and now he is running an entire fashion show with celebrity models. But not everyone is impressed. One man is fuming about Zhang Xiaoduo's connection to all of this, and the rage on his face is building to something dangerous. And here it is. Qian Jinlai sees the banner on stage and completely loses it. He is screaming about why Yufeng is promoting the Flower Garment Factory instead of Mo Capital, because Qian Jinlai paid for those models. He spent his own money thinking they would promote Mo Capital's garment factory, but every single outfit on that stage is advertising Yufeng's brand instead. This man just got financially outplayed on a level that should be studied in business schools. And Qian Jinlai is done watching from the sidelines. He is sprinting toward the backstage area, screaming Yufeng's name. This man is charging in like a bull who just saw red. Keep watching this situation closely because what happens backstage is about to get very ugly very fast. And even from the audience, someone catches the name Flower Garment Factory and connects the dots instantly. People in the crowd are buzzing now, realizing the factory is named after Xiao Duo. And in the background, Qian Jinlai is already on his warpath toward backstage. Mingming sees Qian Jinlai take off and immediately knows trouble is coming. He says he is worried Qian Jinlai will cause a scene, so he needs to follow. Someone asks what he is doing, and Mingming says he wants to help. These two are heading toward the backstage chaos, and their intentions are not entirely clear. But his friend tries to talk him down, telling him Yufeng can handle himself and not to be impulsive again. Honestly, solid advice that absolutely no one in this manhwa ever follows. But meanwhile on stage, the show must go on. Yufeng brings the mic back up and is about to introduce the main event. He announces the celebrity models are about to present a wonderful performance. This man is running a full-blown production while a furious investor is charging backstage to fight him. The multitasking is honestly impressive. And the first model steps out in a yellow polka dot ensemble that looks genuinely cute. These are Yufeng's factory clothes being modeled by professional celebrities, and the crowd is eating it up. Yufeng introduces the outfit as being designed by a famous American designer specifically for the popular star Niu Dandan. He is selling the brand story alongside the product, which is legitimately smart marketing. He dives deeper into the details, highlighting the fine workmanship by designer Tom Jellies as the biggest selling point. This is not just a fashion show anymore, it is a masterclass in live product placement. And it is already working. Women in the crowd are asking each other where they can buy these clothes. The marketing pipeline from runway to wallet, but backstage, Qian Jinlai is storming and screaming that Yufeng planned to cheat him from the very beginning. And honestly, he is not entirely wrong about that. Security immediately blocks him and tells him he cannot go back there. But but Qian Jinlai screams at them to get lost. This man has abandoned all pretense of civility. He demands they bring Yufeng down to settle accounts immediately. The absolute audacity of showing up to someone else's event and demanding the host come down to apologize to you. And his fist is balled up as he screams if anyone can even hear him. In the background, people are sitting and watching this meltdown unfold in real time. Meanwhile, Zhu Jun spots the commotion and immediately uses it to take a shot at Ziren. He laughs and says Yufeng must have done something outrageous since someone came to settle accounts with him. Would she really support a man with this kind of character? But Ziren does not respond with anger. She just gives this cold, piercing side glance that could cut through steel. That look says more than any words ever could. And Zhu Jun notices something that genuinely throws him off. He is thinking, why did Ziren not scold Yufeng today? Usually she would be the first to criticize, but this time she stayed silent. Something has shifted between those two. Then a small hand grabs her father's sleeve and calls for him. Something nearby has caught their attention. She points toward the backstage area and says there is a lot of noise coming from over there. The confrontation is getting loud enough to draw attention from the entire venue, and her father recognizes who is causing the ruckus. He thinks to himself, Qian Jinlai? Does that man have a problem with Chu Yufeng? Keep your eye on this father-daughter pair because they are clearly connected to the business world here. Back behind the stage, Qian Jinlai is shoving people aside and screaming for them to get out of his way. He is completely unhinged at this point. But then one of the backstage workers steps right up to him. This guy is not security, he is one of Yufeng's own people, and he is not backing down. And another one of Yufeng's guys gets pumped up, saying it is his time to act and he is going to do it right. The backup squad is mobilizing and they are way too excited about this. Qian Jinlai is now completely out of control, pointing and screaming that Yufeng cheated him. His own sister is begging him to calm down, but he is miles past the point of listening. Feng Zilai steps up and calls him a dog, demanding to know what nonsense he is talking about. The verbal exchange is escalating fast and neither side is backing off. Feng Zilai fires back that nobody cheated anybody, and that Qian Jinlai still owes their factory 2,500 yuan. The man came in hot about being scammed and is now getting reminded of his own debts. Beautiful. Qian Jinlai is fuming, asking where this random kid even came from. He genuinely does not know who Feng Zilai is, which makes the whole confrontation even more chaotic. And now it is a full standoff backstage with everyone pointing at each other. This whole situation has the energy of a reality show meltdown happening 10 feet away from a live fashion event, and then Qian Jinlai spits at them. Literally spits. We have officially crossed from heated argument into pure disrespect territory. He is on the ground now, still screaming about his 2,500 yuan, demanding they pay him back immediately. This man's entire personality right now is just rage and entitlement. And Qian Jinlai's face is absolutely twitching with anger. That vein popping on his forehead tells you this man is about to do something he cannot take back. He keeps screaming about the money, demanding his 2,500 yuan back over and over. The broken record energy here is genuinely pathetic. And then Qian Jinlai snaps. He screams that he does not care and charges forward. This is the moment everything goes from bad to catastrophically worse. A kick lands with devastating force. Someone just got hit hard, and this fight just went from verbal to physical in the worst possible way. And the person who got hit goes down screaming that someone is beating him and his head is in agonizing pain. This is not just a punch, this person is seriously hurt. Qian Jinlai's expression shifts the instant he sees the guy go down. That look of shock says even he did not expect it to go this far this fast. And then the victim screams that he has a cerebral hemorrhage, and it hurts beyond anything he can handle. Now here is what makes this absolutely devastating. But Qian Jinlai does not stop. He follows up with another stomp. Is this man genuinely trying to kill someone over 2,500 yuan? Because that is exactly what this looks like. Finally, two of the bigger guys grab Qian Jinlai and pin him. He is screaming for them to let go, but the damage has already been done. The workers close in and ask him how he dares to hit someone at their venue. Qian Jinlai is surrounded, outnumbered, and he just committed assault in front of multiple witnesses. But Qian Jinlai is still playing the victim card, screaming from the floor about being scammed and beaten by hooligans. The man who just kicked a sick person is calling everyone else criminals. The lack of self-awareness is genuinely staggering. One of the workers grabs him by the collar and tells him to try screaming one more time. The restraint being shown here is actually remarkable considering what Qian Jinlai just did to their coworker. And then someone rushes over calling for little Qiang. The terror in this person's voice tells you Lin Qiang's condition is far worse than anyone thought. People converge on the scene immediately, yelling to ask what happened to Lin Qiang. The backstage area has turned into a full crisis zone. His friend in the cap is screaming not to scare his brother like this. The panic is real and raw, and everyone around can feel how serious this just became. The sister explains that Lin Qiang just had a cerebral hemorrhage recently, and that kick could have literally beaten him to death. Let that sink in. Qian Jinlai just attacked a man who was freshly discharged from the hospital for a brain condition. The cap guy is screaming to take him to the hospital immediately and to call an ambulance. He is devastated, asking how this child is supposed to live his life after this. The emotional weight of this scene is crushing, and we see Lin Qiang's face up close, bruised and swollen. Bystanders are calling it pitiful and saying this man is too ruthless. Honestly, Qian Jinlai deserves whatever is coming his way after this. Would anyone here disagree? More people are arriving at the scene asking what is going on. Nobody has clear answers yet, and the confusion is making the situation feel even more chaotic. And Captain Neo is watching all of this unfold with genuine fear on her face. She whispers that after the performance they need to get out of here quickly. Even the model team captain wants nothing to do with this mess. And then a pair of footsteps slams down with authority. Someone important just arrived at the scene. Yufeng comes down from the stage and the first thing out of his mouth is Qian Jinlai's name. He sees his employee on the ground, the chaos everywhere, and the fury in his eyes is immediate. Yufeng grabs Qian Jinlai and demands to know if he is the one who beat Lin Qiang. The calm, collected businessman we saw hosting the show 30 seconds ago is completely gone. This is a man protecting his people. Someone reaches out telling Yufeng not to be impulsive. They can see what is about to happen and they are trying to prevent it. Multiple people grab Yufeng and physically restrain him, telling him he cannot ruin his own future over a person like Qian Jinlai. And they are absolutely right, but the rage in Yufeng's body says logic is not winning this battle. And for the first time tonight, Qian Jinlai actually looks scared. He is trembling, sweating, and realizing that he just picked a fight at the wrong event with the wrong person's employee. Yufeng asks how Lin Qiang is doing, and the answer makes his blood run cold. They tell him Lin Qiang was beaten and passed out on the spot. The man who was just hosting a fashion show is now dealing with a potential medical emergency caused by his own business rival. And that is when Yufeng switches into full boss mode. He orders someone to go inform the police immediately that a person disturbed the peace and injured his employee. No negotiation, no discussion. Straight to the law. Someone adds that Lin Qiang was previously hospitalized for a cerebral hemorrhage, so the old injury must have been reopened by the beating. If this kid has permanent damage. But Qian Jinlai still has the nerve to scream at Yufeng, asking what he means by calling the police. This man just beat a brain surgery patient and is somehow still acting like the victim. Yufeng does not even dignify it with an explanation. He just points and tells his people to do it now. The worker immediately confirms the order. Chain of command is crystal clear here. Then Yufeng turns back to Qian Jinlai with the most dangerously calm expression we have ever seen from him. He says, "You hurt my employee and you have the nerve to ask me what I mean." This might be the single coldest line delivery in this entire series so far. Qian Jinlai breaks down from the floor, screaming that Yufeng cheated him out of 7,500 yuan and he paid for the model team, but all the publicity went to Yufeng's factory. He's listing every financial grievance while sitting next to the unconscious person he just assaulted. Read the room, man. And then he crosses yet another line by calling the cerebral hemorrhage claim nonsense. He is literally denying a medical emergency that he caused. The man's ability to make himself look worse with every single word is almost a talent at this point. But Yufeng does not yell back. He asks one simple question. The franchise agreement clearly states that Qian Jinlai bought it voluntarily, correct? And Qian Jinlai confirms it. That single word is about to become his undoing. Then Yufeng delivers the kill shot. He says the model team agreement was signed between him and director Lu alone, and asks what it has to do with Qian Jinlai. The contract never involved him. He inserted himself into a deal he was never part of. And the final question. Yufeng asks if the agreement ever specified which factory the model team was going to promote. Qian Jinlai goes completely silent, because the answer is no, it was never written. Yufeng left that detail out on purpose, and Qian Jinlai walked right into the trap without reading a single word. Yufeng turns the knife even further. He says there are countless witnesses outside who saw exactly what Qian Jinlai did. He does not need evidence when the entire night market watched this fool beat someone up in public. And then Yufeng delivers the final warning. He tells Qian Jinlai that as long as he started this fight, he cannot run from the consequences. That is not a threat, it is a promise backed by witnesses, contracts, and the police already on their way. And Qian Jinlai's eye tells the entire story. He is trapped. Every legal angle is sealed. Every excuse has been dismantled, and a man is unconscious because of him. The predator walked into this building thinking he was the hunter, and he is leaving in handcuffs. We will see just how bad the fallout gets next time.